Over the years, the Kingdom Hearts franchise has cemented its reputation as a series known for high-flying, over-the-top combat, bombastic, fully orchestrated, almost annoyingly excellent music, and an overarching narrative so ludicrously convoluted it didn't just become a meme, the process of even trying to explain it became a meme.
Meanwhile, in a dream sequence, you are introduced to the master, who is a character that doesn't magically person is made these guys a replica and actually an elaborate dream sequence had by Tigger.
But the very first game begins like this. This simple white title screen. The menu sounds aren't clicks or beeps, but these soft glimmers, and the minimal piano piece beneath it. It's quiet, peaceful, maybe even a bit melancholic. This is the first impression Kingdom Hearts decided to make. A gentle, simple invitation to take your time, to breathe deeply, and begin only when you're ready. A beautiful and elegant way to capture that apprehension that can accompany that moment before the first step on a new journey. The narrative strengths of Kingdom Hearts aren't something that get a lot of attention these days. It's far more entertaining to simply point at Mickey Mouse saying,
"Say, fellas, did somebody mention the door to darkness?"
and to laugh at its resemblance to edgy You Mean the Chaos Emeralds fanfiction. Hey, I'm laughing too, but it's hardly fair to ignore everything these games do genuinely well. But this isn't the beginning of that story. For that, we'll need to go back. All the way back. It's the 5th generation of home video game consoles, an especially bloody chapter in the infamous console wars. Back in the days before it could so appropriately be represented with a simple RGB tricolor, the console wars were an all-out battle royale between at least 10 different competitors, but the brand to beat was undeniably Nintendo, whose runaway success with their entertainment systems and Game Boys had literally made their name synonymous with game consoles in the popular zeitgeist. However, despite their superior experience and powerful IP, they had two crucial weaknesses that left them vulnerable to the competition. For one, despite the advent of disk drives, Nintendo was still using cartridges, fast and sturdy but lacking storage space and extremely unattractive to third-party programmers. Their second blunder started as a way to solve for the first, when they decided to create a new hybrid console with both a cartridge slot and a disk drive. And they hired this obscure little electronics company to do it. You may have heard of it, it was called Sony. This wasn't necessarily a blunder, until several months later when they ultimately rescinded their contract with Sony and instead hired Sony's main rival Philips for the job. The spurned Sony, with all this newfound hardware, tech know-how, and a very justified drive to see Nintendo taken down a peg, reallocated all the resources that had been intended for the Nintendo hybrid console and created a console of their own. And so, in a cruel irony of Olympian proportions, was born the PlayStation. By the end of the decade, nearly all the consoles had either surrendered and been assimilated into the war machine, which is to say became third-party developers, or were brutally slaughtered, that is to say declared bankruptcy, and Sony was their executor. Sony had these ingenious interchangeable memory cards, a controller design that would go on to define the industry standard, and an absolute dream team of second and third-party support backing them up. However, Nintendo still had Mario. Nintendo could put his face on anything and it would sell, and they had just put him smack dab in the center of the most innovative and influential title of the era. "Golly," said one producer over at Squaresoft, "I'd love to make a game like that, all free-roamy and explorative." "Yeah, that'd be nice," responded another, "but the only character with enough brand recognition to actually compete with Mario would be Mickey Mouse." One extremely fortuitous meeting in an elevator later, and a deal was struck. Disney's IP and marketing expertise, Squaresoft's prowess in game direction. The perfect formula for a game that would rival Nintendo's juggernaut mascot. Did they succeed? Well, I don't think any of us would be here right now if it had been a total flop, but that's not really the question I'm setting out to find the answer to today. No, instead of the big picture, we're going to focus in on something smaller. On this adventure, we're going down the rabbit hole, into the belly of the beast, to the end of the world and back again to find as many tiny details, elegant flourishes, and careful touches as we can, getting a little analytical and obsessively observational. This is Breaking Down Kingdom Hearts. Now, as ever, before we even hit our first button, the title screen has a few things worth noting. Or I should say, title screens. Kingdom Hearts has been remade and re-released and ported like a dozen hundred times. After its initial March 2002 release in Japan, it was localized to North America that September. But it wasn't just a translation, they added a bit of juicy extra content as well. So, as you do, they released an updated version to Japan that December, which would include that juicy extra content, in addition to a shipload more that was even juicier and extra-er. That was called Kingdom Hearts Final Mix. We might have eventually gotten that version in America, though I suspect we didn't as a tangential result of Squaresoft's upcoming merger with Enix. That tumultuous restructuring process was also very likely responsible for the famous loss of Kingdom Hearts' source code. Remaking a game without its source code would be like remaking a building without its blueprints. You basically have to tear it apart and reverse engineer it, and then start from scratch anyway. A process which is hardly cost effective. But in time, specifically about 11 years later, we got Kingdom Hearts HD 1.5 Remix, which, alongside a different HD remake and a cutscene compilation, featured a remake of Kingdom Hearts Final Mix. That version of the game has since been packaged with its sequel and ported to basically everything worth playing it on. All this to say, the versions plural I'll be highlighting over the course of this project are the original Japanese and North American releases on PS2, as well as the original Japanese release of Final Mix, mostly for the sake of covering version differences, but primarily I'll be using the most recent release at time of writing, the one included with the collection on Steam. You can't really go wrong no matter which version you play, but please, for the love of Hades, don't do the Switch version. Just... Let me get back on track here. The Final Mix versions all show this design of the main character in a hood with the flag, but oddly, he's never playable in this form. So even though it is the slightly more striking imagery, I've always preferred the minimalism of the original's title screen. The stick he carries lends a very childish and innocent feel to things, and I like the way his feet are in the surf to match the sound of the waves in the background. Don't really know what's up with this fishbone in his mouth, though. Over on the Japanese version, there's a third menu option. Special movie. Oh man, sounds neat. It's an honest-to-God 3-minute long trailer for Final Fantasy X-2. Kinda cool it's included at all, but it's really not what we're here for. On all versions of the game, if you hang around for a minute without pressing anything, you'll also get this demo reel of the game ahead. Though I've already shown most of it, and it's all just clips of cutscenes to come, so I don't feel the need to give this one the fine-tooth comb treatment. Which means the time has come. This is really happening. We are pressing a button, and we have a difficulty select, one which varies significantly from version to version. In the original release, there was no option. Then the international versions added the choice of Expert. This is an extremely simple setting with only two differences. On Expert mode, all enemies deal double the damage they do on normal mode, and at the very end of the game, we'll get a rundown of our combat performance if we're on Expert mode that we wouldn't get to see on normal. In the Final Mix versions of this game and onward, the choice was completely rebranded. We now have Final Mix Beginner, Final Mix Standard, and Final Mix Proud. Yeah, we're playing Final Mix here, guys. The game's gonna make sure you know we are, in fact, playing Final Mix. A few of the differences between these are better left until later, so suffice to say, Standard is the same as normal, and Expert is pretty similar to Proud. Then there's Beginner, which, despite being the easiest, does a great job of exemplifying how difficult it is to accurately cover this game. Kingdom Hearts is the kind of RPG that exalts in withholding information from the player. As such, data on a lot of the numbers under the hood can be muddy. Misinformation about various mechanics has become so widespread and deeply ingrained that the only way I could be completely sure about most of them was to hand test them, which I mostly did with the constant and meticulous aid of Nick McSlyton, possibly the most dedicated number cruncher to grace the KH community. And the first snag on the course was Final Mix Beginner. The Kingdom Hearts fandom wiki states loud and clear that the player deals triple damage on beginner mode, something which is outright and provably false. The draw of beginner mode is almost exclusively the items and equipment the game starts you out with, some of the best accessories in the game, as well as 20 different instant use stat boosts that will have you sweeping through the early game enemies like wheat. Lastly, and perhaps most significantly, on Proud mode we'll be given the ability to toggle experience points and leveling on and off. I love that. We'll essentially have the option of making the game as difficult as we want. Theoretically, you could beat this whole game at level 1, and indeed, many have.
Oh, gee, this dodge roll not mean anything!
Like the game version, I'll be using various files on each difficulty to show everything, but I'll be focusing mainly on Proud mode so that any advice I give for combat will be at its most applicable. I will also be covering the level 1 experience as it's often considered the game's fourth and definitive difficulty, but play the game however you want. I'm of the opinion you can never have too many options.
I've been having these weird thoughts lately. Like, is any of this for real? Or not?
Now, upon beginning the game, we'll be treated to the single best-looking cinematic sequence of its day, pre-rendered or otherwise. Square's always employed a full 3D animation studio that honestly are just as talented as Pixar. That scene from the beginning of Final Fantasy VII? That was them. It probably took up most of Disc 1, but when it comes to making a strong first impression, nothing was spared. And this right here? This was their magnum opus for the time. Just look at that freaking water. This was over a year before Finding Nemo, and on the PS2 no less. As a kid, this gave me wildly unrealistic expectations of what a video game could even look like. Nothing would compare, and I was enraptured by it. Accompanying it is the original song Simple and Clean, written and sung by the absolute legend Hikaru Utada, and it agonizingly, gut-wrenchingly kills me that I can't just shut up and let this play. It deserves so much spotlight, just listen.
When you walk away, you don't hear me say, please, oh baby, don't say.
Alas, Square Enix have a notoriously tight grip on this song, and are known to copyright strike videos which feature it any more prominently than I'm doing right now. The main menu on the collections even contain a warning against it, so while I won't be poking that dragon, I will happily explore the visuals. The progression of this sequence is meant to emulate a dream, and especially that feeling of falling within one. There is a lot of symbolism at play here as well, but I don't think it'd be beneficial to go over those elements at this stage. Don't worry, we'll give it the proper Gaogwen treatment later. In the meantime,
Nothing's like me, but
I just have to gush at this animation, okay? I need you guys to know how hard it is to make a computer understand how water and light work, especially in tandem. Look at that rainbow, and these water reflections, and the way his arm interrupts the sunlight but not the light bouncing off the water, the way he shakes his head and you can see the droplets dislodge from his hair, the slight dilation and contraction of these eyes, whoo, and then this last scene with the light rays and the doves, and the way these little shadows all morph individually into such intricate models. Maybe it doesn't seem like much so many years later, but I don't think it's a you had to be there thing. You can feel the passion at work. You're about to play something special. Now, we're positioned on this frankly stunning stained glass portrayal of Snow White, the very first Disney princess. The Disney branding is going to be a very prevalent part of this game, and though Disney's never been shy about handing out their IP to game developers, I don't think they could have asked for a studio who would handle it with more care than Square. Right off the bat, the attention to detail is in a league of its own. Snow White surrounded by doves, that's literally the first we see of her in her own movie. Of course, we have the dwarves, and all these forest critters are taken directly from the movie. I'm especially glad to see the turtle represented, the real main character. Partially hidden by her shoes, we've got the evil queen in her old lady form, and even these flowers surrounding her are a direct homage to the flowers that surround her in her coffin at the end of the movie. Oh yeah, spoilers for this touchstone movie from the 1930s, by the way. Now what we're actually doing here is getting a tutorial, and as tutorials go, this one's pretty ham-fisted. Here's how you move, here's how you jump, here's how you attack. I tend to prefer a tutorial that gives the player a bit more freedom to experiment on their own terms, but what it lacks in grace it makes up for in style. The intrigue of these gorgeous stained glass pillars, our mysterious guide, the ominous choral music. Did you know the song we're hearing right now has lyrics? It's an effective hook, even in the face of, hey, to interact with objects, walk up to them and press the interact button, especially when it hits you with the Pokemon starter choice. Do you want the sword, the shield, or the staff? Much like Pokemon, your decision here will have major, irreversible ramifications on your whole playthrough, and the flowery language used to describe them doesn't paint a very clear picture of what those are. Luckily, I'm here. The main thing this choice will affect is our base stats, which are strength, defense, magic points, ability points, and item slots. Picking the sword will give you the highest strength stat and 1 extra item slot in the long run. The shield, the highest defense, as well as 2 extra item slots, and the staff, the highest MP, though no extra items. Now, if it were only that simple. After choosing your favorite, you must then sacrifice a different one. Sacrificing the sword will reduce your strength, the shield, your defense, and the staff, your AP, instead of your MP, strangely enough. Now, I'll be upfront with you here. Magic in this game is pretty frickin' great. There's a reason choosing the staff has the biggest drawbacks of the three. It's because magic is dope! In addition to that, while there are items to increase your attack and defense, there aren't any that will increase your MP, so every point you can get is extremely valuable. But we won't have access to magic for a significant chunk of the early game, so you will have to contend with the beginning of the game being quite a bit tougher than it would be otherwise. On top of all that, which weapon we choose also determines the order in which we'll learn abilities leveling up. Now, no matter which you pick, you'll eventually have all the same abilities by max level, so there are no exclusives. The intention is just to ensure you get options that match your playstyle early on. So what this boils down to is, how do you tend to go about combat? Do you prefer a glass cannon, who can rip through opponents before they have the chance to retaliate, accepting as you do that tougher foes will require greater finesse? A tank willing to wade neck deep into a horde of enemies and hang the consequences? Or more of a tactician, concocting a different strategy to suit every encounter? I wouldn't say there's any definitively wrong answer, but be aware of the following. The only stats you can't improve by any means other than this choice are your max item slots and max MP. For those purposes, the sword gets the worst deal in the long run, but in exchange you'll be doing the most damage in the early game, so it depends on your goals. Consequently, if you are embarking on a level 1 challenge, the staff is effectively the only correct choice, as MP will wind up being the only stat that matters before too long. I definitely see the shield get dunked on the most of any of them, and for good reason. Just look how we hold it. That's not how you do that. My last recommendation is to give up the staff if you don't choose it, as those extra AP really aren't gonna make too much of a difference. So Snow White implodes because of dream logic, and we wind up on Cinderella. This is extremely odd. They've depicted Cinderella as a brunette? I mean, she's killing it. What the? The rest of the imagery is once again taken from various elements of her world, with these smaller circles depicting her night with Prince Charming. We got the pumpkin carriage, the mouse horses, the royal crown. And I'm especially fond of these stairs behind her. Here we'll learn a few odds and ends of combat, and importantly, locking onto enemies. Here's something really cool about the lock-on itself. It changes depending on how far away your target is. The distance isn't arbitrary either. This form with the brackets indicates you're close enough to hit them with a regular attack. Further away means you'll do a lunging attack instead to close the distance. This attack is more committal and leaves you more vulnerable for just a bit longer. Not that that matters right now, it is completely impossible to die here. If your HP gets low enough, you'll get a full HP recovery, possibly as a courtesy of the mysterious voice guiding us through here. In my head, every time he has to do it, he's getting just a little bit more frustrated at my obvious ineptitude. And of course, this last lock-on sigil indicates they're too far away to be reached by a melee attack. Our next stop, after a very relaxing darkness bath, obviously doesn't resemble any Disney princess. These three silhouettes are all nearly identical, and it seems designed to capture more of a centralized idea of a Disney princess than any one in particular. So our only clues to their identities are the elements associated with them. The sun, the moon, and it may be a bit of a stretch, but I'd guess this is meant to be an ocean wave. Now, this platform is the one to teach us how to interact with objects, and if you've never played the original and only the remakes, you missed out on something kinda stupid. Kingdom Hearts sought to incorporate mini RPG elements into a real-time space. They went about this more stylistically than mechanically, and the star of the show is the command menu down here. Our main attack button isn't actually attack, but rather select. For this menu we can navigate freely. It's a clever bit of homage, but they may have overstepped their bounds by making interact the fourth option on the menu, making almost everything in this game take at minimum 2 buttons to interact with. Thankfully this was fixed in the remake, giving everything a context command. Easily my favorite reason to play 1.5. Hey, you wanna know how polished this game's sound design is? Each weapon has its own unique sound effects for literally everything. They really didn't have to do that. Now this platform is the moment I think this tutorial kinda overstays its welcome. Try that door, open that chest, push that crate, smash that crate, lift that barrel. So if you are over it, just ignore instructions and break everything. We got things to do. Primarily, introduce the other half of this multimedia crossover. Yeah, we haven't just got Disney IP, we've got Final Fantasy joining the party. These characters will get more focused later though. In the meantime, we're getting some sort of cryptic personality quiz? What am I most afraid of? Oh god. Wait, no. This is honestly such a weird choice. Depending on our responses here, we'll get one of 3 results on how our journey will apparently go. You're not gonna have any idea what any of this means unless you look it up, and even if you do, there's a lot of misinformation floating around out there. Personally, I had the Brady Games guide for this game growing up, and it's wildly misleading on the actual effects here. What we're choosing right now is the rate at which we will level up throughout the game. If our journey begins at dawn, we'll level up faster, at midday a medium pace, and in the dead of night a slower pace. But that's only true up until you hit level 38. After that point, things reverse. Now, to balance out the last room, for one of my least favorite changes made to Final Mix. Nearly all of these numbers were changed for reasons beyond my comprehension. Though the different leveling rates still have a dramatic effect on your early game curve, past that level 38 mark, they all more or less level out. Where in the original, the total XP needed to reach level 100 differed by over 100,000 between dawn and midnight, on modern releases, it's about half that, which, in the face of the sheer EXP yields of late game enemies, plus the introduction of experience accessories to further bridge the gap, makes all three routes feel kinda samey by that point. It used to be a pretty balanced decision, where dawn was best for challenges and speedruns, midnight was best for completion, and midday was good for more casual playthroughs. But now, it's essentially another difficulty setting, with dawn being the easiest by a pretty wide margin. Heck, if we pick dawn, we'll level up in our very next fight. More absurdly needless, but no less appreciated polish, whichever of these three we give our response to last will get a different panning shot of the island or ocean. So that's all the nitty gritty, but again, I find this completely baffling from a game design standpoint. What player is possibly going to intuit the impact this has on the game to come? This is a fine option to give a player if they understand what they're choosing, but they may as well have asked you to pick your favorite color for all the clarity this provides. Our next stop is a stained glass Aurora, who isn't packing much of anything in the way of obscure imagery. The briar and roses reflect her fake name, and the three good fairies, who aimed to protect her from Maleficent's curse. And then this symbol is Maleficent's calling card. The purple dress is honestly a really cute detail. Since it spent the whole movie flipping between red and blue, you basically get to choose how you see it. Now this is a pathway I'd trust with my life. It leads up to our last princess, Belle, accompanied by the Giga Chad prince himself. Similar to Cinderella, she's depicted with a different hair color, this time red. Ooh. Oh my. Let's lightning round all these other ones. Cogsworth, Lumiere, Mrs. Potts, Chip, the Enchanted Rose, the cups, silverware, and plates from Be Our Guest, the feather duster, this cream pot, the footstool dog, my boy, these birds from this scene, and the falling petals. But my favorite detail is that all we're called on to do on this platform is step into the light, which mirrors this scene.
Come into the light.
I was gonna come down on this moment for being like, yeah, obviously there's a void there, why are you surprised? But then I realized it's because the path we took up here disappeared on our way up, in a matter subtle enough that I understand missing it. But then I have to take back that take-backsy because he just tried to run off the head end of the platform, where our path up arrived us by the feet. Darkseid is our first boss fight. His size and sheer damage make him incredibly imposing. He is a considerable step up from all the little shadows we've been swatting so far, and bad news, our mysterious companion no longer has our back with health recoveries. This is the first fight we can lose, and in fact, this is what's known in the business as a supposed to lose fight. The game has every intention of kicking our ass here, but something Kingdom Hearts does that's extremely neat, and dare I say, cool as hell, is that if we have the know-how, it's possible to win supposed to lose fights, garnering a bunch of XP in the process, and frequently alternate cutscenes as well. So allow me to bestow upon you that know-how. Darkseid has only two attacks, this big old Dark Fist and these homing shots. The tricky thing about this fight is that only Darkseid's arms and head are vulnerable to damage, and will only be able to close in on those weak points while he's attacking. His Dark Fist attack is extremely easy to avoid, and then close in on him, but this void surrounding the point of impact will summon a small horde of shadows. These may be more of a blessing than a curse though. If you're low on health, rather than focus on the hand, lock onto the shadows and prioritize them, and they'll drop small health pickups. If you're already topped off, ready to deal damage, damage, and perhaps even feeling a bit daring, you can run up his arm and attack his head. This doesn't do bonus damage, but it keeps you out of reach of the shadows, which you can easily deal with later, and you get tech points every time you land a combo finisher. Tech points are just experience points you get for pulling off stylish or risky maneuvers, and they're one of this game's most ingenious mechanics, and a great way to encourage players to play things a little less safe. Now, avoiding the Dark Fist is just a matter of not standing right in front of him, but these homing projectiles are quite a bit more tenacious. If anything in this fight will kill you, it's these, and below half his health, he'll increase the number of projectiles as well. Despite the fact they're in reach, ignore the hands during this attack. You want to be dead center in front of Darkseid so you can run beneath the missiles and lure them into the ground. If you dodge in any other matter, they're gonna get you. As with his other attack, there is a stylish alternative if you're up to the challenge. Hit him and return to sender, which in addition to dealing damage, can also get you a mess of tech points. My only other advice is to not forget you've got a potion in your item menu if things are looking grim, but a touch of patience and he'll go down no problem. The alternative version of that cutscene we'll experience should we lose to Darkseid doesn't look any different, but the music sets quite an alternative tone. But don't be afraid. Sir, this is the scariest moment of my life. One last thing before we move on. Don't worry, this is a good one. We actually did lose our shadow during that fight. That whole sequence where our shadow turned into Darkseid, that wasn't just a cool animation, we stopped casting a shadow afterwards.
Whoa!
Give me a break, Kyrie.
Sorry, you lazy bum. I knew that I'd find you snoozing down here.
No, this huge black thing swallowed me up. I couldn't breathe, I couldn't... Ow!
Are you still dreaming?
It wasn't a dream. Or was it? I don't know. What was that place? So bizarre.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, we should probably just forget that whole ordeal. Now we're gonna be properly introduced to our main cast. Sora, Kairi, and Riku. Now Kingdom Hearts has a lot of cutscenes which are, I believe the industry term is very talky. There are quite a few I'll happily abridge for the sake of pacing, but this is not one of them.
Say, Kyrie, what was your hometown like? You know, where you grew up?
I've told you before. I don't remember.
Nothing at all?
Nothing.
You ever want to go back?
Well, I'm happy here.
Really?
But you know, I wouldn't mind going to see it.
I'd like to see it too. Along with any other worlds out there. I want to see them all.
So what are we waiting for?
Hey! Aren't you guys forgetting about me? So, I guess I'm the only one working on the raft. And you're just as lazy as he is.
So you know this. Okay, we'll finish it together. I'll race you.
Huh?
What? Are you kidding?
Ready? Go!
characterization is so strong right out the gate. You don't need any kind of exposition or narration explaining how close of friends these three are. You don't get this kind of ribbing otherwise. And I want to draw special attention to Kairi, because her reputation in the fanbase is that of a very milquetoast generic love interest with no discernible personality traits. To which I say, did we just watch the same scene? This guy walks up, calls her lazy, and she responds like this.
So you know this.
She commences a competition she knows she's not gonna win, and she's trailing in third place, grinning. Sora and Riku's rivalry is set up so effortlessly. Sora's focus is fully on the race, but Riku's got enough energy to spare that he's just giving Sora this cocksure look. Oh, and also, when Sora goes,
I couldn't breathe, I couldn't... Ow.
if you slow it down, you can see Kairi just smacked him on the top of the head. Like, alright, snap out of it. But welcome to Destiny Islands. Hey, check it out. Bam. Disneyland! So we've got one main objective: collect all the materials necessary to finish a raft that will take us to other worlds. We'll need such advanced components as a log that's been saturating in salt water for who knows how long, and a rag so wind-torn it specifically was probably the origin of the word ragged. Now this little shopping list is really just here to get us comfortable on this island, and each one is found at one of its major landmarks, so nothing too tough, but if you do need an extra point in the right direction, Kairi's got your back, with such helpful advice as, I saw it hanging somewhere. You can ask her for either a vague hint or an exact outline of where something you're missing is. This is actually pretty nice. We don't really know this game's rules yet. It's not out of the question that you just won't be able to tell that this is an interactable object, so I'm glad they gave you this option. But what's interesting is that there is a slight consequence to asking directions. If you find all 4 objects without any help and report back to Kairi, she'll give you a high potion, which is just a more effective potion. If you've asked for any vague hints, she'll instead just give you a regular potion. And if you admitted you were hopeless, she just won't give you anything. Nah, you messed up, boy. She's gonna give that stuff to Riku now. Speaking of, we're not just meant to be getting familiar with this island's locations, but its denizens as well.
Ah, the breeze feels great.
Selphie hails from Final Fantasy VIII, and though the many Final Fantasy characters in this game aren't strictly identical to their canon counterparts, like the Disney Princess murals, the details that have carried over were chosen with care. I love that her boots were changed to sandals, and this blue wrapping was changed to a bead bracelet to better fit the tropics. Now, Selphie in her game of origin is essentially the embodiment of childlike optimism and fun, which is worth keeping in mind. We can get some optional dialogue from her by repeatedly picking the second option when talking to her, and it's a nice bit of world building. Seems the trio of Riku, Sora, and Kairi, and the trio of Final Fantasy characters each form a bit of a sub-clique in this group of friends, and the fantasy trio isn't privy to the raft plans, but the option we care about is absolutely wanna duel. Apart from Kairi, each of the other kids on the island is perfectly receptive to a friendly bout of beating the tar out of each other, and what's especially neat is that each one is designed to teach us the importance of a specific mechanic. Also, I love that Selphie's weapon is a jump rope when her weapon in Final Fantasy is a nunchaku. That's just such a clever parallel. Selphie's lesson is on parrying attacks. She has this one attack in particular where she'll chase you while whirling her rope around. She's too fast and corners too well to avoid. You have to hit her to stop her pursuit. And if you successfully deflect her other attacks, she's got this unique animation where the jump rope handle will bounce off her head, which is adorable. Either way, this is a very valuable lesson. Sometimes opponents will charge at you, and it's smarter to hold your ground than to evade.
I can't believe I lost.
You can challenge her as many times as you want, and even if you lose, there are no consequences. The only benefit apart from practice are the experience points. One at a time's not much. I wouldn't recommend grinding personally, but there are those who have gotten up to max level on this island. Godspeed, kindred spirits.
Better luck next time.
Next up is Titus.
Me and Titus?
Titus?
Titus and Walk are all wrapped up in their ball game.
Hey, Sora! You feel lucky today?
He originates from Final Fantasy X. Oddly, this scar on his cheek is specific to his Kingdom Hearts design. Anyway, odds are you already know this guy, if not by his name, then by his... It's honestly too fitting that this is the scene everyone knows him by, cause like Selphie, Titus can be summarized as a bit childish, lacking responsibility, and being pretty carefree and competitive. Dig through his optional dialogue and we get a neat if oblique reference to the sport he's a star of in his original game. Blitzball, a ball game played underwater. In combat, he's much the opposite of Selphie, teaching us the value of evading a tricky opponent until they give you an opening. His attacks can still be parried, but if you wait until he taunts you or wears himself out with his fancy flips, you'll be free to wail on him. This isn't something that's really going to be applicable to future foes, it's just a cute detail, but if you manage to get behind him while he's doing some kind of flip, you'll disorient him. He's like, ah! Where'd he go?
Oh man, I'm really off today.
Next up is Wakka.
Hey, what's happening, man?
Wakka gets a lot of flack for his voice acting in this game, and I think that's fair. In his home game of Final Fantasy X, he's voiced by honest-to-God, no really, John DiMaggio. But we've still got some solid star power on the Kingdom Hearts side. Here he's D. Bradley Baker. Personally, I don't think either one's accent hits the ear right. I'm sure if you asked, they'd both say it was Jamaican.
Coach and captain of the Besaid Aurochs, brother.
I'm getting a bit off track. He's also a big blitzball player in his game, and the ball he uses as his weapon of choice has the same pattern. Theming-wise, he's basically the embodiment of an if you had fun, you won mindset. His optional dialogue centers mostly around how bloody great Riku is at everything. Alright man, I get it. In battle, he's here to teach you all about projectiles. In addition to tech points, if you successfully knock any of his balls back into his head, he'll be stunned for a bit, giving you a lot of opportunity to deal damage. Knocking back projectiles is almost always a good idea. Despite its higher risk, it typically comes with huge returns. So here's the really important part. Sora's aerial attacks are much faster than his grounded ones, especially his opener, packing way less windup. For these purposes, and many others, attacking in midair is a lot easier and safer.
Oh man, that really hurt.
Our last combatant is Riku, and he was not oversold. Wielding the same weapon as us, but with a lot more flair, Riku is a major leap up in difficulty from those other three bozos. Driving home the rivalry between these two, Sora keeps score after every battle. So when you finally win one by the skin of your teeth, the record of all those losses still stands. Incidentally, it would seem Sora can't actually count past 100. Stay in school, kids. So what makes Riku so tough? Well, his battle is designed to teach you about counterattacks. Contrary to the Final Fantasy trio, you can't just mindlessly wail on Riku and expect results. He'll frequently block and parry your strikes, and even more frequently, get knocked into this retaliation attack. Many of the hardest foes in this game will have a retaliation counter, which ticks down every time you land a hit. If it hits 0, they'll perform an attack that will punish you for overcommitting to a combo. In Riku's case, he has a retaliation counter of 4, though it can't be reduced below 1 if he's already mid-animation. If you do attack him after triggering his counterattack, you'll have no choice but to reckon with your mistakes. But if you know about this counter and keep track of how many times you've hit him, this fight becomes much easier. Just try to make sure your grounded combo finisher isn't what reduces his counter to 0, and you should have plenty of time to get out of the way. Apart from that, you can absolutely just keep mashing attack. The rest of his attacks are all fairly simple to parry, even his own parry, funnily enough. You can just wait for him to drop his guard. You'll suffer some taunts, but the emotional damage won't be reflected in your health bar.
You still don't got it. What are you afraid of? Don't tell me you're giving up already. What are you afraid of?
However, if you just keep jamming the X button, you'll counter his counter, no problem. Then comes his second phase. Once he gets below 10 HP, his retaliation counter drops to 1 and only 1, and he starts performing his counterattack after only 1 guard, in addition to becoming much more mobile. The best tactic you can bring to this fight is to make liberal use of Sora's much faster aerial attacks. With less windup and cooldown, they make being reactive to his kick attack a viable alternative to planning around it. Only other thing to look out for is the ledge. Ringouts were possible against the others, but they're inevitable on this little island. Riku's quick to chase you down, so try to keep to the center of the arena, and with a bit of patience, you may finally start to even the score. Now, why would you want to do this? Certainly he gives more XP than the others, but it definitely doesn't take long to gather 5 XP from Selphie's fight. Riku does try to make it worth your while by giving you a free potion for every victory. Not a bad deal, but let's be honest. You want to win this fight just to show this guy. His smirk, his body language, his taunts, this frickin' counter. He's better than me and I want him not to be.
You still don't got it.
One final note, I love the way they both constantly say come on.
Come on!
Impossible to know who got it from who, but I bet I can guess. Alright, that was productive. Let's head back to Kairi and turn in all our finds. We've got another cutscene on our hands. This one's primarily characterizing for Riku.
Could be. We'll never know by staying here.
But how far could a raft take us?
Who knows? If we have to, we'll think of something else.
He's somehow simultaneously both laid back and ambitious, and it becomes clear over the course of this conversation that the raft was Riku's plan. That's not to say Sora and Kairi aren't into it, but he's the man thinking big picture.
It's just, I've always wondered why we're here, on this island. If there are any other worlds out there, why did we end up on this one?
I don't know.
Exactly. That's why we need to go out there and find out. Just sitting here won't change a thing.
You've been thinking a lot lately, haven't you?
Thanks to you. If you hadn't come here, I probably would have never thought of any of this.
Ooh, check out that eye roll. Sorry, Sora. Riku's just got more Riz. It's not your fault.
Kairi, thanks.
You're welcome.
Sora! You wanted one, didn't you?
A Palpu fruit?
If two people share one, their destinies become intertwined. They'll remain a part of each other's lives, no matter what. Come on, I know you want to try it.
What are you talking?
And just another killer rival moment to top it off. God, Riku's so cool.
I don't know if I'm allowed to let this music play. COPYRIGHT, copyright, copyright. Forever will Walt Disney hold it tight.
Good morning, Your Majesty. It's nice to see you, this one. What?
So we're back in Disney territory and meeting a couple of very familiar faces, but playing somewhat unfamiliar roles. I honestly love this. Contrary to the Final Fantasy characters, the Fab Five here don't really have a central canon. They're almost like celebrities in their own world that play act in the stories of others. Is Mickey ever portrayed as the king in a Disney park?
This way, so we should run down as far away as we can.
No, but you see the throne and the castle and the royal seal, and it's like, oh, well, yeah, like, he's the guy, of course. Oh, you want me to answer the question of why Donald Duck just quacked up in your JRPG? I'd expect you to already be past that. Come on, keep up.
Welcome to Big Welcome. This is serious.
Hey there!
This brief shot of the courtyard is another treasure trove of references. This time to the 1935 Mickey Mouse short, The Band Concert. The trombone, the horn pigs, the flautist, and the percussionist over here, though he is completely out of frame. Anyway, it's day 2 on the island, and there's a lot more to see and do. Everyone's got new dialogue and even some new mini cutscenes.
Hey, Sora, have you heard about the legendary power of the Palpu fruit? They say if you share it with someone you really care for, it binds you together forever and ever, through eternity. It's so romantic. I gotta try it sometime.
Oh, my selfie. I'm flattered, really, but I think, oh, you floozy! Yeah, she really lays it on thick with the Palpu fruit stuff. If you don't share a Palpu with Kairi soon, Riku might beat you to it. I get it! I am a malformed pygmy in comparison to Riku. I understand perfectly. Me? Well, I think I could do better than Tidus or Waka. Fair, fair. She'll let you challenge her again. The battle is the same as yesterday, though she does have different victory and defeat voice lines.
You got lucky. What? That's all you got?
All of Waka's new dialogue pertains to our goal for the day, which we haven't reached yet, so I'll save that a minute. But here are his new battle endings.
You've been training a lot, yeah?
I think you've gotten stronger, but odds are you're still no match for Riku. We took him on 3-1 last time. He whipped us all. Well, I guess Kairi can always count on him.
I get it! Riku is a god and I am an insect, I know! I don't actually want to come across that exasperated at them nailing in Riku's superiority here. It is a very central part of the dynamic, and we've gotten a lot of good show and tell about it. And I do think that's a very good thing. But as a kid, just, my god, I really wanted to be as cool as Riku.
Oh man, what's up? No contest.
He'll also give you the option to measure yourself against Riku by taking them all 3-on-1, a challenge which, hilariously, I find so much easier than fighting Riku. It's pretty simple all things considered. There's not going to be any way to avoid taking some pot shots without prolonging this fight so long it's not worth the bother, so the game plan is focus Selfie. She has the least HP and is easiest to stagger. As long as we keep moving and throwing off hitboxes, we'll be able to avoid and deflect most of the boy's attacks while we burst her down. And ideally, Titus will wear himself out and give you one less thing to deal with. Once that's done, focus on evading Titus until you stun Wakka, and then it's a normal Titus fight until Wakka shakes it off. Repeat until you've gotten Titus down, and then it's a Wakka solo battle.
Not your day, I guess. Man, you're unreal.
Something I wasn't aware of until Ozama LP told me about it in a comment, this fight can also be done on the first day, so long as you fought all 3 individually and talked to Titus again. It even includes 2 more unique voice lines for winning and losing.
Hey, you guys, I think we overdid it. I can't believe we lost.
I kinda wish this changed Titus's little scene for the day, because what do you mean? So did I! For all that, we get a potion. But honestly, the fight's so much longer than Riku's, I feel like this one's less worth it. Speaking of Riku, let's go find him. The door Kairi was blocking yesterday is now open to us, granting us access to the back half of the island. And there's Riku. Seems we've gotta come up with a name for the boat. Kairi had some obscure dialogue buried in her text boxes yesterday about naming it. Now Riku recommends High Wind, which is another Final Fantasy reference. A recurring title which has been applied to different characters and weapons across about half of all the games. Likewise, Sora's default recommendation Excalibur is a similar story, being an ultimate weapon in almost every Final Fantasy game, but you are free to choose any name you want. There is a profanity filter, and honestly I'm not jaded enough to experiment with it that much, but I was pleasantly surprised to see it was smart enough to filter ass but still let assassin through. Now we're gonna have a chance to get our hands on the wheel of this game's platforming mechanics.
If I win, I'm captain. And if you win...
I get to share the Palpu with Kairi.
Huh?
Deal? The winner gets to share a Palpu with Kairi.
Wait a minute.
Okay, on my count.
And they really throw you in the deep end here. Riku is not playing around. This course has a lot of mechanics you couldn't feasibly see coming, and Sora's jump is very... sticky. Distinguished by this heavy landing animation he does every time he touches down, if you're used to any other 3D platformers that let you carry on your airborne momentum, this will feel pretty awkward. And if you do fall down on this return journey, this jump here is sure to confound you. It's not that it's too high, but there's a lip on the edge that's impossible to get over if you jump from directly beneath, which is just downright unintuitive. All this to say, the deck is seriously stacked against you here, and Riku's all but guaranteed to win unless this isn't your first rodeo. Here's my favorite route to take. Ignore all the gimmicks, and at the start of the race, just book it off to the right. Up the stairs, and then across the beach to the ramp. From the star, do your best to hop back across the trees, and from there, you're home free. Riku's as good as his word, and does let you name the ship if you win, but either way, he plays off the Palpu thing as a joke. We are free to rematch him as much as we want, and our score tally carries over from yesterday, but at this point, we'll only be racing for pretty stones. An item of no clear purpose, but I'll let you know now, we can sell them for money later, which could be nice to have. While we're here, I want to point out how weirdly complex Riku's routing through this course is. He'll behave completely differently depending mostly on how close you two are. For example, he'll normally ace this jump, but if you're too close to him, he'll fall down to the lower path. Over at the star, if you're neck and neck, he'll nail these hops across the trees, but if not, he'll fall down and have to take the walk of shame across the beach. He even takes his time a bit. I love this. It's just some simple rubber banding, but it fits diegetically as a result of Riku's cockiness. Then my favorite example, the zipline tower. Oh god, Sora! So here's a question I've always had. Despite the zipline's literally breakneck speed, is that burst really worth it considering the slow ladder climb to reach it? Well, with the power of technology, I can finally have my answer. It is almost exactly as fast at getting you to this point by the ramp. The actual advantage it gives you is dropping you next to these trees, giving you a more direct route to the star. If you take that route, the zipline is a bit faster at the cost of more risk and precision. Riku will always try to take the zipline unless Sora gets too close to the ladder, in which case he'll switch and take the beach route. There is, however, a point at which Riku commits to climbing the ladder, even if Sora starts climbing up behind him, or, through the use of blatant cheating, beats him to the top. Hey look, Kairi said take any route you like. If airwalking was off the table, she should have specified. So what happens if we steal Riku's zipline? Well, he basically cheats back. Turnabout's fair play, I suppose. It looks even funnier if you take it backwards. Oh yeah, how about the fact you can take the zipline backwards? One last cool detail on this course, the top of the tower has a weather vane on it, and it's got a chocobo silhouette. We'll keep an eye out for more chocobo Easter eggs as we go. They're basically the Final Fantasy equivalent of hidden Mickey emblems.
Perfectly balanced. This whole thing should be.
Yes, in point of fact, I am insane. So with the race finished, let's see the consequences of it. Kyrie's over here on the raft and assigns us another task for the day, this time gathering food. The same prize rules apply here. We'll get a high potion if we don't ask for any hints, a potion if we let her give us any vague hints, and nothing if we have her spell it out for us. Her dialogue if you tell her everything's under control is damn cool though, and will change depending on who won the first race. If Riku won, she'll say, "Oh yeah, I win, that's cool. Does that make Riku captain?" But if Sora won, she'll ask if you're the captain, and she's even got this unique salute and giggle animation. She says she's gonna call you Captain Sora now, and here's the best part, she does. Starting after you get that dialogue, she'll end almost every conversation with it. So our goal now, 3 mushrooms, 3 fish, a seagull egg, 2 coconuts, and fresh water. Anyone else have no idea about the green and brown coconut thing until they played this game? It was news to me, that's for sure. The first mushroom we can find is interesting, tucked behind this boulder. Well, the mushroom's not interesting, but the boulder is. If we scooch it just a bit and then get Sora stuck in the gap, a failsafe will kick in and cause Sora to grind it neath his mighty heel. This makes sense. Checking for any objects beneath an actor stuck in midair and deleting them is a cool anti-softlock measure, but it's so charming they went the extra mile, adding an animation and sound effect and everything, as this boulder can't be destroyed in any other way. As long as we're redecorating a bit, we can get this crate from here to there, and then use it to get up to this gap in the stone and collect the only treasure on Destiny Islands, a protect chain, our first piece of equipment which will slightly boost our defense. Back on the front of the island, Waka will give us a few hints as to how to gather some of the food. He'll remind us to lock on to moving objects like these fish, and we got this cutscene from him.
Me and Titus, we are gonna do a little exploring today. You know, to the secret place at the base of that tree. There's gotta be something there, yeah?
We'll have to check that out. We can fill up our bottle at this waterfall, but even if you've already used the spring on the back of the island, take a moment to appreciate one of those perspective-dependent rainbow effects devs like to put in when they're really flexing. Last thing we need out here is the seagull egg, and check out this seagull actually. This is a really high fidelity seagull. You can make out its feet, even the irises in its eyes. This is a lot of effort. If you no-clip your way up to it, it even has collision. Why? Last place to check out is that secret place. Man, as a kid, I thought this island had it all. Ladders and bridges and tree houses and a dank-ass cave. I tried pulling some wooden planks into a tree one time. We got one up there and it was like, alright, this kinda sucks. So this place is covered in drawings, presumably all made by Sora and Kairi, but maybe Riku too. A lot of them depict fantastical adventures the trio have with castles and monsters, but there are quite a few references here too. Some actual hidden Mickeys, another Chocobo, straight up Donald Duck, a Moogle, and this one here's my favorite. I'm fairly sure this is meant to be a cockatrice, an enemy which has been in nearly every Final Fantasy, known both in the games and in mythology for turning its prey to stone, and here it is. In stone. A lot of these are probably oblique foreshadowing as well, so we'll take a look back at them another time.
Who's there?
I've come to see the door to this world.
Okay, that's it. I'm never sleeping again. This weird guy just snuck up on me in a cave? Sora shrugs this off so fast, what the hell?
Huh?
This world has been connected.
Well, what are you talking about?
Tied to the darkness, soon to be completely eclipsed.
So he spouts a bunch of cryptic stuff in an admittedly very sensuous voice, but I want to highlight this line specifically.
There is so very much to learn. You understand so little.
Oh yeah? Well, you'll see. I'm gonna get out and learn what's out there.
A meaningless effort. One who knows nothing can understand nothing.
Imagine if you're a kid and get hit with this. Like, it doesn't make sense on any level other than, oh, okay, I guess I'm just gonna be dumb forever then. Hearing it as an adult, it's so reductive. You understand how closed-minded this perspective is, but Sora is a child. Sora's age is never directly mentioned in this game, though according to the PS2 manual, he's 14, and his world, and by extension his world views, are equally small. He doesn't know what's in store for him, but he wants to, and that's all it really takes to learn anything, to be genuinely curious and willing to seek out answers. I bring this all up because it is a somewhat major theme going forward, the flawed idea that adults simply know better than children and always will, so keep an eye out for it. Okay, so we're just gonna go back to the upbeat Destiny Islands music and pretend that didn't just happen? Sure, why not? Before we leave this cave, this feels almost petty of me to point out, but I find this little sky bubble outside the cave really amusing. Sora will also have different dialogue when checking this door before and after the cutscene. I don't know, I guess if a random unopenable door had just been there all my life, I'd eventually stop paying it any mind, but I'd still say there's absolutely something out of the ordinary here. With all the food gathered, if we head on back and turn into Kairi, we'll see she's working on something. Or at least, she's meant to be working on something. You know what? Don't worry about it. She's making a lucky charm out of seashells. Thalassa shells aren't real, but the word Thalassa is Greek for sea, so seashells. Also worth noting, this exchange is slightly different in the original game. She simply mentioned what she was doing without the show and tell. This is honestly a really neat addition. But I think that's it. Preparations complete. Let's call it a day. Now the game's gonna dump a lot of cutscenes on us here. Like, this is the next 6 minutes of this game. This first one's really adorable. Sora and Kairi get a moment alone to anticipate the start of their adventure.
You okay?
Sora, let's take the raft and go. Just the two of us.
Huh?
Just kidding.
What's gotten into you? You're the one that's changed, Kairi.
Maybe. You know, I was a little afraid at first, but now I'm ready. No matter where I go or what I see, I know I can always come back here. Right?
Yeah, of course.
That's good. Sora, don't ever change.
Huh?
I just can't wait. Once we set sail, it'll be great.
Next scene! Back in Disney Castle, we're reading King Mickey's letter to Donald. Apparently, he left the castle in a rush to try and deal with some sort of impending disaster. He's left instructions for Donald and Goofy to find someone who holds a key, as without it, they're doomed. The ensuing conversation doesn't have much to it, it's just kinda like, alright, let's go do what he says. Though we do get this moment.
Safe return. Please, help the king.
And if we were to manipulate the camera to see that at a wider angle, it honestly looks even funnier. Donald's also got this exchange with Daisy.
Daisy, can you get power?
Of course.
What's he talking about? The nephews? The castle? His tugboat? This never comes up again, but can be explained by the original Japanese scene. I suppose the localizers were stuck between making it clear what he was talking about and having the sentence structure make any sense, so I can see how it wound up as is. We also meet Jiminy Cricket. He's important, but more importantly, let me take a look at that letter there. Well, we can make out his signature pretty clearly, but the rest of this is pretty rough. Princess? Airship? These two paragraphs are exactly the same as each other, so we can say for sure they were never meant to be looked at this close. Another thing we can see if we were to take the camera for a ride, these frames on Mickey's desk have some really delightful pictures inside them. They went all out with the rest of this room too. The corner of the skylight we see over here, it's got these intricate patterns tucked out of sight, and the whole room is partially modeled again under the floor to give this reflection effect. Next scene! We get this descent down a staircase with a bit of exposition.
Gosh, Jiminy, your world disappeared too? I gotcha. You mean while we're in other worlds, we can't let on where we're from, huh? We gotta protect the world border.
That's really all you need from that one. Next scene, they're in the castle's hangar, which is, again, a room they went way too hard on, despite the fact that this is the only time we're gonna see it this whole game. You've got all this interlocking brickwork, this adorable chipmunk house hanging from the ceiling. Frankly, just too much effort for none of it to be the focus. They're just flexing on me at this point. No one's in the cockpit here. You can see both Donald and Goofy for like a frame before Donald disappears, and then it's just Goofy. Next scene, back with Sora in his room. We get this focus on this adorable airship hanging from the ceiling, but again, they crammed this room with so many details I don't even know where to start. A map and a cute drawing of Destiny Islands on the ceiling. My boy has harpoons and a trident, as well as several poles, a net, and a few fishing traps. Kairi had us out there snagging fish by hand? Oh yeah, and there's a storm gathering over the islands, that's fine, whatever. A bunch of weird masks, these cool blocky toys with interchangeable arms and heads, and this shirt! Do you think if I designed and sold this shirt, would I get in trouble?
Sora, dinner's ready. Come on down. Sora?
Sora's mom, what a meme. You want to know about Sora's mom? Too bad. That remains as her only line in this whole franchise to date. Only here to make it a little more poignant that Sora snuck out his window and ran off to the island. Alright, last scene in this batch.
What's that? Riku's boat! And Kairi's!
Oh, that ain't good. The shadow creatures from our dream are back, only this time our weapon's not playing by the same rules. Maybe we should have grabbed the trident, I bet that would have worked. Well, no matter where we run to, there's no escaping these guys. Doors are locked and even the door from our dream has popped up quite out of place. So we gotta find Riku. There he is. Curiously, the ladder, which is normally on the back of this island, is gone. The implication being that the storm washed it away, though it's to ensure we cross the cutscene trigger on the bridge. If we don't do that though...
He's just standing there, menacingly!
Much less menacingly, we can push him around and even off the island, and pretty much anywhere we want with enough patience. We can also take this opportunity to notice the nice touch of making these trees rock in the violent wind, which doesn't just animate their models, but their collisions as well. That's enough of that, let's actually check on Riku.
Where's Kairi? I thought she was with you.
The door is open.
What?
The door is open, Sora. Now we can go to the outside world.
What are you talking about? We gotta find Kairi.
Kairi's coming with us. Once we step through, we might not be able to come back. We may never see our parents again. There's no turning back. But this may be our only chance. We can't let fear stop us. I'm not afraid of the darkness.
Riku.
That's another one I just had to let play. Especially high praise for Haley Joel Osment's delivery on this line.
Riku.
It's not easy to perform that many mixed emotions. Now we are in business. The Keyblade's design is so instantly iconic. They were onto something good here and they knew it. But it's capable of taking out these shadows no problem. If we check our stats before and after that scene, we can't see the wooden sword's stats, but we can tell it actually had a strength stat of 0. Now we're packing heat. This whole sequence is generally referred to as the Night of Fate, after the name of the song currently playing. Perhaps the most interesting thing about it is to do with this being the only area in the entire game with both enemies that can kill us and water we can swim in like this. Despite how utterly niche this interaction is, especially with these shadows being all but harmless, and needing some major convincing to chase us out to sea, Square programmed in a unique dying animation for if they take you down in the water. It's easy to assume that these shadows will infinitely respawn, but in fact there is a finite number, so if you feel so inclined, you can clean off this whole beach. But that doesn't stop the ominous music, so evidently we're gonna have to get to the heart of matters. Let's try that door.
Kairi!
Sora.
Oh, that really ain't good. Darkseid is back, and this time we actually have to win. He's packing extra HP and a lot of extra punch, so hopefully you've gotten a few levels and potions from the island. Before we talk tactics though, I want to point out this ruined slab of island we're on, implied to basically be all that's left. You can even see the remains of the watchtower with the chocobo weather vane on top. Strategy-wise, he's almost identical to when we fought over Bell, but he has one new attack, this Sphere of Darkness. First, he'll punch into the ground, creating a shockwave you gotta jump over, and pull out this sphere. It is a hitbox, but just don't be stupid and run right into it. Finally, he'll launch it into the sky, causing these dark orbs to rain down on you for... ever. They're weirdly inconsequential though. They might hit you, but Sora's attacks and the regular movement you take over the course of this fight are more than enough to avoid all of it. This attack does give you another opportunity to climb up to his head if you're careful, and hey, if you're really precise, you can ride around on his shoulder like a little Disney sidekick. Once again, your victory here is mostly a matter of evading or blocking the Heart Seekers. Don't forget your potions if things get tight, and finish him off. Once we've done that, maybe we can just hope this is all another nightmare. Bit of a somber note to end on, but that was Destiny Islands, our inauguration to Kingdom Hearts. I don't think it's any mystery why it's such an effective hook into the rest of the game. From the soaring high of the intro cutscene to the dark intrigue of the awakening to the utterly comforting and laid-back vibes of the island, it goes several extra miles to make you feel like you've got this sweet little clubhouse away from responsibilities, where you can get away with doing basically anything you want. It's all fun in the sun with your besties. Maybe you're happy here, like Kairi, or maybe you're eager for your adventure to kick off like Riku. Either way, it's reassuring to know you've got a place as great as this one to fall back on. Until... the Night of Fate is one of those incredibly effective moments where the game rips something away from you, turning this sanctuary of childlike joy and free spirit into a waking nightmare. It both knocks you down and hypes you up. We're in for quite an adventure now, even if it's not the one we planned. We've taken our first steps. Now we'll just have to wait and find out where they'll lead us. The Kingdom Hearts design document is a delicious piece of lost media which managed to resurface around the internet in 2015. It's essentially a pitch for the game itself, with concept art, a plot synopsis, and even a few juicy tidbits that never made it into the final game. Of course, I'll give this all a stronger spotlight when we get to the relevant parts of the game, but I bring this up now because I absolutely love how this world is described in the synopsis. Traverse Town, a crossing point of people, items, information, and memories.
Oh, Donald, you know, I bet you that,
What do you know, you big coyote?
Ask anyone who's played Kingdom Hearts how to describe the feelings Traverse Town gives them, and they'll usually describe it like a warm hearth. Homey, comfortable, welcoming. But in these initial moments, we watch our home, a star as far away as can be, blink out of existence. And now, we're in these harsh cobbled streets, draped in the cloak of night. A far cry from the warm sandy beach we were just swept away from. Traverse Town is imposing. Tall walls and buildings block us in at every angle. There's a weight to it. The lights are warm, but the total lack of familiarity is hardly cozy.
Hey!
Now, in control once more, let's check out a few things. We got some posters over here. One's got a nice looking boat on it, the other's got some gibberishy scribbles. Now the game's gone out of its way to make sure we walk down this alley and out into the main square, especially thanks to this oblivious lunker right up here. But with some very precise jumps, it is possible to escape this alleyway via the rooftops. If we do so, we'll be able to roam most of the town freely, and even find a few oddities, like the fact that the accessory shop is being manned by a different guy than usual, and this edgy looking fellow hanging out in the alleyway, very concerned about puppies. These are all things that would indicate we're further in the game than we are, so we've really thrown a wrench in the game's scripting here, to the point that we've completely soft-locked our file. There's no way to trigger the next progression flag, so don't even think about saving. Now let's try that again, and actually do what's expected of us here. Out in the main plaza, we've got a few colorful characters we can talk to, but there's an ominous undertone to almost everything they say. Where am I from? None of your business. Don't ask that question here. Everyone's got an unhappy past. It paints a picture that this is a town of refugees. We've washed up here after losing our worlds like so much flotsam and jetsam. Also, this guy here is totally a reskinned Tidus model. There are some very cool details scattered about here as well. This building over here is some kind of restaurant, and its menu is fully legible, which is rare, including its prices. Oh my God, $85 for bottled drinks? What a steal. This building's also got this really funky clock on top of it. Judging by this, I'd say it's about half past yeet. There's some chalk graffiti on the wall of the item shop. It's impossible to tell what any of it says. The only remotely readable words here are book compost, but we do have this adorable little sailboat drawing. My favorite detail though is the cafe sign. It's nothing special in the HD remakes, but back on the PS2 versions, it's got some Japanese text written on it. This doesn't directly translate to any word in English. It says Fransuya, which most approximately translates to France, yeah, in English. No, mercifully, I've been educated by enough of you to know that when a sign like this ends in yeah, that's just shorthand for restaurant or store. Okay, so it's a French cafe. Big deal. Why is this your favorite detail? Well, it so happens, this is the exact name of a real French cafe in Shinjuku, Japan, barely a mile away from Square Enix's headquarters. That's no coincidence. I'm sure it's also no coincidence this adorable little tribute didn't make it into the HD collections. I'm guessing they didn't actually get permission to put the name of their favorite French restaurant in their game, or if they did, they didn't want to do it again for the remaster. Either way, a crazy obscure detail, the likes of which you know I'm nuts about. Lastly, I think I'd better acknowledge the elephant in the room. These funky lamppost designs, these signposts over here with the white gloved fingers, this crazy mailbox, all these shops and their signage, and especially this sign over the town's exit. See you again with a Mickey emblem over the top of it. This area's design is heavily influenced by Disneyland's Main Street. That would certainly explain the prices on that restaurant, too. In all seriousness, Kingdom Hearts has a lot of parallels to a day in a Disney park, taking abbreviated journeys through the worlds of some of our favorite movies, meeting recognizable characters. We'll keep an eye out for more as we go along, but I love this. Our first stop after leaving home is a world heavily influenced by the entrance to a Disney park. This is probably the best time to bring this up too. Sora's outfit is strongly based on Mickey's design, with big yellow shoes, puffy red pants, and a black top, which, intentionally or not, mirrors a popular trend among Disney park goers called Disney bounding, where you dress as similarly to your favorite character as you can get away with, because full-on Disney cosplay isn't actually allowed for Disney reasons. Right, was I playing a video game? So what the game wants us to do now is visit that accessory shop, to such a degree that if we try to leave the first district without checking it out, we'll get this scene here like, hey idiot, there's this big building over here that you ignored. Of course, in return, you can literally ignore that prompt and head on to the second district anyway. Oh hey, it's that guy again. Maybe we should give him a name. Oh, never mind. Right, I think it's time we properly introduced these creatures. These are called shadows. They're the most basic enemies we'll face, but their design is so iconic. I love that they went for yellow eyes instead of red. Despite their sinister presence, they are downright adorable. Now, after dealing with that batch, we can advance things again by simply heading back to the first district, entering the accessory shop, and then leaving again. So if you're in a hurry to move things along, we could be on our way right now. But you already know I'm in no hurry, and there is plenty to see and do in this town, so let's rewind a bit. Back in the first district, that funky mailbox actually has something of a side quest for us. Find 10 postcards and mail them for a prize. We can find one right away by doing a bit of silly parkour on the roof of the accessory shop. Then let's check out the item shop. It's run by Huey, Dewey, and Louie of all characters, Donald Duck's nephews, so child labor's on the table in Traverse Town. Good to know. I handpicked everything on these shelves. We carry only the best. I will say that is quite an impressive assortment of stuff that should really be refrigerated. Unfortunately, we can't purchase any of that. All he's got in stock are some basic recovery items. We can, however, sell any pretty stones we won from the race back on the island, which I may have gotten too many of, I'm not gonna lie, especially considering they were made significantly more valuable in Final Mix than they were in the original. Couple more nice details in here. This sheet on the counter Ugh, even if it were higher resolution, it's in cursive, my only weakness. A couple YouTube comments to the rescue though. Bartholomew Rose cracked a few lines in the middle, appearing to say Osama wa o genki desu ka. Then, in a collaborative effort between Captain Question 2975, Fire and Ashley, and Donovanheimer 4002, I think we got this whole thing deciphered. Otsukaresama desu yoku ni osama wa o genki desu ka, watashi ha genki. And then this scrunched text at the bottom is probably the signature. So the whole note translates roughly to thank you for your hard work, how is the king, I'm doing well. Which all amounts to this being a letter to Donald from his nephews, in adorable detail that is way too well hidden. There's some posters on the walls. This town's really got a thing for boats, huh? And then check it out. This scale over here will actually react to Sora standing on it. That's a ridiculous amount of polish for something so unassuming. Before we leave the store, we're gonna do something very logical and attack the ceiling fan. That'll net us postcard 2 out of 10. That fan has some unused associated text. No doubt originally intended to draw your attention to it. You can still find this text in-game by hacking your way out of bounds, so a huge thanks to Rebellious Trico for getting me footage. It's a notice to inform customers if the fan is broken or not. Given this it can't be read from the back message, I'm guessing it was supposed to be coded onto this freestanding sign here. Not sure how that wound up on the outside wall. Alright, let's finally check out the accessory shop. Inside we'll be introduced to Sid from Final Fantasy... hold on. Wait, how many Sids are there? This is Sid from Final Fantasy VII, whose full name, incidentally, is Sid Highwind. He's a bit crass, but has a very protective nature. And while Kingdom Hearts' E rating wouldn't allow his more colorful vocabulary to be represented here, once again, it's worth knowing what he's all about. He's basically a father figure, and if you do recognize him from his home game, he's a reassuring and endearing presence. Though I will say, if you don't recognize him, his offer to look out for you here does feel a little like it comes out of left field. But this is a nice shop. Got this hearth and this comfy couch and these starry display windows. Yo, this is neat. How come I've never seen this in real life? Necklaces and bracelets and earrings and stuff hanging from trees. Hey, is that a frickin' crown? Not to mention, the only save spot in town. So while it is a little obtuse that coming back in here after getting attacked by the shadows is our only progression path, it's basically inevitable that you'd stop back in eventually. As long as we're here, the obsidian ring Sid sells isn't a bad investment if you can afford it. And you can hop up here and steal a mithril shard from him. An item of no apparent purpose right now, though we can get a hint as to what it's for over here. We can synthesize items out of other items on the second floor. How neat! Unfortunately, the second floor is currently closed off, but through the power of blatant hacking, we can open it up early. This has almost nothing to do with the game itself because there'd be no way to do this on a normal file, but I do find it fascinating from a coding perspective that if you manage to jury-rig yourself somewhere you're not supposed to be, the game just kind of proceeds business as usual. Ordinarily, I'd expect another softlock scenario like the one we found earlier. Moving on to the second district, yada yada, this guy freaking dies. If instead of returning to the accessory shop we explore this area, there's a lot to find. Like postcard number 3 right up here on this awning. Boots and shoes, huh? I really doubt you have Sora's size in stock. This Suits and Dresses store sign bears a striking resemblance to the Mad Hatter from Disney's Alice in Wonderland, which is definitely a bit odd, but I'm gonna say it's indicative of Traverse Town's role as an intersection of ideas from other worlds spilling out over into it. Yeah, that sounds good. If we do a bit more platforming onto this cathedral-looking building, we can knit ourselves a Mega Potion, which is pretty overkill recovery for this stage in the game. Other than a lot more shadows to bash, that's all we can find outside here. Let's check the buildings. Throughout our travels through the town, we'll get a number of scenes of Donald and Goofy looking for either us or Leon, appearing in the main square only when we depart it, ensuring we miss each other over and over and over again. It's an adorable detail, but it's also one of our means of progressing to the next chapter of this world. In order to trigger the next major cutscene, we can either return to Sid's shop after slaying at least 5 shadows around town, or by seeing all 4 possible variants of this little scene and visiting the 3rd district. If you want to avoid combat as much as possible, I guess it's nice they gave you the option, but be aware of the first requirement if you're in a hurry. Inside the hotel, there isn't much of substance, but there is a definite peculiarity worth pointing out. You can hit the bell at the front desk, and if you do it enough, we'll get this faceless hotel manager NPC telling us there's no vacancy. Now that alone is kind of interesting, but examine these brochures by the desk and you'll get this note from the manager that they're hosting an art exhibit. If we show we're a fellow appreciator of the arts by examining the 2 paintings in the hallway, the manager will pipe up that paintings are great. Hit the bell a few more times after that, and he'll tell you that if you ever stay the night, you should try hitting the clock. So that's convoluted, but you know what? I love that it's here. Though I gotta say, Midsummer Dawn over here looks pretty wintry to me. Our next stop is that big cathedral-looking building, and for anyone watching who hasn't played this game already, I want you to take a moment and imagine what you think the interior of this building will look like. Okay, ready? Welcome to the Gizmo Shop. What is this room? What do they sell or make or do? It is an eternal mystery. Now, similar to the beach in the Destiny Island Night of Fate, it's easy to assume that the shadows spawning in this room are infinite, and that you just have to get fed up and ignore them. But once again, there is a finite number. It's even a neat little detail. Every single wave that spawns has one more shadow than the last, incrementing until the last wave spawns a batch of 9 of them. There's no reward for beating them all, except the piece to take in this room's many crazy details. I really like these little bird silhouettes on this circle, kind of referencing animation cells, or perhaps more accurately, those old zoetropes, as pointed out to me by RiceMilk413. There's this prancing deer silhouette on this gear too, which is a similar deal. Oh hey, a clock we can actually read. Guess it's midnight? That makes sense. There's nothing else in here for now though. Let's move on to our next stop, the Dalmatian House. 101 Dalmatians is of course another animated Disney classic, and its role in this game is pretty genius. Pongo and Perdita are the only Dalmatians left, and the 99 puppies have been scattered to the winds, no doubt when their world was swallowed by darkness. So it's up to us to find and gather them all back here. This little atelier consists of 4 unoccupied rooms, each adorned with pictures of the many lost puppies. Hey, wait a minute, this clock says it's 2 o'clock, and this grandfather clock says it's 3. What's going on here? The back door of the house leads to the alleyway, a stretch of back street that aligns with the balconies of the hotel rooms. There's a potion at the far end of it, another on the balcony of the employees only room, and a pretty stone on the far rooftop. The most noteworthy details out here are probably all these flags advertising the many businesses we've seen around town so far. Now let's head through this door and pop back out into the second district. Hey, there's another clock up there, and this one says it's like 5 till 7. What time is it in this town? The last place we can check out now is the third district, down this alley and through this door, but this district is by far the most dubious. No shops, one empty house. What's this area used for? The only thing of any real note out here is this fountain portraying the iconic dinner scene from Lady and the Tramp, and now I want spaghetti. But there's really nothing else to do except head back to the accessory shop and advance things forward. Pretty simple, like, yeah, that makes sense moment here. The first district is now infested with shadows, so all the NPCs have presumably taken shelter inside. Or maybe they got shredded to pieces, who can say?
They'll come at you out of nowhere.
Who are you?
And they'll keep on coming at you, as long as you continue to wield the Keyblade. But why? Why would it choose a kid like you?
Hey, what's that supposed to mean?
Never mind. Now, let's see that Keyblade.
What? There's no way you're getting this.
All right, then have it your way.
So another guy way cooler than me wants to duel. Just another day that ends in Y for Sora. Leon is another supposed to lose fight. He's by far the toughest opponent we've ever faced, due mainly to the fact that he is extremely tough to stagger and can crack off his melee attacks lightning fast. Attacking him at close range is sure to get you sliced and diced. However, at range, his Firaga spell hits like a truck. Odds are, unless you've grinded to an absurd degree, Leon's gonna do you in no problem.
Hey, you found it. Nice going, Leon.
Still, it looks like things are worse than we thought. A lot worse.
However, he's far from impossible. It's just a matter of knowing when it's safe to hit him, for which there are only 2 real opportunities. One is when he's airborne. He'll frequently leap at you to clear long distances, and if you can catch him before he hits the ground, you can basically get a full combo on him for free. The second is if he is stunned by returning the fireball. Similar to Waka, deflecting the projectile will leave him vulnerable for a short time, but beware, he'll counterattack immediately after you finish a combo, so be ready to jump away the moment your last strike lands. So essentially, to win this fight, you have 2 options. You can face him down in the open plaza, master the timing of deflecting Firaga, and whittle him down each time he gives you an opening. Alternatively, you may notice that the entirety of the first district is our battleground, which enables us to do some very silly things. So our second option is unforgivable cheese. Lure him down to this alleyway, jump up to the upper ledge, and up here, you're completely safe from his projectile. Now simply wait for him to hop up to you, and when he does, give him a couple good whacks. For some reason, this always results in him doing an immediate backstep off the ledge. Now this might take a minute, but hey, if it works, it works.
no way I can lose.
Now you're gonna...
Ah, man, plot armor seems pretty busted when someone besides us has it, huh?
Oh, you're slipping, Leon.
I went easy on him.
Look at this shit-eating grin that pops up for a split second when he says he went easy on us. Whoa.
Looks like things are worse than we thought. A lot worse.
This cutscene is a new addition to the final mix versions of the game, and was not present in the original. As such, there's no voice acting despite the dialogue, but there's something about the silence of it that makes things extremely eerie in a way that I think adds to the scene. All the same, I have final mixed feelings about this addition. It sort of pops a bubble of apprehension to see that Riku is okay this early. But if you have already played through the original at least once, you'll recognize the area he's in, and it is a neat bit of information to know where he landed when he was swallowed by the darkness. Like I said, mixed feelings.
Gosh, there's nobody here. Sure is spooky.
Actually, I'm not scared.
Excuse me, did the king send you?
I don't have a lot to say about that cutscene specifically, but honestly, I gotta say, even if the humor itself doesn't land, the vibes of that sort of old-school Disney cartoon humor have been spot on whenever these two goobers have been on screen. It's a fun time. This next cutscene, though, is a doozy. It's one of the longest and most expositional in the game, and it's got a lot going on. Sora hallucinates Kairi for a minute before she turns out to be this girl named Yuffie, and then she and Squall...
That's Leon.
...take it in turn with Aerith in the other room to explain to Sora, Donald, and Goofy the whole state of affairs.
Those creatures that attacked you are after the Keyblade.
Let me summarize. The barriers between worlds, which might more accurately be called dimensions, are breaking down ever since the appearance of the Heartless. Shadows, Darkseid, and many, many other creatures born of and drawn to the darkness within people's hearts. You can think of them sort of like heart zombies, and they're especially interested in Sora's heart because the Keyblade scares the bejesus out of them. Then they start talking about this dude named Ansem, who was actually researching the Heartless and recorded all his findings in the Ansem Reports, which, wouldn't you know it, got scattered across the worlds because it really wanted to be a MacGuffin in this hot new Kingdom Hearts game. Goofy concludes that those pages must be what the king went looking for.
We've got to find him, quick!
Red! First we need that key!
And then attention turns to the enigmatic Keyblade. It's your typical Master Sword in the Stone kind of dealy bopper, only wieldable by its chosen one. And Sora finally takes a moment of introspection to reflect on how flip turned upside down his life has gotten.
Well, I didn't ask for this.
The Keyblade chooses its master, and it chose you.
So, tough luck.
How did all this happen? I remember being in my room. Wait a minute! What happened to my home? My island? Riku! Kairi!
You know what? I really don't know.
I gotta say, that line from Leon is really endearing. He seems like the man with all the answers, and I know it's kinda edgelordy, but I love that he respects Sora enough to be honest with him. Even though he's been really down on Sora being the Keyblade wielder, which does kinda feed into those themes of adults looking down on children I pointed out back in the Destiny Island cave, this puts him a cut above anyone who might have sugarcoated the situation. Speaking of, Leon, or rather Squall Leonhart, is the main character from Final Fantasy VIII. He's your typical broody, no-nonsense anime protagonist, and as you may expect from someone whose sword is a gun, he's basically the embodiment of a 13-year-old boy's masculine ideal. What's interesting is that his arc within Final Fantasy VIII centered largely around his struggles with being in a position of authority over others. As a quintessential lone wolf type who keeps everyone at arm's length due to edgy trauma, he's uncomfortable placing his trust in his teammates and having their trust placed in him. What we have here on the Kingdom Hearts side of things then is a more mature Squall, one who's plainly quite comfortable leading this little band, and even highly trusted by King Mickey of all people. This may even be tangentially related to why he goes by Leon in this universe instead of Squall. To my knowledge, a moniker he never took in his original game, though we will get a slightly more concrete answer to that later. As for the rest of this rabble, we have Yuffie. I gotta point out this cool effect where her and Kairi's voices overlap for a second as Sora comes back to reality.
Kairi? Who are you talking about?
I'm the great ninja Yuffie.
Yuffie originates from Final Fantasy VII, in which her role within the party is as this chaotic neutral thief who tricks the party and nicks their shit like 3 times before settling down and joining them properly. Here, she's obviously a lot more neutral good from the get-go, but the way Sora mistakes her identity might be an homage to her original role as a trickster. Fun fact, her position in Leon's little squad was originally meant to be filled by Riku from Final Fantasy X, but was changed to Yuffie to prevent any confusion with Riku, different amounts of K's notwithstanding. However, Yuffie's Kingdom Hearts design does contain a few elements of Riku's, as a bit of a nod to that original plan. The last member of the trio is Aerith, also from Final Fantasy VII, and perhaps one of the most recognizable members of the cast. She's got plenty going on in her home game, and is a fan favorite for what I'm assured are good reasons, but good God, her portrayal in this game is so mind-numbingly bland, I often forget she's even here. The trio as a whole is pretty cool though, bringing across this sense of a coalition formed by the scattering of several worlds, banded together in scrappy rebellion despite the odds. Back in control, I know, right? Finally. We're in one of the hotel rooms we couldn't enter earlier. There's a locked chest on the table, you can tell by its giant glowing keyhole, but then if you talk to Yuffie, she's like, "Hey genius, you have a stonking great magic key, haven't you?" And just like that, we've unlocked the ability to open anything with a keyhole on it. How nifty. There's another piece of art from the exhibit in here. 1800 in the past. Time flies. I'd love for this to be a reference to something, but looking at it, the only thing that comes to mind is Avatar: The Last Airbender, and I don't think that's right. 2 more little paintings over here, Bald Mountain, 7 AM, and Midday Jungle. Now these are indeed both references. Bald Mountain, of course, references the sequence Night on Bald Mountain from Disney's Fantasia, set to the song of the same name originally composed in 1867, which was based on the Bald Mountains, significant to witches in Slavic folklore dating back as early as 500 AD. Yeah, obvious stuff, everyone knows that. Midday Jungle references something we'll see a bit later in the game, so we'll come back to that one. But now we've seen every painting we can see in the art exhibit, and they all describe one time or another. The hotel manager already rewarded our discerning eye for art by telling us to hit the clock in a room should we ever stay in one. Don't worry, clock, this won't hurt a bit. Before we do, once again, this clock matches none of the times we've seen on any other clock so far. It's like 9:34. I've given up already. When I started, I didn't expect 1/2 yeet to be the most accurate clock in town, but you've broken me. At least now I can break you back here! Every time we hit the clock, it'll be set to the next hour, and every time we get it to match one of the times mentioned by the surrounding paintings, we'll get a rewarding jingle. Once we've gotten it to match all 3, a treasure chest will spawn on this credenza containing a mithril, described in the item menu as an extremely rare metal ore, and I believe it considering every hoop we had to jump through to find this one. You can't even lock onto the clock to know you can hit it, you basically have to get that hint from the manager. Anyway, that's all to the green room, and Leon won't let us leave, so all that's left is to talk to him and tell him we're ready whether we're ready or not.
Yuffie, go!
Yuffie!
Sora, let's go!
This badass action scene is brought to you by hot dogs. They're really expensive. So Leon tells us not to bother with the small fry and find the leader, but man, there's so much to go over now. For starters, this new variety of Heartless. They're called soldiers, and while they're a bit tougher than shadows, it's the same basic principle. What I definitely want to note about them is that if you only ever played the original game and not Final Mix, they may look a tad different to how you remember. In fact, Final Mix palette swapped dozens of the varieties of Heartless in this game, and I personally find it usually wasn't for the better. The soldiers are a prime example, changing from a dark blue to a dark orange. It just kind of browns them out. Thinking about this change in the context of when Final Mix was first released, less than a year after the original, finding so many of the enemies with a fresh coat of paint must have been pretty novel, a good way to mix things up for players who likely just finished the game only a few months prior. However, in the context of there's no reasonable way to play a non-Final Mix version of this game these days, I'm disappointed there's not something like an option to toggle back to the original colors in the menu. Now, like I said, tons of the Heartless have seen a change in Final Mix, and I think it'd get pretty repetitive for me to point it out every time we come across a new one, so instead what we're gonna do is just use the original designs in the bios, and I'll just point out any that I find to be significant upgrades or downgrades. Soldiers are also the first of many Heartless we'll encounter to bear this red and black emblem. We'll get into the differences between those that do and don't way later, but for the time being, a curious element of soldiers specifically is that they actually have 2 more of these symbols on the palms of their hands. I don't know if that's significant, but it is neat. Speaking of other Heartless, if we head into the red room, there's a strong chance that you'll encounter a batch of white mushrooms. White mushrooms are a very peculiar species of Heartless, inaggressive, and if you attack them, they get more annoyed than anything. We can't do anything with them yet, but it is worth knowing they're here. As for the red room itself, you get a pretty stone from its treasure chest, but the elephant in the room for me are certainly these kanji all over the back wall. At least, I assumed they were kanji, but after some cursory research and an embarrassingly long time holding up a Google Translate lens to my monitor, I realized that everything here is totally made up. Though these scrolls to the sides are clearly based on Japanese kakejiku down to the red signature in the corner, these are unfortunately a bunch of meaningless scribbles. What is pretty cool is comparing these to the original textures, and seeing how the artists interpreted these low-res designs into what we ended up getting. I'll also point out that the hotel has 2 more rooms, which we'll regrettably never get to see the inside of, but based on the doors, room 3's got a western desert theme, and room 4's got an undersea ocean theme. Man, I bet it's like that one hotel room in the Goofy movie. One last thing to point out about the hotel itself before we move on, and this might just be my favorite detail about it. Out here in the alleyway, by once again hacking and flying above the rooftops, we're afforded the rare opportunity to look between the seams of this game's level design. It's possible to land within the red or green rooms here, and if we do, we'll find not only that the dimensions of these rooms within the alleyway map are identical to how they'd be if we were still within the rooms proper, but we can still find all the collision mapped models of the furniture still active here, just invisible. Not only that, but all the loading zones attached to the doors, all of which we should have no reason to reach from the alleyway map, are fully functional as you'd expect. This reveals something wholly remarkable about Kingdom Hearts' world design. Even though every area we've been to is separated by loading zones and doors and black screens, if you were to combine every map into one, they would all connect and line up with little to no overlap or disjoints. This makes sense in a way. Remember, one of Kingdom Hearts' principal inspirations was Mario 64. The developers were struck by the free-roaming nature of the world, so I suspect they designed many of the worlds of this game to be the same way. Massive maps you could see the entirety of with a proper vantage point. Of course, with how incredibly detailed these areas are, it's no question having the entire world loaded in at once would have been ludicrously resource-intensive, even for the powerhouse that was the PS2. So obviously they scaled things back, and broke these large cohesive worlds into pieces that could be loaded and unloaded often. Still, going forward, we will find a few more areas where we can see things slotted together like puzzle pieces, which is a cool testament to what might have been. Back in District 1, we'll find all our homies have cleared out the Heartless and have some interesting things to share, most notably is Aerith, who will give you a free Mega Potion. She also calls us the Keyblade Master here, which I want to draw attention to, cause this is actually a minor mistake in localization. In Japanese, she says, "So, you are the one chosen by the Keyblade." Going forward, we'll hear a lot about how Sora is the Keyblade Master, but in Japanese, they'll always say something along the lines of Keyblade's chosen one, never Keyblade Master. It's not really a big deal, but this does go on to be a minor plot hole in future games, so it is worth pointing out, I think. Not much else going on around here, though since Yuffie pointed out this big-ass key in our hands, we can open up the vault sitting over here, and net ourselves postcard number 4. Then, for some reason, we can just keep checking the vault. There's something unintentionally hilarious about that. Sid's not feeling too chatty right now, but if we head on into the nephew's shop, there's an interesting little detail. You may notice each of these 3 ducklings is in a different position than they were on our first visit. Every time you come into this shop, these 3 are likely to have shuffled roles. When they do this is dependent on your playtime, cycling between jobs every 20 seconds or so as long as you're not inside. Nick McSlyton did most of the testing for me, and the working theory is that the cycle begins on the second you first gain control in Traverse Town. So while mine may be switching on every 19, 39, and 59 seconds, 30-second mark, yours might be on the pretty round numbers. A bizarrely elaborate bit of minutia, but as you'll see going forward, that is very much this game's MO. Yuffie hints we should head to the 3rd district, and that really is the only direction left to go, though I will take a quick detour through the Gizmo shop, cause that gauntlet of 45 shadows has been altered now that soldiers have been added to the mix. Now it instead builds up to a batch of 5 soldiers at once, which can actually be a pretty threatening quintet at this early stage in the game, though the experience is a bit less special considering you can fight a similar batch of 5 soldiers right outside. There's not much of an art to crowd control in this game, but it is worth noting that if you start your combo surrounded by multiple enemies, Sora's opening attack will be a vicinity clearing horizontal slash instead of his usual more focused vertical. Now let's be off to the 3rd district. Make sure your inventory is fully stocked with potions and head on in.
Gosh, are these the Heartless guys?
Let's go get them!
Our king!
Donald and Goofy join our party, and we've got a batch of 6 soldiers to acquaint ourselves with the pleasures of having someone else to bash the baddies for us. Donald and Goofy are each fully fledged combatants. Donald's a bit of a glass cannon. He'll die quickly and often, but as long as his health and magic are full, he'll dish out major damage with his powerful spells. Goofy is more of a tank. He can take a lot of hits and block even more with his shield, so what he lacks in damage, he'll make up for with persistence. They also each come fully stocked with potions to heal you and each other, which is to say they'll basically all go to Donald, but either way, it's undeniable that despite this being more soldiers than we've ever fought at once, that was one of the easiest fights yet. But the game doesn't want you to get too comfy. You like your new party members? Good, now prove you deserve them. Guard Armor is an especially complex boss. He consists of 5 enemies in one, the armored torso, 2 gauntlets, and 2 hammer legs. They can act all at once as a unit, or the individual components can split off and act independently, which can amount to a lot to deal with. So here's how we're gonna do this. We're gonna begin by focusing on the gauntlets, because they're the fastest, they're the conglomerate armor's main means of offense, and have the least HP, at only 84 each. You'll want to watch out mainly for the gauntlet Cyclone, this attack where the hands spin rapidly around. He favors doing this attack when all of his components are acting as a whole, but when the arms are desynced, you'll have to be especially careful of it as they can pursue you rapidly. The key to this whole fight is deflection. Many attacks, this one included, can only be avoided reliably by holding your ground and striking back. This'll typically give a pretty good opening for a combo as well, but if they are desynced, you'll have to be aware of the rest of the components. The second key to this fight is making sure to never let any of the segments off screen. If you have to, keep to the edge of the arena just for the sake of keeping an eye on each piece of armor, because both the feet and the torso can crack off armor hurl at any time, launching towards you and landing with an impressive shockwave. Now this attack doesn't have much of a hitbox off the ground, so all that's necessary to dodge it is a decently timed jump. It doesn't even have to be that decently timed, as you can extend your airtime with an attack, but this attack is designed to be a pain if you stop paying attention, so keep a weather eye out. I recommend air combos whenever possible, as they'll essentially protect you preemptively from this attack. One mercy the extremities offer is that they'll drop 15 HP each when you defeat them, and thankfully, they never respawn, so this is a rare boss fight that gets easier the more progress you make. Once you've dealt with the hands, it's on to the feet. Now Dombold and Goobert aren't much for air combat, so likely the whole time you've been dealing with the hands, they've been nipping at his ankles, and you may not even have much more HP to go. But either way, their main attack is the Stomp Charge. This may be the easiest attack to parry we've encountered yet. You can basically wail on the feet, and you'll accidentally parry it 90% of the time. Really, once you've gotten the hands down, nailing these hammer legs should be pretty smooth sailing. Once the torso's all alone, he'll change tactics and do one attack and one attack only. His rendition of Disneyland's teacup ride, the Whirling Torso. Now this attack looks quite threatening, but the best defense remains the same. You may want to give him some distance when he winds up this attack so you can more easily time your strike, but once he charges you surrounded by this blue aura, and worry not, he always targets Sora with this attack, give him a good whack and parry that silly Spinfini. That'll give you a big opening to bash his helm in until he starts winding up another one. Rinse and repeat, and you'll probably end up stunning him. him, crumpling to a heap on the ground, enabling you and the dynamic duo to go to town on his cuirass. And that'll wrap him up, but not before I point out how much of an abject downgrade this final mix recolor is. He was rocking that purple in the original. What is this la-di-da primary colors falderall? This Mickey Mouse Clubhouse-ass color scheme is so bright and cheery. He looks like a Gundam from the set of the Wiggles. Maybe that was the point, but I miss my royal purple, dang it! Now, if you and I are of like minds, one question you might have about this boss is, what happens if you destroy the torso before the hands and feet? Well, as it turns out, the amount of HP the torso can lose is directly tied to how much HP remains on its limbs. The more damaged they are, the further you can lower the torso's health bar, which in turn makes it impossible to damage him past a certain point as long as one of his hands or feet is still alive. The other side of this coin is that any damage we deal to its limbs will also be taken by the torso. So despite it having the most HP of any foe we'll fight for a long time, it goes down pretty quickly. I suppose when you incorporate these properties, the torso effectively has 140 HP, a much less intimidating number. With him down, it's time for things to slow down and talk again.
So, you were looking for me?
They too have been seeking the...
Oh hey Leon, thanks for all your help against that gigantic Heartless. Your assistance in that fight being the only reason I can think of as to why you're here at this exact moment. In all honesty, this cutscene's got a kind of weird energy to it. Every cut feels like we're skipping past a whole conversation. Like, I'm not gonna edit anything out here. This is how the scene was put together.
They too have been seeking the wielder of the Keyblade.
Hey, why don't you come with us? We can go to other worlds on our vessel.
See what I mean? It's hard to explain, but there's this disjointed feel to things.
Of course.
Are you sure?
Who knows? But we need them to come with us to help us find the king.
Sora, go with them. Especially if you want to find your friends.
Yeah, I guess.
Then Sora's got this ennui that really comes out of left field. I guess this is the first moment we've really had where things have finally slowed down and nothing's trying to kill us, but I think a beat like this would have made more sense back in the hotel. But they put it here so we could have a really Disney moment.
You can't come along looking like that. Understand?
Oh?
No frowning, no sad face, okay?
Yeah, you gotta look funny, like us. Yup. Whoa.
Whisper runs on happy faces.
Happy?
That's one funny face.
Look, like, you don't really need to characterize Donald and Goofy, right? But in the context of this game, if you somehow have no idea who they are, this is the first scene where I feel like you get a real sense of what they're all about. Their laughter doesn't come off as mocking, it's genuinely good-natured, and this moment lays a really strong foundation for the relationship between this trio of main characters going forward.
Okay, why not? I'll go with you guys.
Name's Goofy.
I'm Sora.
All for one, one for all.
That little squirt took down that Heartless. Who'd have thought it? Such is the power of the Keyblade. The child's strength is not his own.
Why don't we turn him into a Heartless? That'll settle things quick enough.
Every voice in this room is a joy to hear. Such enormous personalities. It's not really important whether or not you recognize these silhouettes at this point in the game. Either way, it's a great way of foreshadowing the cabal of threats that we'll have to deal with going forward.
And the brat's friends are the king's lackeys. Slum on the ice, they're all built traps by the look of them. You're no prize yourself. Shut up!
Enough! The Keyblade has chosen him. Will it be he who conquers the darkness? Or will the darkness swallow him?
And we get the money shot of the chief villainess, Maleficent. Maleficent was designed from a conceptual level to be the epitome of an iconic villain, so choosing her to fill that role in an epic Disney crossover game is just an inspired choice. There's not much else that needs saying about this shadowy council of evildoers watching our every move, but it's one of my favorite scenes in the game. It's such a simple yet tantalizing glimpse at the adventures ahead, and watching these characters interact, for however briefly, is such a treat. Back in Traverse Town, it's time for a traditional RPG send-off. Everyone's gathered around to wish us luck and give us some presents while they're at it. We get 500 extra money. Man, I should have mentioned earlier, yes, the currency in this game is called money. Even better, in the original Japanese version, it was called monies. They really were stingier with monies back in the original, only giving us 100 monies instead of 5. This little moment is also great. Aerith gives us an elixir and says it's from Leon, and he closes his eyes and looks away. You'll only get this elixir if you manage to best Leon in our duel earlier, so this is an adorable, begrudging congratulations from him. Not done yet, Donald gives us the power of fire. Shoot, that's something you can just give people? And Goofy gives us the dodge roll ability, both integral aspects of Sora's toolkit that I've felt naked without during these opening chapters. We'll also get a quick tutorial on Trinity marks, these little symbols we can now interact with, though for now we can only use the blue ones. But they'll give us access to various treasure when we activate them, like this batch of money over here, this balcony above the cafe here with postcard number 5. Here's a weird fun fact, in the original Japanese version, this wasn't a treasure chest, but a barrel instead. The first district is populated once again, and everyone's got at least one new bit of dialogue too. I love this one. This guy talks specifically about us beating guard armor. That's always a cool feeling, NPCs reacting to the events in their world. This lady over here says seeing the shadows reminded her of when her world was destroyed. Somber though it is, this is an equally cool line. It feels like the ramifications of their attack on this world are still real, even though the day is saved. Another cool dialogue addition is in the nephew shop. Dewey actually reacts to Donald being in our party. Their shop now also carries weapons for both of our new party members. I'll be showing off every weapon in this game, so I'll buy all 4, but we'll go over him more when we've actually got more fights to use him in. Sid's also got dialogue about things disappearing from his shop recently, which is actually slightly significant, so keep it in mind for later. While we're in here, we have a bit of an opportunity to practice our magic and light the fireplace. Even better, that will cause the chimney on the roof outside to smoke, which is a surprising bit of polish I wouldn't have expected. Now we're all stocked up and kitted out, we just beat a mighty foe and restored peace to this cozy little town. You'd think that'd be all, but there's a whole bunch more to find in this town now that we've unlocked a thing or two. So let's do another sweep. Hanging out over at Furansuya, only during a tiny window between beating guard armor and triggering another loading zone, you'll find the new Final Fantasy trio. Yuffie and Aerith aren't especially verbose, but Leon's got something to get off his chest. He'll tell you about the missing Dalmatian puppies and really stress how important it is to him that you lend a paw. This is driven even further home if you head over to the second district, where you can find him in that state we stumbled upon when we soft-locked the game. His concern about the puppies is honestly really cute, and it seems Yuffie would agree. It's likely an homage to his girlfriend Renoa's dog in Final Fantasy VIII, Angelo. By that same token, the wings on the back of his jacket are unique to his design in this game, and are also likely a reference to Renoa's frequent use of angel imagery. If we head through the back door of the Gizmo shop, we'll find the ladder there has been repaired, granting us access to the rooftops for a wonderful view of the second district. A mithril shard tucked away on this roof, and if we head through this window and presumably through someone's house, we'll pop out on this third district balcony where Donald and Goofy exploded somehow. Check out this corner while we're up here and we'll find postcard number 6. The third district now has a few points of interest. We can unlock this door that connects back to District 1, we can find a Trinity mark over behind the dog fountain, and then there's this mysterious door over here. It's covered in symbols that once again might be letters or runes of some kind. Some look pretty Greek, others maybe a bit Norse, but this line is just this line mirrored, and with nothing to go on, once again, I can only assume these are little more than scribbles designed to emulate the look of a runic language. Though interestingly, this door is marked on this map of the town over here. Of course, big fire symbol, we have fire. The puzzles in this game haven't exactly got us scratching our heads yet, so we find ourselves in this grotto with this mystery house in the middle of the lake, and a bit of a platforming challenge to get over to it, where we'll be introduced to one of the most egregious aspects of this game's platforming elements. Sora cannot jump out of water outside designated spots, forcing us to swim all the way back to shore should we miss one of these shifty stones.
There's something about this musty place. It reminds me of the secret place back home, where we used to scribble on the walls. Remember?
Kyrie? Sora?
That's a scene that definitely deserved to play in full, even if you've seen all this game's story before, especially if you have even. Now enter Merlin, of all people, the quirky wizard mentor from Sword in the Stone.
I happen to be a wizard, a soothsayer, a prognosticator.
Apparently this is his house, and the king instructed him to give us a helping hand. This little unpacking sequence, though a bit embarrassing in comparison, is a direct reference to a similar sequence from his movie.
This is the best part now. Hicketus, figgetus, micketus, boom, prestidigitonium! Hicketus, figgetus, micketus, boom, prestidigitonium!
He also introduces us to the fairy godmother, another magical mentor figure entreated by the king to help us out. This one, of course, from Cinderella's world. I love that all these powerful magical figures are connected through King Mickey. It really builds up his legend that such competent people heed so much respect for his authority. Now, as exciting as it sounds for the Grand Wizard Merlin to teach us magic, he doesn't actually do much. We can head up to his attic and let loose on his furniture with Limitless MP, which can help you figure out the ins and outs of targeting, and how the fireballs arc and whatnot. For my purposes, it's a great environment for me to show off how MP actually functions in combat, obviously depleting when we cast a spell, but being restored by melee attacks. I'm a sucker for any system like this, a powerful resource that's replenished by getting our hands dirty, probably even taking a risk in close quarters. The less magic we have, the fewer attacks required to gain a bar, and an aspect of it I especially like is that we can fill our magic past its maximum through melee attacks, giving us more spells to play with than we'd have if we used an item or a save spot. Back in the main room, we've got another Blue Trinity, and of course the fairy godmother. For the time being, she doesn't have anything to offer us, though there is something I find satisfying about the way she specifically name drops Cinderella. I know we saw her whole mural earlier, but this is the first time we've actually heard her mentioned. As far as details go, there are several neat odds and ends in here Merlin has brought over directly from his film. His telescope, the chalkboard Arthur learned to write his letters on. This odd little boiler here looks to have been repurposed from the mechanical jousting dummy. We've got this little steam engine model, and I did manage to find this rocket tucked in the background of this scene. And lastly, this little birdhouse hanging from the ceiling, which is no doubt home to Merlin's owl familiar Archimedes, who doesn't technically appear in this game, but we can find his likeness all over the house's exterior. One odd change made in the 1.5 versions of this game was the reduction of ambient noise in certain areas. This cave is probably the most well-known example. In the original, we could hear an owl hooting fairly often, but now it's either too quiet or absent entirely. There's another birdhouse swinging around out here, this spinning ornament over the chimney is another owl, and this weather vane at the very top of the house looks to be the same as the magic symbol in our command menu. I have one final tidbit to hit about this little corner of town, to do with the Kingdom Hearts Ultimania. These books are treasures. Pages and pages of lore, trivia, interviews, unused assets, guides, all straight from the developers. Ostensibly. You know how many fandoms would destroy worlds for this much information on this many installments of a franchise? But in a way, they're also sort of a cursed treasure, because as reputable sources unto themselves, it's very easy to take everything held within as objective fact, and unfortunately, no. Though we've verified as much of their contents as we reasonably can, and find that the vast majority checks out, some minor aspects, such as this section near the back of the first book containing 60 fun facts about the game, aren't so reliable. I'll be sharing all of these that I've personally found to be true, but as an example of one that isn't, these swivelly stones leading to Merlin's are stated to determine their movement patterns based on how quickly Sora approaches them. The faster he moves, the faster they move, and vice versa. I've tested this on every version of the game, and it is abjectly not the case. Charitably, I might assume that the faster Sora approaches, the more likely they are to move more dramatically, but if there's any rhyme or reason to it, it's way more complicated than this would lead me to believe. I'm quite confident this is just random. I suspect the reason a lot of these factoids go unconfirmed is that they likely weren't written by someone directly involved with the code on the front end. Maybe a playtester or someone else paying a lot of attention to all the little details, not unlike yours truly. I wouldn't feel too bad about not trusting them either, because one of these fun and interesting bits of trivia is take a close look at Selphie's texture work from the front while she's sitting down. You might find something new, you sick bastard. What is wrong with you? And that is everything we can currently do in Traverse Town. Seems we didn't find all 10 postcards, the rest must be in places we still can't access, or perhaps even in other worlds. So let's turn in the 6 we did find and get some prizes. Nothing left to do now but hike up our puffy red shorts and leave town. But there is one final thing we unlocked upon completing our party, and that is Jiminy Cricket's journal. Jiminy Cricket is sort of an honorary 4th party member, who hails from the world of Pinocchio, in which he served as the iconic conscience of the titular main character. Luckily, he's not some sort of Zelda companion who'll chirp up at every opportunity. In fact, we've heard the last from him for a while, but every step of the way he'll keep track of most aspects of our journey. The Chronicle's a bit of a story so far, a helpful feature if you take a hiatus and can't quite remember what was going on, though how Jiminy knows certain things about Sora's time on Destiny Islands I can't be certain. The Trinity list is pretty straightforward. Evidently we've found 4 of 17 total blue Trinities in the game, but the character list is the juicy stuff. I could flip through these pages for hours as a kid. They give some pretty basic information on their role within the game, as well as listing their origins, whether that be a cartoon, movie, or game. The one very strange oversight is in Goofy's entry. It correctly identifies the first cartoon he ever yucked up in, Mickey's Review, but that aired in 1932, not 50. No idea how that slipped by everyone involved. You ain't slick, Goofy, you don't look a day under 90. While some of the entries are pretty obvious, some have got a pinch of lore to snack on. Leon's is a great example. We get an explanation for why he doesn't go by Squall. He parted with his old name to distance himself from the man who couldn't protect his home. I like how we even get an entry for the Brooms, even though they only showed up for like 2.5 seconds. But the real sauce of this journal is the model viewer, letting us take any character in the game for a spin, except for Mickey. This is a real treat in the Heartless section, giving us a good look at their designs and bizarre movements outside the heat of battle. I think a good bestiary is a fantastic addition to any game, and represents an awful lot of extra work that I just really appreciate. It's also a nice touch that it tracks how many you've defeated. But I want to finish this off with probably the most famous oddity in the journal. If you view Minnie's model, you'll find that hers is the only one you can't rotate, and there's been a lot of speculation as to why that is. The most common theory I've heard is that her ears are 2D textures instead of models, and if she weren't in full front-facing view, you'd be able to see that little shortcut. This is, however, not the case. If you rip her model from the game, you can see there's nothing amiss about her ears or anything else. No, the truth is much stranger. Take a look at Mickey or Minnie in just about anything, from Steamboat Willie to Illusion Island, and you'll notice that no matter how their heads or bodies are turned, their ears are always forming that iconic silhouette towards the camera. For a while there was a rumor that this was a full-fledged contractual obligation for anyone who handled Mickey's likeness, but in all likelihood it's just a stylistic choice. Either way, the same holds true here, which you can see in the library cutscene. It's a bit blink and you'll miss it, but if you don't miss it, it does look pretty awkward. But what this boils down to is that if the game let us rotate Minnie in this journal, we'd be able to see her ears rotating around her head in all their awkward glory. And on that note, we are finished with Traverse Town. It's still definitely a bit of tutorial territory, but the hands are off the wheel now. The town, though functionally quite small, feels like a huge step up from the island in scale. The sense we've been dropped in some sort of abstract lost and found bin where things like time have stopped mattering is crushing in the face of the hope and anticipation we felt when planning the adventure to begin with. The fight against Leon is a powerful beat too. Similar to the first fight or first race with Riku, you're gonna lose unless you know this game front to back, nailing in that sense that you're out of your depth before dropping a whole other load on your lap. All we want to do is look for our friends, but now we're embroiled in this plot against the forces of evil because a big magical key chose me, and we barely have time to digest that before it's back into the fray. It's just bam, bam, bam. Guard Armor's a great fight to end with too. You and your new homies banding together to face down a foe that is also a unit made up of smaller pieces. Triumphing against all of that just pumps you up to take on the rest of this game. I can't wait. Our journey is off in full, and this time, we're in control. We've got allies, some money, it's spelled with a U but it still spends, things are looking up. All that's left now is to decide which way we're headed. There comes a time in the life of every RPG protagonist where they must step outside the bounds of that first town and choose a direction onto which to subject their personal blend of OCD and ADHD. But it's not often one makes that decision at the helm of a spaceship. sorry, gummy ship. We're gonna be on our way to a new world in just a minute here, but before we take off, the world select menu here has plenty to talk about. These little diorama representations of each world are beyond charming. Look, we can see the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd districts of Traverse Town represented here. There's one of Disney Castle over here too, the very same one we saw when Donald and Goofy departed, though we are, alas, not permitted to return there. It was almost certainly planned to be a destination early in development though, which would explain why the parts of it we have seen have been so excessively detailed, to the point of having full models and textures never shown in those cutscenes. And we have yet another detail lost to the mysteries of this game's pre-production. Once again in the Kingdom Hearts design dock. You can see what Destiny Islands would have looked like on this map, that is if it hadn't gotten spaghettified. The only information we're given to inform our choice is this combat level ranking. These rankings are honestly a bit of a meme among KH veterans. Pretty much all it genuinely indicates is the order the devs intended you to go in, as it barely reflects the actual difficulty of the worlds. Now, I'm a normie, so I am gonna follow the recommended path and go upwards here, but there are a few preparations we can take to make our journey along that path a bit more thorough. Beginning with taking the bottom path and spending about 5 minutes goofing around over here until you beat this minigame and unlock the power of the That'll be really nice to have. Now get out of here, Olympus Coliseum, and wait your turn. Back in Traverse Town, there are a few recovery items you can stock up on, and you're gonna want to make sure you have an ether and a decent stack of potions. I'd say at least 5. Now, let's officially embark. Oh yeah, you're not just gonna click on the world you want and be there. This ain't your mama's world select screen. You're gonna have to take the wheel and fly your lazy ass wherever you want to go. The easiest comparison to these gummy ship levels is, of course, Star Fox. Though lacking its style, sense of speed, overall gameplay depth, and anything to do. It's difficult not to be harsh on these segments. They're pretty simplistic, but fair's fair, they're also kinda charming. I can even reach and liken this to the Walt Disney design philosophy that was employed when laying out Disney World's Magic Kingdom. That to really feel that sense of entering another realm, you have to feel that sense of traveling there via their ferries or monorails. So while these ship missions don't have a ton going on and are definitely not what anyone boots up Kingdom Hearts to play, I do feel they do a good job of conveying that these worlds are disparate. The space between them is vast, and certainly not just anyone could have the chance to do what we're doing right now. Here's all you really need to know, because the game doesn't do a great job of conveying it. These heal you, these restore your ship's magic, which we can't use, these restore your ship's shield, which we don't have, these are specials, which, you know what? I don't think anyone knows what these do. I'm only about 70% sure they fully restore all the ship's gauges. These are gummies, basically building blocks you can use to modify your ship or design a new one, and these are blueprints. You get these from destroying enemy ships whose blueprint you haven't obtained yet, which you can then use when designing your own ship. On this mission, the only two we can get are for the Ahriman and the Sylph models. Now this is actually pretty cool. The game's about to be dominated by the Disney half of its Disney Final Fantasy crossover, but the names of most every enemy ship will be a reference to a monster from the Final Fantasy series. Like some of the World Heartless, the designs of some of these ships were even altered in Final Mix, though in this case it's to better represent their namesakes, like the Ahriman here. Final Mix also attempted to add some depth to this mode with a high score tracker and some missions you can undertake on repeat journeys. We're gonna completely ignore these for the moment, partially because they'll be much easier or indeed at all possible once we've gotten some upgrades to our ship, mostly because I think it's high time we started breaking down our next world. But there is one last excellent detail I'd like to point out about the gummy ship itself. Its name will be whatever the name on the raft was determined to be. Of course, this does mean it will be whatever you named it on the off chance you won that first race with Riku, but in what I'd consider to be the canonical outcome, the ship will be named Highwind, Riku's recommendation. The game never draws attention to this, but it brings to my mind the scene of Donald and Goofy introducing Sora to the gummy ship. He asks what its name is, they say it's the Kingdom model, but admit they've never given it its own name, and he thinks back to what Riku wanted to name the raft. So to honor his friends and his journey's goal to find them, he says they ought to call it Highwind. Alice in Wonderland is a fittingly bizarre film, which admittedly might even be a touch outside my critical range. Relatively faithfully based on Lewis Carroll's most seminal books, it's one of those stories that happens more to the main character, rather than a story the protagonist ventures through. But thematically, it makes for a great first stop on our journey, as Alice's arc, such as it is, serves as a soft parallel to Sora's, and perhaps even Riku's so far, wishing to explore a world apart from her own, which monkey paws its way out of control until she's being taken on this roller coaster ride. learning its rules and attempting to play by them. So let's see how Sora stacks up. We begin with a mirror to the iconic Down the Rabbit Hole scene, and we'll see right away that Kingdom Hearts takes a slightly less figurative approach to portraying the abstract elements of Wonderland. Some things, like this strangely placed fireplace, are taken straight from the movie, but these 2D textures of 3D objects are new. They're far from conventional, but this could be constructed in real life. Perhaps just a limitation of having to build this as an explorable 3D space, but this may well serve as another theme park parallel. Man, this flooring and wallpaper is exactly the same. It's gonna get to be a lot on both our plates if I point out every single faithful little detail, so how about I just show them off on screen as they pop up? That'll save us a lot of time. Another clock! Okay, this is Wonderland, so it's gonna make a lot more sense if none of the clocks here match up, although I do have to point out this one is exactly 2 days slow. If you pay close attention to the background track, you'll hear a surprising variety of clock noises, ranging from cuckoo to grandfather. Their timing, ironically, or perhaps fittingly, seems to be entirely random rather than attached to the song. A definite oddity considering how understated it is. The Bazaar Room earns its title. Honestly, one of the most memorable locations in the whole franchise. Design-wise, only the table and the door are taken from this spot of the movie, whereas all the rest of the decor, as you might guess from the 7,000 rabbit ears, comes from the White Rabbit's house. The time on the clock even matches for once. We'll have plenty of time to appreciate every little thing in here as we go. Let's just talk to the doorknob.
How did he get so small?
No, you're simply too big.
The clocks!
Must you be so loud? You woke me up.
Strange bit of creative license with this character, making him perpetually drowsy, whereas he was rather animated in the original.
Oh, no use. I forgot to tell you. I'm locked.
Oh no!
But I gotta give props to his voice actor in this game, Corey Burton, who incidentally also plays the White Rabbit.
I'm late. Oh, the Queen, she'll have my head for sure.
He'll go on to play some major roles in this series, so it's funny that this is more or less our proper introduction to his voice.
Why don't you try the bottle? Over there.
The Drink Me bottle is another icon of Alice's journey, but the design here is rather a bit more forthcoming, each one showing a tree growing or shrinking on its label. Now that we're suitably small, we can explore this room properly, and be ambushed by a new species of Heartless. These are red nocturnes, a more magically inclined variety than we've yet encountered, and they have the unique property of not only being immune to fire magic, but being healed by it. A bit of a shame for our first encounter since learning magic to nullify it, but luckily, there are some soldiers we can immolate right over here. Fire is the weakest magic spell in the game, but it makes up for this with its low cost and ability to rapid fire. Despite being the weakest, it's still a powerful spell, capable of destroying shadows and soldiers in a single shot. Now, the only problem here is that, according to the easily available numbers, fire should be a bit weaker than that, and this is where things started to get a little complicated. For those not aware, the giant video you're currently watching, spanning over half a day in runtime, was originally uploaded as parts as those parts were completed. There are a number of reasons I do things this way, mostly so I can survive and stuff, but potentially the second biggest advantage is that when I get something wrong, there's an audience there to correct me, and then I can implement such corrections into the finished product like so. Here is one of the first and largest mistakes I made in that draft. Every popular source covering this game states that the damage of fire is calculated using the formula max MP plus 20. The problem here is that, since soldiers have 24 HP and I have either 2 or 3 MP depending on whether I'm playing a file that picks the magic rod, the math wasn't mathin'. I was sure I was missing something, but I was also up for the possibility that just no one else had checked, so I called in the experts. Enter the most dubious authority on such things, Regular Pat. Yeah, he didn't know either. Ow! But he connected me with a few other dedicated individuals who committed to getting me to the bottom of this, and one Samuel Camel took the lead, exhaustively testing the numbers and working out a slightly different formula that fire seemed to be going off of. 4 MP plus 16. This is also not the case, but it was good enough for the time being, so let's not get too bogged down yet. Just keep it in mind as we carry on. We've also got some small fry over here, and I think it's time we properly introduce to these creatures. These are called shadows. They're the most basic enemies we'll face. Yeah, wait a second. Oh, yeah. So, shadows are unique in that they have different stats in every world you go to. In fact, this might as well be the only thing properly indicated by the world's battle level. The higher the level, the stronger the shadows. And while we're at it, here were their stats back in the Awakening, and here's them from the Night of Fate. But only in the original. For some reason, these shadows were heavily neutered in Final Mix to be weaker than the Awakening variety, having only 1 strength. Anyway, the door's asleep, and we're too small to do literally anything else, except we can light the stove.
Fire!
Neat. God, you know something? I am a sucker for when games give all their different surfaces unique footstep sound effects. It just shows such care. Check it out. These footfalls on the bed, the hard footfalls of the stone. You'd think this tile floor would be like the stone, but it's a bit muffled. Look closer and you can see it's not tile, it's a rug, and a rather thin one by the sound of that. Ooh, it's so good! Speaking of that bed, our only way forward is to shove it into the wall and use this convenient side entrance. This cutscene's got a fair amount to take in. Right off the bat, we have a rare instance of the Final Mix versions of this game removing something instead of adding it. Once upon a time, this scene was accompanied by the same drums that kicked off the Disney Castle theme. We've basically skipped to the end of the movie, and we've barely started. Again, perhaps fitting.
Court is now in session!
I'm on trial. But why?
This girl is the culprit. There's no doubt about it. And the reason is? Because I say so, that's why!
That is so unfair.
I mean, this is only the second most kangaroo court I've seen on this channel. At least she's honest about it.
Well, have you anything to say in your defense?
Of course. I've done absolutely nothing wrong. You may be queen, but I'm afraid that doesn't give you the right to be so mean.
Silence! You dare defy me?
I want to start with Alice herself, because that voice right there, that beautiful voice, that is Catherine Beaumont, the original voice of Alice reprising her role 50 years on, the legend.
Hey guys, we should help her out.
We're outsiders, so wouldn't that be muddling? Oh, yeah. And that's against the rules.
The court finds the defendant guilty as charged for the crimes of assault and attempted theft of my heart. Off with her head!
No! Oh, please!
Hold it right there!
Yeah, so this sort of Prime Directive Donald and Goofy uphold is such a joke. Like, we're supposed to keep our distance and let things play out in the natural order, as though we're time travelers or something, but I think I can count on one finger the amount of instances where they even bother.
Who are you? How dare you interfere with my court?
Excuse me, but we know who the real culprit is.
Uh-huh, it's the Heartland.
Anyway, she's not the one you're looking for.
That's nonsense. Have you any proof?
So Alice has been wrongly accused of attempting to steal the Queen of Hearts' Heart of Queens, and now we gotta prove it wasn't her. This courtyard... Wait, courtroom? This is one thing which certainly wasn't taken from the film. This ostensibly outdoor area is a room. This could be a reference to the use of landscape artwork as backgrounds in old animated films, or even live-action films, but it gives Wonderland a very underground quality, and I can only speculate on what they were really going for. It's not as though they weren't capable of making an impressive skybox, but it does add to the abstract nature of the world. Well, we can filibuster the trial for a bit by talking to everyone in here, most notably Alice herself. It's interesting, there are even some light lore implications here, that maybe Alice's home is a separate world from Wonderland, and the rabbit hole is an alternative means from the gummy ship for traveling between them. The rest of the dialogue is all pretty amusing. Everyone in here has at least 3 dialogue possibilities. I like this one the most. Yeah, I saw someone suspicious. You! Well, to find our evidence, we'll have to venture into the Lotus Forest, an area definitely inspired by the Tolji Wood, but not strictly present in the film. Unlike this iconic character, the Cheshire Cat, this strange chaotic neutral force who talks in riddles tells us there are 4 pieces of evidence to find, one more difficult than the rest, but if we find them all, we'll get a prize. The liar, the fiend, the silver-tongued mischief maker. First of all, the prize he mentions isn't even exclusively a reward for this task. If we simply find our first piece of evidence right here around the corner and progress progress things to the end of the world, we'll get that prize anyway. The Power of Ice, a brand new spell. Now it so happens that would be a really nice thing to have early on, but we definitely don't need all 4 evidences to get it. Now these talking flowers, though not as mellifluous, that's the word I gave myself. Though not as mellifluous as the ones from the movie, are kind of neat. A sort of half puzzle based in our command menu. You wouldn't ordinarily think you could target these flowers with an item, even after they tell you to, so it's a small aha moment when you get there. Give this one a potion and we're once again full-sized. Now hop on this stump and turn this lotus image into a lotus. Shrink back down by eating this nut, hop all the way up and over, find ourselves back in the bazaar room, and make one last jump from the faucet to obtain the claw marks, the only evidence necessary to get the blizzard spell. Now blizzard is very nearly a direct upgrade from fire, with a base power of well, I guess a base power of, oh no. Is that Euler's number? Euler's number is a mathematical constant most commonly associated with compound interest. It's here in Kingdom Hearts because we essentially brute force reverse engineered a series of exponential functions while missing some very crucial information. Thank you again to Samuel Camel, but also David Russell, Luna Flare, and an anonymous user on the Math Stack Exchange for your aid in working this out. Don't panic, it's not as scary as it looks. This entire chunk of the formula is consistent for most spells, so we can basically isolate the base power of Fire and Blizzard to compare. Now thankfully, these formulae are accurate, but they're absolutely not the internal numbers the game is using to run calculations. It would just be too stupid. The powers listed in the Ultimania and wikis are actually correct, but they're only one variable in a similar formula to this. Ironically, once you get past all the freaking oily bits, I think this one is actually easier to understand. Rest assured, or perhaps rest unnerved, we will be going over the internal values in more depth once we've gotten the rest of the spells, but until then, I think I'd only be confusing things further. Suffice to say, I now have the utmost certainty Blizzard is about 40% more powerful than Fire. The trade-off is, it doesn't have the range, rapid fire, or slight homing effect, but it more than makes up for it by launching 7 projectiles at once in a spread. Now, unlike a traditional shotgun effect, this does not amount to dealing more damage at close range, as any given enemy can only be hit by each spell a single time, but it works wonders on crowds. Here's a weird bit of sort of misinformation I hear spread about this spell a lot. People will tell you that this spell has 2 possible patterns depending on if you're airborne or not. This isn't really the case. It's just that the bottom 2 projectiles slide along the ground instead of crashing into it. You can tell by watching the pattern when firing from just barely off the ground, or what happens when you fire from a vantage point. Now there's a great place to try out our new toy, and that's by heading back into the rabbit hole. A few waves of Heartless will pour in, and hey, we're all technically full-sized now, so it's very sporting of them to attack us in miniature forms when we're hanging out in the rest of the world. Here's another bit of sort of misinformation. Red Nocturnes are weak to Blizzard. Now this does not mean they take bonus damage from it. They take as much damage as the soldiers do, but if they were strong enough to survive a hit from it, they would be stunned. They are, however, resistant to thunder, which, along with the tech point bonus, definitely gives the impression they're weak to ice. But no, not weak to it in the traditional sense. By the way, I'm gonna save going over thunder until we cover Olympus. In the meantime, it's lightning. It's awesome. What else do you need to know? After beating the Rabbit Hole Heartless, we'll be rewarded with a camping set. Now there are actually 3 possible rewards we can get in this room depending on how far in the game we are. And I've often heard it said that you can only get one of these rewards on a single file, but I've tested it on every version of the game I own, and it doesn't seem to be the case. So I say go wild and pick this up now. Now even though there's very little stopping us from progressing on, let's explore the rest of the woods and get the rest of the evidence. This flower will exchange a camping set for an ether. This one by the first evidence box will give you a high potion for a potion. This blue trinity right near that will give us a tent, a potion, and an ether to replace the one we just used, and this red flower a bit further down will take it right back for more camping supplies. Take this entrance on the side of the tree to land on the stove in the bazaar room where we can find a stench. Not usually where you want to find one of those. And we now have the power to extinguish the stove. Also neat. Our last bit of evidence is right up this set of mushrooms, but we can also hop over the nut and open a chest containing our first set of Dalmatians, 16, 17, and 18. And here's something really stupid I'm gonna commit to for this project. Every time we find puppies, I'm gonna go back to the puppy house and show where in the house they actually popped up. Here, we got 2 under the couch and 1 under the dining room table. We'll see how far we actually make it before I completely lose my mind. Back in court, we've gathered our evidence. The Queen has unique dialogue here if you only grab 1 piece of evidence. That's it? All the dialogue's updated in this room now. We don't get a lot of opportunities to talk to Tweedledon and Tweedlegoo over here, though most of the text is fairly generic. The doorways are just gone, though. That's kind of unsettling.
Maybe.
Oh, very well. But get on with it!
So regardless of how much we found, there are always 5 bits of evidence, and we can only pick 1. The Queen's will always contain either Donald, Goofy, or both, and ours will contain a soldier. Of course, nothing will actually convince the Queen of Hearts she was wrong. The only thing this determines is which party members we get to have during the ensuing battle. We'll only keep both if we pick a soldier, and there's even a trick to it. Your evidence will always be the first to hit the ground after they shuffle. But none of this really matters, and I'll go over why in the boss bio. The Queen of Hearts doesn't like to get her hands dirty, and this really isn't a fight with her at all, but I wasn't gonna give the tower its own mural. Our goal is to destroy the wench holding up Alice, while evading or fending off the Queen's card guards. 2 spades and 3 hearts. None of them are particularly difficult foes, but they're tankier than most Heartless, don't die, but instead become incapacitated and revive after a few moments, and can be a real threat when all ganging up at you at once. Luckily, the measures you have against that are numerous. Simply having Double and Goombie on the field will split their attention, and even if they're in cages, you can bust them out in like 10 seconds. The Queen can also play a role in making this fight way easier. Though she's not an active participant, you can hop up to her throne and smack her one. Whenever you do, the heart cards will freak out and stop fighting until she composes herself. A cute detail that only her own suit is concerned, and the spades aren't as loyal. But if that weren't enough, like guard armor, the tower's gears drop HP, which makes wailing on it and ignoring everything anyway a pretty valid strategy. Barely a boss fight, honestly. But since it's so easy, it's much more interesting for the little details you miss while blazing through it. Like the fact that the red guards have specific posts they won't leave until you either attack them or get too close. Or that the cage sinks lower with every gear we destroy. But topple the tower, and let's resume our court proceedings. By the way, this bird holding up the cage is a reference to the flamingo croquet mallets. So with Alice missing, this feels like a fitting time to once again bring up the design doc. There's a Dive to the Heart stained glass mural design for Alice that went unused. Now this has a lot of really interesting ramifications I can't really get into without spoiling, so we'll have to come back to this later. In the meantime, if you already know what these murals represent, then you already know why Alice couldn't be used in the tutorial. But if you don't, consider this your first proper hint. Now back in the courtyard, these cards remain ever so chatty. Here's my favorite this time. Ow, why'd you hit me so hard? Again, I love when NPCs react to things like this. Trouble is, despite his presence in the cutscene, there wasn't a 10 of spades in that fight. Back in the Lotus Forest, Cheshire's back to give us another tip, and then we'll start encountering large bodies, which are more likely to kill you than that boss fight was. Heavy-duty Heartless, immune to physical attacks from the front, and with a second phase rage mode when they fall to half HP. Lay it on with the magic, and don't be afraid to use Doland and Gifu as human shields. Large bodies aren't the only new Heartless we can find. Head back to the Bazaar Room, chop through a couple waves of shadows, and then get jump-scared by these chonkers. So it's very sporting of them to attack us in miniature form when hanging out in the rest of the world. I like to call that move foreshadowing. These are Gigas Shadows. Yeah, rolls right off the tongue, but the name's a reference to a Final Fantasy monster, so I forgive it. Now these fall into a special category of Heartless. Most commonly labeled Rare Heartless, these are enemies which, with few exceptions, will only appear in one specific room. They were all added into Final Mix and serve as the keepers of unique drops. In the case of Gigas Shadows, Fury Stones. However, to earn them, you'll have to play by a slightly different set of rules. These big guys, for example, escape the fight if they manage to land a hit on Sora, and every subsequent one we beat grants us better drops. However, they're surprisingly threatening for oversized shadows, and without more tools at our disposal, it's not super worth trying to farm the materials we can't even use for a while anyway. Now a lot has changed in the Lotus Forest, starting with this rock the Cheshire Cat launched at us. It came from over here, meaning this door is unblocked, granting us access to the Tea Party Garden. At this point, I hardly feel I even need to mention all the details they got right, but the lanterns, this cottage, the gate we came in through, even the background this time. A little bit of a shame the March Hare and the suits and dresses guy are just a picture here, but perhaps it's for the best. We're invited to sit down for an unbirthday present, it seems, and what a coincidence, it's my unbirthday today, so I do believe I shall partake. Whoa, wait. So obviously I can't read this sign, but it does change every time it has a new bit of text for you to read. Now only the plushest, pinkest of chairs will do for me, oh, how dare you? Fine, how about the second plushest, pinkest chair, Oh, this is the worst unbirthday ever. Those two chairs are trolls. All the rest will actually give quite helpful gifts. A couple of potions, an ether, and an elixir. All for my unbirthday. The portrait in the back is unsettlingly lively. Their poses become more excited depending on how many gifts we've gotten, or to panic when we get a large body. Now that adorable cottage is calling my name, but go back to the Lotus Garden and you may encounter a few friends. White mushrooms return in all their adorable glory, and this time they deserve a touch more of a spotlight. For starters, their design in a vacuum is perfection, but outside a vacuum they were most likely inspired by this delightful section from Disney's Fantasia. Conceptually, they serve a role somewhat similar to metal slimes from the Dragon Quest series. Rare, inaggressive enemies that can give generous rewards, but tend to flee before you can get them. But now that we have magic, we can crack their little code. They'll shuffle between three emotes, fanning themselves to indicate they're hot, shivering to indicate they're cold, and drooping under a light to indicate they're, I'll get back to you on that one. So it's pretty simple. If they shiver, they want to be warmed up with fire. If they fan themselves, they want to be cooled down with blizzard. And by process of elimination, this last one means thunder. If you give them what they want 3 times, they'll pay out tons of magic orbs and an elemental shard matching the last spell you cast on them. The real prize, though, is for getting them with the same spell 3 times in a row, for which they'll give you an elemental arts, which is described in the menu as proof that a white mushroom acknowledged you as a master of that kind of magic. We can sell them for a pretty decent price, but we're going to want to hold on to one of each. In addition to that, getting the triple bonus doubles the chance they'll drop mystery goo, and that's gotta be worth it. That being said, the adorable designs and animations may become steadily less endearing as you stand there waiting for them to do the emote you want for 2 minutes before watching them disappear. Our next stop on the critical path is through that cottage, which will once again pop us out into the bizarre room, but this time on the ceiling. The Momrath's Outgrabe, you say? That's a layered reference. The Momraths are these adorable little who's-its and what's-its from the film, but the name originally comes from a poem Lewis Carroll wrote called Jabberwocky, which was included in the second Wonderland book. A sort of exercise in linguistics centered around how words can convey meaning through phonics and context even when we don't know their meaning. Of which the second and last lines of the poem are, "All mimsy were the Borogroves, and the Momraths outgrabe." Now Cheshire does sing the lines of this poem in the movie, so you could assume that this is just him being nonsensical.
All mimsy, oh, the border goes, and the warmers outgrabe.
But in the poem, the line is used as somewhat of a sinister tone setter, similar to "It was a dark and stormy night," which does fit here in its way. Also, here's a fun fact I'm never gonna have a better excuse to share. Lewis Carroll invented the word chortle for this poem, so I guess he frickin' nailed that one. So all we have to do now is light these lamps and return to the floor, but the Bizarre Room has only just begun to earn its name, and there are many other angles of it to explore. In fact, I'd highly recommend not lighting these torches just now. Hey, Donald, I think this place is rubbing off on you. Hop through this hatch on the opposite side of the ceiling to wind up back in the Queen's Garden, but up on a semi-secret hedge, from which we'll get a weapon for our gummy ship. Now let's start from the beginning. That same route that dropped us from the faucet now puts us on that wall, and we can see the entrance we just used to get to the ceiling. Funky. We can now activate the faucet, causing the water to flow sideways, filling up this pot with existence. We can jump into the newly existing pot and get another rare gummy on the hedge. Enter the door on the side of the tree to get to the opposite side of that same wall. Walk up to this pot to make it exist, letting us explore the whole wall freely. The last entrance we can reach in the Lotus Forest is up here, but it is a bit of a puzzle to reach. We need this tree turned so its branch bridges the gap, but we can only get the shrinking nut when it's towards us. Of course, we drop the nut and turn the tree before reading it, but that absolutely stumped me as a kid. Luckily, there's a second way onto this wall, but this one takes a bit of creative thinking. You have to consider that the fireplace might be an entrance. Either way, both cool bits of problem solving, and a clever bit of world design giving you two routes to this wall. Here we can light these candles, one makes this lion spit out a defense up, stat ups all go onto Sora, no questions asked, and the other creates this painting, which we can travel through to reach a secret room in the Lotus Forest. Here there are two more flowers begging for items, they're both pretty worthwhile though, and a new kind of flower. This one says, "Shock me when struck, don't mind if I do." The particle effects alone are worth it, but we also got another trio of Dalmatians. I'm gonna be right back. We got one on the couch, one more under the table, and one in the back over here. Back out of the painting, which by the way depicts the setting of the walrus in the Carpenter poem recited to Alice, which in turn makes this sun and moon the only representation of Tweedledee and Tweedledum in this game. Last thing we can do on this wall is assault this poor defenseless teddy bear. It's okay, we just wanted to give him a comfier seat on the couch. Now we've got to reach him as not Tiny Sora, and here's my pro tip for Wonderland. Since we can only interact with things outside of combat, and this room is brimming with Heartless, just go to the gummy ship from the courtyard and land in the rabbit hole. It is infinitely faster. Speaking of the rabbit hole, it now has a new batch of Heartless for us to fight, and a new reward for taking them down, a Mega Potion. Now we can read this book that turned real thanks to Teddy, and find some more Mithril. If we attempt to read the book again, how have I not seen this used as a reaction image in this community? Y'all are slacking. Hurl the bear to the next seat and trade the book's existence for the clock. Now we can push the clock and find... nothing important. Okay, no, that is important, but if you move the bear after moving the clock, it pulls this move. Odd, but kinda satisfying. Through that door, we'll find a dark matter, one of the rarest materials in the game. Now let's head back to that wall and talk about all this. Gravity's spatial reasoning shenanigans are fantastic, but they're not actually all that hard to pull off the way it's done here. All they have to do is make each instance of the bazaar room its own area, and make it look exactly the same, just on a different axis. You can tell this is the case only by a few small things, like the absence of the Trinity mark in the fireplace. But what is impressive is the continuity. Moving the bear and the clock while right side up causes them to be moved over here as well. We can even use the door and it will send us to the same place. In fact, even a few of the loading zones in here we'd have absolutely no business reaching maintain continuity. I love this game. One last stop before we carry on. Grow big, shove this boulder, and use the new Lotus platforms to hop into the clearing with a Trinity, another set of Thunder Bells, and a flower that wants a high potion.
This should help.
And our final route to the Queen's Courtyard yields another set of Dalmatians. Another moment, please. That batch is somewhat significant. All three are in the dining room, another under the table and one by the china cabinet, and one that adorably follows you all around the room. If I'm not mistaken, though I very well could be because there's so many Dalmatians, this is one of the only puppies we know the name of. This one is meant to be Pepper, a puppy that's never directly pointed out in the film, but is mentioned by name.
Lucky! Patch Pepper!
And look how cute he is, even if he's not the brightest bulb in the bunch. One last thing in the Lotus Forest, there's a treasure over here which they definitely didn't intend to be gotten this early, but this jump up here is surprisingly doable. Okay, let's wrap up this world, shall we? Head on back to the courtyard, stock your entire party full of potions, and head on into the bazaar room floor. Cheshire's still Cheshiring, but before climbing up to the table, check the flower we materialized when we lit that first lamp, and it'll shower us with goodies. Are you prepared for the worst? If not, too bad. Trickmaster, the first real roadblock on our journey. True to his name, this is not going to be a straightforward fight. Trickmaster cannot be damaged from the waist down, so to hit him from the ground, you'll have to repeatedly jump and do single hits only, as only the first strike's high enough to reach. Otherwise, you'll need to gain a vantage point and leap at him to do a full combo. Now, his only attacks in the first phase are the horizontal swing and the downward swing. Fairly clear telegraphs, and nothing too special, apart from a hitbox that's way higher than it looks. These are best dodged by simply clearing the area, but if he's not winding up, keep up the pressure. What makes Trickmaster unique, apart from his height, is his ability to manipulate the environment. He can smash the table or chair into the ground, removing them as options for the high ground. He can also sing a little song, which makes the table spin right round, baby, right round. All things that are quite a hindrance, as using these vantage points is helpful defensively as well as offensively. When on the ground, he'll only use his diagonal swing, which is significantly stronger than the horizontal swing only used when you're higher up. All things considered, his first phase really isn't anything too threatening. Okay, alright, watch Donald and Goofy here. A lot of people will tell you not to bother stocking Dabbit and Goofstella with items because they'll basically all just go to waste. And yeah, that's a definite risk, but if even one of those potions does end up going to you, it could make all the difference. So I do recommend it, but only if you have the items to spare. Anyway, phase 2 is where things really heat up. After falling to about half HP, Trickmaster will make his way over to the stove and ignite his juggling clubs. This turns him into a whole new beast. Both his swings gain a fire elemental aspect, his downward swing does more damage, and probably most threatening, his clubs become persistent hitboxes that can be deadly even while he's stunned. On top of that, he gains 2 new ranged attacks, Fire and Fire. Both can be deflected, but the fact they travel at different speeds makes them a bit disorienting, and the sheer volume of fire projectiles practically ensures you'll be taking a hit. Basically, success in this phase all comes down to how effectively you can evade or return these flaming projectiles. Hiding beneath the furniture is probably your best bet if you're not confident in hitting them back, though of course he can remove your cover pretty easily. And your only real game plan here is to just wait for his clubs to go out and get your licks in while he relights them, which is a pretty slow strategy. If you chose the shield in Awakening, you may have already obtained the guard ability. That can be an invaluable asset in deflecting these fireballs. I highly recommend it. Worry not if you don't have it though, as we're gonna get into this guy's many unique properties and weaknesses. You'd think with his affinity for fire he'd be weak to blizzard, but in fact, he's resistant to it. What he is weak to is thunder. Once again, he isn't weak in the traditional sense. He takes the same amount of damage most Heartless do, but he can be stunned by it. When he's stunned, he's kind enough to drop some health and hang out in ideal attack range for a while. He grows more resistant to the stun the further into the fight we get, but if you save your magic through the first phase and unleash it on him in phase 2, you can pretty much ignore any fiery complications. He can also be stunned by simply doing lots of damage, so you might consider evading him until your pals bring him to his knees, but again, that'd be a very slow strategy. Blizzard does still have its uses in this fight. It can be used to extinguish his clubs and even get you a bunch of magic for pulling it off, but it's tricky. They're not exactly static targets, and even when they are, sometimes they just refuse to go out. There's another target you can focus your ice on though, and that's the stove. Now, this is one of those tricky subjects with a ton of misconceptions around the fandom, so let me be thorough here. To begin, the state of the stove before the fight doesn't matter. It will always be alight when the battle starts. The Trickmaster can only light it himself if his clubs are already on fire. This is sort of a puzzle in its way, fitting for the finale of this world. If we douse the flames before phase 2 begins, that's just it. No more second phase. We have effectively deleted half of Trickmaster's kit. Contrary to many sources out there, including me, the stove can be put out with a single blizzard. Any other numbers you may have heard are the result of its hitbox being a little finicky. It's actually a short length away from the grating, so if you hit it at point blank, no, you didn't. So keep a little ways away and enjoy the rest of the fight on easy mode. That's gotta be number 2 or 3 on the list of things I wish I'd known about this game as a kid. It's like cutting the boss off at the weird double knees. He's pathetic without his fire. Just don't be stupid and relight them for him. And maybe pray that Donald doesn't either. And you should be home free. On that note, let's talk design again. Trickmaster is striking. His weird paper streamer arms, his 5 heads, the odd placement of his Heartless emblem. Of course, we have another final mix recolor here, but I honestly don't mind this one. It's grown on me. Without context, the original looks way cleaner. The black, red, and gold, it's an opulent color scheme that apes the Queen of Hearts, with its clubs bearing the Cheshire Cat's colors. But its new colors lean further towards Cheshire, while also blending into this room as a whole. Thinking about our journey to make this creature appear, we were led to it by that cat. Was he helping us, or are they in league? Is the Cheshire Cat a Heartless? Read all about it in my edgy fanfiction. No, it's at the very least a bit more thought-provoking, but yeah, I miss the red and gold. With Trickmaster defeated, we get this intriguing scene of Sora shoving a beam of light down the doorknob's throat. Sora, I think you have to ask before you do something like that. Here's something cool. This keyhole is a part of the door's model, but only when viewed from the walls and ceiling. Yeah, how many of you spotted that from way over here? With a mysterious gummy acquired, we are free to leave Wonderland behind, though I will at least mention there is once again new dialogue in the courtyard. Honestly, it's pretty lucky the Queen doesn't just sentence us to death, but maybe she figures we're too powerful after seeing us in action. That's not quite the end though. We can take our newly acquired Blizzard spell back to Traverse Town and use it to put out Sid's fireplace. Ooh. No, for real, there's a treasure over at Cafe Francia, which refuses to open. It'll only unlock if we can keep all 4 of these candles extinguished at once. What's weird is that the time for them to relight is more than generous enough that we can get them all with melee attacks, but the game outright won't let you. It just cheats and says nuh-uh. So what it wants to ensure is that the last candle we put out is put out by Blizzard, for which we get another defense up. Yes, there's something we can do around here with Thunder, but once again, I'll save that for when we properly take on Olympus. Before I get ahead of myself though, Wonderland. Would I be going too far to say that from a mechanical standpoint, it's the best level in all of Kingdom Hearts? The multifaceted gimmicks of growing and shrinking, of bizarre warps and loading zones, gravity, spatial reasoning, creative problem solving, a satisfying puzzle or two, and a boss fight that embodies all of it. Wonderland is such an amazing first impression to the Disney magic Kingdom Hearts is capable of capturing. It's only 5 rooms, but all but one of them interlocks and weaves through the others with all these nonsensical doorways, shrinking down and exploring an area from all these perspectives. Well, it should be no surprise that's right up my alley. Story-wise, it's more setup than anything. The Heartless abound, and apparently their prerogative is to kidnap from time to time, and we can only guess at why. The Queen of Hearts is also a fun villain to consider lore-wise. You have to be exceptionally capable in order to defend yourself from the Heartless, which doesn't seem to describe the Queen or her guards, but apparently she has her ways. Perhaps she's not called the Queen of Hearts for nothing. Thematically, we get more of that idea of adults lording over children, with the Queen herself probably being the purest possible embodiment of that idea until we get a Matilda world.
I'm smart, you're dumb. I'm big, you're little. I'm right, you're wrong.
But the light versus darkness themes get a neat touch as well, with the lamps on the ceiling. It circles back to what our mysterious guide told us back in The Awakening. Light doesn't chase away the darkness, darkness rises in opposition to it, always balancing each other out in equal measure. More to look out for going forward. I can only say, I'm hungry to explore further. Though I do think Wonderland's mechanics are in a league of their own, that's absolutely not to say we have nothing else to look forward to. Disney's Hercules is the most represented Disney movie in the Kingdom Hearts franchise. No matter which games you do or don't count as a part of the core series, Olympus has the dubious honor of being a destination in literally all but 2 of them. And even in one of those, it's still mentioned.
Olympus Coliseum, here we come!
At this point, I'm past thinking it's Tetsuya Nomura's pet favorite. Although that would be valid, I'm convinced that the writers draw a strong thematic relevance between it and the story they're telling. So over the course of this world, we're gonna try and figure out what that is. Before we do that, I want to address the Hierophant in the room and get this out of the way now. Despite some pretty clever parallels, Hercules is not a faithful adaptation of Greek myth. For starters, the name Hercules isn't even Greek, it's Roman, and for finishers, Zeus was far more likely to be the villain in any given myth than Hades ever was. However, this is the last I plan on mentioning those discrepancies. Disney tends to take a lot of creative liberties with their source material if they feel it's in service of the story they're trying to tell, and I have no more of a problem with that here than I do any of their other movies. I think the only reason they've caught so much flack for it here is because Greek myths have arguably had a stronger influence on Western culture than any other works, unless you want to count the Bible, and even then, I'd say it's still pretty close these days. So the average audience member is far more likely to be familiar with the 12 Labors of Heracles than they are with something like the Snow Queen. And trust me, I'm no neophyte. I could happily tell you the difference between Leucotia and Leucothea, but if I take the time to point my little key arrow at everything Disney got wrong, we'll be here until the next golden age. Just look how long this intro's already gotten, for the god's sake. But before we really dive into ancient Greece, we've got another gummy ship route we definitely can't beat by literally just holding down the fire button, on which there is a new blueprint we can pick up, the Shiva. And I do want to mention at some point, these are considered Heartless ships, but it's hard to tell if they're ships piloted by Heartless or if the ships themselves are monsters in the same way the Heartless are, or if these are just gummies that got corrupted by darkness, or what. But Shiva did go on to be a variant of Heartless in Kingdom Hearts Union Key, so the only conclusion I can draw is that these must somehow be the same species. Now as for our new setting, it's going to be a bit different than Wonderland. The Coliseum here isn't a location we ever see in the movie. In fact, it's left fairly ambiguous as to which events from the movie have even transpired in this universe. But whether or not they have, we're arriving here significantly after the party. It's a cool little area though, to say nothing of the giant golden gladiators. If these are based on something from the movie, it's most likely this statue of Achilles, but there are also enough differences here that I'd be willing to accept they're just stock Greek warriors. We've also got this heroic dude standing with his majestic lion dog things. And down here at the base of the pillars, many depictions of similarly heroic pastimes. Swordsmanship, victory, mercilessly beating your opponent while he's down, struggling with stomach cramps. Despite the fact that leaving the world through this gate doesn't show us what's outside them, there is a fully modeled area out here, where presumably our gummy ship is chilling right now. There are a couple treasures here too, a mega potion behind these pillars, and a pair of blue trinity marks at the base of these statues. One's got a mithril shard, and the other's got some puppies! Don't worry, we'll get to them. First, I want to point out the fact that these chests don't just appear when we use the trinities, but fall downwards. And if you look up before collecting them, you can see them hanging out on the arms of the statues. I'll do you one better and show that if you Icarus your way up to them, they're still fully functional chests, which I wouldn't have expected. Of course, the best part of doing things this way is that we can still activate the Trinity and...
Look, nothing.
Puppies 22 through 24 are somewhat significant. As our fourth batch, they net us a little reward from Pongo and Perdita. It's a shiny new cockpit for our gummy ship. This time we got 2 pups hanging out on the couch, and the third one took me an embarrassing while to find. She's hanging out next to the piano. This one on the couch is once again one we know the name of. This one is Penny. I'll be honest, she's not quite as much of a match as Pepper was, but I am still quite sure of it, as according to Square Enix themselves via the Kingdom Hearts Ultimania, Puppy 23 is Penny. So she has to be one of these 3, and this is the only one with spotted ears and no spots on her head. Good girl, Penny. Now into the lobby, and guess what? We are 2/3 of the way through this world already, at least in terms of rooms. Don't worry, as physically small as this place is, there's so much to do in here. Let's save the good stuff and just talk to this little fella.
Good timing. Give me a hand, will you? Move that pedestal over there for me. I gotta spruce this place up for the game.
The game! So give this block a push. We'll find out we can't handle it. Funnily enough, we have the option of trying to push it this way. Sorry Phil, I couldn't push it through the wall. It must be because it's way too heavy.
What? Too heavy? Since when have you been such a little... Oh, wrong guy. What are you doing here?
So of course, this is Philoctetes, trainer of heroes, mentor of Hercules, voice of Danny DeVito, at least in the movie.
Help! Can I offer you a nice egg in this trying time?
Here, he's voiced by Danny's sound-alike Robert Costanzo.
This here's the world-famous Coliseum, heroes only. And I got my hands full preparing for the games, so run along, pipsqueaks.
Who also played Phil in the Hercules TV show, which, thanks to this project, I now have watched.
Synchronize sundials. Night, check.
I was looking to see if there was anything obscure the developers may have pulled from when designing this world. I didn't find anything, but just so I don't feel like it was a total waste, here's the best joke in the whole show.
The ancient Greeks delighted in sports of all kinds. The Pan-Hellenic Games, the Pythian Games, and some very famous games held every 4 years in the historic city of Olympia. Games so important that all wars ceased. So important that they continue even to the modern day. Games which we can't mention due to trademark restrictions.
Heroes are coming from all over to fight ferocious monsters right here in the Coliseum.
You've got heroes standing right in front of you.
Yup, he's a real hero chosen by the Keyblade.
And we're heroes too.
Hero? That grunt?
What's so funny? I fought a bunch of monsters.
Fun fact, by this point in the game, you are only required to have beaten about 10 Heartless total. Back here, let's bring up the World Order again. Why not? Don't worry, I fully understand that in this cutscene, the reason they sprang into action was because they suddenly realized that the Heartless were involved, when the Queen mentioned something attempted to steal her heart. I'm gonna put to one side the fact that the Queen is obviously not a reliable source and could very well have exaggerated for effect, and say it is definitely reasonable for them to do a bit of meddling if the World Order has already been broken by outside forces like the Heartless. But what's going on over here? Donald and Sora get their egos bruised, so they try to join a tournament without any knowledge of who else is competing. For all they know, the champions of this world could be little pygmies with sticks that they'd obliterate with their magical weaponry, and I'd definitely call that meddling.
See ya!
This is why I say the World Order thing is a joke. I'm not even really sure why it was established in the first place.
Hey, if you can't even move this, you can't call yourself a hero! Okay, so it takes more than brawn. Well, let's see what you can do.
That cutscene is a bit fragile. We can absolutely snap it into twigs if we talk to Phil, open Jiminy's journal, then push the block, and then kick off the cutscene. The game will just start cycling through its list of all possible text boxes, I think? This can desync some of the dialogue too, causing Donald to cut off Goofy's proclamation of Sora.
Yup, he's a real hero chosen by the Keyblade.
Heroes too.
That honestly fits even better, wow. I do consider this necessary for completion, as there's no other way for us to collect Dalmatians 0, 0, and 0, who, by the way, are found nowhere, nowhere, and nowhere. Be careful though, this can completely soft lock the game, so don't try this without saving first. If we don't glitch the Matrix, we can see he's inviting us to take on some sort of tryouts. But before we do, just a few small things. We can check this rules sign and find that both the rules are basically, fight. So yeah, good rules. Once again, these symbols aren't anything, not Greek. They don't match up with the text we can read. I missed that restaurant menu, man. Give me more of that. Some of the embellishments on the stonework around here might very well just be that, embellishments. But these patterns show up all throughout the movie, and these ones in particular are taken from Zeus's temple. So there's no way that wasn't on purpose. So, the trial then. Looks pretty tough. I'm out of here. There's a little scoreboard over here. Hey, wait. That symbol was definitely used on Merlin's fire door. We might get somewhere with this after all. You probably didn't realize, because why would you even try? You can go up into the stands during this minigame. And up here, we can get a good look at some more of those gladiator stick figures. And... oh, they're Pegasus. Why is that easier to tell on the little one than the big one? Hey, you know what? These are probably based off of this little scene from the movie. Heh, Aphrodite's secret. Lastly, these guys over here. Almost a dead ringer for these guys over here. The heck? Why are there invisible walls up here? They can't have known I was gonna do this. Maybe they accounted for the idea that someone might come back here later with better jumping capabilities and used the time to stack the barrels up on top of the bleachers. Side note, Sora has two completely unique animations for lifting barrels. One if it's on the ground, the other if it's on top of another barrel. This avenue was a dead end though, as we get our second instance of Sora's mighty stomp attack preventing him from standing on a pair of stacked barrels. The giant yellow shoe is mightier after all. That's more than enough goofing off for the moment though. Let's smash these barrels. These are incredibly easy trials. There's almost nothing to this. The second one has a lot more going on. Kind of, but giving us a full minute to pull it off. You can be efficient by knocking barrel A into barrel B with a well-aimed swing, but that's more for style points than anything else. So just for kicks, let's see if I can do it without even using the Keyblade. Yeah, Phil, you bet your Caprine ass that was impressive.
Looks like I'm headed for the games.
Afraid not.
Why not?
2 words. You guys ain't heroes.
Come on.
Oh, I kind of hate this one. Phil's famous 2 words bit from the movie, where he says 2 words and then doesn't say 2 words. Here's the thing. Hercules' humor is dense, and even the simple jokes have layers.
Hercules. He comes on with his big innocent farm boy routine, but I could see through that in a Peloponnesian minute.
So let's go through each instance of this one in the movie.
My answer is 2 words. Okay.
Here he says only 1 word, though strictly speaking it might be considered 2 depending on what version of okay you subscribe to, but obviously he wasn't planning on saying okay before Zeus served him a fresh one. The most obvious assumption is that he was about to say no way, but we can't know for sure.
Sorry kid, can't help you.
Wait! Sorry. Why not?
2 words. I am retired.
Here he says 3 words, but here's the rub. If the characters were speaking Greek, he would be saying ime syntax euhos. As cool as that is, obviously in the scene Hercules reacts to the fact that it wasn't 2 words, so that might not be the joke. Let's put a pin in this. Skipping ahead now.
Phil? What do you call that thing?
2 words!
He says scram in Pig Latin, which is oddly placed for any number of reasons, but once again, scram in Greek translates to two words, fevgo grigora. There is technically one last instance, but it comes from Hercules, who it's safe to say isn't actually in on the joke.
Phil, I got 2 words for you. Duck!
There's probably not enough data to draw a conclusion, but either way, I don't think it's a stretch to say that the joke isn't just, haha, he said the wrong number, but that does seem to be all that translated into Kingdom Hearts.
You guys ain't heroes!
Come on!
Now, this right here is the main theme of Olympus going forward in this game. What does it mean to be a hero?
But what is the measure of a true hero?
Sora thinks it's beating a bunch of monsters. Donald probably thinks it's being famous. These are both things Hercules also mistook for true heroism.
You haven't proven yourself a true hero.
But Father, I've beaten every single monster I've come up against. I'm the most famous person in all of Greece. I'm an action figure.
Yeah, alright, see, we're getting there. Okay, so obviously it makes nothing but sense to get thunder in Olympus, but it's really funny that Phil specifically teaches it to us. Now, we have no choice but to leave, I guess. This is the second time in this game that our only way forwards is backwards, but once again, the game's pretty good at ensuring that its players will do just that. Last time, the accessory shop was the only place with a save spot. This time, the save spot is a bit unique in that it doesn't let us board the gummy ship, ensuring our only way out is through the next cutscene.
Rather a stubborn old goat, wouldn't you say?
It's Hades!
Who are you?
It's Hades.
Oh, hey, hold on there, Fuzzboy. Wait, let me guess. You want to enter the games, right?
Ask anyone who their favorite Disney villain is. I give you more than 50% odds their answer will be Hades. And of course it would be. He's so brilliantly animated, written, and performed. Every word out of his mouth is incredibly memorable. And there's no avoiding it. This is in no small part because of the voice acting talents of James Woods, who's on record as having enjoyed the character so much, he'll return to voice him at every opportunity, no matter the paycheck.
Hercules in the underworld?
But it's okay for your little brother, isn't it?
Zeus is the youngest brother. Why didn't you at least get that right? Sorry, I said I wasn't gonna do that. I was thrilled as ever to hear the voice and character reunited in this game, but that positivity has rotted on the vine over the years, as Woods has steadily slid down the fetid slope of bigotry. Even still, Hades himself is such a flaming icon that at a certain point, even if you voice a character, once you go full cock on Twitter about how your big IQ precludes you from being kind, they no longer belong to you. Hades has such a strong place in the formative memories of the very people you mean to keep down, and for me, it's more important that those people celebrate and cherish those memories than to bury them behind all the vitriol people like Woods thrive on. So unapologetically, Hades is ours, James. Thanks for giving something good to the world.
Well then, hey, get a load of this.
A pass?
It's all yours. Good luck, kid. I'm pulling for you, little shorty.
Hades is a duplicitous villain. Despite being enormously powerful in his own right, he barely touches Hercules in the whole movie, instead building his schemes on the backs of his minions, and the occasional bout of sweet talk, only showing his true colors once he's sure he's already won. So this little exchange is really cool. Whether you recognize him from his movie, or that shadowy cutscene, or I mean, hey, you could just, look at him, you know he's up to no good. But at this exact moment, it still feels like he's on our side. He gave us exactly what we wanted and didn't even give a hint as to what his ulterior motive might be. Put me on Team Hades. Checking these braziers indicates they can be extinguished, but if we try Blizzard, nothing. Kinda cool though, the game still reacts to you trying, and tells you Blizzard's not strong enough if you check again. It would seem the pass Hades hooked us up with is legit, so we're free to compete. So of course, let's say no. We get one of Phil's patented hero rules, another running gag from the film.
Rule number 6, when rescuing a damsel, always handle with care.
Now we don't know exactly how many of these there are, as we only learn a handful over the course of the movie, but the show gave us a whole load more. In fact, here, I made a list of all of them. Why not? And here's the thing, Phil. You already gave us a Rule 8, bud, and this ain't it. I'd love to put this down to the idea that Phil just makes all these up as he goes, but then he gets rule number 95 right.
Rule number 95, kid.
Concentrate!
What am I to think, Phil? So we now see why Olympus is so small. It's a pure combat world. No puzzles, no navigation, just fight! And of course, most of the competitors in this arena are teams of Heartless. They all have adorable formations and team names and stuff, I love that. Every single configuration we'll face includes Blue Rhapsodies, the Blizzard variation of Red Nocturnes. They differ in ways I honestly never bothered to notice before, hopping along the ground rather than floating through the air. But on the whole, they're more threatening since you can't just delete a whole group of them with one spell. I also like the name way more. These little magical bell-shaped Heartless are a staple of the series, and they all have the same naming scheme, a color and a type of song. But Blue Rhapsodies are the best because they're a reference to Rhapsody in Blue, which in turn makes them another reference to Fantasia, and I am biased, because the Rhapsody in Blue segment of Fantasia 2000 is, in a word, exquisite. A masterclass on storytelling without dialogue, a triumph of periodic style and synesthesia. Simply Disney's animation team at the top of their game. I love it so much that, given the opportunity, I'd even let it hijack a whole portion of a completely unrelated video. Wait a minute. These little guys are also great because they're basically monstrified versions of a Final Fantasy Black Mage. In a way, all Heartless kind of are because they have the same Jawa-esque faces, but the Blue Rhapsodies are definitely the purest extension of that idea. Oh my god, there should totally be a Jawa Heartless if Kingdom Hearts 4 has a Star Wars world. So the thing about Olympus Coliseum is that none of the individual fights are particularly tough. Instead, it's an endurance challenge. You don't get healed between rounds. What you bring in at the start of an attempt is what you got. Ignore Donald's example and be frugal with your magic. Only use a spell if it'll wipe out a group of Heartless. Your biggest threats are the Red Nocturnes, since their homing fire shots can interrupt you from basically anywhere. And I may as well mention, the Shadows have gotten another... Ah! Ignore that. And I may as well mention that the Shadows have gotten another step up in stats. And that's basically it. We're gonna spend the next little while bashing Keyblade fodder. But that works out. There are plenty of little subjects I've been needing an opportunity just like this to go over. Don't worry, we'll make it fun. Thunder is by far the most popular offensive spell in the game, with almost as much range as fire, a more practical area of effect than Blizzard, and most foes have no resistance to it. It's no wonder it tends to be people's go-to spell for most of the adventure, but the raw numbers tell a very different story, as it packs the lowest base power of the batch. Now, its formula is slightly different, with the MP stat having twice the effect on the outcome, and ensuring Thunder's damage will scale faster than the others as we advance, but at present, it does the same damage as fire, and with a steeper price tag at that. See, Fire and Blizzard each cost a single orange MP charged cast, where Thunder costs an entire blue MP segment. The more MP we have, the more charges each segment represents, and the more of those we'd effectively be wasting by using anything but fire or ice. It's a really peculiar system and not particularly intuitive, but the short version is, though Thunder is undeniably useful and probably the easiest to use, Blizzard is going to be a more economical use of your MP for quite some time. That one's gonna be tough to beat, I can tell by his sheer anime vibes. Next, let's talk weapons. Right now we basically have two choices each for our compadres here. For Goofy, we can either focus his defense or his offense. The stout shield's size is just as functional as it looks, making it easier to block some attacks. In theory. In practice, this really only matters for small projectiles, which tend to be aimed at Sora anyway, and even if they weren't, the difference is hard enough to notice with so much going on that I'd always prefer the slightly higher damage output. There is another difference in their hidden recoil stats, but I'm only mentioning it now so you guys don't think I don't know about it. There'll be a better chance to cover it later. Donald's choice is between strength and magic, and this seems like a no-brainer. The more magic he has, the more spells he can do and the harder they'll hit. Meanwhile, if he gets close enough to do a dinky melee attack, he's probably already dead. But in some specific cases, like the Olympus Coliseum, I do prefer the mallet. Mostly because he burns his magic so fast in the early rounds that attack will be all that matters deeper in anyway. I'll also point out now that besides what you equip them with, you do have a tiny bit of control over Dimble and Golf Ball here. By tapping triangle, or Y, or whatever's at the top of your controller, you can command them to target the same foe you're locked onto. I honestly forget about this every time I play this game. Having them target whatever is really just fine, and the only situations where you might feel the need to min-max like this are boss fights, where there's almost always only one foe anyway. So this mechanic is a bit vestigial.
That little punk is your next opponent, okay? Now don't blow it, just take him out.
Do I even need to explain who this guy is? Even if you've never played a Final Fantasy game, you probably already know Cloud Strife, the de facto face of JRPGs in the Western Hemisphere. And with a name like Cloud Strife, I probably don't even need to go into what kind of character he is.
Sorry, but my contract says...
I know! You think I don't know? I wrote the contract! I know it says you're only required to kill Hercules in this tournament. But you gotta fight that kid to get to him. Come on. Hey, it's like that old goat says. Rule number 11. It's all just a game. So let loose and have fun with it!
Cloud is the main character of Final Fantasy VII, and I don't want to be too dismissive because y'all came and got me for doing Aerith dirty. In my defense, it was funny.
Shit!
But Cloud does have a really complex tale. I can't go into detail because it's pretty heavy spoilers territory, but there are a lot of insecure layers to his badassery that I quite like. He do be looking kinda snazzy though. While some elements of his design here do line up with his Final Fantasy original, he's also got this swooshy cape and these claws. The outfit is based on another Fantasy VII member named Vincent, this tormented gothic undead dude who wields flintlock pistols and shapeshifts into demons when he loses control. No comment on that. According to an interview had with Tetsuya Nomura, this decision was made to show that this version of Cloud is struggling more with his dark side than he was in his home game, so he added in some elements of one of his darkest characters. But he also admits that he would have liked to put Vincent in the game too, which a lot of people take to mean Vincent was originally intended to be in Cloud's role here, similar to Riku and Yuffie's situation. But I don't believe there's any confirmation of that. Also, just as a cool parallel, Vincent starred in his own game called Dirge of Cerberus.
Still, suckers like him are hard to come by.
Last thing I want to touch on while we're smashing and vashing is victory animations. This whole combat gimmick is in itself a Final Fantasy reference, the way the enemies spawn in formation opposite our party, and every time we win, everyone on our side celebrates in a few possible ways. This shield rolling one is hysterical, cause how did you even do that? But most of these are very classy references. This one from Goofy looks like this one from Cat Shi in Final Fantasy VII. From Sora, we've got one referencing Cloud, one referencing Squall.
That's Leon.
And this one could honestly be a lot of things, maybe Barret, or Zell, or Zidane. They're not all Final Fantasy though. This one's a ringer for Donald's debut cartoon from 1934. And Goofy does this exact trick in one of his cartoons from 1942. The rest of Donald's poses are a bit too generic to place, like this arm crossing one could honestly be anything. But this staff raising one reminds me of Ramuh's signature pose from throughout the series, which at this point I'm inclined to believe is on purpose. That only leaves one unaccounted for. This Goofy animation is so specific, and he's not usually the type to hold up a loser sign like that, but I scoured everywhere I could think of and came up empty. At this point I'm more confident than anyone should reasonably be that Goofy has never pulled this move outside of KH, but then I found it. The cover art of the Goofy movie. It makes sense it took me so long to find. Who even looks at covers these days? On the subject of victory poses, I may as well mention that Tidus and Wakka's victory taunts back on the island were also direct homages to their original game. Not Selphie though. Don't know what happened there. A huge, humongous thanks to Ifrit, A Nice Bear, Flavio888, and Lunaflare on Discord for helping me track down all the footage I needed for those comparisons, by the way. They're incredible. And with that, we've reached the top of the preliminaries. Cloud is easily the toughest boss in the game, out of the ones we're allowed to lose. And thank the gods we are, because, oh lord, maybe he'd be pretty easy if you came at him fully healed and fully stocked, but alas, there's pretty much no way Dobos and Gufos made it this far without dumping their whole stock of potions. And if you didn't use any magic on the way here, you're probably feeling it in your health bar. Add on to that how utterly unprepared a new player will be for any of this, and he'll most likely dispatch you in seconds. In a lot of ways, Cloud is really similar to Leon, and likewise, he won't flinch at most of your melee attacks, and can whip out his own scarily fast. His Sonic Blade attack has a pretty distinctive audio cue that you should basically take as a command to jump, and you'll be safe from that, but the real threat is Climb Hazard. Avoiding this attack is extremely hard, since its descent homes in on you lightning fast. Without guard, your only consistent means of avoiding the damage is to meet him in midair and block with an attack of your own. As you might expect, our game plan here is very similar to Leon, but without any cheese to fall back on. He's too dangerous in melee range, so keep your distance, and strike with a jumping attack anytime he takes to the air. If you have any magic left, don't be afraid to use it to deal some safe damage, and the rest is all down to how well you can parry. Finally, at about a quarter HP, Cloud will start using almost exclusively Sonic Blade, over, and over, and over.
Stop! Stop! He's already dead!
There's not much to do but wait this out. Let patience wear him down, and you should be okay.
Gotta keep going.
Yeah, so Cloud getting ready to go for the kill in the scene where we lose kinda hits different, I'm not gonna lie. But Herc, I've got some questions for you. Hades seems pretty dang sure you're competing in this tourney. Phil said he wishes you were here because you're visiting family, but now you Deus Ex Machina. What do I believe, Flakules? Anyway, thank goodness we got out of there just in time. Let's head back in.
Kid, I got 2 words of advice for you. Attack!
Cerberus, the original goodest boy. Following an apparent theme in the world bosses, he's immune to damage from ground level. Only his heads are vulnerable. Problem is, his heads have really sharp teeth. Cerberus is a massive foe, but he has by far the quickest attacks of the 4 large bosses so far, with minimal downtime in between them. He's a very smart boy, yes he is. He's not just gonna leave his weak points vulnerable. Essentially, this fight is all about knowing when and where to strike. There'll be no hammering away at this one. He'll open the fight with Agrabah, a rapid-fire projectile attack that homes in on you as Cerberus patrols the battlefield. These are deflectable, but even with guard, I wouldn't recommend it. They just come too fast. The saving grace here is that the big guy really doesn't pivot too well, and staying behind him or even beneath him should keep you pretty safe from this barrage. When he's done with that, he'll settle in and start biting. This is the only stage where you can reasonably counter with some damage of your own, but it's also where things get tricky. Trying to evade all 3 heads from front and center is a fool's errand. You're gonna want to pick one of the outer heads and focus them from the side. Missing an attack here is deadly. In fact, even using a combo finisher is deadly. If at any point you find yourself down in front of the teeth, you're gonna suffer. So what we're gonna do is get into a rhythm of waiting for our chosen head to attack, getting in 2 hits only, and repeating. It's not fast, it's not glamorous, but it's safe. Similar to Cloud, we can hurry things along by throwing out some spells, but this is our best bet for most of the damage. He'll always wrap up a bout of biting by rearing up on his hind legs and using his shockwave attack. Nothing much to this one, but it can't be blocked in any way. It's a heavy telegraph, so clearing the hitbox shouldn't be a problem. After that, the cycle will repeat. Fireballs, chomps, shockwave. He's pretty reliable in that way, yes he is, who's a good boy. But he'll mix things up once you've brought him down to near half his HP, and introduce his last attack, Shadow Rave. This is easily the craziest attack we've had to deal with yet. After spewing a load of dark gunk into the ground, we'll be assaulted by these dark eruptions for like the next 30 seconds, and they do a scarily good job of leading your position. They can't be blocked, only evaded, and then Cerberus will start using Agrabah almost immediately after instigating this attack. So now you've got to avoid the fires and the spires. Help! Oh gods, it even works out of bounds! Once again, try to stick behind Cerberus, and really serpentine your movement to trick the Shadow Rave. If you're feeling up to a tiny tiny bit of platforming though, the absolute safest place to be during this onslaught is on Cerberus's back. During certain attacks, including Shadow Rave, his back leg will be positioned such that you can use it to mount up. Up here, there's nothing the good boy can do to you. That goes both ways. You can't really deal any damage from on high, and if you try, you're probably just gonna die. But it's excellent for this phase, because after introducing Shadow Rave, his new pattern becomes Bites, Shockwave, Shadow Rave, Firegabal, Shadow Rave again, and back to the bites. And that can be a lot to dodge, so just wait it out riding high. And that's the gist of the fight. His consistent attack cycles make him pretty easy to work around once you know what he's gonna get up to next, but there's also a degree of reactivity that I find quite cool. He'll only use 3 bites in a row before returning to his long-ranged options unless Sora is close enough to him. This sort of thing goes a long way towards making you feel like the boss is thinking, even if it is pretty simple. But with all the mechanical stuff out of the way, oh my god, we get to fight Cerberus! Actual full-size Cerberus straight from the movie. He feels massive and imposing, and he's probably gonna kill me, but once he does, he's gonna guard my soul so well, yes he will. This is such an amazing moment in Kingdom Hearts Legacy. Capturing the scope of a character like this and turning them into a fun boss fight is such a joy, and really keeps this game relevant as the only place you can go to get this exact thing. A monster from the background of your childhood come to life. Bravo, genuinely. Well done, Square. One thing though, I've always thought Cerberus's hindquarters looked more like that of a panther than a dog. I think it's the tail, it's so long.
Thus, I do hereby dub the junior heroes and confer upon the full rights and privileges to participate in the games. Further...
Hey, what do you mean, junior heroes?
You rookies still don't understand what it takes to be a true hero.
So, what does it take?
Well, that's just something you'll have to find out for yourselves. Just the way that I did.
So we're back to talking heroes, and here's the thing. This little mystery really doesn't take a lot of digging. All you need to do is watch one scene from the end of the movie.
You were willing to give your life to rescue this young woman?
For a true hero isn't measured by the size of his strength, but by the strength of his heart.
And, yeah, that's basically it. One of Kingdom Hearts' thesis statements drummed up as the moral takeaway of Hercules. It's kind of no wonder it gets to play a role in every game. Even though they play pretty coy with it, at least at this point in the series, I really appreciate Sora's very childlike approach to this conundrum. Phil says he's not a hero yet, and he just assumes it's because he hasn't beaten enough monsters. It's honestly cute.
I still can't believe that Squirt actually beat Cerberus.
Just between us, I'd already worn Cerberus down by the time the little guy jumped in.
My lips are sealed.
This scene getting capped off as only we the audience get to see Sora's latest achievement undermined. He has even further to go than he realizes. It's a cool narrative beat, but also, I'm calling bullshit, Hercules, just keep it in mind. On our way out of town, we get one last scene with Cloud. It's nothing major, but it reveals through context that Sora somehow put together Hades' whole scheme of using Cloud to kill him and then betraying them all with Cerberus, which is a little strange. It hinges on him having seen or heard Hades in the dark passage back there, or maybe having some sort of distrust in him to begin with, which all seems pretty off, but what can you do?
I tried to exploit the power of darkness, but it backfired. I fell into darkness, and I couldn't find the light.
This is a really weird detail. Cloud's voice lines are all accompanied by a super high-pitched tone. Probably some glitch with the mic they had his voice actor use, but I don't think it's the case with any other character. I'm too far along on my march towards death to hear it normally. I caught it by accident while editing, but I can lower the frequency to make it detectable to not a kid anymore like myself.
I fell into darkness, and I couldn't find the light. For your light.
Don't lose sight of it.
How about a rematch sometime? Fair and square, no dark powers involved.
I think I'll pass.
I also kinda wish this scene changed depending on whether or not you beat Cloud. It doesn't, but just by having the context one way or the other, you can read Cloud's response differently, which is admittedly pretty cool. Hey look, it's out of bounds.
He's strong, He's kind. He's always there for you. And he's handsome to boot. He's perfect. Perfect. Perfectly infuriating. He makes me crazy. Wait a minute. What are you worried about? All the pieces are in place. Relax. Whoa. Here's what you do. Let Hercules train the kid. In the next games, I'll take care of them both. Who invited you to the party? Stay out of this. This is my show.
As you wish. Fight to your heart's content.
Couldn't help but let that one play in full. Again, watching any of these theatrical villains together on screen never stops being entertaining. I might even call the Hercules show worth it because it gave us this.
Oh, really? You care to back that up, you stiff?
In a heartbeat, which I don't have insofar as I am dead. Of course, you could remedy that.
What have I got to lose?
One thing worth taking a closer look at, though, is the way Hades responds to this line specifically.
Fight to your heart's content.
The way he perks up and seethes at the mention of his heart is fascinating. Does the god of the dead have a heart? Is this a jab at the fact that that makes him vulnerable? This line doesn't lead to anything directly, so it's all just speculative, but it is thought-provoking. And that was Olympus. If we turn right around and head back in, we can get a bit more chat from Hercules, and even race against our best barrel bashing time. But one last footnote before the closing thought. If we return to Traverse Town, a few NPCs have shifted around a bit, like this Moogle in the shop who's aware of the Coliseum. Additionally, with Thunder in our tool belt, we can head into District 3, find this bit of exposed wiring, and zap it. Doing something. Hard to tell what that accomplished, but it turns out that activated some devices in the Gizmo shop. Specifically, these platforms granting us access to the upper level, where we can find 3 buttons, activating 3 gizmos, which in turn repairs this clock, changing it from midnight to... Stop it. Functional clock? Witchcraft? There we go, 6:54. Whew, for a second there I thought it might have actually matched another clock. For that circuitous sequence we get 2 more postcards, so only 2 to go for our grand prize. I bet we're gonna get it really soon. Now, Olympus Coliseum. A short and sweet world, no mistake, but we'll be back. I love how it balances against Wonderland, the most puzzly world against the most combative. If you're not much for this game's combat, it probably wasn't short enough, but even though it's not as nuanced or flashy as other games, I think this game's battles are a pretty fun time. You've got the right amount of control balanced against the commitments you make to attacking or dodging, and enough options at any given time that you never feel like you're at the system's mercy. On higher difficulties, it can be hard, even punishing at times, but never to the point of making me feel like any death wasn't my fault. It's up to you to watch your own 6 in these crowded encounters, to learn when to stop clicking attack and play it safe. It's satisfying, but I'll fully acknowledge it doesn't click with everyone. It can feel a bit ambiguous which context-sensitive attack Sora is gonna do. His finishers have a lot of cooldown, which can easily get you killed if you're not careful. And Donald and Goofy kinda feel like all they're good for is splitting the Heartless's attention. Now, generally speaking, I find the leveling curve in this game seems to be more or less built around taking down every batch of Heartless you come across as you progress normally. If you keep that up, level grinding should be entirely unnecessary, but if for whatever reason you must farm XP in the early game, Olympus is the best place to do it. Simply challenge the preliminaries, let yourself lose before reaching Cloud, and repeat until you're satisfied. But the real thing of it is, Kingdom Hearts is a rare RPG where it's not really possible to be underleveled. Certainly, lower stats will make fights more challenging, but no encounter will ever be impossible. In fact, I'd say the main impact higher levels make on a playthrough are the abilities you gain. If you're comfortable with Sora's set of tools, nothing is insurmountable. Even at level 1, every boss can still be taken down in a matter of a few minutes once you know how to take them apart. And I'd call that a really cool aspect of any action RPG with a leveling system. So, now that we're through Olympus, you can feel free to simply avoid almost all the Heartless we see, so long as you're up to the challenge when a fight is required. Strictly speaking though, nothing we just did was required. Olympus is a fully optional world on the path to just beating the game. I definitely recommend stopping in for Thunder, but beyond that, it's up to you. Whew, we're cruising now. I can't believe we already made it to Deep Jump. That was kind of a fun way to start this world, but it's really odd that he even got to make that joke. You see, Disney's Tarzan is in an extremely unique position among its fellow Disney movies. As a company so protective of its IP that we have yet to so much as see Mickey Mouse in a game that was originally planned to star him, you'd expect Disney to just be in charge of everything the light touches. But strange as it is for something we might consider first-party Disney, Tarzan seems to be a very notable exception. And as many of you may already know, this level is the only Disney World in the game to see absolutely no representation in any future games, at least at time of writing. This has raised a lot of questions, speculation, and good sweet Walter Elias Disney in cryosleep, is there a lot of misinformation about this floating around out there. People just confidently declaring all their hunches as facts in a circle, so I think it would behoove me to start off with a bit of myth busting. Now dial in here, full screen me, put me on your main monitor or whatever, because this isn't going to be the easiest thing to follow. I've gathered together all the information we can be sure of, and I've arranged it chronologically. 1912, yes, we're doing this. Edgar Rice Burroughs, an aspiring fiction author, publishes Tarzan of the Apes, and gets really famous for it. For basically the rest of his life through 1950, Burroughs franchises the loincloth out of Tarzan, writing 23 more books and licensing the subject matter to dozens upon dozens of other authors, film directors, comic artists, newspapers, and much, much more. It's often said that Tarzan has been adapted to film more than any other book, and while I'm skeptical about that assertion, regardless of if it's true, the fact that it's such a widely spread factoid paints a pretty good picture of how much of a media harlot Tarzan was throughout the 1900s. 1923, Edgar creates the holding company Edgar Rice Burroughs Incorporated, yeah, original, to manage his estate, keep track of all these myriad deals, and ensure that all roads lead back to him. 1965, the 24th and final Tarzan book written by Burroughs himself is published. 1987, the copyright term on the first Tarzan book expires and Tarzan enters the public domain. For those of you not familiar, this means that legally, it's been long enough since the work of fiction was created that any fan fiction written about it can now be published as canon and nobody can stop me. Even still, the laws surrounding copyright are twisty enough that ERB Inc. retains a hold on some ambiguous amount of the rights as long as the rest of the books aren't public domain. As recently as 2012, they successfully threatened Dynamite Comics with a lawsuit for adapting one of Burroughs' earlier works, despite that being well beyond its copyright term. Also, they've trademarked the name Tarzan as like a brand, not a character, meaning no matter how public domain the story gets, they can still say you need permission to use the name. And that doesn't really wear off. Essentially, they've built a reputation for being extremely protective of Tarzan's license. 1995, Disney begins pre-production on their own Tarzan movie, and even though it's primarily based on the first book, which is public domain, and they have a famously proficient fleet of lawyers, there's basically zero reason for them to risk any kind of legal debacle over something so easy to sort out ahead of time, so obviously they just buy the rights to make a film out of Tarzan. 1999, the film is released, it says Edgar Rice Burroughs right there and there, but here's where things get fuzzy. We have no idea what the terms of this license were. It's a fairly reasonable assumption that it gave Disney carte blanche to make pretty much anything they wanted surrounding the release of the film, which they capitalized on in true Disney fashion. Games, merchandise, a TV show, and a direct-to-video sequel, an attraction and character meetings in their parks, it was like the 1920s all over again for the Ape Man. 2002, Kingdom Hearts releases, and just like everything else with both Disney and Tarzan's name on it, Edgar Rice Burroughs is credited nice and clearly, but the fact that it's the only Disney movie in this game which is mentioned up front like this caught people's attention. Used with permission, people said. Does that mean Disney doesn't actually own Tarzan and needs permission every time they want to use the film's imagery? No, this is pretty typical legalese for this sort of thing. It might be more accurate to say they own that permission, at least at this point. But then, this little rumor absolutely digivolved in 2004 when the second Kingdom Hearts game released. No, not that one. And despite the game's premise of revisiting memories of all the worlds and characters from the first game, Deep Jungle was nowhere to be seen, and it was the only one not to make the cut. Weirder still, over the years we've uncovered some evidence that suggests its inclusion was more than planned. I don't blame anyone for making the assumption that this must have been because Disney lost their rights or weren't able to get permission a second time. If this is all the information you have, it's not that much of a leap in logic. To be fair, I made the exact same assumption about that French cafe sign. But none of this has been helped by the fact that all things Tarzan still have yet to appear in the series to this day, no matter how much ground a game retreads. It doesn't stop there. Disney Heroes Battle Mode, Disney Emoji Blitz, Sorcerers of the Magic Kingdom, Disney Infinity, Dreamlight Valley, Villainous, all these crossovers containing all these characters, and yet Tarzan is conspicuous by his absence from all of them, with the befuddling exception of Disney's Extreme Skate Adventure back in 2003. They didn't even give Clayton a perfume bottle. I mean, I probably wouldn't want to smell like Clayton, to be fair. It's easy to assume copyright is to blame for it all, but the timeline doesn't really make sense. While 2003 was his last appearance in a Disney game, that direct-to-video movie came out in 2005, and the original movie even got a Broadway musical adaptation that opened in 2006, over a year after the release of Chain of Memories. What happened? If Disney's Tarzan license was good for 6 or 7 years, why did he vanish from Kingdom Hearts before it ran out? Well, maybe Square had to get their own license for the IP and the terms were different. No, that wouldn't be the case, because none of the IP is down to Square. In fact, they're the ones who needed to give Disney permission to use their stuff. That's why the only things accompanying Tarzan's copyright on this screen are the Final Fantasy properties. Because strictly speaking, this is a Disney game. Square is just the developer. These days, our man's sort of a shadow. He continues to have a presence in the theme parks. There he is in the Once Upon a Studio short. Here he is in the credits of Wish, neither of which say used with permission from Edgar, etc. Maybe it's enough of an Easter egg you don't need it, but Once Upon a Studio still took the time out to credit the source of Big Hero 6, so I am officially more lost than I was when I started down this path. I think all we can really determine from all this is that there were certainly some extenuating circumstances in place. There's definitely something a bit radioactive about Tarzan, but everything else we have is a bunch of unanswerable questions. What are the rules when it comes to reiterations? Did Disney have to re-get permission to keep Deep Jungle in Final Mix? Can we at least assume it's not a whole thing every time it's ported? Will Tarzan be the one movie safe from the live-action remake treatment? And to further confuse things, here's a rare Deep Jungle sighting in the Kingdom Hearts Talisman board game. But I hear all over the place that Edgar Rice Burroughs must be a pain to deal with, or that they hated Disney's adaptation, or that Edgar and Walt's frozen bodies got into a slap fight that one time. The rumors really fester, and I wouldn't recommend quoting any of them as fact. Speculation is pretty fun, but the hard truth is, Tarzan didn't get to reappear in Kingdom Hearts, and we simply don't know why. So I think the only reasonable course of action is to appreciate what we did get while we've got it. God help me if any of my intros get longer than that one. Deep Jungle is in an interesting position structurally. Obviously, based on the battle level, this is intended to be the last level in this ring that we explore, but I think a lot of first-time players will make it their second to avoid backtracking across the gummy lanes. If you really wanted, you could even do it first, as nothing is stopping you from leaving either Olympus or Wonderland immediately after pulling up and just rocking on over to the treehouse. You're probably gonna get mulched, but it's for the good of scientific discovery. Of course, this also means there are 2 possible gummy routes leading to this new world, both of which have enough going on that I might even consider upgrading the ship for it. I mean, it's still a gummy ship mission, but at this point I'm more just looking for an excuse to engage with it. Half the chests we've been opening in the worlds have had gummy bits and bobs in them, so we truly may as well use them. Now I gather a lot of people find the gummy garage to be a bit inscrutable, so here's the gummy design crash course. Don't think too hard about the name. First, select a blueprint you've unlocked from this list. Odds are, if you pick a Heartless ship, you won't yet have all the pieces used to make it, and it'll just remove them from the ship, but that's fine. I personally prefer to just erase everything and start from scratch anyway. There are 3 menus you can use and shuffle between using the right shoulder and trigger buttons. The top menu is for selecting the gummies you want to add to the ship, the central menu is for placing those gummies, removing or deleting any that you've already placed, and the bottom menu is for viewing your ship's specifications, which will also be helpful enough to tell you what your ship needs to fly. All that's absolutely necessary is a cockpit and at least 1 thruster, and we can totally take off just with this adorable little shuttle if we so desired. I gotta say, I love how all the gummies are named after spells from Final Fantasy. All your basic building blocks are Protect, Shell, and Dispel, various support abilities from the series which generally aim to reduce damage, and of course, the more of these you have on a ship, the more armor it'll be rocking. Arrow is of course wind magic, but this is where things get unintuitive. Though the wings are ostensibly meant to improve our ship's maneuverability, every gummy has a hidden weight value. The heavier our ship is, the slower it will move and turn. And at least in the case of the basic arrow blocks we have, they add more weight than they offset, so they're mainly for aesthetics. The only way to make our ship faster at this stage is to use fewer blocks. Weapons are where it's at, though we don't have that many. We have 1 basic thunder cannon, 2 Thundaras, and a meteor. Thundara fires 2 shots at a time off to the side, and the orientation actually affects which way they go, so if you use both, rotate one for the best effect. Meteor is one of the strongest spells in most Final Fantasy games, and gives us our first option to expend the ship's magic meter. By pressing triangle, you'll fire a high-powered laser which locks onto enemies automatically, has a wider hitbox than our normal shots, and pierces foes. It can wipe out a whole cluster of enemy ships in 1 shot, and you got like 10 shots per segment of your ship's power gauge. It's kinda overkill for now, but nonetheless, nice to have. There are plenty of other nuances I could cover now, but I think we've taken enough time here. Let's head on over to Deep Jungle. Make sure to pick up a Cindy blueprint on your way, Cindy being a member of the Magus Sisters boss fight in Final Fantasy IV, and returned as an Aeon in Final Fantasy X. I like that the original design reflects the original boss fight, and the final mix design is based off of the redesign. That's pretty classy. Now, upon reaching our destination, Donald and Sora are gonna get into a bit of a kerfuffle. Donald doubts that Mickey would go anywhere near a copyright minefield like that place, but Sora wants to check it out in case Riku and Kairi are there. They argue over the ship's controls and crash land into the world. If I have any complaint about this scene, it's that it's relegated to these text boxes, cause this is one of the most important story beats to happen in a Disney world. We haven't really addressed that Donald only brought us along in the first place because we have the Keyblade, and all he knows about about it is that it's somehow important to the king. Sora, meanwhile, has his own agenda. Despite his protestations in Olympus, ya boy is no hero. He's just a lost kid looking for his friends who got both very lucky and very unlucky. And he only tagged along in the first place because it's not like anyone else was offering him a ride. It's an interesting dynamic for a core party to have, both halves essentially seeing each other as a means to their own ends that don't necessarily align. And it is at least an element to this world, but I wish the game gave it more of a proper spotlight. I also like to think that Sora saw the treehouse and immediately thought of the treehouse back on Destiny Islands, and that's why he's so gung-ho that Riku or Kairi might have gravitated here.
Whoa!
And we crash directly into the most iconic set piece of the movie. Here we frickin' go! Deep Jungle is one of the most movie-faithful worlds in this game, and the details are on another level even from Wonderland.
Donald? Goofy?
Starting off right away with a boss fight, Sabor! One of the most vicious antagonists in Disney's catalog, responsible for the death of 3 lovable characters before the opening song has even concluded, setting the current speed record. That was as a much younger and lither leopard, though. In his old age, he's a bit of a pushover. Heavy contrast from Cloud, Sabor may be the easiest of the bosses that we're allowed to lose, if not the easiest in the whole game. I wouldn't blame you for having no idea this version of the next cutscene even existed. All of his attacks are pretty basic melee affairs, not difficult to parry or dodge, and on top of that, this has gotta be the most any enemy has ever reacted to a combo finisher. If you can drive him into a corner, you can just mash away, and that's the whole fight. I like this moment. It's kind of a reversal of Sabor's death fake out in the movie, but it's absolutely in character for him. I am reasonably sure he is a he, by the way. It says as much in Jiminy's journal. Most sources of the movie call Sabor a female though, and that's because she was a she in the original book, though she was also a lioness originally, so I don't know how reliable of a source that is. I'm inclined to take Jiminy's word for it. Thanks so much for the rescue, bizarre wild man in a loincloth. I guess if Sora wasn't fazed by that guy in the cave, he's ready for anything.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What is this place?
This place.
Clearly we have a bit of a communications barrier though. This scene somewhat mirrors Tarzan's first meeting with Jane.
I got separated from my friends. Have you seen them?
Friends.
This motion he does is especially similar.
Tarzan.
Right, my friends. There's 2 of them. The loud one is Donald. You know what? Never mind. I'm looking for my friends Riku and Kairi.
Kairi. Friends.
I like how Sora barely reacts to this particular hallucination of Kairi. At this point he's just like, okay, this is just something that happens now.
Really? Huh?
Friends. Here.
Not sure I understand, but show me. Take me to Riku and Kairi.
Tarzan. Tarzan. Go.
And I'm Sora. Tarzan go, Sora go.
This line is one of those that gets shown a lot out of context on the fringes of the KH fandom as an example of how dumb it can be, but honestly, I think it's kinda clever. I always interpreted this as Sora's competitive nature shining through. Like, oh, you get 1 go? Well, I get 2 goes. This is probably the most similar a world's title card has been to that of its movie.
Gosh, where are we?
Hey, they're okay.
I sure hope Sora's okay.
In this chapter where we're actually exploring the friction among our party, I like how Goofy is just a pillar of camaraderie. Though, if you remember that Jimbo Cricket exists, there's a weird energy around this mini conflict. Sora doesn't mention him here, Goofy doesn't mention him here. No matter which party he's with, it's not a good look. Justice for Jiminy, man.
Who needs them? We can find the kid without them, huh?
Question, are we not meant to think that Turk just pooed that out? It gets a huge focus, but like, how are we meant to interpret that? And the reins are off. We can follow Tarzan off the cliff, or we can explore the treehouse, and like, obviously. Let's see what we got here. The overall design of the house is much more open, no doubt to better suit the boss fight, but on a micro scale, I found this clock, and the time would match if it were mirrored. This picture looks a lot like that one. These circular ones are a pretty good match too. That picture might be this one, and of course we have a lot more obvious stuff, like the boat, and the net where baby Tarzan was nearly mauled. There's even a chest down there. I also really like these light rays on the windows. They're just 2D textures, and knowing that, my critical brain wants to believe that they don't, but they look remarkably good. Now this staircase is the bane of every 7-year-old's existence. It looks so close. Sora, why don't you just... Funnily enough, this jump is entirely possible by jumping immediately after landing on the stringer board, but we're gonna pretend it's not because this is a rare environmental puzzle. It's nothing too complex. The only thing separating it from that protect chain puzzle on Destiny Islands is that we can't actually see the barrel we're supposed to use from the staircase. But I'll take what I can get. By the way, I did check and there's an invisible wall up here during the Sabor fight, which is good because if you were to leave the area without triggering the next cutscene, the game would completely softlock. That barrel's also a bit interesting, as we can break it and there's a chance we get an item from it. Despite breakables like this being present in most worlds, this is the first time one has had contents since the tutorial. As we make our way up to the top of the treehouse, it's apparent that among these early Disney worlds, Deep Jungle reps a third pillar of the game's mechanics. Though not nearly as load-bearing as combat or as pronounced as puzzles, the jungle is going to put a lot of emphasis on traversal. Funny, you'd think that'd be Traverse Town. But this game is rarely more of a platformer than it is in this world. Keep an eye out for the various means by which we're inclined to move through its spaces. On the roof, we can obtain a protect chain. How fitting. Peculiarly, this hole in the roof was not present in the original Japanese version. We know Nomura's big on continuity, so maybe he was watching this scene back and suddenly realized he needed an impact crater for Sora's landing. Though now we have the opposite problem, because if you look through this window, you can see the hole he makes before he makes it. This weather vane is unfortunately not a chocobo. Here's a weird bit of design continuity they definitely didn't have to include. You can see the pulley system for the boat runs in through this little gap in the wall, then across more pulleys along the attic, then out another gap before running down, presumably to a counterweight system. And one last thing we can get in this area is in that boat over there. This may or may not have been intended, but by jamming the attack button, we can get just enough distance to land in the boat and get ourselves a mithril. Now we can follow Tarzan just by jumping ship, at which point we'll land in this room called the Tunnel, where we can find some more treasure and a save point. Yes, let's get out of here, Tarzan. Forget Doof and Goof. I've been foiled. So our attention is obviously leading us to this big ol' hollow log here, but we can go basically anywhere in the world right now as long as you know how to navigate it. We can play with these flowers over here that bloom when you try to light them on fire. We can make it back up to the treehouse. We can even take a semi-secret path by jumping off this side of the treehouse and landing on what's basically the opposite end of the world. But I am gonna take Tarzan's way and jump into the log. They really couldn't have picked a better movie to have as the backdrop for the world based on movement. The way Tarzan negotiates through his home turf is incredibly satisfying to watch. Definitely one of the highlights of the film. He's just so agile and stretchy, so it makes absolute sense they'd want to try and replicate some of those iconic scenes in the game. This tree slide minigame doesn't have too much going on, but it's enough of a spectacle that I never find myself wanting to skip it. You can though, if you want. Just hit quit and pow, you're at the bottom. Where you belong. Because you hate fun.
Tarzan. Oh, and who's this?
Hi there.
Oh, you speak English.
So with Jane in the picture, we've got a good idea of where we are in the movie. Well, Sabor actually dies in the movie before Tarzan meets any of the other humans, plus by this point the campsite should have been quite thoroughly trashed, so once again, we're in a pretty alternative reality.
So then, obviously you're not related to Tarzan. Are you here to study the gorillas?
Highly doubtful.
Oh, the dulcet tones of Brian Bloody Blessed. Bring it in here.
Goofy! Donald!
Honestly, Donald and Goofy are really dang lucky Mr. Clayton didn't just gun them down, as his first instinct at every point in the source material is to shoot absolutely everything unknown on sight.
A circus of clowns. Not much use for hunting gorillas.
Luckily for us, he's tunnel-visioned more on the gorillas in this iteration.
Well, the more the merrier. Do make yourselves at home.
The more the merrier indeed, though conspicuous by his absence is Jane's father Archimedes. No, not that one.
Mr. Clayton asked me not to move. He saw something.
Oh,
I moved.
I'm glad we have Jane though, as she's one of my favorite Disney heroines.
Put me down! Put me down! Pick me up, pick me up, pick me up!
Well, anyway, I'm staying. Huh?
Sora, look what we found. Look at this.
Attention turns to Turk's little dropping here. Turns out, this is what a gummy block looks like when it's not, I guess, pressed into the shape of a ship. Don't worry, I'm sure they'll explain it. It's a really neat bit of continuity that we actually get a gummy from that scene though. It's just a protect gummy we could pick up anywhere, but that just further drives home that they didn't have to do that. We now have the option to shuffle our party a bit. Tarzan is our first world-specific party member, but we can only have 3 at a time, so someone's gotta go. It only seems fitting that we'd sit Donald out while he and Sora are beefing, but don't be too quick to change things up, because unless you have the core trio engaged, you can't operate Trinity marks like this one in the camp, which yields... oh shoot, puppies. This is as bad as it's gonna get for this particular aspect of this project, and these 3 were pretty easy to spot. 2 more on the couch by Penny, and 1 over by these books on the floor. In fairness, it's pretty considerate of them to leave a Trinity like 10 steps away from a save point where you can swap your party around. But I know plenty of people literally just never switch in characters like Tarzan because it's just too much of an inconvenience to find a Trinity you can't use later in the level, backtrack to a save point to swap them out, get back to the Trinity, use it, and then go back to the save point to swap them back in and track back again to where you found the Trinity. I think what they were going for was a sort of trade-off, because Tarzan actually kicks a fair amount of ass. He's quick, his spear has hella range, he hits hard and rapidly, and comes packaged with a couple support spells Sora and Donald don't even know yet. He's also going to be a bunch of levels above you when you first reach Deep Jungle. He's currently 21 to my Sora's 16. Together we can drink and drive, and if you want, you can unequip all his active abilities except for Healing Herb, and he'll do a surprisingly great job at just keeping you alive. But his offensive skills are no joke either. So I am all in on Team Tarzan. In fact, I was trying to gather footage of something later in the world, and I outright had to swap him out of the party because he was just doing too good of a job at killing the Heartless. But at one point, I was indeed one of those people who never used him if I could help it because I was just too worried about completion. So I think it might have been a misstep to handle Trinities this way. Yeah, they're a representation of the core trio's bond, but screw that. Sora and Tarzan are as close as SDG were when they first learned Trinity. Whatever. So once again, you have free reign over the world right now. You can basically explore everywhere and not even have to worry. Oh my god, it's Sabor again. Now even more of a pushover that we've got the party behind us. Sabor can just randomly ambush you whenever you enter the Bamboo Grove, which by the way is based off of this scene from the movie, the Cliffs, which by the way is based off of this scene from the movie, and the treehouse, which by the way is based off of this. I love the way he bursts up from the floorboards here. It's quite an entrance. But no matter where you fight him, you can't defeat him. He'll just run away like a little pussycat. If he were a tougher fight, this would be quite effectively tense, like we're being stalked and worn down by a relentless predator. But instead, he's really just a nuisance. He does have a lot more to him than meets the eye when fought in the treehouse though. In addition to the hole in the floor he makes on the initial ambush, there are a surprising amount of destructible elements in this area he can crash through. Sources are mixed on what exactly causes this, but it can be consistently achieved by inflicting him with a stun. There are a variety of means we and our party members can use to do that, but it also has to happen near specific spots. By consulting this extremely official looking diagram made for me by Nick McSlighton and stunning Sabor near the X's, we can add 3 new openings to the jungle outside. This one even functions as a shortcut to the top of the house, which is pretty nifty. I strongly suspect the original fight against Sabor was planned to be a lot more of an action set piece, since what I've just covered is only a fraction of what made it into the game compared to what we know about. There are 2 more breakable segments programmed into the floor, as well as some extra furniture that we just never see, one of which is the unshattered version of this table in the middle. Then, 3 of the rafters in the top of the room have unused broken states, and there remains the mystery of the hole in the roof. I'm picturing an elaborate battle against both Sabor and this game's platforming elements that rages from the bottom to the top of the structure, but that is purely speculative. Literally none of that has any bearing on progress through this world. Our focus right now is the campsite. Grab this mithril shard and talk to Jane to get our goal. We want to know what that word in gorilla was, because apparently that's where Riku and Kairi are. So what we're gonna do is use projector slides to try and match up with his vocabulary. Just like in the movie! Trouble is, the slides have gone missing, and we gotta find them around camp. But before we leave the tent, we got this map of Africa, which is probably Clayton's map. Actually, it raises some kind of memey questions. Like, the Deep Jungle world is just Earth, right? Earth that has England in it, presumably? The same England Alice is from? Is the Greece and Hercules' world also just on Earth? Honestly, it's better not to think about it. Think about this. Jane, the zoologist, is getting her information from a book titled Life of a Ape in Africa. This tent is another example of a room behind a loading zone still fitting perfectly within the confines of its exterior model, and the campsite is one of the coolest single rooms in this game. There is so much to see and do just in this small space. Let's start with the slides we need to get, just to have them out of the way. There's one on the dresser in this covered area, one on top of this pile of crates and luggage, one by the chalkboard, one on the way up to the top of the tent, one on the tent, and one more on the far end of these coverings. If you look at them before picking them up, they all have this image of a gorilla on them. Only other person we can talk to right now who says, "No, I am not going to hunt the gorillas, but they're so rare, I'd just like to get a look at them." Cap, Jiminy's on to you, William. Now this campsite is obviously the same campsite seen in the film, simplified a fair bit, but sharing in a wealth of detail. Telescope, gramophone, flagpole, grandfather clock with bonus matching time, the Beauty and the Beast tea set, complete with saucer of lemons. Ironically, this may even fit better in the world of Kingdom Hearts. For all we know, this straight up is Mrs. Potts after the destruction of her world, either playing by Toy Story rules, or possibly stuck as an inanimate object due to the lack of magic in the realm. The chemistry set table, the typewriter, the clothesline, the globe, the vanity mirror and dresser, potbelly stove, and this cask of...
Oh dear God, it's just labeled wine.
Also, from a little bit later in the movie, we have the chalkboard with Jane's drawing of Tarzan, and this orrery. I think I can even make out Turk's name on the paper in the typewriter. Still not impressed? Well, this is also one of the most interactive spaces we've seen yet. We can climb the flagpole, we can bash a couple of objects and get a response. By checking various things throughout the camp, we can find research notes and recipe cards that we can then put to use over at the stove in the chemistry set. Essentially, cooking a potion to turn it into a high potion, and turning another potion into 2 ethers through some kind of alchemy. I don't get it. We got another example of the yellow shoe being mightier. If you push this crate over to the flagpole, you can get it deleted like the Destiny Island rock. Last but not least, when I went to break this barrel on the other side of camp, I noticed it damaged my party members when launched into them. Donald, you've been giving me a lot of lip today. What say we use you for a little experiment? It'll be great. It'll help us find the king, I promise. I'm honestly shocked you can do that. Now, you might think I'm a dick for even trying, and I am, but I also learned something along the way. Every party member has a unique voice line they use when knocked below half HP. Doesn't matter how much the attack did, and they won't do it for taking damage below half, so it's a cool means the game gives you of keeping tabs on them without having to take your eyes off combat. With all the slides, check back in with Jane and she'll show them off. The first one is a castle that Sora finds familiar despite never having left Destiny Islands to have seen such a structure. Now, all these slides of course have parallels in the movie, most of them exact matches. The bouquet, the gorilla, the child, big boat, and fencing. But the castle is interesting because it looks nothing like its animated counterpart. I did some research and found that the castle most likely represented in the movie is Hohenzollern in Germany, whereas this one in the game looks much closer to a Disney fantasy castle, though not an exact match for any of them. Alas, none of what we showed Tarzan matches up with the Hee Hoo Ha Ha Hoo, which leads into a pretty cool blend of the game's story and the movies.
That leaves just one place. Young man, we've been in this jungle for some time now, but we have yet to encounter these friends of yours. I'd wager they're with the gorillas, but Tarzan refuses to take us to them.
Really, Mr. Clayton? Tarzan wouldn't hide.
Then take us there. Take us to the gorillas. Gorillas.
Clayton manipulates Tarzan into leading the group to the gorilla nesting grounds. In the movie, he does this by convincing Tarzan it'll keep Jane from going back to England. Here, it's not as elegant, but hey, I think it works.
Tarzan? Are you sure?
Tarzan, go see Kerchak.
Kerchak?
He must be the leader. Perfect. I'll go along as an escort. After all, the jungle is a dangerous place.
Whoa, we should have gotten to have Clayton as a party member here. I've been going back and forth on whether to even show this, but screw it. At least this time it's an adult, and I find it unique and interesting enough to share. Jane's model is such that you can see her underwear, or perhaps her shirt is actually a sort of leotard. I find this technically fascinating because this sort of thing is usually hidden by a black void or something. But yes, I do know this because I was once a teenaged boy, but I had the strength of character to overcome that affliction, so if any of you get horny in my comments, I will tell your mothers. Immediately after that cutscene, Sabor will ambush you in camp, which is actually a pretty cool moment, but Anyway, for the rest of this world, Jane is our wayfinder. If you ever need to know where to go, just check in with her and she'll point you in the right direction, which you may well need because this is by far the largest world yet, and we're gonna need to explore it top to bottom, starting with the Hippo Lagoon, based of course on the hippos from the movie. They really nailed the facial expressions. This area obliges us to get real friendly with how Sora feels as a platformer. I've touched on it once before, but if you've been playing this game since 2002, you might not remember that it's not great, but it's just not. Sora falls too quickly and controls almost too responsively in midair, making it easy to careen around while jumping. He's got a variable jump height based on how long you hold the button, and there's a short period after he lands where you can't do anything apart from jump again, which only delays the issue. None of this is unworkable. The problem is the world he's in doesn't feel built to accommodate it. A lot of platforms in this game favor realistic geometry over what's actually practical for platforming. For instance, the sloped sides of these trees can't be ledge grabbed, and are easy to slip off if you time your jump too late. Using the Keyblade swing to get some extra distance never feels like it was intentional, and I still find it thoroughly aggravating that Sora can't jump out of water. If you're willing to give it a shot though, it's not like there are any consequences for falling apart from having to try again. And you can get yourself a Meteor G, a Mega Potion, and some more puppies. We got a wine connoisseur, another one under the table, and our first entry into the TV room. Luckily, if this platforming's not your cup of tea, it's not required, but I can't say I prefer the alternative. Climb this tree to reach the swinging vines. More timing based than actual precision. Just use your command menu at the right moment to automatically switch vines or land on the far platforms. If you fall here, it's kinda cool, you land back in the Hippo Lagoon. I'm certainly fond of that, but there's really not much else to say about it. What I suppose is interesting is that you can take this challenge on entirely without the reaction commands, and just use the jump button. You wouldn't want to, because it's basically everything wrong with ordinary platforming amplified by the tiny hitboxes of these vines, but it certainly makes things more interesting. There is a mithril up here, but apart from that, just don't stress and swing on over to get to vines too.
Kerchak, please listen to me. I know the nesting grounds are secret, but I trust them. You see, I want to help them because, well, they need us.
Kerchak and Kala are Tarzan's adoptive parents, so to speak.
Kerchak.
It's weird that Kerchak doesn't get any lines in this game, but his stoic silence pretty effectively conveys the tension in this relationship. Also, Tarzan's speaking gorilla right now. It's just translated for the audience the way it is in the movie, but the way they chose to tell the player this is...
Oh, did you get that?
No!
Another exchange that gets memed pretty hard, cause it's not at all clear why Dog and Goose are confused if you don't already twig that the animals in this world don't talk. I think they could've just cut that whole exchange, but Donald's is pretty funny. If you did come this way with the vines, it's kinda disorienting, cause the actual entrance we took should have dropped us back here, but swing around a bit and we can grab another pupper trio. With 21 pups found, that's again enough for a gift, this time a Thyraga thruster. These three are a batch of troublemakers. There's one on the armchair and two up by this vase, just waiting for the perfect opportunity to knock it over. Back over where the cutscene spat us out, simply climb the vine right next to you to pursue Kerchak in the direction of the treehouse. There's a blue trinity right next to the way up. I'd say this is the best opportunity to head over the treetop and swap in Donald and Goofy if you don't already have them in. And we can get a Thundara gummy. We're accruing some heavy firepower today. I'm mostly just impressed that Turk got this globe all the way up here from the camp. I absolutely love everything about Donald Duck jump scaring Clayton and giving him the death stare right here. This is the sort of thing that kinda determines if you get Kingdom Hearts.
You don't understand. I was only trying to. A snake slithered by. You see, I saved that poor gorilla's life.
The way these characters interact is absurd, but it's played completely straight, and I think you have to be willing to get behind that if you want to dive into these games. If you're not though, you know, I guess I'm just glad you're still here, but buckle up, because this is as tame as it gets.
Kerchak, please!
So I guess that kinda shoots our chances of seeing the nesting grounds. Suppose we just gotta head back to camp, but there's an obscure detail if we hang around. Only if you brought Tarzan in your party for that cutscene, afterwards his model will keep his eyes closed to indicate how sad he is that a nice man like Clayton would do such a thing.
How could you do such a thing?
Now, Miss Porter, as I told you, I was not aiming at the gorilla.
You are not to go near the gorillas again.
Oh, because of one mishap. Come now. Huh?
This is great. I think this is just one reason Jane's dad might have been removed from this story. Without him around, Clayton is the oldest. He's the authority figure. Not that Professor Porter was a tower of authority, but you get my point. By most measures, Clayton ought to be the wisest in this situation, but his authority here falls apart so fast, and really destroys that idea that the adult in the room always knows best and can assert their will even if they're wrong. Now we got this whole squad and we can make Clayton falter and back down. Hell yeah, Sora's stanced up like this. He just got to watch a bully get taken down a peg. He's like, Jane, where were you when I was getting lectured back in that cave? This is what I'm talking about. He's the first domino to fall, and it feels good.
What am I doing with these imbeciles? Blasted gorillas! I'll hunt down every last one of them! I'll track them down somehow. I'll stake my life on it. Hmm?
Oddly, the save point in here has been changed to the green swirly variety. The manual will tell you that this type won't always let you go to the gummy ship, as is the case here, but what it fails to realize is that in this same world, we already saw the other type of save point prevent us from leaving. So it tells lies, and you people tell me to believe it when it says Sora is 14. Obviously, this save point is altered because there's a cutscene flag outside they don't want you to miss. Heartless appear, a new variant as well. These are Power Wilds, a really cool representation of a Heartless's propensity for camouflage. I've always loved these guys mostly because of their movements. They have so much personality, and look at how they react to you parrying some of their attacks. They're such hams, how can you not adore them? Now that the Heartless floodgates have opened, we can find several types throughout the world, including our new and improved shadows, white mushrooms which perform a new emote we can't actually interact with yet, and Bouncy Wilds, another favorite of mine, and an extraordinarily rare instance of a final mix recolor I'm actually quite fond of. Just like their power brothers, Bouncy Wilds have tons of personality, and are one of the only Heartless species to vocalize in any way. They make use of mischievous tactics, including taunting us, sprinting around, fleeing battle if we don't catch them fast enough, taking the high ground and launching pot shots at us, and the best, dropping banana peels that don't deal damage but cause us to drop money if we slip on one. They can even summon more Heartless into battle, which ordinarily is an ability only bosses have. The best part about both these monkey varieties is that they're entirely susceptible to their own banana hijinks. It's rare, it took a long time for me to get it to happen, but if they slip, they'll drop money, go into a unique prone animation, and they even have a different set of drops for when it happens. I love them because despite the fact they're clearly not as tough as Power Wilds, they obviously outrank them, which is a cool way to mirror the typical male dominance of most primate species. Subtle nods that despite their camouflage, the Heartless are not natural. Oh, and if any of you get horny in my comments, I will tell you, that's not the last new Heartless to the party though. Over in the Bamboo Grove only, we have a good chance of encountering a Black Ballade. I know that's how it's pronounced, but I hate it. I'm calling it a Black Ballad. Our second rare Heartless. Unlike the Gigas Shadows, you can totally tackle this challenge now though. The Black Ballad is invulnerable to all damage in most situations. However, when you approach it, it will summon 4 shadow doubles Naruto style. Hop to indicate which one is real, and then play a little shell game with you. At this point, the real one is vulnerable to a single strike from your Keyblade, which will always deal a quarter of its HP and damage provided you hit the real one. If you hit a fake, it will strike back with thunder. This is actually pretty tough. They'll overlap with each other and play with your expectations by doubling back and flying in directions they're not facing. Get far away and go into first person, and for an extra edge, rapidly pause and unpause while they move around to keep better track of them. Even with that advantage, they get faster the more times you actually strike true, and you'll probably end up just having to guess at least once. Though it will disappear if you strike a fake one 4 times. Now, why play? This is the best source of lightning stones. Hitting it correctly has a 10% chance of dropping one, but if you manage to defeat it by hitting it 4 times, it's guaranteed to drop one. Of course, we don't know yet what lightning stones are for, so I'm not recommending you grind here, but if you're passing through and see its challenge, you might as well. We've got another cool namesake here too. You may have noticed a repeating pattern of 4s while we were going over the rules of the game. 4 fakes, 4 hits, 4 chances. Well, the term ballade was first attributed to music by Chopin, who famously wrote exactly 4 of them. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not sure what's up with the kunai on its hat though. So with all the new enemies cataloged, what we're actually doing now is exploring the whole world and rescuing all the generic gorillas who are now being accosted by Heartless. Once again, Jane will point us towards any we haven't found, but basically, head on back up to the treehouse again. You can skip all the vines by climbing up the far end of the Hippo Lagoon, rescue one up in the climbing trees, one in the treehouse, and back down in the bottom of the area, there's one in the bamboo grove and one in the cliffs. The cliffs also have kind of a lot going on. You can climb vines, sidle on this wall. It feels almost like a test environment for some of these mechanics repurposed into a room. And there are 2 treasure chests in here too. This is gonna sound stupid, but if you're doing a level 1 run, don't open these chests yet. Just trust me. Once that's done, check back in at the tent and get tipped off to another cutscene by the swirly save point in here. Tracking down Clayton via gunshots is of course a reference to the movie, and oh god, not his pipe! What do you guys think? Did Clayton get ambushed back in this scene by the Heartless or Sabor? I think this implies it was the latter, and speaking of, Sabor is going all out on us, and is now packing twice the HP, which is still only a little more than a large body Heartless, but he also has one new trick up his sleeve. He can vanish into the bamboo and pounce out from another section of it. This would be a cool maneuver if our lock-on didn't track him through it, and even if you weren't already such a pushover, he literally just lets you leave. The fight's not optional, we do have to win to progress, but come on. You got such a cool boss fight moment in the movie, and this is all they give you in the game? I think our gender-fluid leopard icon deserved better. I don't know about you. And once again, back to the tent we go. This world's whole song and dance is a lot of back and forth, and it gets a lot of flack for it. I don't think it's so bad. I like that it's structured kinda like a playground slide, and you can just keep circling back to the top of it for a one-way trip down. Makes you feel like you're always moving forwards and not necessarily backtracking, but Tarzan freaking Spidey senses Jane back up at the top of the level, so up we go again for like the 3.5th time. Now you might say, aha, I can just go to the gummy ship menu and land back in the tunnel, and to that the game has put up the most impenetrable looking wall of leaves and sticks you ever did saw, back across the hippos for you.
Tarzan!
That big black fruit looks suspicious, okay. This is such a weird... It's definitely not a boss, it's more like an event, but I guess it's comparable to the tower in Wonderland. We need to smack this big fruit a bunch of times to remove those completely impregnable barriers, and a pair of power wilds will spawn endlessly in an attempt to inconvenience us to death. Strangely, oddly, and freaking bafflingly, this is the point at which those flowers that bloom when you cast magic on them come into play. If you bloom all of them, it will, for some reason, turn off the power wild faucet, and give you free reign in here as if we really needed to take this from easy to effortless. Well, apparently this was all Clayton's doing, a strange bit of info considering we'd basically been given every reason to think he died, but guess what? All the gorillas we rescued from Power Wilds are out there trapped again. Don't worry, we're not going to have to make the circuit again, though if you do go to the treehouse at this point, you're probably going to find an odd couple of mushrooms, completely immobile and, at least for now, impossible to please. I guess we'll keep them in mind, but our objective now is the cliffs.
Clayton!
Not Clayton. Not Clayton.
Clayton, or not Clayton, has all the makings of an extremely difficult boss. This man brought a gun to a sword fight, and yeah, it freaking works. His shotgun attack is unblockable, has a huge hitbox, and can strike multiple allies at once. He likes to jump around this area to get a good vantage point, and his shotgun swing can even take you by surprise. On top of that, this boss can heal. That's always an indication things have gotten serious, but I really loaded that opening, didn't I? Yeah, he has all the makings of greatness in him, but like Sabor, he just lets us waltz out if we want. And then when fighting him, you don't even have to beat him. Just whittle him down to about 190 HP by staying in his face, and voila! Really, what an anticlimactic boss fight. I can't believe that's all it took in the face of Cerberus and Trickmaster. That might have been even easier than Sabor. Hey, that's kind of weird. Stealth Sneak, the roadblock of Kingdom Hearts 1. This bizarre invisible thing packs a punch, can jump around the arena as easily as many human-sized opponents, and provides Not Clayton the perfect perch on which he can realize all that potential I mentioned. While riding Stealth Sneak, Not Clayton is invulnerable and will continue to take potshots from on high. In addition to that, instead of healing himself, his potions will actually heal this monster. Now this fight feels kinda like the devs just wanted you to struggle. The fight always starts with you facing the wrong direction, and Not Clayton always cracks off a shotgun immediately. Like, come on, man. You've got to dodge roll the instant the fight starts to avoid this. Now, given we can't even see half the telegraphs for Stealth Sneak's attacks, you might reasonably just start flailing away and hoping for the best, but to play things a little smart, pay attention to his rider's position. They'll always be facing the same direction as each other, so if you can stick to the rear of Stealth Sneak, you'll be safe, both from its basic body blow attack, in which it simply charges forwards, and the shotgun. What you have to look out for is actually the telegraph you can see. Space Rupture Bullet, yep, really, is indicated by two big old green glowies, which when smashed together, launch a shot that can't be blocked and moves real fast. Jump whenever you see those green glowies, that's your best bet. At around 500 HP, you'll defuse his cloak. You've got time for a combo here, because he'll lock into this taunt animation when revealed. Whoa! Now, his visibility would make things way easier, but it adds the backtick attack to its repertoire when revealed. That makes our prior strategy a lot less safe. New plan. Roll around like a maniac to avoid Not Clayton's attacks, and wait for Stealth Sneak to commit to a big attack like this triple body blow or the Space Rupture Bullet before jumping in for a combo, and then repeating the process. As closer to 300 health, you'll be able to knock out the Stealth Sneak, which results in this adorable animation where Not Clayton tries to shake him out of it when you whack him off his mount. At which point, you'll probably wish you hadn't, because when these two are desynced, they are a nightmare. Not Clayton's behaving as he did in that initial encounter, and the Stealth Sneak has a new charge beam attack where it'll launch these glowy eye lasers at you that softly home in and do buckets of damage. And no, they can't be blocked either. I'm gonna be real with you guys, I have no idea how in the world you meant to fight these two on even ground. But Deep Jungle is the platforming world. This arena provides a lot of high ground on which we are much safer from this onslaught. Not Clayton only knows how to aim downwards, and the Stealth Sneak is too big to reliably land on these itty-bitty ledges. Not to mention, his charge beams become far less threatening at long range. So here's the final plan. Channel your inner Sir Douglas Haig and stand up on high while you command your stalwart comrades to their deaths over and over again. See, now that they're separated, Stealth Sneak can't be healed, and every bit of progress, no matter how small, is essentially permanent. Just bear in mind, once you're ready to go in for the kill, Stealth Sneak cannot die while he's in the middle of his charge beam attack. I'll mention up front here, beating Stealth Sneak is actually quite optional. The real gatekeeper of progress is Brian Cursed over here, but if we do take out the Chameleon, the whole fight becomes effortless. Not to mention, he is guaranteed to drop a Mega Potion on death. If it does work out that way, it's all bonus, though do bear in mind, allies can't land the finishing blow on a boss, and his HP will bottom out at 1 until you finish the job. But what we actually want to happen here is for Not Clayton to hop up and join us. Haha, you shouldn't have done that, now you're mine. So the thing is, he can really only escape the combo with a pratfall when he receives a finisher, so just don't finish the combo. And he's stuck in a really easy infinite loop. As for Stealth Sneak, it's rare, but it is possible for him to squeeze himself up onto this ledge, at which point, I'd recommend just switching over to the far one and repeating the process. But if you left the chests up here, they take up enough space to turn that thin possibility into something more comparable to the odds of Tarzan showing up in KH4, leaving him powerless to defend his rider. Before we travel on, just a couple cool details. This wall that got shattered still has a few more destructible chunks on it that can be broken down by the boss, which feels very dynamic. Stealth Sneak doesn't seem to die even once you take him out. In fact, it's pretty creepy, he's still all twitchy and weird, I don't like it. His final mixed recolor is a welcome one. Adding in these black patterns makes him a little more than just a big chameleon. Oddly enough, there is a chameleon in Tarzan, but Stealth Sneak looks a lot more like the one from the Lion King. Not Clayton himself has a couple taunts that are easy to miss, like firing his gun in the air, and the rarest of all, remounting Stealth Sneak? I'm not really sure what the conditions are for this to occur. I think the lizard needs to have at least 250 health left, which is extremely unlikely as you may even reduce him past that point before separating the pair to begin with. But he can basically summon his rider back to him, recloak, and Not Clayton will always pop a potion as a follow-up. It shouldn't take much to get him back to his third phase, but I'm stunned this is even possible, as I've never seen it happen before. This is honestly one of the more iconic boss defeat scenes in the game, which is certainly fitting. Clayton's kind of a C-list Disney villain as they go. He has a legendary voice, but he doesn't get a lot to do with it. No song or standout monologue, his design is kind of just a guy, but if there is one thing he's famous for, it's having one of the most grisly death scenes Disney's ever put to film. Though in retrospect, it's kind of funny Clayton's tree trunk of a neck doesn't survive this when this happened earlier in the movie. That's all to say, Clayton is just straight up dead now, and that does not happen very often in these games. Attained the power of healing. Love how they set this up given that both Tarzan and Clayton could use this forbidden technique. Cure is the best spell, and frankly, we basically just beat the whole game by even having it, but even it can't protect us from Big Papa Kerchak. I could have just climbed up, man, seriously. These ledges are covered in greenery during the fight, and despite how close it looks, there's absolutely no way to reach this upper area without them, which is good, because if we were able to pull it off, we would completely soft-lock the game again. Love this area, though. The forced perspective of those waterfalls definitely tricked younger me, and even though I see through it now, I still find it pretty charming. It's no Machna Forest, but it's pretty snazzy. This area behind the waterfall, of course, passes my patented waterfall test, that all truly great games must have at least one treasure behind a waterfall, or else they don't count. This area is adorned with treasure chests. Just please, no puppies, no puppies, no puppies, no puppies. Damn! These three made it easy on me. Apparently, they didn't get sick of each other trapped in that chest. They're all hanging out together on this window bench in the TV room. It's a proper last hurrah to the platforming world. Its wide and shallow shape even makes me think it could be an homage to 2D platformers. And there are even a few different routes we can take to the top. Got another hunk of cutscenes here. Starting off with Tarzan just stopping the music.
The waterfalls! They're echoing all the way here.
I don't know the significance of being able to hear the waterfall. The game doesn't really convey how far that tunnel was, but somehow, the combination of that and Tarzan's reiteration of is enough for Jane to infer it means heart, bringing things full circle that he always meant Sora's friends were with him if he kept them in his heart. The butterflies around here and the message also tie directly back to the movie with that one Phil Collins song.
Yes, you'll be in my home.
That does mean Riku and Kairi aren't here, but at least Sora and Donald make up.
Shall we go?
Yeah, all for one, huh?
I suppose the catalyst being that we just watched Clayton lose himself to his own solitude. But we do got another one of them keyholes, which Sora locks much more confidently than the first.
But it's sure not the king's.
I think someone has a new admirer.
No. Please, you would kill me.
Alright, let's just unpack that one, hot damn. Turk here, Tarzan's best friend in the movie, has had a strange role in this world. Need I remind you, she has had precisely one vocal line. After getting shot at, she spends most of her time huddled up with Jane, but I guess Donald's her man now. Best guess, this is a weirdly obtuse reference to the fact that Turk's voice actress in the movie is Rosie O'Donnell. O'Donnell, you get it. Though it doesn't make a lot of sense, as here she's Audrey Wasilewski. Well done on that scream, Audrey. Checking back in with our shadowy cabal, of course I'm just gonna let him go off.
What drew the Heartless to that world?
The hunter lured them there. It was his lust for power that was the bait. But it seems the bait was too tasty for his own good.
Yeah, he got chopped instead.
A weak-hearted fool like him stood no chance against the Heartless. But the boy is a problem. He found one of the keyholes.
Fear not, it will take him ages to find the rest. Besides, he remains blissfully unaware of our other two.
Yes, the princesses.
They are falling into our hands, one by one. Speaking of which...
Oh, that's so good! Finally getting a hint of what happened to Alice 2 entire worlds later. What do they want with her? Princess. Alice isn't a princess. As cool as that reveal is, it's entirely possible, as I said at the beginning of this world, to tackle Deep Jungle before Wonderland. If you were to do just that, instead of Alice at the end of that scene...
Speaking of which...
Snow White. In a vacuum, I like the Alice version better, but in context, the developers accounted for what's sure to be a highly unlikely scenario, but thanks to their diligence, we maintain continuity either way. Better yet, there's still something a little personal about Snow White being in the clutches of evil, given she was our introduction to this game. Nope, hold on team, I know you think we just wrapped all that up in a bow, but we ain't even close. Land back in the jungle, let Jane be your guide again, and she'll recommend you try out the slide. And indeed, head up to the tunnel and the game will hit you with a tutorial on how to engage with a newly expanded slider minigame. It'll now track your best time and scatter 10 fruits along the track. Collect all 10 and you'll get an elixir, and the next time you slide down, a second route will open at the bottom leading to another level. Collect all 20 from both stretches to get an AP up and yet another route, and so on. Now the efficient way to do this is to collect all 10 fruits, then hit restart before landing at the bottom. That way you don't have to worry about climbing back up the world, but if you do that, you'll miss out on the fact that each leg of this slides deposits you somewhere different. This cave leads to the Hippo Lagoon, this tree leads to the cliffs, and this one will drop you behind the waterfall. I guess that's why they had to wait until after we beat Clayton to unlock this whole minigame, huh? But I love how interconnected this makes the world feel. This is also another thing relevant to the design doc, as we can see this picture that indicates Sora may once have gotten a specific costume for this world to fit in with Tarzan. I do wonder how late in development this was scrapped, because if we were dressed like Tarzan for whatever reason, Jane's initial reaction to us would make a little more sense. Most of the fruits are pretty simple to get, but there are a couple curveballs. Like this one in level 2 you have to veer right through a boulder to collect. Level 3 is honestly easier than level 1, but level 4 has this little guy you can only get by attacking this branch, not jumping over it. Collect 30 fruits for a dark matter, 40 for a defense up, and if you get all 50, you get an extremely valuable power up before finally being deposited in the waterfall cavern once more. Missed opportunity not to land us in the keyhole room, which by the way, is called the Cavern of Hearts. In addition to that, all 5 levels in the slider minigame have their own names as seen in the journal, and are really amazing to see out of bounds. Green Serpent, Splash Tunnel, Jade Spiral, Panic Fall, and Shadow Cavern. This could easily be the largest map in this game. I genuinely doubt anyone has ever died on this minigame. Even if you try to, the obstacles just don't do enough damage if you're at all reasonably leveled. So for science, here we are at level 1 with no equipment on, and... Alright. And one last thing before we bid the jungle adieu. Those white mushrooms hanging out at the campsite. We can satisfy that new emote by casting Cure on them, so be sure to snag a Cure Arts before departing. Now our attention is drawn to those Navi G pieces we got out of those keyholes, and we're directed back to Traverse Town to learn more. And what awaits us there is a significantly different town than the one we last left. Not to mention, I am a changed Sora. I can even apply what I've learned in Deep Jungle and sidle along this wall like a savage. There's a lot we can do around here, but I'm gonna start by heading into the 3rd district. We'll be practically ambushed by a new kind of Heartless. Air soldiers. Okay, I guess I can see what they were going for. Swapping the color palettes of the ground and air soldiers. These zippy little threats can really take you by surprise with their speed and jerky movements. Aerial enemies in general are going to be a pretty high priority when you encounter them among groups. Back in the 1st district, Yuffie tells us the whereabouts of Leon. I didn't ask, but the fact she offered is a solid hint of who we ought to look for. Back in the alleyway we first woke up in is the first red trinity we can make use of. It looks a bit rough on Donald, but I'm sure he's fine. That unlocks a path into the alleyway for a secluded chest, which has more doggos. Better head over to check on those. On our way, in the 2nd district you might encounter a few more new enemies. Yellow Operas, of course the Thunder variant of the Prismatic Melodies, and by far the fastest among them. Unlike the Nocturnes and Rhapsodies, Yellow Operas have no elemental weakness, but in exchange, don't resist anything apart from Thunder. The problem is, I love Thunder, and having an enemy on the field that's immune never fails to be an inconvenience. Also, I think I get the connection with their name. Opera as a genre is known mostly for its sopranos and tenors, vocalists specializing in particularly high frequencies, which is also what Electricity specializes in. They're not the only newcomers. Down in the square you'll encounter Green Requiems.
Knowledge.
Gwain Requiem's is what brings us together today. The cleric of the Heartless Army. Without any attacks of their own, they rely entirely on casting Cure on their allies. By themselves, they're harmless, but they frequently pair up with large bodies and other heavies that can be extremely threatening with the pocket medic. Despite their pacifism, it's still wise to prioritize them among a group, though they make this tricky by typically floating higher in the air than the other Prismels, and absorbing health from every spell we can cast on them. Also, it's nothing super new, but this battle you can trigger against 3 large bodies is a fun challenge. 4, 5, and 6 are all easy. This time they're gathered around Pongo and Perdita. This one that sits kinda funny with his feet out is obviously Rolly, and this one with the spot on one eye is Patch. I'd say it's a fair assumption then that this third one is one of the original 15 puppies that we don't know the name of. If I had to guess, this one. Back in the alleyway, we can smash Donald into this sewer gate and find the spot Yuffie mentioned. And look, it's Leon and Leon, yeah. Now this doesn't get voiced, but it's extremely important. The keyholes we've been sealing lead to the hearts of the worlds. Heartless can reach the world's hearts through these keyholes, unless they're sealed by the Keyblade. Presumably, this is how Destiny Islands was destroyed. We might even go a step further and say that mysterious door in the secret place led to that world's keyhole. Talk to Leon again and find out we didn't even need to come down here, because apparently Sid's the man to ask about gummies. But he does give us some sort of good luck charm called Earthshine. Sora's like, oh, how do I use it? And Leon just shuts down. He's like, God, we are so cooked. This kid just asked me how to use a good luck charm. But the joke's on him, because we actually can use it. We just gotta wait a little bit. Here's a fun one. You can get into this room on your first visit to Traverse Town. The scene that teaches us about Trinity marks is kind of funny. There are marks strategically placed all over town to ensure you can't leave without triggering this scene, but what they didn't expect was for you to wander into the sewers to get it. If you do, Sora's position in the tutorial clips him into the bars, and you can just jump right in. You can even pick up Earthshine early, though that doesn't actually make a difference. We can head up this tunnel to reach Merlin's house, but first, some more pups. Leon, this chest wasn't even locked. I thought you were concerned about the Dalmatians. What's going on here? Well, that's 30 down, which is enough for another present. We got one by the living room table, a 5th member of the dining room table club, and this one propped up by the TV with the horseshoe pattern of spots is, of course, Lucky. Back at Sid's, we get a little earful about those navigation gummies we found. They'll extend our reach to the stars above, and Sid'll even install it for us, but we gotta run an errand for him. I suppose, on a typical playthrough, this would be the point at which you're intended to happen into Merlin's house, but Traverse Town is already taking up a big hunk of Deep Jungle's limelight, so among other reasons, I think being able to stumble over here early is pretty cool. Let's give the old prognosticator his book, but I'm gonna shelve all this for now. We'll keep a lookout for its missing pages, but before we can even check it out, we're whisked over to Fairy Gma for a look at that Earthshine thingy. Turns out, it's a summon gem. Yeah, don't worry, I can explain all this, but what I do want to slow down and look at is this line from Sora. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to imagine 14-year-old Haley Joel Osment saying this line. Can he regain himself? Who wrote this? Let's go upstairs and actually try this out. Summoning reps are 4th command menu slot. They cost more than most spells, Simba here costing 2 MP, and require both party members to be present and also not dead. Being on the field at all drains their meter up here, and using their abilities, such as Proud Roar, drains it faster. Simba in particular can charge and release a decently strong AoE attack, which we currently have enough time to pull off twice. Now, this is a terrible introduction to the summons mechanic, and probably tricks a lot of new players into never making use of it. It's me, I'm a lot of new players. Simba is basically just thunder with extra steps, and if you fall into the same trap that I just did by testing him out on Merlin's furniture, you're bound to fall under the impression that his damage is hardly more cost effective than your other spells. The thing is, the damage Merlin's furniture takes is fixed. Apart from physical attacks, which do nothing, all magic will only knock off 10 HP. For a better example, let's give him a try against those large bodies.
Give me strength!
Yeah, so he basically cleans up. 2 MP and a vulnerable charging period to basically screen nuke the place is a great trade-off. Not to mention, the damage isn't elemental. It's categorized as other, which very few enemies resist. The main balancing factor here is that he can only be used once per combat encounter. Even if you have the magic to spare, your menu has to turn blue before he'll deign to regain himself again. That and this summon cutscene can never be skipped. You'll get real familiar with the referential details in here if you rely on him. This is the shot where Mufasa shows up in the clouds, and this is the ending of the movie. Oh, I hope I don't have to clarify Simba comes from Disney's The Lion King, right? You better have seen it. It's a cool way to get some Disney representation for films that didn't get their own worlds, through the lens of an iconic Final Fantasy mechanic. Translating this ordinarily turn-based system of over-the-top animations that result in enormous damage into real-time combat is a delightful move. Oh, and I'll get in front of this now, because I know I'll get comments about it otherwise. There's data in the game that pretty definitively indicates Sora was once planned to be able to summon Bahamut, one of the strongest summons from the Final Fantasy series, and it doesn't even take that much tweaking with the code to get it to show up on the summon menu, but selecting it crashes the game. It is pretty cool, but on the Kingdom Hearts Trivia bingo card, Bahamut being a planned summon is basically the free space. I swear more people know about it than certain treasure chests. Hey guys, did you know Type A save points always let you teleport to the gummy ship? On our way out of Merlin's, we'll have a strange encounter.
There you are. What's going on?
Riku! I love how Sora's first instinct is to shove his fingers in his mouth. I'm sure there are better ways to ascertain this isn't another hallucination.
I'm not dreaming this time. Right?
I hope not. Took forever to find you.
Riku! Wait a second, where's Kairi?
Isn't she with you? Well, don't worry. I'm sure she made it off the island too. We're finally free. Hey, she might even be looking for us now. We'll all be together again soon. Don't worry. Just leave everything to me. I know this...
God, I love everything about this. Sora's finally reunited with his homie, and immediately the competitive instincts just take over, and he just has to do the cool anime pose after taking out a single shadow, starkly juxtaposed by Riku effortlessly dispatching 2 soldiers without even acknowledging them a moment earlier. Sora wants to be as cool as Riku so bad, and now he's finally got a leg up being the chosen one of a magical sword, but he's just lacking that nonchalance. He's too self-conscious in Riku's presence to back it up.
Leave it to who?
And also, Sora, that's supposed to be whom. And then...
So this is called a Keyblade?
Riku just takes it, somehow.
Hey, give it back!
Sora's so caught off guard he faceplants, and this raises questions. Why did it warp out of Leon's hand when we weren't even trying, but it doesn't now? We have to wait for Riku to look unimpressed and return it. What a kick in the shins. We also get a little more stank between Sora and Donald. Sora doesn't let him introduce himself, and Donald's just like, nuh-uh, I'm not having 2 arrogant anime boys on my ship.
Forget it!
Oh, come on. He's my friend.
I don't care.
Oh, he's gone.
Riku? Nice going. Oh well. At least he's okay.
I like Sora's takeaway here, but I do still feel the impact of that scene is lessened by this one. We as the player already knew he was okay. Maybe we didn't know he was thriving as well as he seems to be, but nonetheless, on a blind playthrough, I think this is a much cooler surprise if you still don't know whether getting swallowed by that darkness was deadly. As for where to now, we can investigate the bell that rang in the 2nd district, or we can track down Sid. He's not in his store though, instead this guy, who I'm pretty sure got heartlessified, is manning the counter. In fact, he even lampshades that a bit here. What? You've seen me before? Perhaps you're thinking of someone else. We also learn from him that the house in the 3rd district belongs to Sid, and inside we'll find the whole Final Fantasy crew. Don't you have to go see Sid? He's just so far out of my way, Leon. So Sid launches into another little tech scene where we can learn a bit about Maleficent and Ansem. Nothing he tells us about Tall, Dark, and Witchy is anything we couldn't have gathered through context, but hearing a bit more about Ansem is neat. He was apparently the ruler of wherever the Final Fantasy gang hails from, but it turns out Maleficent is meandering right outside, melodiously manipulating our mate as we speak.
While you toiled away trying to find your dear friend, he quite simply replaced you with some new companions. Evidently, now he values them far more than he does you.
And this is where those authority of adult themes really start to come to a head. What happens when someone like Maleficent is the only voice in your ear? Even if he doesn't want to believe her, we can see the damage being done.
I'll help you find what you're searching for.
After all that, we are technically done here. We could fly away on our new and improved gummy ship if we really wanted, but our attention is once again called to the bell. Oh, and Leon will react to the fact that we've unlocked Earthshine's potential as a summon gem, which is pretty neat. But let's head on into the 2nd district and investigate proper. There's a lot of cool bell and flower imagery I didn't point out last time, like these marble roses on the front of the gizmo shop, but more prominently, the fountain. These 3 bell crenellations kinda crack me up, just watch. It's a carving of a bell. There seems to be a big bell above the gizmo shop. It's a carving of a bell. There should be a bell on the Gizmo Shop's roof. It's a carving of a bell. It's the Gizmo Shop's bell across the square, you idiot. Whoever decided each of these carvings should have ever so slightly unique flavor text, you're my hero. I theorize this may have once been a puzzle involving our magic instead, since on the little diorama version of this world, you can see the elemental symbols on the fountain instead of bells. So yes, to the rooftops we go, where we'll find a unique encounter with 2 of each prismatic melody guarding our third red trinity. Ducking smash those wooden planks, and we get access to the bell. Yeah, you can bet I want a closer look at each face of the fountain as we ring. I don't care if I have to climb back up. This marine life depiction gives some pretty strong Little Mermaid vibes, but I can't say for sure that's what they were going for. A forest and some mushrooms, this could definitely be an Alice in Wonderland reference, and these prominent butterflies revealing a keyhole behind a sheet of water is all but certainly meant to evoke Deep Jungle's keyhole. You guys might think I'm a little crazy for this one, but the different effects around the fountain, the fire, the lights, and the water strike me as a reference to the Disney Parks nighttime show Fantasmic. Maybe it's just the Mickey imagery over the fountain. I won't get mad if you don't agree. Though another potentially cut aspect of this fountain is this cool looking fireworks animation. More nighttime show parallels to consider. Check out that keyhole though, and we'll be met with a very familiar face. Guard Armor returns, and he is not ready for how far we've come. Now we're packing magic, more maneuverability, and much more. He hardly stands a chance. Wail on him for a bit, and he'll crumple. But he's not going down that easy. Opposite armor. Actually, he is still going down that easy. See, opposite armor is a lot of flash, packing a load more HP, and the advantage of never being stuck wherever his big dumb feet are planted makes him seem like a threat, but honestly, base guard armor would probably still be harder even if we weren't 15 levels higher than we were last time. The thing that made guard armor really threatening was his ability to launch that armor hurl attack at you anytime, with both his feet and torso. It was fast, it had a large hitbox, and even if you accounted for both of them, you still had the hands to deal with. Opposite armor comes with a completely different toolkit, one major element of which is the fact that he can no longer split into 3 pairs, but instead 2 trios. Even separated, his torso never leaves the gauntlets, and his head stays attached to the hammer legs. And despite the cooler animations, each trio only has one unique attack, and functionally, they're nearly identical to the really easy to parry attacks he had before. I genuinely wish this fight were harder, because we have all of the 2nd District to play around with here, and if this fight made me sweat even a little, I could recommend making use of the space, like the fact that he generally struggles with less space to fly around in. So hunker down in the alley or hide in the belfry where he can't reach you if you need some extra time to breathe or heal, but instead, the best advice I can give is to just swing away with your air combos, cause you'll clank or dodge pretty much all of his attacks incidentally. Plus, we have Cure now, so if he does land a hit, you can just heal it off. When his parts are all together, he has a few more tricks, but they're all heavily telegraphed, and can once again be sidestepped or clanked without much worry. His last attack, which he'll use exclusively once you destroy his limbs, is Bazooka, which is the only one that takes some thought to deal with. He moves away from you pretty quickly while charging, so roll beneath him as fast as you can, then get a combo in and repeat. And that should basically carry you through. Hey, check out the way he closes up his visor before launching his head at you. That's just cool. He is also kind of foreshadowed in a really fun way. There's an upside down Heartless emblem on the back of the base guard armor form, which is now his main emblem that the torso is flipped around. I love that. Got another heater of a fun fact for you courtesy of Nick. Armor Heartless have an odd damage property on top of what we've already covered. Guard Armor's torso will take double damage from all sources once all of his limbs are destroyed. This multiplier is completely unique, and can even cause attacks to exceed his damage cap, as it's applied afterwards in the order of operations. Then, Opposite Armor is naturally reversed. His limbs all take double the damage throughout the fight, damage which reflects back on the torso. Just another way he may be even easier than his brother. As much of a disappointment as that fight can be if you're expecting a challenge, the role it plays instead is still fun. You feel powerful, coming back to what's essentially our port of call and running into one of our first bosses, which may well have terrorized you once upon a time, but you just decimate him, and then he turns the tables and comes at you with renewed vigor, and then you still shred him down. This was the first boss that I ever defeated on my first try when I was a kid, and it was vindicating. Look at me go, I'm on a roll now. Whatever new worlds await me now that I've revamped my ship, bring it on. Before leaving town, the Finny Frenzy guys have a little bit of unique dialogue, basically all just lauding us for finding the keyhole. But if we check back in at the accessory shop, we'll find it unmanned, except for Pinocchio? And perhaps even more surprising, Jiminy Cricket?
Oh, hi, Jiminy.
What in the world are you doing down here?
Playing hide and seek.
So this scene is actually a bit of cool continuity. There was a bit of optional dialogue Sid had where he mentioned stuff going missing from the shop. Turns out it was a wooden boy with no impulse control, and that's just nice. And with that, we have concluded Kingdom Hearts' first act, and what a tough act to follow. We've caught the scent of a few nefarious schemes, set up the pins on some valuable themes, but still no sign of the girl of our dreams, and the friend we have found wants no part of the team. The unifying idea between both Deep Jungle and the revisit to Traverse Town is that of old and new friends. The excitement of discovering new ideas and experiences through a new group of people. When Sora finally encountered Riku, our old friend was ready to take the helm again, to assume that leadership role that spurred Kairi and Sora to help him build the raft in the first place. And yet, Sora's already been moving in such a different direction that it doesn't even occur to him that he should plot after his old friend again. It's funny, this is actually a really minor plot point in Tarzan as well.
Why didn't you tell me there were creatures that looked like me?
But if it weren't montaged away, it could easily have been the central conflict of the film.
Can you believe that guy? Drops us like a newborn giraffe. Kaplop!
But it still ends up being a major conflict in the game. Sora's struggle of allegiance between his old friends and his new ones, and even though he was just being petty, seeing Donald outright refuse to let Riku tag along, regardless of whether he would have wanted to, is a real punch in the gut. We've scoured 4 worlds looking for him. Need I remind you, the idea that we might find him and Kairi was the pretense that got Sora on board this crazy train to begin with. What happens if we do find Kairi, huh Donald? What happens then? It's all really thematically cohesive stuff. The closer you look, the better everything matches up, and we're still only just getting started. Next up, a whole new world. Salam and good evening everyone and everything. Please come closer. Perfect. You guys are looking wonderful today, might I add. So I have quite a few things, a lot of fine wares if you will, that I pushed to one side as we were clearing out this first ring of worlds. And luckily for me, after locking Traverse Town's keyhole, the chipmunks will slide into your DMs to remind you that they are in fact in this game, and tell you that the Coliseum is finally hosting one of those much ballyhooed games, so what better place to pick up the crumbs that fell through the cracks? We can get straight over there with our sick new warp drive, letting us skip any gummy route we've already cleared, and find some information on the brand new Fill Cup. I know at a glance that those aren't words because the top seed and the bottom seed say the same thing, which definitely isn't actually the case. Hey Phil, am I a hero yet?
2 words. You're gonna go to the stadium and you're gonna be put through the work out of your life.
First thing I'm gonna hit on is limits. Cloud gave us one the last time we were here. Fitting, as they're technically a mechanic introduced in his game. I mean, they were kinda in 6, but no one called them limits till 7. And even more fitting, they're not officially called limits here until Kingdom Hearts 2. But they're basically special attacks. Powerful combos calculated based on our strength stat, but which expend magic to use. Sonic Blade costs 2 MP and is a powerful technique, packing tons of invincibility frames, piercing foes, stunning most non-boss enemies who survive, and guaranteeing a critical hit with every strike. We haven't gone over those yet, mostly because it's a pretty easy mechanic to either ignore or miss entirely, but several attacks we can do have their own chances of critting, the odds of which, as well as the bonus damage dealt, are determined in part by, look at this, yes, Keyblade keychains. We got the Jungle King keychain from clearing Deep Jungle. It's longer, stronger, also makes julienne fries. Will not break. Will not... It broke. It's not a direct upgrade. It actually gets fewer crits than the Kingdom Key, which... Okay, I swear every time I try to write about critical hits in this game, I feel like I'm missing something. Take the critical hits in Sonic Blade for instance. They have a base 100% chance of occurring but no innate crit bonus. So when used with the Jungle King, also no crit bonus, each of these hits has a 50% chance of doing no extra damage, right? Well, kind of? No? No, not even a little bit? Let's start at the beginning. This is the Kingdom Hearts base damage formula. Land and attack, this is what goes on under the hood. 10 times 2 to the power of x minus 9 over 4, where x is the power of the attack used minus the defense of the target plus any bonus for critical hits. There are a few exceptions, such as if x winds up as a value of 8 or less, the whole formula is foregone and x is used by itself as the final damage outcome, and the game enforces an absolute damage floor of 2. Elemental resistances and other damage modifiers are all applied later, so let's not throw any of those into the mix for now. As it stands, the important stat to know, which the game never ever tells you, is power. A regular attack from Sora has a power equal to his strength stat, and nearly every other attack in the game has either more power or a built-in critical hit bonus. You'll probably also want to know, since the game itself is pretty coy about it, you can tell you've landed a critical hit by this glowing ring that tends to blend in with the other particle effects. To make matters worse, of course, the documentation on these things has to be confusing too. Any attack in the game which is listed to have a 100% crit chance is not subject to the crit rates of individual Keyblades, but when used with neither a weapon nor ability with any critical bonus, it will do the same damage regardless of being a crit. For the longest time, I thought that crits simply did not matter to any Keyblade with no bonus, but thanks once more to the diligent Nick McSlyton, I finally have the missing piece, which is the combo finisher. A finishing attack is calculated with an additional 4 power from a regular attack, and on top of that, has a 20% chance to deal a critical hit with a crit bonus of 4 more damage. Now this 20% chance is affected by crit rates, becoming a 10% chance on the Jungle King, and with finishers having their own crit bonus stat, that does matter. This is the case for many equipable abilities as well, and by this point, you'll most likely have unlocked at least one. These all have 20% crit chances and uniformly have crit bonuses of +4, so the more of these you have equipped, the greater the damage you'll be trading off by equipping Jungle King. Of course, it's probably the superior weapon when considering any technique that doesn't have a crit chance, and especially if you picked the Dream Rod, you've probably already got a couple abilities that alter your finisher. Ripple Drive is an especially interesting choice that calculates power based on MP, but is still considered physical damage. The other case the Kingdom Key makes for itself is the recoil stat. I told you we'd come back to that one. Every blockable attack used by every enemy has a recoil stat of its own. In the event that you parry it with your Keyblade, the two stats are weighed against each other, and the difference is used to determine how Sora reacts to the clash. If the attack he blocks has a recoil stat of 40 points or higher than his Keyblade, he'll be like, "Oh lord," and won't interrupt the attack, even if he does block the damage. On a mechanical level, I prefer Jungle King. Its longer reach is extremely practical, but the problem is, it's just not pretty. What even is it, like a bone? I like the keychain itself, that it's one of those "you'll be in my heart" butterflies, but otherwise, it just cannot compete with the Kingdom Key's iconic silhouette. Back to Sonic Blade, it's a tremendous asset, doubly so in the Coliseum as Phil's added a new rule to his list. No summons. Sorry Simba, you definitely ain't a true hero. It can clear entire waves by itself if you can control it, or do absurd single target damage. I like to imagine Cloud taking the time to teach Sora his signature move, even if all he did was just kinda hand it to him. Use it wisely though. MP is a valuable resource in this 9-battle gauntlet. Namely, Cure is our best way to keep it from being as much of an endurance challenge as the preliminaries. On the subject of healing, I gotta address Donald here. Even if you've never played Kingdom Hearts, if there's one meme from the series that you know, it's that Donald is a terrible healer. This has never been true, or at the very least, it's widely exaggerated for the sake of the meme. As long as our quacky boy has the MP and also is alive, he comes in clutch way more often than not. The problem is, he's definitely not always alive and tends to use his magic pretty greedily. However, you have a surprising amount of control over his AI through the customization menu. Crank down his use of offensive magic and he'll keep it handy for support. Keep him from using regular attacks and he'll be better at keeping his distance in battle. Listen, I love making the jokes too, but try out the tools the game gives you sometime and you might be surprised. Both Donald and Sora got another support spell after we beat opposite armor, Arrow, the Power of Wind. It provides a temporary force field that dramatically reduces damage. It's nice, but it's not really gonna come into its own until later. I generally prefer to be more reactive with this sort of thing, especially given its cost of 2 MP. I just can't be sure when casting it that it's going to negate more damage than 2 cures, you know? There are a few kinda new enemies in here too. Red armored variants of the Hammerlegs, Gauntlets, and Armored Torso of Guard Armor. Behaviorally, there's nothing that sets these apart from that first boss fight, though they do occasionally cast these weird phantom shadows, so that's fun. They may look threatening with their big hitboxes, but you know the drill. Show no fear and clank that soldier boy. Though there's not technically a fight against the conglomerate red armor in this game, Jiminy's journal still treats them as a single Heartless, and notably does not track the number defeated. I suppose because how would you even count that? For beating the armored torso and cleaning up that fill cup, we get another new spell, the Power of the Stars. Gravity is an interesting spell. It's kinda like Thunder, but with a smaller hitbox and slower to activate. In exchange, like its Final Fantasy counterpart, the damage it does is percentage based and scales with the current HP of the target. The really nice thing is that it doesn't get mixed up in any of this nonsense. It is a direct and simple formula. At 5 MP, we'll slice off 65% of an opponent's current HP regardless of their defense. Not too much use against a Prismel, but invaluable against a large body. Unfortunately, every single boss in the game is at least 90% resistant to gravity, which does include these red armor bits, so you'll be better off using pretty much any other spell on them. Still, a nice tool for our bag. And it always grants tech points against airborne foes, which is a nice bonus. Now, we could leave it there, but we have a chance to really put our skills to the test by re-challenging the Fill Cup, and taking it on with only Sora. Any impression that Donald and Glover aren't assets to the team completely falls apart when you try to fly solo. You have to be so much more careful when every enemy on the field is targeting you. It really comes down to prioritizing your targets. Always leave large bodies for last, so you don't activate their rage mode while still dealing with the mooks, and be sure to take out the gauntlets first in any battle they're in. You're going to be forced to learn the ins and outs of when it's safe to use Cure here. A common pro tip is to jump before casting it. The slight edge in mobility means you're not as vulnerable to being interrupted as you would be on the ground. For clearing that challenge, you get a Combo Plus, an ability you may already have depending on which weapon you chose at the start of the game. It adds an additional hit to your ground combo. This isn't necessarily a direct upgrade, so don't be too gung-ho about slotting it in. It does make your combo do more damage overall, but it also increases the time between the start of it and the powerful finisher, which is often more valuable the sooner it lands. We can rematch the cup again, and this time with a clock attached. 3 minutes for all 9 rounds, so we have to average 20 seconds per batch, and that is tight. Let loose with everything you've got. I found Blizzard to be my best friend here. At 5 MP, it's strong enough to one-shot most of these enemies, so try to line up a good spread wherever possible. Use Sonic Blade to blitz down the hammer legs, a Gravity on the large bodies to speed them along, and in the final round, focus down the armored torso and let the mascots take care of the melodies. It's not going to be easy, but it is doable. That gives us a tech boost, which will increase the XP we get when earning tech points. Now that it's time to leave Olympus once again, we can stroke our egos a bit by checking out some of the signage around here. We can look into each of the enemy teams, which is cute, but apparently our group's team name is just Sora. I look forward to referring to the whole group as Sora in the future and just expecting you all to get it. With Sora back on the ship, it's time to set sail to parts unknown. These warp holes are our new target. They'll send us to new routes covered in new obstacles and, best of all, new music. Always love when a main route theme switches things up, it conveys such escalation. Worth noting, Sid's got a new gummy shop back in Traverse Town. You can buy more firepower, thrusters, and even some nice customization options like the ability to paint blocks and an expanded library for blueprints. At the end of the day, these are still gummy routes, but you might be glad for any extra firepower you strap on. Through the orange hole, you'll find 3 new blueprints: Siren, Remora, and Imp. Plenty of cool imagery and callbacks to some Final Fantasy enemies, as always. I'm really fond of the Final Mix Siren design. You can definitely see its roots here, but the original design cracks me up because they just made it look like a generic noise siren. Mission failed successfully, I suppose. The blue hole, on the other hand, may be the toughest thing I've yet encountered in this game. No, not the route itself, the ship's lasers cut through all this like butter, but the blueprints though. There are 6 on this route. Bombs are super easy, carbuncles and adamants aren't any issue. There are only 3 leviathans, but they're hard to miss, and I got one of their blueprints right away. Stingrays are somewhat interesting, named for a unique enemy that only appeared in Final Fantasy V. But what's odd about it is that it's the only ship I've seen in this game with a redesign that makes it look less like its source material. Still, there are about 1 million on this route, so another easy blueprint. But the last one? This is a Death Guy. Death Guy?
And your name is? I'm Thor. You're Thor? Well, it hurts.
There are 4 Death Guises on this path, and for the life of me, these little ships won't drop their frickin' blueprints. And what's worse, they fly so far off the center of the course that even if they do, that's no guarantee you'll be able to pick it up. Gimme. No! It's mine, please. Please. Yes! Oh my god. Do yourself a favor if you're going for all the blueprints. Wait until we find these guys in more abundance before actually trying to hunt them down. Now, for the very first time since leaving Traverse Town, we don't have any choice on which world to tackle next. If we try to fly away from Agrabah, there's no getting around the warp holes. Yes, I am going to keep calling them warp holes. So, to the desert we go. Ah! Maleficent jump scare.
And the keyhole?
The Heartless are searching for it now.
Ah! Jonathan Freeman jump scare. Another legend who adored his role in the original film enough to reprise it at almost every request.
I'm certain we'll find it soon enough. So that just leaves...
Jafar!
Ah! Gilbert Gottfried jump scare. I don't need to explain who this is. You Gottfried damn well recognize those golden pipes.
Come on, everyone, take it easy on Seth. It's gotta be hard for him to do a roast, especially because the Simpsons haven't done it yet.
Ah, we missed you, buddy.
I've looked everywhere for Jasmine. She's disappeared like magic.
The girl is more trouble than she's worth.
You said you had things under control.
Agrabah is full of holes for rats to hide in. But why worry about Princess Jasmine? With her or without her, surely this world will be ours when we find the keyhole.
We need all 7 princesses of heart to open the final door. Any fewer is useless.
Well, if the princess is that important, we'll find her. Find Jasmine and bring her to me at once.
Don't steep yourself in darkness too long. The heartless consume the careless.
Your concern is touching, but hardly necessary.
Okay, we got a bit of lore to pick apart. Another piece of the princess puzzle, but the important takeaway there is watching Jafar command the Heartless. We don't know exactly when Clayton lost his heart, but he was clearly in command of the Power Wilds and Stealth Sneak by the end. It seems Maleficent is warning Jafar that he'll stumble into the same pitfall, which is really interesting. The Heartless take commands from those with darkness in their hearts, but also consume them in time. Their loyalty, the power they offer, is the sweet sap of a pitcher plant, drawing in powerful prey. We're dropped directly into combat with a new species, bandits. One of my favorites design-wise. Normally I'd be ambivalent to the final mix recolor, but it actually made them look a bit more like the guards from the movie, so I think it's an upgrade? They're nothing terribly special. Despite the fact that they are a bit more sophisticated with more range and the ability to block, it often feels like the world's specific Heartless are basically just soldiers in different costumes. But even if they don't feel that different to fight, the drastically different designs and animations give each world a stronger identity of their own. Of course, we'll encounter new shadows, which finally give us 2 XP. Oh golly, oh how generous. But now we're basically just gonna explore around the streets of Agrabah and find what we find. We can also leave and wander so deep into the desert we can't even see the horizon, which is certainly ballsy of our trio, but obviously the city is where the action is. Now, if Wonderland challenged our puzzle solving and navigation skills, Olympus challenged our combat, and Deep Jungle challenged our mobility, what's Agrabah doing? Well, as the introductory world to this game's second act, it's here as the first world where all 3 really come together, and it is so strong for it. These streets are densely packed and vertical, swarming with Heartless as well as a plethora of treasures and navigational challenges. There are also plenty of pots and barrels all over the place filled with money, which is always gratifying, makes the world feel that much more interactive, but some of these pots have a nasty surprise in store. These are pot spiders. Not terribly tough, but they like to hang out in tight spaces and make a nuisance of themselves. I love mimics in all forms. It leaves you second guessing every pot you see, which I'm way into. They pack an interesting unique property. They're the only enemy in the game who will be instantly destroyed by gravity regardless of your MP stat. They're not difficult enemies in the least, and will even smash themselves pretty regularly, so this isn't a very necessary weakness to exploit, but it is neat. We're supposed to go down to this alley, but if instead we climb one of these poles, we'll find a lot which will look extremely familiar if you've seen the movie, as well as a familiar character we can help out here. Ah yes, the old "it flew off to the desert but we should stay here, my plot senses are tingling." Obviously we're a little out of sequence here, but what's especially strange is that if we leave and come back before advancing things, the peddler will just be big chillin' here, and as a fully functional shop to boot. Aw man, you're barely scraping by. Well here, I can help you out with that. There, how about now, huh? Oh, you're still barely scraping by? Well, I guess that makes two of us now. I think this is just an Easter egg, if anything, because this character only appears when you have no real reason to come up here. And in the movie, it's strongly implied that he and the genie are one and the same. I gotta say, area continuity is pretty much never better than it is here. It even does the Traverse Town Hotel thing, where loading zones in adjacent areas are still functional even if you get into them from out of bounds. You can see the street from the loft and the loft's window from the street. Each area has varying degrees of what is and isn't loaded in, but it's basically one giant model.
Who's there? Hello?
Jasmine, you dumbass, you know you are being hunted by otherworldly creatures. Why are you revealing yourself and telling us exactly who you are? I don't care how jaunty Sora's walk cycle is, you should be fighting for your life, you should be in disguise. Wise up, girl. And this is genuinely a writing pet peeve of mine. No one talks like this. Jafar caught me trying to escape, but he helped me. Yeah, get out of here. Pronouns are a matter of human decency and you defile them with your obfuscating bullshit.
Aladdin. Where might I find this street rat?
Jonathan Freeman really said, okay, I'll play Jafar again, but how many times am I allowed to say street rat? I can't overemphasize how much I enjoy calling people street rat. It just feels good to say on my snake-like tongue.
My dear princess.
Interestingly, he does seem to be emphasizing his S's a lot more than in the movie.
These little rats won't do, you see.
Jasmine, run!
Ah, the boy who holds the key.
Man, I can't believe the Heartless just betrayed Jafar like that. Just sliced him up right in front of us. Talk about anticlimactic. These colorful locks corresponding to gates around town are sort of like Agrabah's central gimmick. Some will lead to treasures, but mostly they just increase the interconnectivity of the area, which is always great. Now's the point where we're intended to find Aladdin's house and free the flying carpet. Oh really, Donald? Now you think we should check out the desert? You sure you don't want to explore the city a bit more? You know we're gonna take a good look at this room first. This half-cracked pot is pretty one for one, and so is this, bed, and of course the view of the palace. There's an unused model of a larger curtain coated onto this window, but we can only speculate as to when it may have been used or why it wasn't. But that's about it. There is a secret lock tucked away behind this dresser over here, which opens this purple gate across the shutters, which leads to another ever-evasive dark matter, so we're gonna grab that before heading out. I'm guessing basically no one has ever seen what these things look like when they're reopening, so here's that I suppose. And oddly, they have the proviso of not opening if Sora's in front of them for any reason, which should essentially never happen. Carpet meets us in the desert, very obligingly. Man, you never get a chance to really appreciate this pattern in the movie. The Cave of Wonders imagery, the crossed swords, oftentimes he was CG'd in the films, and I can see why. Imagine drawing this every frame, only for like 7 people to notice. Oh no, not quicksand. If I help him out of the sand, that'll be meddling. Oh, nope, never mind, they're Heartless. We're good, we can help out. Bandits have an environment-specific ability. Out here on the sand, they can burrow in and warp around. Doesn't make them that much more threatening, but it's still neat.
Gosh, not again! Genie, get rid of these guys!
Wish number 1 coming right up!
Did anyone else get, like, really pissed off at this waste of a wish? Did you not see how easily we handled the first batch? Genie, I better at least get the XP for that.
Legend has it that whoever holds the lamp can summon...
Please, kid, leave the intros to a professional. The one and only Genie of the Lamp! Rub-a-dub-dub the lamp and have your dearest wishes granted. His winner is Aladdin! Congratulations!
Genie is voice acted by the one, the only, often imitated but never duplicated, Dan Castellaneta.
Patience, my fine feathered friend. Any 3 wishes!
Yes, though the late and great Robin Williams did adore the role of Genie, he was embittered towards the character because it represented a flagrant disregard for his wishes on Disney's behalf. The long and short of it is that the role was essentially designed for him, but he had some conditions on working for the mouse. He asked that neither his involvement nor the Genie be too central in Aladdin's marketing or merchandising. He didn't want to cannibalize the audience for the other movies he was involved with at the time, and he had ethical issues with lending his voice to shameless cash-ins and Happy Meal toys. By his account, Disney agreed, but then...
10,000 years
This will give you such a crick in the neck.
Discovers a magic lamp.
Say the magic
and
word.
a genie.
Genie,
who can make
I
all
wish
his
for you to
dreams
make me
come
a
true.
prince.
So in almost all cases, he refused to encore, including Aladdin 2, the TV show, and indeed, this game. Instead, Genie is voiced by the not quite as late, almost as great Castellaneta.
Then I make like a banana and our lucky winner made his first wish.
Even though he gives a wonderful performance, he's really let down by the animation.
So he has 2 left.
They're trying, they really are, but there's just no way this can compete with the show-stopping friend like me.
And I'll say,
Mr. Aladdin, sir, what will your pleasure be?
Even still, Genie is the most animated character in this game.
Oh, money, royalty, fame! Why didn't I get that? Okay, you asked for it. 100 servants and 100 camels loaded with gold. Just say the word and I'll deliver it in 30 minutes or less, or your meal free. Hey, I'll even throw in a cappuccino.
No thanks.
Okay.
I think I'll put that on hold until we reach Agrabah.
I wasn't sure when I was going to bring this up, but the juxtaposition with Big Blue is super stark. Most every character in this game has 2 models and animation rigs used for cutscenes like this. One that looks fantastic,
And she could never fall for a guy like me.
and then their in-game model with maybe 3 mouth expressions.
Oh, that's right. She's in trouble.
As I understand it, this was done for space reasons. We didn't have the luxury of terabytes back then, so they had to be frugal where they could. And Genie over there probably took up a whole gig on his own, so I do get it. Most of the time I don't even notice as the characters stare straight ahead and lip flap, but occasionally it does throw a wrench in my suspension of disbelief. Aladdin joins the party. Mid-cutscene, we'll talk about him in a sec.
Fresh air, the great outdoors.
I guess you don't get out much, huh?
Comes with a job. Phenomenal cosmic powers, itty-bitty living space.
This is easily the closest any of the Disney worlds have come to retreading the movie plot beat for beat. I think I know why. Aladdin was just about the most popular film represented in this game, and they probably assumed people would geek out seeing as much of it played in 3D as possible.
Say, Genie, what if I use my last wish to free you from the lamp?
I'll do it. I'll set you free.
Or maybe it was a contractual thing. Either way, it feels a little patronizing.
You do that?
Genie, it's a promise. After we help Jasmine.
Okay, Aladdin joins the party. Before we get into his abilities, I have a cool tidbit about his design. Like Tarzan, there's concept art in the design doc that shows Sora dressed in his Arabian best, which I think would have suited him pretty well, although I know it is kind of an optics concern. Aladdin's the most physically oriented character we've yet fought with, ripping apart enemies with his sword techniques. He can't tank hits like Goofy and can't support you with magic like Donald, but there's no arguing with his damage output, which will especially come in handy against another new species of Heartless, Fat Bandits. They have many of the same properties as large bodies, but with the added threat of ranged attacks. They're rocking a couple weird properties too. Their belly becomes vulnerable when they're charging and using this fire breath attack, and if you defeat them in this state by whacking them from the front, they'll have slightly better drops. Alternatively, if you hit him with gravity while he's fired up, you'll stun him, get a tech bonus, and some extra HP orbs as a treat. The main avenues of Agrabah have been barricaded, and the only way through the city are the back streets, which is cool. Kinda feels like we're sneaking back in. The blockage to the palace gates are now clear though. I don't know why, there's nothing over here but a few Heartless to bash. What we need to do is go back to Aladdin, learn that Genie is a rare Disney denizen that knows about keyholes, and then the gates are blocked again. We need to work our way around via the bazaar to the right. If you're lucky, you might find some mushrooms about over here, but not the nice ones we've become accustomed to. No, these are black fungi. Only a handful of hit points, but a restrictively low damage cap of 2. We haven't really addressed damage caps yet, as they've typically been much higher than the amount of damage we can do, but these mighty mycelium make it difficult not to notice. Only enemies with especially high HP tend to even have damage caps, and they can feel very restrictive, but there is a loophole. Gravity ignores the caps entirely, and we can use it to knock off the equivalent of several hits from the fungi's HP. They can turn stony and completely invincible for long periods, and are a bit irksome to deal with, but you're well rewarded for your troubles with tons of XP. If you want the rest of their rewards though, you'll have to take them out with a combo finisher. With their weird health gimmick, that means you'll have to plan your combos to pull it off, and keep your allies out of the way somehow, probably by summoning Simba, but they don't drop anything we have any pressing need for. By the time we're in the market for their drops, we'll have much more efficient means of farming them, so don't trouble yourself for now. I did encounter an odd glitch though. After clearing these guys out, there was this sloshy, watery noise that persisted as long as I was in this room. I don't know. There's a blue trinity back here and another lock to a gate, and then it's on to the palace.
Setting your sights a little high, aren't you, boy? Back to your hole, street rat. I will not allow you to trouble the princess anymore.
Jasmine!
I'm so sorry, Aladdin.
Genie, help Jasmine, please.
One wish left. You're making this really easy, you know?
So sorry, boy. I'm afraid your second wish has been denied.
Huh?
I'm sorry, Al.
Wow, Genie kinda sucks, huh?
And now, I bid you all farewell. Attack!
Pot Centipede is not a tough opponent, but he is a ton of weak opponents, consisting of the head and tail, which share an HP bar, and dozens of pot spiders. Now, odds are, by this point in the game, you're a high enough level where you can kinda just face tank, heal, and repeat, mindlessly batting away until you win the war of attrition. But if you're not, or indeed if you're undertaking a level 1 challenge, then you'll find this fight necessitates a bit of careful strategy. Pot Centipede has two forms. In his conjoined form, the pots in his midst will repel all attacks, but his own attacks are fairly easy to avoid. The tail will emit a constant hitbox, which can be inconvenient at the least, and the head will basically just use shock antenna over and over and over again. The nice part about this is, despite everything going on, he has a glaring blind spot right between his eyes. In the opening of the fight, bury yourself in that blind spot and bash away. Every few hits, he'll be stunned and he'll split into his separated form. This is where things get messy. Luckily for us though, he's gonna open up the arena. In a genuinely cool twist, Pot Centipede will break down the barriers between districts and turn all of Agrabah into one giant battlefield. Now here's the tricky part. While in his separated form, the head pursues its targets much more persistently, and it will spin, completely negating its blind spot. What you really have to worry about though is that all of its body segments, as well as any surrounding dormant pots, will become regular pot spiders when he separates, and they can really overwhelm you. In addition to that, Pot Centipede is a rare enemy capable of restoring its HP. Whenever an individual pot spider joins the conga line, the centipede gains about 20 more hit points. Our number one priority is to deal with the army of ads and leave the head honcho be. Similar to Stealth Sneak, the best way to do this is to claim a bit of high ground and deal with the spiders when they jump up to you. Unfortunately, the dormant pots are unique and can't be killed or awoken unless spurred into action by the centipede. Here's my admittedly very silly strat. Head into the alley and steadily nudge this pot off the box leading to the upper ledge. This spot's gonna be our home base. If there are any spiders about, lure them somewhere secluded like this and dispatch them one at a time. Luckily, they have this dive bomb attack that'll thin their numbers for you if they hit a wall. If there are no spiders, take the centipede by the mandibles and whack him in the forehead a few more times to stun him again. Rinse and repeat until you've shattered every pot spider in town. At this point, it's a simple matter of avoiding the centipede's head while he's spinning, and get in a few hits when he eventually rejoins with his tail. I recommend you save all your magic for healing. While the spiders don't drop health, hitting them should give you enough MP to stay topped off, and that's all she wrote. A lot of cool details in that fight to do with Jasmine's incidental voice lines. Throughout the battle, you can hear her muffled voice calling out for help. Which pot spider these sounds emanate from seems to be chosen at random every time, the implication being that they're using her as the ball in some kind of mad shell game, but the lines will cease entirely once there are no more pots in play. Whether or not she calls out for Aladdin is also entirely reliant on whether or not he's in your party, sticking exclusively to help if he's absent.
Jasmine! To the desert! Come on, let's move!
In another case of curiously excellent cutscene continuity, there are 4 versions of that scene dependent on where you defeat the pot centipede. One for the palace gates, the main street, the plaza, and the alley.
To the desert! Come on, let's move!
It actually goes even further than that, as each of those 4 variants has 3 sort of sub-variants depending on your party formation. This isn't so much continuity as it is a direct consequence of in-engine cutscenes, but it's cool to see different animations applied depending on which models the game has immediate access to. The peddler's once again barely scraping by up in Al's house. Okay, look, I know the situation is a little urgent, but can we just talk polish for a sec? Look at the way the character's legs react to having one foot on two separate stairs, and check out Sora's shadow as he jumps. The way it fades the further from the ground he gets. Not just that, but it dims when he's in something else's shadow. What's really stunning is that, sure, giving the player character's shadow this much attention checks out, but seeing it applied not just to our party members, but all the Heartless as well? Yeah, this sort of thing is all part and parcel in modern AAA titles, but back in the early 2000s, this was leagues ahead of the crowd. Once again, this is something a little at odds with Kingdom Hearts' confused identity as a platformer. Something like Mario would forgo realism and give you a sharper drop shadow to more easily judge your position in 3D space. But I still have to appreciate it for what it is. If you, like me, have chosen to goof off in town for a bit instead of pursuing Jasmine, you can encounter a new rare Heartless in the palace gates. But this one's a bit of a game to even encounter. 12 pots sit conspicuously in formation, and each one we break gives us progressively more tech points. But hiding in one of them is the pot Scorpion. This is another foe with his own rules. He's invincible to everything in his base state, and will run around spewing poison that your party members will walk into without a thought. The only way to deal damage is to parry one of his physical attacks, so either the charge or this tail jab, and as such, if you don't have guard yet, this can be a pain. Beyond that, he's not terribly unlike any other Heartless, though he does have a unique, much better drop pool if you manage to attack his pot last of all 12. That might sound like pure luck, but there's a really easy way to tell which one's him. Instead of hitting the pots, just run into them and see if they nudge to the side. The one that won't budge is our Arachnid, and the 11th pot has unique drops all its own. Honestly, if you're feeling underleveled, don't even bother with the Scorpion. Just come in here and farm pots. The encounter seems all but guaranteed if you run back and forth between owls and the gates. A single cycle can take between 30 and 45 seconds depending on how long it takes to find the Scorpion. Factor in what I estimate to be no more than a 20% chance that the encounter won't spawn and you'll need to take the extra seconds to run back and trigger it again, and that comes to just over 220 XP per minute, plus the 100 or so money you get each trip, and it couldn't be easier. Okay, we've held off long enough, let's head after Jasmine. This shot cracks me up. The fact they got Donald doing a slightly hurried waddle in the background there. Okay, the Cave of Wonders is what I like to call a non-boss fight. You know, like that one ugly tree dude in Dark Souls that nobody likes. It has the appearance of a boss, but practically, the game's just dicking you around, which it has to do because if it didn't, the fight would be over in seconds. The cave's weak points are its eyes, which kind of share a pool of 380 HP, sort of have 190 HP each. It's weird, don't worry about it. Throughout the whole fight, they'll emanate dark lasers that look and behave pretty similarly to those of Stealth Sneak, but can be blocked and deflected. Behaviorally, he's a lot more like Cerberus, constantly cycling through the same sequence of attacks, swinging his head around, spitting out a batch of bandits, swallowing a load of sand, and launching it outwards in a hot wave. It's possible with a bit of platform finagling to jump up and reach the eyes for most of the fight, but the only intended opportunity is when he sticks his nose in the sand. If you're centered on his nose, the eye lasers are basically a non-issue, so you can shred his retinas mostly uncontested. While up here, he'll occasionally try and shake you loose, but the thing is, the game's not programmed with any kind of inertia, so all he can really do is mess with your camera. And it's here we get into those non-boss fight elements. Unlike most foes, the obstacles in this fight feel mainly like a result of the game itself working against you. From the janky platforming collision of the head, to the camera, to there being too many targets on screen to lock on to what you actually want to hit, to the hitboxes being too low to land a blow even if you are locked on. Between the lasers and the bandits flying everywhere, it feels like the devs wanted to make a platforming-centric boss fight, but realized that if the platforming is the main challenge, you kinda just win once you figure out the jumps. So they threw as much junk into the arena as they could to try and obstruct you. Now, if you try to focus the bandits, the eyes will get you, and if you focus the eyes, vice versa. Honestly, we're at a point where I could say of every boss, oh, if you're high-leveled enough, you could just brute force with Cure, but if you're low-leveled or on a level 1 challenge, etc. So do me a favor and just assume as much until I say otherwise. This was the first fight where I'd really felt the need to load down Goofy and Aladdin with potions and just pray, because it feels like a lot of luck. Hoping the bandits don't jump up and knock you off the head, hoping an eye laser won't just so happen to line up with the head movements, hoping you don't glitch inside the cave mid-fight. It's time to make a little luck of our own. The main problem with this fight is that there are simply too many bandits. Try and clean them out and he'll just spawn more. Try and ignore him, and they'll shred through your party members and swarm you before you finish off the eyes. Basically, the longer your bros can keep each other alive, the better your odds. In fact, and I know in some circles this is sacrilegious, but don't be afraid to cast Cure on them if you're the only one left standing. Now there is one advantage to being underleveled tied into a mechanic I've been neglecting to mention until now. Every enemy has their own MP recovery stat. This is how much MP charge you gain when you land a hit on them. It takes 30 to fill a bar, though it's not that straightforward. A soldier, for instance, has an MP recovery of 8, but you will never get 8 points because the amount you get from a regular attack is capped at 7. You earn double an enemy's recovery when landing a finisher, but that's capped at 15. However, all of this scales down the higher your level compares to this number. This is the only way I know of that Kingdom Hearts somewhat punishes you for being overleveled. I think it may even be worth considering this stat as the enemy's level. Essentially, as we get further into the game and encounter higher leveled enemies, as long as we're leveling on the same curve, magic remains at maximum sustainability. Exceed that curve and say, compare my level 30 Sora to the level 26 Cave of Wonders, and our powerful spells become that much less viable. But on a level 1 run, we're always guaranteed to gain the most MP possible per hit. So long as you keep up the offense, you'll be refilling your bar lightning fast. Last practical tip I can offer is always try to go up on the cave's right ear, as his left has an earring that does in fact get in the way. Also, dodge rolls, unintuitively, tend to work better than jumps for getting up top. It's worth noting he has a bit of desperation behavior when you take out one eye. He adds air soldiers to his pool of summonable Heartless. They're much better than bandits at reaching you on his head, so you may want to spread your damage across both eyes so as not to worry about them. Despite how harsh I was on it, I do like that fight. While no, I don't think it's well designed, it is a cool spectacle, worthy of his appearance in the movie. And there is one undeniably neat thing about it. His big sandy blast attack actually has friendly fire, capable of damaging, stunning, and even killing the Heartless he himself summons. It's a cool indication he's still fighting against the hold the Heartless have on him. The fact that the Heartless he upchecks emerge stunned also feeds into that idea, that he's not really fighting you, but is blinded in an immune response to these parasites. With him down, no real pomp and circumstance, it's time to head inside. Welcome to the Cave of Wonders, one of the only places I might consider calling a dungeon in this whole game. This place is multi-layered, maze-like, and comes with a few Indiana Jones-style traps around the place. Of course, there's plenty of treasure we can gather, including this Mega Ether, and this one over here, which takes some pretty careful positioning with the barrel. It gives us, for the first time in what feels like ages, puppies! One by the grandfather clock, and one on either side of the fireplace. Nothing major with them, but on a return visit to Traverse Town, you may encounter a Sniper Wild in the 2nd District, encounterable now that we've beaten Opposite Armor. Sniper Wilds are at once the simplest rare Heartless we've yet found, and the most deadly. The rules are simple. Defeat as many Sniper Wilds as you can without them spotting you and sounding an alarm. They'll continually respawn, cycling between groups of 1, 2, and 3, and every 6th one has the good drops, up to a maximum of 30. They'll get progressively trickier as things go on, moving more rapidly, shooting random shots, and tossing out banana peels. If they do see you and you can't kill them before they call for help, they'll summon a never-ending stream of allies that will absolutely thresh you with their lightning-fast, unblockable shots. Your only real course of action is to flee. Frankly, we don't have the movement abilities to make more than 6 of them manageable, let alone all 30, so I wouldn't worry about them right now, but they are here. Gratifyingly, like all wilds, they are susceptible to their own banana peels, though this time the drops are negligible compared to their real rewards. And it automatically alerts them to your presence regardless of whether or not they can see you, so you'd better hope this doesn't happen. Back in the cave. Okay, so to break this area down, let's just take it one room at a time. We did the entrance, now on to the hall. Man, look at this place. Atmosphere here is exquisite. Considering this locale in the movie was just a staircase, they could have gotten away with doing so much less. We're gonna explore the lower areas in a bit. For now, it's worth noting that these stairs near the door we just came in through lead to a save point we'll be making frequent use of. You may want to make sure your party consists of the main half pints, because we're gonna find a couple trinities around here. A few more easy treasures to pocket around the hall, and the bottomless hall, though aptly named, is much the same song and dance. The last upper chamber is the treasure room, and this one comes straight from the movie, like 1-to-1 in this frame. Not so much full of Easter eggs as it is the entire Easter farm. Perhaps to be expected, it's filled with treasures aplenty, and unlike the movie, we're more than welcome to touch all of it. But, perhaps even better, more white mushrooms. These ones will have the fire, blizzard, thunder, and gravity emotes, so that's another arts in our pocket. The chests around here all take a little platforming to reach. This Thundiga G in particular feels like a little bit of a sequence break. There's a red trinity which kind of blends in with the floor, and this far green chest contains another puppy trio. trio. One more on the couch in the TV room, one under the table beneath the two troublemakers, and one on the windowsill behind Pongo and Perdita. Now about the lower caves. Let's make a map, it's gonna be the only way. The entrance is connected both by stairs and a bottomless pit to the relic chamber. A couple chests, one which takes a very precise jump to reach, and a jewel we apparently need Aladdin's help to interact with. The hall, as mentioned, connects to the dark chamber with the save point, but if you take the other staircase down, you'll find the silent chamber, which is basically only differentiated from the other cave chambers by its blue trinity. From the hall, you can also take a semi-secret path to the bottomless hall across this water trap, and find a very conspicuous block we can drop into the chamber below. Awkwardly, if we drop down from there, we land in the silent chamber, yet somehow the block landed in the relic chamber, enabling us to make this jump and reach the treasure I already reached anyway. The dark chamber contains a torn page, the first of many that are important to the old book we gave Merlin not long ago. But just like that old book, I'm leaving all that to one side for a while. That blue trinity in the other cave was the last one, so go ahead and switch Aladdin back in. Then we'll head back to the relic chamber. Now those caves, the dark, silent, and relic chambers, are all interconnected with these tunnels and waterfalls, which, counterintuitively, are fully traversable from either direction. The gang can swim upstream no problem. Oh sure Sora, you can do this, but not jump out of water. Back in the relic Getting tired of saying chamber. Back in the relic room, with Aladdin in the party, we can send Abu to touch these glowing stones. In the movie, this is the exact same stone which nearly caused them to be buried alive, so if you've seen it and think that knowledge is transferable, you are a certified silly goose. Instead, these activate mechanisms in the cave. This one opens a secret passage into a sealed area of the dark chamber, and the one in there opens the way to the rest of the dark cavern proper. In the silent cavity, there's one more statue that opens a secret passage, but no amount of perfectly timed Keyblade swings will get us up to that ledge, so we're gonna have to remember this for later. The last foyer we can reach is directly next to that ledge. The hidden it says room! Ah, thank goodness. The only thing we can reach here is the pillar, and breaking it is the one necessary step to progress, as evidenced by the cutscene that ambushes us.
My first wish, Genie, show me the keyhole.
That unblocks the route through the other side of the treasure room, and puts a handy save point in there for us. Worth noting, there are 2 more ruby statues we can have Abu trigger, but they just launch us up to places we were already clever enough to reach on our own. I'll also use this opportunity to draw attention to the ray of light we got for beating Pot Centipede, which gives us an extra MP, and I'll unequip anything you want if it means I get more MP.
That boy again?
Woo! Check out the staging on this shot, with the cracks around the keyhole looking a little like devil wings at Maleficent's shoulders.
Why not explain the situation to that boy Riku? Doing so may actually prove useful to our...
Wait a second, are you Maleficent?
Maleficent refusing to even give a word to Sora is such an ice-cold move. At this point, we're used to being talked down to, but ignored beneath notice? That almost feels worse.
Jafar, let Jasmine go!
Not a chance. You see, she's a princess. One of 7 who somehow hold the key to opening the door. But you fools won't live to see what lies beyond it. Genie, my second wish, crush them!
Genie, no!
Sorry, Al. The one with the lamp calls the shots. I don't have a choice.
Jafar, the Sorcerer Supreme, accompanied by the cosmically powerful Genie. Luckily for us, he's holding way back. His attacks are few and far between, heavily telegraphed, utterly lacking in persistence, and I could say the same about Genie. Jafar, Bubby, what are you doing out here? This is pathetic. At least for Genie, it makes sense he's pulling his punches. Although this fight is basically a foregone conclusion, Jafar does make a show of it. Flinging attacks of so many elements at us, warping around, hovering out of reach. He can even respond to magic by throwing up this shield that makes him immune to all spells. He'll spend most of the fight alternating between this laser beam attack and Blizzaga. If the former hits you, just heal it off, and the latter will never hit you if you avoid the center of the arena. If you don't bring the fight to him, he'll add in a few more close-ranged attacks like this shockwave or swinging his flaming staff at you, but he gets hit stunned so easily it doesn't even matter. Maybe Genie could have been some sort of X factor in a you're immortal but if this snail touches you, you die kind of way, but Jafar moves around so much that as long as you're chasing him, you'll stay out of Genie's reach, guaranteed. The only real challenge here is trying to pin down Jafar. Getting up on these ledges isn't like the easiest jump in the game or anything, but with how little threat any of the attacks pose, you essentially have infinite time to wear him down. Almost everything cool about this fight comes from Genie.
I'm really sorry about this.
He has so many unique behaviors most players will never see. If you're curious, he's considered an HP-less, defenseless, resistance-less enemy with 17 strength, and all 3 of his attacks have a power of 0, though they can't be blocked by anything but Goofy's shield. What's cool is that they all have the unique property of causing health orbs to drop if he lands a hit. 2 from your party members, but 6 from Sora. This smack attack he does can also have unique drops if it misses. About 50 money if he strikes dry land, or 12 MP if he hits the water. His swipe attack also has this snazzy particle effect if he sweeps through the water, which is a nice touch. He'll make a show of his distress if Jafar hits you, and sometimes his delight if you hit Jafar. It seems to be mostly up to chance, but it's possible when he's showing off his joy that he'll drop prizes. A bunch of HP, MP, and money. And extremely rarely, I think only if you manage to stagger Jafar several times in a row without getting hit in return, he'll drop large prizes. Clearly there was a ton of wiggle room in that command to crush us. If I were Jafar, I would be demanding that wish back. Not that the last wish he fulfilled for Aladdin went much better. Jafar's voice lines in this fight are also worth covering. These incantations he mutters are based on the likes of Abracadabra and Alakazam. The latter actually does have origins in Arabic. He says Zabah Kabadabra when firing up his snake laser, which though pronounced differently, is taken directly from the Return of Jafar. His line for casting pretty much every other spell is, I think, Allah Kazambitafus, which, if we take a look back at Arabic, with a bit of stretching and cramming, could translate into an oath to victory. That's the best I got anyway. He also says something kinda like it in Return of Jafar, but that wasn't quite enough syllables to match up. Both he and Genie have a ton of reactive voice lines as well, based on which attacks they're using and whether or not your party dodges them. My favorite is if he casts his Blizzard and no one is hit by it.
Genie, don't hold back!
Also, I got this by accident, but it kinda worked in a meta way.
Wake me when it's over, okay?
Alright, that's enough. Let's push this pushover. Fitting that the Sorcerer would give us our first spell upgrade, turning our Blizzard into Blizzara. I like to think Sora was watching him cast this Whirlwind of Ice and went, oh okay, this guy's kinda cooking actually. Can I just say how glad I am Square made this game and not Enix? Otherwise we'd be casting stuff like Swoosh and Kakrak, and when I've gotta sell people on an RPG with Donald Duck in it, I'm just relieved I can talk about the spells without a glossary.
Genie, my final wish. I want you to make me an all-powerful genie!
Hey, so, the keyhole's right there. No one's bothering us. Wanna give it the old laser beam? It's a nice bit of extra effort that they animated Jasmine breathing on the ground here. Ugh, now Goofy, come on. Bad dog. That's no way to treat a princess. One last thing before we jump in. These gems high up in the chamber have this cool shimmering effect you're not likely to notice from ground level. Genie Jafar's lamp is a hot contender for easiest boss fight in this whole game. It's crazy, there's just nothing. This arena looks nasty, lava everywhere, moving platforms, but there's an invisible wall around the whole thing. You literally can't fall in if you try. All Jafar has for the most part is this massive, slow, shockingly short-ranged lava throw attack he'll do once every 3 weeks. Other than that, he can swing his little arms around at the edges of the arena, and if you're lucky, he might even dazzle you with some particle effects while he does it. His most dangerous attack, the same laser beam he had in his last fight, only comes out in an extremely specific situation you'll never see. If you smack his arm while he's close enough to the platform, he'll be stunned because he's just pitiful like that, and then he can respond with the laser eyes. I say you'll probably never see this because he and his lamp share an HP bar, and Iago is dreadfully awful at playing keep away. With no attacks of his own, you can just thrash him while ignoring Jafar's big dumb exercise balls. I don't know what happened here. I feel like this fight must have been dramatically changed late in development, which completely neutered it. I've got a bit of evidence to back up that theory. Jafar has the ability to cast Cure on Iago. Gilbert Gottfried even has a unique line he can say in response to it.
I don't need your help, alright?
But it does nothing. Absolutely bugger all. These torches have a hitbox, like you can really let loose on them as though they're interactable, but nothing. Jafar even has a unique stun animation that I'm fairly sure you can't trigger without being out of bounds. It's for striking his head, which I don't think is ever on our side of the invisible wall. Oh yeah, Sora can just walk on lava. He's hardcore like that. I'm honestly not even gonna give strategy tips on this one. I respect your intelligence too much. Instead, I'll skip straight to the cool extra details. Iago gets worn out and takes a rest on the ground every few minutes. If you hit him with a combo finisher in this state, he'll pay out a bunch of HP orbs. And if you manage to do it again in the same cycle, a bunch of MP. Very rarely, you might even hear Jafar scold him for taking a breather. Couple other baffling details. The top of this chamber has a loading zone attached to it, but it's one way only, simply re-triggering the cutscene in the fight if you touch it. Also worth noting, Jasmine is not hanging out up here anymore, and that might not necessarily be a continuity error. Though the lamp has a shield against all magic, Jafar himself can still be damaged with our new and improved Blizzara, which can be used to make even quicker work of him if Iago is hovering somewhere inconvenient. It feels weird to me that he has the same defeat animations regardless of which target receives the final blow.
Okay, Jafar, back to your lamp.
This kinda commits the cardinal sin of video game movie adaptations, in that it only makes sense if you've seen the accompanying film.
You wanted to be a genie? You got it! And everything that goes with it.
No!
Like, yeah, we got some of the same lines that got us this far.
It's always 3 wishes, then back to my portable prison.
But Aladdin's clever baiting of Jafar into using his final wish to turn into a genie was really the only thing that made this work.
Face it, Jafar, you're still just second best.
Without it, Sora just schlorping him up here kinda comes out of nowhere. And that's that. I wanted to mention that it's interesting Genie Jafar didn't really get a boss fight, so to speak, in the film. He had to wait till the sequel to get his day. I was gonna point out that in that respect, Kingdom Hearts takes a leaf out of the sequel's book despite how many beats from the first movie were carried over into the game, but now that I think of it, he really didn't fare much better here, did he? Man, Jasmine's having a rough day. Crazy attention to detail though. These footstep sound effects are the same as Sora's, but slightly deeper.
Jasmine? Jasmine!
Blink and you'll miss it. While Sora's messing with the keyhole, you can see Aladdin off in the background, frantically searching for Jasmine.
Whoa, we better get out of here! Jasmine!
It's been a while since I've mentioned it, but yeah, Kingdom Hearts is still very much a metaphor for a visit to a Disney theme park, rarely better exemplified than by the magic carpet ride. This just feels like a roller coaster, not to mention that it literally is an attraction in the parks. When putting together this set piece in the movie, I think the animators had a Disney ride in mind to begin with, so this creates a sort of feedback loop that's unique to a multimedia empire. I can appreciate it, even while being swallowed up by its gluttonous gargantuism. This may as well be a roller coaster ride for all the input you have here. You can kind kinda tilt left or right, you can smack falling rocks with your keyblade. I did not know until recording this that you can press the jump button to do a barrel roll. It gives you a bit more lateral control, but still not significant enough to reach these holes over here, for instance. There are HP and MP orbs you can try your hand at collecting, but honestly, press nothing and you'll get to the end without issue. I could say that even if there were enough obstacles to prove a threat, since dying here has absolutely no consequences, and just warps you to the end of the course anyway. This area, simply called Escape, is really cool to see from out of bounds, almost as massive as the Vine Slider courses. They didn't hide much in the way of details to miss as you zip by, except for right here at the end with this neat bit of forced perspective with the cave mouth, and these cool symbols on the pillars which are taken directly from the film. It's time for a customary smorgasbord of cutscenes to close out the world. Obviously, Aladdin wants to tag along with Sora and Co to find Jasmine. And of course we're gonna say yes. I mean, we just saw how much of an asset his carpet was. Nope. Never mind, that would be meddling. A couple of you guys have been quick to point out, this is likely why the concept of the world order exists in the game. Essentially as a reason we can't just build up a whole party of Disney characters. Whether that's because of contractual limitations or technological ones, the other worlds are supposed to be a secret and the fewer people who see them, the better, yada yada yada.
Earth to Al? Hello, you still have one wish left? Look, just say the word. Ask me to find Jasmine for you.
But shove all that back inside your lamp holes, because what utter hogwash. Genie can come? What separates him from Aladdin for these purposes? That he's travel-sized thanks to his itty-bitty living space?
But if you can, it'd be great if you could go along with them and help Sora find Jasmine.
Why does Aladdin assume this is a solid pitch? Why is he right? Genie's obviously an ancient magical being who at the very least already knew about keyholes before we came in and blabbed, but I don't buy this. This Prime Directive Codswallop doesn't fly with me. Bring Aladdin along. Hell, if I were him, I would be utterly, inconsolably pissed right now. Hell, I'm pissed off anyway.
I wish for your freedom, Genie.
Ow!
A deal's a deal, Genie. Now you can go anywhere you want. You're your own master.
Yeah, it's a great character beat for Aladdin. Just like in the film, he's a really strong role model of selflessness, giving up his final wish even after Genie assures him it's okay not to. But with the abbreviated story we have here, we never got the somewhat crucial scene of Aladdin deciding he might keep the wish. It's fine, we're almost done here.
That smarmy vizier could have had him. If someone had stuck around to give him a hand.
Hey, I did my part. I brought the princess, didn't I?
Jafar was beyond help, consumed by his own hatred. One should beware of letting it burn too fiercely.
Whoa, lighten up. I'm as cool as they come, okay?
That's another barb Maleficent throws at Hades? Again, this never goes anywhere, unless it's setting up something for a game that's still not out 20 years later. Why does this keep happening?
By the way, kid, have we got something special for you?
Huh?
We had a deal, yes? You help us, and we grant you your wish.
Kyrie!
Go to her. Your vessel is waiting.
Just remember, this is no pleasure cruise. It won't be a pleasant voyage.
Why are you doing all this for me? What's the catch?
Catch? What's the catch? Silly boy. You're like a son to me. I only want you to be happy.
I seriously doubt that.
It's honestly a huge relief for the player to see that Riku isn't totally buying into Maleficent's honeyed words. We know he just did something, like, objectively wrong, retrieving Jasmine for whatever scheme she has in play, but we also get to see why. She's promised him Kyrie. Sora might have done much of the same had the witch found him before Leon did. He's clearly on the wrong side, but it's hard to blame him for it.
Believe what you wish. But lest we forget, I kept my end of the bargain.
Another thing I didn't know when I was going to bring up, I want to address the pacing of these scenes. I'll give credit where it's due. In the English dub, they went the extremely extra mile and reanimated every character's lips to match their English deliveries. A common side effect of dubbing is that oftentimes the same sentence in English takes a lot less time to say.
You see, she's a princess. One of 7 who somehow hold the key to opening the door.
Open?
But that's not really what happened here. I can show you.
扉を開く力を持つ7人のプリンセスの
These awkward pauses are in every version of the game, and I've been cutting out most of them just to make things flow better.
What would you do there?
Suppose there are other worlds. Then ours is just a little piece of something much greater.
Hades promised to help. I tried to exploit the power of darkness.
I'm searching too.
For your light? Don't lose sight of it.
Honestly, I might not have even brought it up, but in the HD remasters of this game, for some reason, a lot of these pauses got even longer. I think this is the worst one yet.
And we grant you your wish.
Kyrie!
I swear, I did not loop the footage or slow it down or anything. On every modern version of this game, you just stare at Kyrie for 6 uninterrupted seconds. I have to imagine this is down to something that got tweaked in how the cutscenes access data, like when it swaps out those character models. But I'm mostly talking about it now so you guys know it didn't used to be this bad, even if it was never great. We got a ton of cool stuff now. A new summon in the form of Genie, which is a pretty clever way to incorporate him. A new keychain, my personal favorite of what we'll call the Disney Keyblade designs. I wonder if the keychain itself is actually the lamp, just shrunken down now that Genie doesn't need it, but I love this mahogany handle and the opulent color scheme. I've seen people theorize that the teeth are meant to look like an abstract number 3. I always wondered if it wasn't some sort of Arabic character though, and after looking into it, the best candidate is the Syriac letter H, though I'm open to suggestions as to why that might be. Unlike Jungle King, 3 Wishes is a direct upgrade over the Kingdom Key, having the same hitbox and crit rate, and even more strength. As its description suggests, it has a massive recoil stat of 60, the second highest in the game. Somewhere in there we also found our first pages of the Ansem report. They've been building this up since our first visit to Traverse Town. Let's see what we got. Honestly, as a kid, my eyes glazed over like 8 words into this, and as an adult, I'm not doing that much better. I like knowledge and the people I rule, I don't understand the darkness, I've seen it take over even the pure-hearted, I'd better learn about it to protect my people. You gotta sharpen up your prose, Ansem, this game's marketed at kids. Now, we could very well leave, there's a save point right here, but don't! If you skedaddle now, you'll miss out on some of the only incidental NPCs in this game, affectionately referred to by fans as Agrabanian Travis, Agrabanian Lady, and Agrabanian Waka. They're all reskins of other characters in this game, but I kid you not, this is the only time they will ever show up. And they all have their own unique dialogue, so you know I love them. Oh yeah, fans like to call this guy Travis, which I think is adorable. So I hereby declare we should call this guy Baghdad, spelled like this. See you never, Baghdad. There's also an unused model for an NPC who looks like he would have fit in with this crowd buried in the game's code. Ironically, he's the only one who doesn't seem to be a reskin, so I'm not sure why he was the only one left out. If we head to the desert, the Cave of Wonders is currently inaccessible, but the storage closet has a green trinity we've just unlocked the ability to use. That was the only thing mechanically worth hanging around for, so let's scarp her. Hey, whoa, hey, whoa! I'm the captain of this here vessel. I'm the one who gets to say it's time for a revisit to Traverse Town. You know what? Just for stealing my thunder, we're going back to Agrabah. Yeah, boo, I don't want to hear it. Check it out. We can make it all the way back to the lamp chamber, and there are a handful of unique encounters here. Man, this new and improved Blazara spell puts in work. We can basically one-shot anything but the big guys with it, and our upgraded Fyra ain't no slouch either. Alright, now we can go. There's a green trinity in every world we've been to. In Deep Jungle, it's in the treetop, camouflaging with the leaves, and while we're here, check it out. After beating this world, these magic flowers will behave a little differently. once again determining whether or not the power wilds in here will continue to respawn, but now they bloom in a different color depending on which spell they're hit with. I also managed to destroy one on accident, which I didn't even know was possible, but it reappeared a second later, so I don't know. I tried getting them all to match, and that didn't seem to do anything, but that makes this fun little interactable all the more charming. Olympus has a pretty simple one by these banners, and there's a sign over here that name drops a future competition, which is neat. Makes this world feel a bit more alive. On top of that, our Blizzara is cold enough to douse these Bratzers, which is pretty chill and nets us a cool Holy Gummy, the most powerful thruster we can get our hands on. It makes a noticeable difference. There are 2 more in Wonderland. Neither is especially thrilling, though you'll be glad of all this mithril here in a minute. Honestly, this is the part of an RPG I live for. Heading back to the past areas and putting everything that used to give us trouble in their place. Die! Die! I've actually got a pretty good strategy for Gigas Shadows now too. When they spawn, hit them with a Sonic Blade to try and stun as many as possible. Then go set up shop in the fireplace where they can't easily reach you, and just spam blizzards like it's Canada. Bish bash bosh, and there it is. All 7, no problem. I also have to clarify that only the last one you defeat will give you any rewards apart from tech points, but with this method, that shouldn't be a big deal. Alright, finally to Traverse Town. Our first stop is going to be the general store. Now, this kinda threw me. The nephews have 6 new weapons in stock, 3 each for Unca Donald and Auntie Goofy. I've been checking the store frequently, so I know I didn't miss any additions. These all came in after Agrabah. Donald's are all worth considering. The Magistaff is the popular pick, of course. More magic equals more good, but the Shooting Star is basically the Morning Star with the same strength as the Warhammer, which makes him extremely well-rounded. Then the Silver Mallet has the highest stat total of any of his weapons so far. Yes, you take the hit in MP, but a whopping strength stat of 7, and Donald will pack a surprising wallop. If you want him to save his magic for healing, this is probably the play. Goofy's Gigas Fist is going to be the new go-to on him, also with a massive strength stat. I don't want to downplay how powerful the larger shield's ability to block can be in the right situations, but that's just the thing. Damage isn't situational, so it's hard to justify the offense you lose with the bigger shields. Sid's stock has also updated. He now sells another upgrade to our inventory and ship NP, an upgrade to the size we can work with, a haste gummy, and 2 types of Isuna gummies, all of which are both extremely handy and dandy, and I'll be buying outright. We can take quite the death machine out into the lanes between now, but let's actually hit up what we've been pointed towards. The Green Trinity in the accessory shop. No, wait, Travis is selling some new accessories. Nope, these are kinda worthless. The ladder we drop down leads up to the Moogle Synthesis Workshop. There's one of those magic candles from the cafe in here. That lady outside actually had a throwaway line about them being made by the Moogles, so this is a neat bit of continuity. But I gotta put the rest on hold because these sick Moogles have 3 puppies in their captivity. The Heathens, the Fiends. These are some of the only puppies found in Traverse Town. You can't convince me these guys didn't take them directly from the puppy house. They'll strike again if we let them. Under the couch in the living room, on this cushion in front of the TV, and one more by the window seat. So, synthesis is our only practical use apart from selling for all those shards and stones and crystals we've been gathering on our travels. The more recipes we complete, the more we'll unlock. Materials permitting, we can make as many of each thing as we want, and on screen next to each material, I'll show off which enemy is most likely to drop it, with the exceptions of Dark Matter, which we've only so far found in chests, and the Serenity Power, because though we have access to the area where that enemy will appear, we don't have the means. For the time being, the Magic Armlet is extremely nice to have, once again giving us a valuable extra MP. Now I'm willing to bet if you're missing any of the necessary materials here, it's the Frost Shard, dropped by Blue Rhapsodies, which mostly appear in Olympus where the Heartless are a bit more stingy. If you do need them, they appear all around Traverse Town. Your best route is going to be through the back alley, into the green room, then the hallway, and if there's no Sniper Wild in the 2nd district, then there will be a few more in the center of the square. Just keep going around until you've got all you need. Also, I know you're probably thinking, what in the world? That drop rate is insane. It's gotta be like 1 in 7 trillion odds you're getting these kind of drops this consistently. And listen, it's alright. I can assure you, the odds are no worse than 1 in 100 million. Also, I'm thinking of making some aesthetic changes to the channel. You know, maybe wearing a mask, kinda like this. What do you guys think? If you've got extras, kitting out Donald with extra MP is of course a good idea, but it's about time to wrap this up. Last thing in the workshop for now, check out this little note on the wall for postcard 9 out of 10. I want to impart to you just how much we've grown over the course of a single world, both narratively and mechanically. By taking out Jafar, we've made our first notch in Maleficent's Cabal, something that's been set up since the early game. And that Olympus time trial I barely scraped by with 11 seconds to spare? With all the tools we've picked up, we can smoke it in half the time. While I go about that, let's talk theming. Sora and Aladdin have a fair bit in common. Both happy-go-lucky kids with something to prove, but none of the means to prove it. Their lives are changed when a magical object falls into their hands and opens doors they never could have dreamed of. But at the heart of Aladdin's story is an extremely important moral. It was never the genie or his wishes that made Al special. It was his heart. The fact that he saw Genie as a friend and not a tool. Now Sora's been kinda drinking the Keyblade Kool-Aid for a minute here. Long past his refusal to the call phase, he's embroiled himself in this grand epic, challenging foes 10 times his size, sealing the keyholes and protecting these worlds from darkness. He's kind of it, isn't he? But now we have to wonder, is that just because of the Keyblade? Cut to Riku on the dark side of the coin, who seems to be making that same journey in reverse. The Keyblade didn't come and turn him into a hero. He's out there scrapping on his own, making bargains and friends in low places to meet his needs. A neat little thematic throughline is that, in theater mode, this cutscene is called Riku's Wish. But it's hardly the same as Genie's brand. Jasmine, the other princesses, and who knows who else are paying the price of that wish. We've already considered what Sora might do in his shoes, but how would Riku fare in ours? A difficult question to answer, and one that I'm going to conclude this chapter on. Agrabah is behind us. We're more powerful than ever before, and the road branches ahead yet again. There's a sentiment which tends to pop up around the abscesses of the Kingdom Hearts fandom. If you've been around the block a few times, you've probably heard it at least once or twice. That the Disney worlds don't matter. Everything important to the story and the experience surrounds the original worlds and the original characters. While this isn't the time for a full-on discussion of that, I do want you to keep it in mind as we head off on our next venture. We've fallen into quite a comfy routine, haven't we? Select a world, get embroiled in some heartless hijinks, thwart the big baddie, push Kairi and the king to the back burner again, and repeat. The only level that doesn't quite fit that mold is Olympus, and that's only because Hades favors shady dealings to honest boss fights. It's all well and good to follow a formula, but I'd be hard-pressed to pinpoint something that makes a story feel more video gamey, or worse, like a bad children's TV show. Adventures are built on the unexpected, low points to balance out the highs, and even though I've never heard anyone call our next world their favorite, the role it fills in the story is definitely a highlight for me. But for the moment, the routine is still very much alive. We've got 2 worlds to pick from. This time, the lower path advertises the lower battle level, but honestly, ignore that for now. Our next world will be positioned on the route towards whichever world we select. In the unlikely scenario you are using this video as a walkthrough, and in the even less likely case you plan on doing all the gummy missions later, I recommend choosing the upper path. Just trust me, it will make a difference later. If you take the lower path, the Death Guy's blueprint will be easier to nab, and you can grab a Lamia too. I like these snaky gals. The only new blueprint on the top path is gonna be Sandy, the second one we found based on the Magus Sisters. Just like Cindy, the original design is based on her encounter in Final Fantasy IV, while the Final Mix one took inspiration from her FF10 design. No matter which route you choose, a little over halfway through, your journey will be disrupted by a whale of a whale. In 1940, Disney's Pinocchio struck terror into the hearts and minds of children the world over, using all their animation and sound design expertise to bring Monstro to life. Yeah, he's just a big bugger-all sperm whale, but in terms of 2D animation, nothing had ever quite captured this sense of size before. The destructive rage, as inevitable as the tide and those furious eyes. This was before we worried about things like scarring kids for life, cause odds were an especially bad winter or war would take him out before long. But honestly, depictions of Monstro's inspiration in Carlo Collodi's original novel might be even worse. For all that, I think it's a shame this sequence doesn't really capture it. The scoped out camera fails to leave anything about his model to the imagination, there's no unfathomably large rest of him hanging out below the waves, and the fact that the gummy ship is just sitting there, even as a kid, this felt more like an inconvenience than any kind of urgent danger, and that sucks, cause everything else about this is phenomenal. It's the first time we see that there are things other than us and the Heartless, bigger than us, creatures from destroyed worlds strong enough to survive interspace on their own. Jiminy's world was the first one we heard about getting swallowed by darkness. We've been finding its scattered denizens one by one throughout our journey, but you'd have never assumed we'd encounter Monstro, big chillin' out here in the lanes between. Space whales have been a popular image in media since the 1960s. There's something in the collective consciousness that feels like it makes sense. Add to that the sort of choral aesthetic a lot of the obstacles on the gummy routes have, and you're not thrown like this was outside the realm of something you could have expected. It feels more like a logical consequence of what we've learned so far, and of course he would eat us. That kind of imagery stretches back to biblical times. We also get a neat little character moment in the midst of all that. Donald tells Sora to get them out of there, which means he did finally let Sora drive. Hopefully the fact he got them all devoured doesn't take away his piloting privileges. Monstro is arguably the most narratively driven Disney World in this game, and it begins by hitting us hard with a flashback. This sort of device is such a natural fit for Kingdom Hearts storytelling that it feels strange we haven't encountered it yet. An indeterminate amount of years before the events of this game, Riku and Sora were palling around Destiny Islands. Now I enjoy the connective tissue here already. Pinocchio's plan to use a raft to escape Monstro's mouth mirrors that of Riku's plan. The trigger for this flashback, though, seems to be the monster itself. Sora's reminded of the confidence he felt, even at such a young age, of taking on something bigger than him. At least, as long as he could do it alongside Riku. What's especially interesting is that this plays off of a moment from one of our first cutscenes. Based on their interest in the new girl who just moved in with the mayor, we know that this is before they met Kairi. Kairi, who would supposedly have been Riku's inspiration for wanting to leave Destiny Islands, and yet here he is, pitching that idea before he even knows her name. Sora's eye roll back then wasn't just because Riku's a smooth talker, but because he was lying. And that makes for a really strong character moment for Sora in retrospect, that he kept his mouth shut there despite his competitive spirit doubtlessly urging him to do otherwise. Was he resigned to the idea that Riku and Kairi just had better chemistry, or mature enough to understand contradicting Riku wouldn't have won him any points with either of them? Either way, that was just the beginning. It's clear we're about to get into the weeds with this world.
Oh, you know, I think that big old whale Monstro just swallowed us. And for today's weather, expect showers. Oh, heavy showers.
Ow! Who's there? It's me!
Now, despite the destruction of Pinocchio's home, we're still following the movie's plot with surprising consistency. The main cast gets separated, Pinocchio gets up to some mischief without Jiminy's guidance, Geppetto gets whaled looking for him, Pinocchio gets whaled right back looking for him. We even get to continue the running gag of everyone doing a double take anytime Pinocchio pops up.
Who's there?
It's me!
Oh, it's me. Huh? A little wooden boy. Now who a wooden boy?
Hi, Billy Dee! I'm acting like for me.
Huh?
Father!
Don't bother me now, Pinocchio. Pinocchio.
Oh, it's just Pinocchio. Pinocchio!
Pinocchio? Pinocchio, where are you going? Pinocchio! Come on, everybody, after him, quick!
Welcome to Monstro's Mouth, one of the more iconic rooms in this game, again with plenty of details derived straight from the movie, including this infuriatingly anatomy-defying spine and rib cage on the roof, and of course Geppetto's boat.
What have you got there, Pinocchio?
With this, we can get out of here, Father.
It's true. So, how did you end up here, Pinocchio?
Oh my, so the whale swallowed all of you too? My goodness.
Yeah, looks like it.
My name is Geppetto. I'm Pinocchio's father. When we got separated, I traveled all over looking for him. Thank goodness we're together again. So, you seem to know Pinocchio quite well. I hope he was a good boy in my absence. Right, Pinocchio? Pinocchio!
After that cutscene, we can explore this whole place freely, checking out the gummy block Pinocchio found, Cleo, the best character from the movie, but unfortunately, no sign of Figaro. Geppetto has a surprising amount of dialogue to dig through, including mentions of green monsters which lure wanderers deeper into Monstro, which is worth keeping in mind. He also expresses his interest in the gummy block Pinocchio found, which is a cute bit of continuity for later. Among the wooden wreckage are a plethora of chests. With just the right jump, it's possible to reach this scan gummy, but everything else is out of reach. Only in the original Japanese version, there's a wooden box sitting on one of these platforms. It serves no clear purpose, but it does interact with the water in some funny ways. If we push it into the water, it sinks rather unnaturally. While it's sitting out over top of the water, we can see that Sora's head is just as mighty as his feet. And if we let it push us under the surface, it will shatter by the will of the gods. Our last point of interest is this save point, which fully enables us to leave. It doesn't feel like it should, but apparently Monstro's not all that stubborn. From there, we could freely venture to either of those other two worlds. Monstro himself's also a bit of a prankster. If you set out for him, there's a good chance he just won't show up, and if you set out for either world on either side of him, he may decide to interrupt the journey again. He will always be there for you if you warp to him, as strange as it looks, and although we have options, it's clear the game intends for us to tackle this now, so let's. Monstro's intestines fall alongside the Cave of Wonders as one of the only locations in Kingdom Hearts to feel like a dungeon. But while the cave felt like a maze, every room connected to almost every other room. As long as you didn't turn backwards, success was almost inevitable. Not so here. In fact, this place is an infamous run-ender for generations of Kingdom Hearts newcomers. I would love, nay, luxuriate in the chance to make a map of this place, but it's just not gonna happen. Monstro's tummy consists of 6 chambers, yeah, they really like that word, all of which have a glut of ins and outs which connect with absolutely no sense of logic or cohesion. This is sort of like Kingdom Hearts' take on the Lost Woods. Some doors you come in through drop you into the chamber, leaving no route back. Ironically, even if you could reach them, these high entryways spit you directly back out, with the befuddling exception of this one in the first room. It still sends you back into the same chamber, but through a different door. What happened there? These rooms are layered, so you can't navigate based on which rooms you've already been to, since there are high and low sections, often inaccessible from each other. If not, you'll wind up falling down to a past area during the fights with all these airborne Heartless, disorienting you further. But before we can really dive into any of that...
What are you doing? Come on, let's go back.
You know, Geppetto's awfully worried about you.
Pinocchio, stop fooling around. This is no time for games.
But Sora, I thought you liked games.
Ooh, the way the music stops, that was nasty.
Or are you too cool to play them now that you have the Keyblade?
Riku? What are you doing here?
Just playing with Pinocchio.
You know what I mean. What about Kairi? Did you find her?
Maybe. Catch us, and maybe I'll tell you what I know.
Come on!
There's a clear edge to this encounter. Worth noting, Sora doesn't know what went down at the end of Agrabah, but somehow Jiminy seems to? Either way, you can tell just by the delivery, this is no happy reunion. Riku's acting antagonistic, and despite how far we've come, Sora feels like the same little kids on Destiny Islands again. Always second place. Well, the game's afoot. Time to navigate these twisty testins. In spite of everything designed to confound you, there are a few tricks to navigating this labyrinth. Geppetto's warning about green creatures plainly refers to the green requiems. In fact, they are almost exclusively found spawning by the entrances that lead you along the critical path. If you see one appear by a door, you know that's the right way. What's more, as an addition made in Final Mix, the correct path always pulsates with green light, whereas the others will be more blue and purple. In the grand scheme of things, the path isn't that complicated. Take a left in the first chamber, and then in every subsequent bower, the correct path will be, in order, the only one available, the closest one, the only one available, the closest one, and the closest one again. The camera almost always points you in the right direction, too. Keep all that in mind, and the only real obstacles are going to be the Heartless. To wit, the Monstro variety shadows get the biggest leap in stats between worlds they will ever have, from 21 to 36 HP, which makes them oddly tanky. New to us are Search Ghosts, one of the oddest Heartless in this game, with a design I've always found especially disturbing. The dangling eyeball, the exposed ribcage, and more to the point, the inapposite nature of their appearance in this environment. We've seen Heartless with a bent for camouflage. They've taken on several forms that have strayed pretty far from what we might expect a primal manifestation of darkness to take, but these guys almost feel more like ghosts than Heartless, like the wayward souls of sailors who have met their end in Monstro's gullet. They have a number of peculiar behaviors too. They're generally too slow to pose much of a threat, but if left to their own devices, they have an HP draining attack that can fully heal them, and despite the floopy sound design and animations, they pack a surprising punch. If they go to steal some HP, they need to hover around with these purple will-o-wisps for like 2 hours before they actually absorb them, and if you strike them during this period, they'll drop way more HP than they stole. You can also get this HP bonus at any time by hitting them with gravity. The gimmick they're named after is this searchlight they emit, which changes from yellow to red when they spot you. Huh, that's a weird coincidence. The thing is, this isn't much of a gimmick. Even if it's the case, I've never gotten the impression Heartless actually have any kind of line of sight. Unless we're talking about sniper wilds, it always feels like it's just proximity. And the instances of enemies already being present in a room as opposed to spawning in when you get close enough are so few and far between, I'm having trouble so much as trying to experiment with this behavior. I'll keep a dangly eye out though. Lastly are the barrel spiders, the pot spider's volatile cousins. These guys have one move: go boom. They'll do it prematurely if you hit them with fire, but do nothing and they'll burst all the same. They're a rare enemy capable of friendly fire, and in groups, their explosions tend to trigger a chain reaction, so they end up not being much worth worrying about. That brings us to the real culprit of getting players hopelessly lost in these convoluted viscera: the treasure. That's what's probably going to lead you astray from the main path, so follow along, this isn't going to be easy. From the start of the maze, take the first wrong turn into room 3 to find a Mega Ether by this wooden blockage. Head back and go along the main route until you reach the upper area of compartment 3, jump across the gap to find an Osmos Gummy, and ignore the door on that side. It leads to a dead end at the bottom of Antechamber 6. Using the barrels in here, you can jump up to these weird platforms. We'll stick to the one over top of the critical path for now. It's got some doggos. That brings us to 42, nearly half of them, and we're rewarded with a bit of mithril, which is always appreciated. There's another by the extra chairs in the dining room, and 2 right here by the end of these drawers in the TV room. Back on track, in the upper section of Recess 2, hop along these half-circle platforms to reach a Megalixir. Head through the green doors until you reach the upper staircase section of Niche 6, and at the bottom of these stairs you'll find... Ooh, these freaking puppies. Okay, puppies 76, 77, and 78 returned home. This is a lie. I turned this charming little zero bed, zero bath inside out, and I swear to you, there were only 2 dogs in that chest. They're both in the TV room. One more by the grandfather clock and one watching the back door. I thought for sure this was it. Oh, heck me sideways, the inevitable first mistake I would make trying to keep track of 99 little dotted dingoes. But thankfully, I have a file where I've been deliberately avoiding every Dalmatian just in case of an emergency like this. I opened this chest, headed back to the house with naught but those 3 collected, searched high and low, and I am quite certain these 2 sinister sniffers ditched their brother or sister at some point. In a last-ditch effort, I took a look through the Kingdom Hearts Ultimania, and luckily for all of us, there are a few pages dedicated to pointing out every single puppy in the house. According to this, to the devs themselves, puppy 78 should be right here. So what does this mean? Are there only actually 98 puppies? Did 78 wander out of their chest and into that of another trio? Time will tell, but Jiminy, your bookkeeping really ain't all it's cracked up to be. Right next to that chest, this door leads to a secluded area of Region 5, which has a blue trinity and a couple treasure chests, but they're guarded by a bizarrely long sequence of enemy spawns. Back at the top of Staircase 6, there are a couple of barrels which are not hostile. You can use one to reach another green platform with another torn page. The far platform over there looks like it might just barely be in reach, but somehow Donald broke the barrel I was using to attempt this, which I didn't even know he could do. Anyway, once more around the bases to respawn the barrels, and yes, it is possible. A Megalixir for that. Another not nearly as precise jump to this far ledge nets us a mithril, and honestly, don't bother with any of that. Give it like 15 minutes, it's gonna be much easier. The door up here loops back around to Alcove 1, so ignore that and get back on track. Our last detour is in the upper layer of Sectional 5, where we can once again use a non-hostile barrel to reach these platforms, gain another mithril, and this extremely peculiar instance of a treasure chest sitting atop a barrel. This makes it, as far as I'm aware, the only chest in the game we can possibly move, apart from some that move straight down, and it contains some more Dalmatians. One on the rug in the piano room, one I had to check and double check and triple check for the little rascal, under the table by the TV. And over by the grape fermentations, the vocation of this sequestration on the Dalmatian plantation is to express adoration for the carnation situation. All on the PlayStation 2. From that same barrel-chested ledge, you can head either to compartment 3 or 6. 6 just drops you in the dead end opposite the staircase, but 3 brings us back to one of those green platforms where we can find a flare gummy. Take a breath, guys. That was everything. Along the way, we'll get this scene.
Why do you still care about that boy? He has all but deserted you for the Keyblade and his new companions, after all.
I don't care about him. I was just messing with him a little.
Oh, really? Of course you were. Beware the darkness in your heart. The heartless prey upon it.
Mind your own business.
There is so much to read between the lines there, and I especially want to give it up for Riku's voice actor, David Gallagher, for conveying every complex emotion running through Riku's heart right now. It's clear he's trying, in a misguided way, to get through to Sora, to get their goals to realign. Forget the Keyblade and the King's Lackey. How dare you ask me if I've found Kairi? Are you even looking? And yet, with every move he makes deeper into Maleficent's thrall, he has to essentially outgrow Sora. Riku's story at large has been all about the childlike desire to grow up. leave home, leave his parents, make his own decisions, and fight his own fights. In doing so, he's found himself in a very adult world. Everything is tit for tat, and just one of the many deals he's made is to let go of someone as childish as Sora in order to convince them he's matured. These glowing doorways give me a great opportunity to talk about something I've had in the chamber for a while. The colors of the pause menu. Yep. Really, these scan lines making up the background are interesting. They're generally gonna fall beneath the notice of anyone just playing the game, but hang about, take a second look, and you'll see that they change color to suit the environment. In essence, it's identifying whatever color is at the center of the screen and picking a color to match. I've heard it said in a few places that the color it chooses is the color that's at the center of the screen, but that's not quite true. Instead, it seems to be a complex algorithm that can either approximate the color or select one which complements it. For example, most greens and reds seem to make it by unaltered, but most blues and oranges seem to be reversed. And these colors are especially interesting because it shows us that this algorithm takes into account both textures and lighting when choosing. Fascinating. And a word about this place's aesthetics. They are ooey gooey. The squelchy sound effects of the footsteps, if it's not your cup of tea, I get it, but the way all these blotches pulsate or change color is a lot of fun. I like it more than the pink fleshy aesthetic Ocarina of Time went with. It also adds to the sameness of the maze, but I'm willing to bet that was very much the point. The best part, however, without question, is the music. Like almost every song in this game, A Very Small Wish comes to us courtesy of Yoko Shimomura. To my mind, nothing less than the greatest composer in the industry, and the work she did for this series is a huge part of why I say that. The environmental themes for each world have been nothing short of excellent, flawlessly capturing the mood and culture of each realm, and every single one is a relentless earworm. But in a step beyond that, every world has its own combat theme too. You never get that in an RPG. That's such an insane level of effort that pushes the individuality of the locales that much further. I want to draw special attention to Hand in Hand, the battle theme for Traverse Town. It's urgent but triumphant. A great way to capture that feeling of finding your bearings, starting to get the hang of wielding the Keyblade, battling alongside Honest Don and Giddy for the first time. It just hypes you up.
Riku! What's the matter with you? What are you thinking? Don't you realize what you're doing?
I was about to ask you the same thing, Sora. You only seem interested in running around and showing off that Keyblade these days. Do you even want to save Kairi?
I do.
Let's talk about rivals. Regardless of the medium, rivals are one of the most important tropes in storytelling. They tend to fall all over the place on the antagonistic spectrum, but their role is almost always the same: to push the main character further, the driving force that spurs them to be greater than they thought they could be. Better yet, to keep moving that goalpost, to keep the competitive fires burning even after the main character surpasses them. This archetype is probably most famous in shonen anime like Dragon Ball Z, but I would argue it never works better than it does within a video game. As is so often the case, the extra degree of immersion that comes from putting you in control during their competitions lets you feel the main character's frustration, that need to improve, that sensation of, even though I beat him, I'm still behind. Smell your own ass, Blue, that literally shouldn't even be possible. And yet, there's something about Riku that feels a cut above the rest. I've never heard it put more eloquently than the Gaming Brit did in his review of this game.
Calling Riku Sora's friend/rival isn't the full story though. If anything, starting Kingdom Hearts feels like you just started playing as the comedy sidekick of the real hero. Riku is self-assured, strong, cheeky, ambitious, and ready for action. A more typical hero figure.
Sora's a little goofball, and Riku's right. Every level he gets so caught up in making new friends with everyone who flags him down that he can't help but put Riku and Kairi lower on his list of priorities. Though it may be the dark path, Riku's methods have clearly been more productive than Sora's in what was ostensibly the main goal from the outset. The question now is, their paths have become so diverged, can things ever go back to the way they were?
You up for this?
No problem. Let's do it.
We fulfill the boys' fantasy from that flashback. They venture into the cave and together take on the beast inside. Parasite Cage. Narratively, I think I would have preferred a much tougher fight to exemplify the power these boys wield together, though maybe, with it being so easy, that's what they were going for. Let's not put the puppet before the strings here. Parasite Cage isn't the weakest boss we've fought, but he does have one special property none have had since frickin' Darkseid. He cannot move from his spot. However, even Darkseid's arena was small enough that he could always hit you. Parasite Cage's noodly little arms can't reach you unless you're in this sunken area around him. If you do get in range though, his swiping attacks can be pretty threatening. He doesn't stagger much and doesn't leave much time between attacks to strike and retreat. Unless you have tons of magic and an extra supply of ethers, you're gonna have to resort to close combat. What makes him so tanky, despite our newly supercharged magic, is a mechanic we touched on briefly in Agrabah: damage caps. Now that our stats and abilities, and especially magic, are beginning to overwhelm the regular enemies, the low caps the bosses are sporting are gonna start making their presence felt. And since they also pack ridiculously high resistances to gravity, we have little choice but to play by their rules. Parasite Cage here is rocking an especially low cap of 15, and what's worse, damage caps are applied before resistance modifiers, so our best spells are locked down in the single digits. This guarantees that every boss, as well as some of the heavier Heartless, will at least feel tough even if we're ridiculously overleveled. I also want to thank, who else but Nick McSlayton, for painstakingly determining the damage cap of every enemy in the game which has one. Without him, I'd be at the mercy of yet more common misconceptions. This is where our newest summon, Genie, really comes in handy. He is practically the opposite of Simba. Hey, wait a minute, why's he got his cuffs back on his wrists? I thought he was free.
I'm a free Genie Bob. Only thing I'm a slave to is fashion! These things go great with a tasteful string of pearls.
When using his special attack, Showtime, he will unleash a bunch, it's really hard to count, of random magic spells on his target. Included in his repertoire is Thunder, Gravity, and 3 spells we can't learn. Stun Shot, which as the name indicates, can inflict stun, Continuous Shot, and Blowaway Shot. The damage for these are calculated similarly to Thunder and are all based on RMP. He can also cast a spell called Stop, but just ignore that for now. In the meantime, the hail of magic he can bring on these foes is downright ferocious. I'm confident no other use of RMP will take quite as much of a bite out of any given boss's health bar, at least not for a while. You don't need to worry about being picky either. While Sora can't use the same summon twice in one fight, he can still use any summon he hasn't called yet. Of course, due to damage caps, Simba isn't much of a boss killer, but it's still worth keeping in mind. Of course, that strict limitation does mean we're back at square one. How do we safely attack this guy without magic? Oh yeah, Riku's here. Riku is a fully fledged combatant, capable of dealing damage, initiating counterattacks, and even healing himself. Since his HP can never drop below its maximum, that's just for the aesthetic, and arguably for the narrative punch that even though he's fighting alongside you, he'll never spare you one of his items. In terms of stats, he is considered a party member, with 50 HP, 0 MP, 20 strength, and 17 defense. So he's beefed up just as much as we have since the beginning of the game. Thanks once again to Samuel Camel for getting those numbers out of the code for me. Riku will run around chipping away for the entire fight. Behaviorally, apart from the potion, he is nearly identical to his original duel. He even has the exact same retaliation counter and kickback attack, which feels so good to see him use on something other than me. So I'm sure you can see where I'm going with this. Let Riku aggro the boss's arm attacks, jump in for a combo, retreat, and repeat. If you're feeling especially patient, Riku can do basically the whole fight for you. Have yourself a little bathroom break while he goes to town. Like any party member, he can't land the finishing blow, but give him about 10 minutes and then jump in and steal the glory. Parasite Cage's design may have been an homage to an archetypically similar creature from Final Fantasy IX. Shout out to Nightspark43 for pointing out the parallels. This is Prison Cage, who holds the Pinocchio-esque Vivi hostage throughout its fight. Interestingly enough, this bulbous Baronade stand-in actually is coded with the ability to move. However, I don't believe you can ever see this behavior in normal gameplay, only by using mods to transpose him into other rooms. As such, I have to throw another thanks at Samuel Camel for having the modding know-how to get me footage. Oh my god, that's disgusting. I hate that. You modded in Sora's Dream Drop Distance outfit? With the battle over, this room, the bowels, has nothing left for us, but the door we came in through remains sealed, and with the music completely absent, there's no better place to admire the squelchy footstep sounds.
Pinocchio! Pinocchio! Please, Give me back my son.
Sorry, old man. I have some unfinished business with this puppet.
He's no puppet. Pinocchio is my little boy.
He is unusual. Not many puppets have hearts. I'm not sure, but maybe he can help someone who's lost theirs.
Wait a minute. Are you talking about Kairi?
What do you care about her?
The triumph of finally getting to fight alongside Riku is absolutely stolen from us when we see how far he's really fallen from the light. We're left to imagine what fate has befallen Kairi, but we see Riku clearly doesn't care who he has to hurt to help her. Monstro's mouth has changed significantly. Not only has the water level fallen, but a number of new treasures and trinities have appeared. Most importantly, the chest next to Geppetto contains high jump. Once again, putting to one side how we can put something like that in a chest, equipping this to the party will absolutely spoil you for all future runs. Platforming feels so much better with this significant upgrade. It's absolutely night and day. The mouth is the perfect place to get to grips with it. So many treasures in previously unreachable ledges. Before the water level fell, there were a couple of boxes on this furthest piling that served as extra insurance against us reaching this chest. A bit overkill, honestly. I have no idea how you'd reach this ledge with the normal jump, but the devs were clearly aware of how far Sora could reach with his Keyblade. I want you guys to try and keep in mind why the devs might have wanted to ensure this chest stay out of reach. It contains the Water Gleam, which you may be able to guess the purpose of, but we're gonna keep it in our back pocket for a while yet. The last chest in here contains yet more pups. Dang, Monstro, do you ever eat, like, fish? For passing the halfway point and saving 51 puppies, we get another torn page and some more mithril. You ever wonder where the Dalmatians get all this stuff? I guess they're just odds and ends they've gathered after being scattered to the stars. There's one in the middle of the living room floor, one off in the back corner, and a second pup has joined the first under the TV room table. This house is really starting to feel lively. God, that feels good. A green trinity has appeared on the roof of Geppetto's ship, one of the better hidden ones in the game, but it's just a mithril shard, so nothing you'll be desperate for missing out on. Jeppy himself has a new round of dialogue. I wouldn't say any of it's quite as interesting or helpful as his green monster intel, but I am glad it's been updated at all. As you've probably picked up, I like when NPCs react to things changing. Before we give chase to Riku on the upper path, let's head back into the lower intestines. With our newfound mad hops, they have become infinitely more navigable. We can now reach the entirety of every chamber regardless of which doors we come in through. Obviously this makes reaching every treasure throughout something of a breeze, but as I showed, it is possible to get all of them early, which I find all the more gratifying. The only place we still have to work at reaching is this extremely high ledge in Auditorium 3, but it doesn't lead us to anything new, just the top of Bay 6. We can also get straight back to the bowel ridiculously fast, hopping up to get from 2 to 5 and then heading straight to 4. As is so often the case with boss arenas, this place has been repopulated with some fun new enemy spawns. In this case, barrel spiders and large bodies that, for whatever reason, spawn from the ceiling. I don't know what they were going for with that, but gosh darn it, it's charming. I'm choosing not to question why Monstro's bowel has a valve that opens to the mouth, okay? Monstro's anatomy is on another level. One last strange thing. No one seems to know what's up with these wooden blockages. They can never be removed, they seem to correspond to each other. I guess they must have been added late in development, though I can't tell if that was to make Monstro more or less confusing to get through. Onward to the throat! The last trinity we can get on this visit is hanging out right here, and if you're a real lucky duck, you may encounter a new variety of Heartless, rare truffles. These guys are completely non-aggressive, and just want to play a little game of keepy-uppy. Problem is, I suck at that game, and this area's tight quarters are doing me no favors. Rare truffles, I love ya, but I think I gotta table you guys until you show up in a bit more of an open area. For the love of Neptune, why does your throat go up?
Hey! Let Pinocchio go, Riku!
A puppet that's lost its heart to the heartless. Maybe it holds the key to helping Kairi. How about it, Sora? Let's join forces to save her. We can do it together. What? You'd rather fight me? Over a puppet that has no heart?
Heart or no heart, at least he still has a conscience.
Conscience?
You might not hear it, but right now it's loud and clear. And it's telling me you're on the wrong side!
Then you leave me no choice.
Ooh, the thematic cohesion is delightful. Monstro, of course, challenges our navigational skills more than any other world, and using Pinocchio, a story about navigating the tricky differences between right and wrong, what feels good and what is good, all while using our main characters to mirror that allegory to show the differences in their moral compasses. Ooh, that's my jam.
Jiminy, I'm not gonna make it. Oh, I guess I'm okay.
That interaction is so dang cute, I can't even.
Huh?
Parasite Cage's manager has informed me he was really upset at how easy I made him out to be in that last fight, but he took the criticism to heart, or stomach, and has made some changes. Well, 900 HP is the highest of any foe we've yet come across, and he has a brand new ranged attack that ensures he can now hit you no matter how far you get from him. It has a poison damage over time effect too, which can certainly be scary. The arena itself is much more threatening. This neon floor will react with a hitbox when you step on it. It reacts slowly enough that you can run around on it, but quickly enough that you can't stop to do anything else. He's also got a new physical attack that's much more powerful and has a nasty hitbox. And to top it off, no Riku to do the fight for us this time. I'll give him this, you certainly can't use any of the same strategies we used to beat him the first time, but is he significantly harder? No, he's not. Our tactic this round is going to be to stick behind him. Since he's still rooted to the spot, he'll be forced to slowly turn to face us if he wants to do damage. Now, he is immune to all damage from behind, so that goes both ways, but the cage cannot attack while he's rotating, so that's our opportunity. Sneak out under his armpit for a combo, dodge on back before he can return fire, ad infinitum. He'll throw his own little variation into the mix every so often, as he can now be stunned after receiving enough hits. He'll hang his big dark lump of a uvula out for you, and you're free to really let loose on it. Physical attacks will cause it to drop health orbs, and magical attacks will yield magic orbs. This is the time to unload with fire. Genie too if the goofballs are still alive, and that's gonna wear him down in just a few cycles. Honestly, this surprised me. I always try to make sure my tactics are applicable on a level 1 run just in case people are using this as a guide, and I've often heard this guy was especially difficult, but he's one of the few I managed to take down on my first try.
Riku! Riku, where are you?
Oh, just chilling in the void. You know him.
So, Kairi's like a lifeless puppet now?
Precisely.
And her heart was...
Taken by the Heartless, no doubt.
Tell me, what can I do?
There are 7 maidens of the purest heart. We call them the Princesses of Heart. Gather them together, and a door will open to the heart of all worlds.
Now that's a juicy tidbit. 7 Princesses of Heart. Speaking as someone who's played this game more times than doctors recommend, it surprised me that term wasn't dropped earlier. The headcount we can be sure of right now is Snow White, Alice, and Jasmine. If you're an especially clever cookie, you may have already put together that we've already seen a number of other famous Disney princesses who probably fit the bill. Or rather, the bell, but a typical player may have forgotten the finer details of that wacky dream sequence this far into the game.
Within lies untold wisdom. There you will surely find a way to recover Kairi's heart. Now, I'll grant you a marvelous gift. The power to control the Heartless.
It comes with ominous music, so you know it's the good stuff.
Soon, Kairi. Soon.
So somehow defeating the parasite in Monstro's tum created, like, ulcers, stomach acid everywhere, and somehow this has triggered a sneeze. Okay, look, I get why they did this, it's a reference to how they escaped Monstro in the movie, but this Visiter's internal workings were designed to annoy me specifically. A surprisingly short world, all things considered. It's a good thing there's a bewildering amount of other junk to go over now that we've unlocked the high jump. And obtained the power of time? Yeah, just gonna gloss over that. Hey, guys, what have I told you about telling me where to go? Well, this conversation is triggered by unlocking at least one tier of every spell in the game. Fire, Blizzard, Thunder, Cure, Arrow, Gravity, and Stop. And brings up a good talking point. Outside of our literal first fight alongside him, Donald has only ever had access to whatever spells Sora does. He taught us Fire, but despite his role as an expert mage, he seems to be learning alongside us. Except that he whipped out a Thunder back in his first scene, which would lead me to believe Donald's just been holding back. Another interpretation is that he's the one teaching us our spells off-screen. I like this headcanon quite a bit. Outside learning Blizzard from the Cheshire Cat and Thunder from Phil, every time we've learned a spell was after beating a boss. I can imagine Donald turning to Sora and saying,
I
also theorize that Stop was added into Sora's kit latest in development, as it's the only one that doesn't seem super congruous in where we learn it. Since we're going with Final Fantasy spells, I would have thought beating Parasite Cage would grant us Bio or something. But I am glad we got Stop because it's weird. It feels more like something you'd get in a Platinum Spectacle fighter than in an RPG. It basically lets Sora pull off the anime slash. You know the one that... But there is a reward we can collect from Merlin for getting so far in our magical training. We'll pick it up in a minute. As you may have come to expect, there are ever so few loose ends to wrap up within Monstro now that we've cleared him. Geppetto's boat is now unoccupied. Apparently he took the fish but left the fishbowl. I mean, I guess if you had to choose, but I just hope Cleo's okay. Greetings! I have come to seek an audience with the Council of the Rotund. This encounter sucks, actually. Not because of any particular enemy, but because you can't freaking leave as long as your menu's read. And there's like 7 large bodies and a bunch of air soldiers. If you come up here and the room is empty, double back immediately before anything can spawn.
Phoenix, why would I be coming back up here in the first place?
Well, our newest rare Heartless may apparate in this chamber. The Grand Ghost is a perplexing foe. If you're not one for reading Jiminy's journal, or I suppose looking up guides, this thing will confound you. He is immune to all damage and will only respond to all your efforts by showering you with healing items. Nifty, but not the rare synthesis materials we'd expect from a rare Heartless. Take a gander at the journal and we're encouraged to use those items near the ghost. Also, I swear this animation was made to sync up with this song. This is very likely my favorite rare Heartless added to Final Mix. I love how it builds on an earlier established mechanic with the Wonderland flowers, and assuming you rely mostly on the quick select menu for spells, this is just about the only thing that really tests your ability to navigate the command menu under pressure. This is also a classic Final Fantasy reference, dating all the way back to the original, where the White Mage, or healer, had exclusive access to Dia, a spell which dealt a great deal of damage to undead enemies. This evolved through the series until it became something of a staple for undead enemies to take damage when casting healing magic on them, or using an item like a Phoenix Down. And of course an unnatural creature which thrives on death would be weak to life. I love that. This guy is primarily a source of frost stones. Simply defeating him has a chance of dropping one, but every item used on him has its own set of rewards. Here's the full table. You know I like my tables, with a Megalixir acting as both a guaranteed one-shot and frost stone. If you run out of items mid-fight, not to worry. This is the first instance where it becomes relevant that new pickups are automatically assigned to your empty inventory. Hit him with any number of options and he may drop something you can use to further wear him down. It's also a neat touch that while magic recovery items don't deal as much damage, they do stun him, which can make spamming other items much easier. As you might expect, grinding this guy's materials isn't so much a matter of finesse or patience, but being far enough in the game that these valuable items are no longer an object. You can probably guess, we're not there yet. That is everything in the whale. Ordinarily, I'd work my way backwards towards Traverstown, but I want what's there first, so we're gonna do a bit of jumping around this time. Merlin will give us the Spellbinder keychain for picking up all the Tier 1 magic, the first Keyblade to increase our MP, and you already know how I feel about that. I don't think it's a stretch to say, if this isn't the best mid-game Keyblade, it's certainly the most popular. Especially in a level 1 challenge where magic is king and physical attacks are starting to serve little purpose but for the MP charge they yield, Spellbinder is your best friend. The design is great too. Love the orrery aesthetic for the teeth, the cool curvy crossguard, even the name is awesome. Spellbinder being a play on how it leaves its target spellbound, but the keychain itself is literally a spellbook. A binder for spells. Top tier for sure, except for the sound design. I mentioned this back in the tutorial, every single weapon has completely unique sound effects for everything you can do with them. I haven't stopped appreciating that degree of polish, but some of them don't exactly land for me. They also all have unique particle effects, and that does remain a win for the Spellbinder. Heck yeah, I am an arcane god. Decided to check back in with Hubert, Dubert, and Lubert and ran into a very bizarre glitch. The fan is trying to take the ceiling into orbit. It usually does this. What the heck is going on? I would love to tell you how I triggered this, but all I did was walk in here. The boys have nothing new, but I'm glad I checked so we could bask in this RPM. There's more in town, but I want to use it to close out the Monstro section, so let's head back out to space. Agrabah has that ledge in the silent chamber that leads to the upper section of the hidden room. Touch the stone there, and we'll get an even hiddener part of the hidden room containing puppies and a Haste 2 gummy. That second one is an ultra mega booster for our ship, allowing for short bursts of absolutely obscene speeds. And our newest pupper trio is all hanging out by the fireplace. 2 in front of it and 1 behind the table. I imagine they probably got pretty cold in that damp dark room. I'd light the fireplace for them, but magic is blocked in here. There are a few more treats in town, a mithril across from Aladdin's house, and high up in the palace gates are yet 3 more doggerinos, in addition to a chest we still can't reach despite our vastly improved thigh muscles. Another pup has hopped up on the windowsill behind the parents, 1 on the table by the door, and another on the couch in the living room. I feel we've gotten like twice as many puppies in this section than any other world. Hey, wait a minute, hey, whoa, that's puppy 78! Well, that didn't take long at all. Just to be thorough, I went and double-checked on my empty Dalmatian house file, and yep, puppies 52, 53, and 54 returned home. Let's check in on them. And that amounts to 1, 2, 3, and 4. I'm glad to have that resolved at least. I would say it still begs the question of how this happens to begin with, but it's not hard to imagine. Whatever poor sap was in charge of all this probably just lost track of one at some point. All I can hope is that it doesn't happen again. Deep Jungle is next. We're heading to the treehouse to see if we can get those frozen white mushrooms to spawn again. It so happens this is the emote for stop, but these guys are unique. We're not out to grab a stop arts, instead these 3 are playing hide and seek and will each disappear after only 1 spell. Some of these hiding places are a little nutty, but thankfully there doesn't seem to be a time limit. Once you've stopped all 3, a pink agaricus will appear in the middle of the house. This friendly mushroom is rather difficult to get anything from. As hinted at by her lackeys, her game revolves around stop. She won't flinch if you hit her while she's dancing, and interestingly, she has the lowest MP recovery stat of anything we fought past the tutorial. But once she's stopped, the clock, ironically, starts ticking. The challenge is to land as many hits as possible over the course of a single stop. Hits from summons don't count, and hits from Dob and Gove actually count negatively. The minimum number of hits required to get a Serenity power is 40. Stop's duration is calculated using our MP stat. Nothing funky, just seconds equals max MP plus 2. With 12 seconds and the abilities we have access to now, we are nowhere close to capable of landing nearly 4 hits a second. We'll have to simply look out for other tools as we go. In the meantime, we can appreciate those moves. I'd be willing to bet a lot, if not all of these are based on some Japanese pop idol. I've definitely seen Hatsune Miku perform this motion somewhere before, but I'm comfortable leaving that particular rabbit hole undoven today. Before we depart the jungle, we now have the ability to turn these magical flowers green by casting stop on them. Kick ass, downright crucial information, I know. I don't think there is intended to be anything new in Wonderland. We can reach the top of the hedges in the courtyard, but since we were so thorough in our explorations on our first visit, there's nothing left up here. What is here is this funky jump we can make in the Lotus Forest to reach this upper area. The chest contains an orichalcum, and the door leads to the upper hedges of the Tea Party Garden. This entryway has an extremely obscure detail associated with it. If you were to somehow manage to reach it on your first visit to the world before turning in any evidence to the Queen of Hearts, and thereby access the garden before the rock outside it has been moved, this extremely subtle shrubbery will be hanging out in front of the door leading to the Bazaar Room ceiling, complete with its own message on screen. This means it was expected that players might somehow sequence break this jump, though I'm not sure a legitimate means of doing that has yet been found. Up here we can get another flare gummy and yet more puppies. This is the frickin' puppy parade. Of course Pongo and Perdita would be showering us with gifts. We've brought back like half their charges in the last 15 minutes alone. Perhaps as a consequence of being trapped in a room with the Mad Hatter and the March Hare, these 3 are all music lovers, all hanging around the piano, and I think those are the last ones until we find a new world. Olympus is now hosting the Pegasus Cup, named for a character from the film who unfortunately doesn't get to appear in this game apart from his picture on the bracket over there. This is much of what we've come to expect from this Coliseum. 9 rounds consisting of just about every common Heartless we've yet faced. Only now with this slick dusk aesthetic. It's a small change, but considering how many bouts we've fought in this exact arena already, any amount of variation is appreciated. The 4th seed is the most interesting, consisting of 3 black fungi. Obviously their gimmick of doling out rewards when beaten with a finisher isn't a factor here, so we can treat them like any other Heartless for now, but if you remember something about the Fill Cup, you'll already realize these guys might be an issue. Other than that, you know the drill. Launch a blizzard down the center of each formation to obliterate most of the competition, and you should get to the boss no problem. However, that boss is a rematch against our old pal Leon, now backed up by the great ninja Yuffie. This fight calls upon a skill set we haven't had to employ since that 3-on-1 match on the beach. These two are relentless together. Leon wasn't saving his ego when he said he went easy on us. He is now packing twice the attacks and quintuple the HP. I'd say he's still easier than Cloud, but not when you add Yuffie into the mix. Her shuriken attacks are ceaseless, rapidly homing in on you one after the other. She also has the ability to heal herself and Leon. This was toned down in Final Mix. It used to be a flat 150 health, now it's 96. That specific number is because the internal calculation for it takes her strength stat and adds 75, which actually will come into play later. But even though the number's reduced, the possibility of her getting this off in conjunction with her lower HP makes her the clear first priority. Leon's not super fast, but there's no perfect means of evading him while focusing on Yuffie. If you have the MP to spare, I recommend using Sonic Blade to make use of its stun. It's a bit tricky because some genius mapped limits and commanding the doofus's focus to the same button, so what you gotta do is target Leon, use Sonic Blade, and halfway through, switch targets to Yuffie. Do it right, and you'll be free to let loose on her for a long time. Without backup, she's not terribly threatening. Her shurikens are easy to bat back at her, leaving her stunned, and she doesn't have much of anything in the way of close-ranged combat. The worst thing she can do is evade you long enough for Leon to wake back up. She does have a desperation attack she can start using when she's taken a bit of punishment. All Creation is named for her ultimate limit break from Final Fantasy VII. Thankfully, it's not the same apocalyptic black hole death ray as its namesake. Instead, it just seems to be a reference to the size of the shuriken she wielded in that game. This one persists for way longer and can't be deflected, so you kind of just have to run away from it until she's done. What's really scary is if she decides to do it twice in a row. Oh, Jesus. It's not uncommon that you'll finish her off before she even pulls that out though. And then it's just Leon. It's almost a shame this whole tournament is optional, because this is such a great narrative beat, and it saddens me that so many players probably missed out on it. Leon respecting Sora enough to stop holding back, and we've grown enough that we can handle it. His new moves include this spin attack. He can't be staggered out of it, so whenever you hear this voice line, "Get this!" that's your cue to dodge roll away. Rough Divide is basically a Super Smash Bros. Up special. It's not easy to block, but its thin hitbox makes it very simple to dodge to the side, and especially easy to punish with a combo. His last new trick, his own desperation move, is Fighting Spirit. He'll do a little Thundercats home maneuver, and then for the next, 5 full minutes, you have this to deal with. This one's a reference to his ultimate weapon in Final Fantasy VIII, Lionheart, which is, and let's not mince words here, the coolest shit. They went one step further and gave it full-on lightsaber noises in this game.
It's over!
It's not worth waiting out the aggressively long timer, just wait for the gaps in his attack pattern, which are essentially the same as they were in Traverse Town. Deflecting his Firaga spell will stun him, and anytime he comes in from the air, you can get a full combo no issue. Sorry Leon, this time you're really gonna... I'd finished that sentence, but I have no idea what Sora was actually gonna say to Leon back there.
Now you're gonna... We're the champs!
Another trophy to show off in the lobby. I like this one's aesthetics, more plaque than trophy, but it looks like it's got a fleur-de-lis on it, which doesn't strike me as all that Greek. Maybe it's to indicate that Yuffie and Leon hailed from Traverse Town, but I'm not quite sure. As we head in again to try our hand at the solo challenge, we can test out the new limit we just unlocked, Strike Raid. It's more powerful than Sonic Blade, costing the same amount and consisting of the same number of hits, but doesn't have the ability to stun. While every limit has its niche, Strike Raid is probably the most generally useful because it provides Sora with a preposterously long period of invincibility. He can just sit there, chucking his weapon in caveman mode, and nothing can stop him. Lore-wise, I like to imagine he saw Yuffie throwing her weapons around, and seeing Leon reminded him of how he could summon the Keyblade back to his hand, and came up with this brilliant technique. Yeah, you better be scared. The thing of it is, it's not reasonable to have more than one limit equipped at once. The game will try really hard to offer you whichever one it thinks is best in the moment, typically offering Strike Raid if you're targeting an aerial target and Sonic Blade on a grounded one, but this is far from reliable. Now, without our Disney dads to draw some fire from us, Leon and Yuffie are a much tougher combo. If you're struggling, one quick trick that may even the odds is to turn on EXP 0. Yes, really? You see, there are a couple of extra effects built into this ability designed to make a level 1 challenge more manageable. One of these is a damage cap. Depending on the enemy you're facing, their attacks won't be allowed to deal more than a certain percentage of your health. For most foes, this is 50%, but for Leon and Yuffie, it's a generous 25%. A bit cheeky, maybe even kinda cheating? I don't know. I guess I'll let you guys be the judge. I say if it works, it works. One more orichalcum, but there is something else I want to show in that fight. There's a page within the Ultimania which says it's possible to die within the tournament if you take fatal damage after winning, and that this is easiest with Yuffie's big-ass shuriken. Now to test this, you'd have to beat Leon before Yuffie, which comes with a number of complications. Her significantly lower health, her lower stun duration, her ability to heal Leon. I was desperately breaking out every arrow in my quiver for this one, fully loaded on elixirs, blatantly cheating, and it still wasn't enough. That's when I inadvertently stumbled upon the most foolproof strategy you can employ in this 1v2. Target Yuffie, guard her shurikens, and the instant before it lands, switch targets to Leon. In addition to feeling dang cool, this turns these two into a joke. Interrupt her with a quick spell or attack whenever she starts healing, and you can wear down Leon almost without issue. Is now a good time to mention how utterly incessant some of the boss fight callouts are?
Just give up, it'll be easy. Just give up, it'll be easier. Just give up, it'll be... Get me out of here! Help! Get me out of here! Heal! Get me See ya! Aladdin! Get him, you fool!
Seriously guys, tone it back, I feel like I'm playing Bubsy. Now this next part is easily the hardest. We need to get low enough in health to die to her limit attack. We need to get her low enough to die in 1 or 2 hits, and we need her to launch her glowing shuriken, beat her, then take the hit. I am 99.8% sure this isn't actually possible. The shuriken seems to despawn the moment she loses. I have tested this extensively with save states, and I swear, even if the timing is frame perfect, I would have hit that bullseye at some point amid all this. Just to be extremely thorough, I also checked in the original Japanese version, and even though her shuriken persisted after taking her down, Sora seems to become invincible the moment the cup is won. If this is possible, I have to guess the Ultimania is referring to something we won't tackle until later, so this gets a pin in it until then. I wouldn't call it a total loss, at least we got this silly tactic out of it. And on to the time trial. Once again, 3 minutes for all 9 rounds. There's really no better tactic here than spamming as much magic as possible, so I recommend just loading everyone up with ethers. And you're gonna want gravity on your quick select. The black fungi stand to be the biggest leeches on your time, and we're gonna want as much as possible for the final round. As fast as you can, target each of them with a gravity. It's the only thing that can knock off more than 1 hit's worth of HP, and you should be able to finish them all before they can turn to stone. Even with like half my time left, these two can really bring you down to the wire. My strategy was mostly the same, but I ended up falling back on spamming Sonic Blade once Leon broke out the lightsaber, just so I could ignore the big hitboxes. Thankfully, Goofy's inventory is robust enough that he was able to keep me supplied with MP the whole time, but I gotta admit, that did not feel smooth. Who cares, we got a dark matter and we've wrapped up every world but Traverse Town. Back in the synthesis shop, I avoided showing this last time, but we already made enough items from the first batch to unlock the second. All we needed was to craft 3 unique items, not all 6. Unlocking the next tier will require us to make a total of 9 items, so let's see what we got. We're starting to get into the requirements for Mithril, and at least in Final Mix, no enemy will ever drop that stuff, so don't go nuts making multiples of these. What we have now is all we have to work with. For the moment, our only source of Frost and Thunder gems are white mushrooms, with the Lotus Forest being the easiest place to farm them if you feel inclined to do so. As for farming basically any material, we're far enough in the game, Goofy has probably gotten Lucky Strike as an ability, which increases all drop rates. Sora should have it by now too if you picked up the shield in the opening, so be sure to throw those on before you settle into the grind. Okay, I've given it some thought, and I think this emote indicates that it's too bright and they want shade, which you provide with the storm clouds from Thunder. I too would rather be struck by lightning than suffer a sunburn, so I get it. In this batch, blazing stones are the only roadblock we can't overcome right now, but that was still enough to unlock the 3rd round of recipes. Just like last time, I am gonna leave those until after the next world though, since we clearly can't make most of them right now anyway. It kinda bothers me how these recipes all unlock with no ceremony. I'll be honest, the main reason I didn't mention the tier 2 items last time we visited is because I straight up didn't notice they'd been unlocked while I was in the menu. The rune Stone Armlet is probably our best get from that round, being a direct upgrade to our Magic Armlet. The Golem Chain and Anglebangel have better stats than some of the best accessories we've found so far, so we're really starting to get some nice returns on investment from this system. Our last stop of the day is right outside. A new house has popped up in the corner of the first district. Is this just how this whole town came to be? Some people showed up with their associated buildings? I suppose that might explain the enigma that is the Gizmo Shop. This house does bear a number of similarities to Geppetto's house in his original film, but one fun difference is this ironwork above the sign. In the movie, it was this somewhat generic cross design, but here it's his fish. Atta girl, Cleo, moving up in the world. If we get up on his roof, we'll find it has some of the same slippery properties as some of the tree roots in Deep Jungle, which is odd, but undeniably fun. Well, it's good to see everyone's okay. Apparently Leon got them this house, which raises a number of questions, namely, where the heck is my house, Squall, you stingy broody buckaroo? Geppetto gives us himself, and if we keep talking to him, he'll hand over Sid, and Yuffie, and Aerith, whoever that is, and Leon. I don't know where you expect me to keep all these people. I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to just hand them out like that. Oh, they're gummy blueprints. All too big for us to try out right now, apart from Geppetto. These are rewards for defeating X amount of Heartless. A typical player wouldn't normally have reached all these goals by now, but what do you expect? This file's got 90 hours on it. All of these designs are charming, largely for the fact that Geppetto himself just fell in love with gummies as a tool for crafting, and made a lot of these ships as a way to honor some of the people who helped him out of a jam. Though they're all recolored and obviously simplified to fit within the strict gummy grid, they each look like significant vehicles from their source material. Geppetto's looks like the Pleasure Island Ferry, Sid's looks like the Highwind airship from Final Fantasy VII, Leon's like the Ragnarok from 8, Yuffie's got kind of a truck aesthetic. She does drive a truck in 7, but it doesn't have this crane arm the blueprint seems to have, so I'm not too sure. And maybe it's the colors, but to me, Aerith looks most like the Fahrenheit from Final Fantasy X. A shout out to my boy Mythology and Gaming for pointing this out to me. All of these color schemes are emblematic of their respective characters' ultimate weapons. We also have Cactuar. He's chillin'. The little details in here are as intricate as you might expect. The sign in the corner says file. Okay. Cleo's all good, brand new bowl too, that's what we're really looking for. You can see a design for a ship on this wall which looks like it may have been the basis for the Geppetto blueprint, and this much simpler blueprint in front of it bears a striking resemblance to the early gummy ship design seen both in the Kingdom Hearts design doc and some concept art in the back of the Ultimania. Could be a coincidence, it's a pretty rudimentary design, but that'd be a heck of an Easter egg. Alas, all these clocks are perfectly matched at 12, and I don't know what I'm gonna do with myself. There is one last blueprint we can get in this house, and all we have to do is enter and exit 30 times. I have no idea what they were thinking. Yes, Geppetto is basically something we can routinely check in on as we defeat ever-mounting numbers of Heartless, but we are over halfway through this game already. Even if we came and checked in 5 times per remaining world, we still wouldn't hit this goal. While I'm at that tedious work, I'll go over the contents of this chest. The Wishing Star is one of the more unique keychains in this game. I love a good wooden clockwork aesthetic, but something about the color choices here don't land. The main shaft also looks overly simple and kind of flimsy. I think we should have gotten gears going the whole length of it, but I digress. Let's take a look at the stats. Its critical rate is where it's at. ×5 is functionally a guaranteed critical hit whenever one is possible. Every finisher, every hit of Sonic Blade and Strike Raid, certain abilities, and plenty we have yet to see. This is also the first Keyblade we can use which boasts a critical bonus, and that is a big deal. If you're running a physical build, Wishing Star is genuinely the best you can do right now, as long as you're not dropping combos. I'm guessing this is just a highly obscure secret for secret's sake, and fair enough, we haven't seen a Chocobo Easter egg since we left Destiny Islands, but seriously, 30 times. But that is it. Monstro completed. Geppetto, Pinocchio, and Cleo all safe and sound. We got to have our big moment of triumph over Leon, and to add to all the catharsis, in the back corner of Geppetto's house, we can find postcard number 10. Thanks for sending all 10 postcards. No more presents. A defense up may seem a touch anticlimactic, but it's the principle. Our first proper side quest undertaken in our adventure's infancy fully completed. This is a special kind of feeling. Everything about this chapter has given us a sensation of starting that downward slope towards the end of our journey. We're certainly not close, but as we've passed the midpoint, everything is changing. Sora is growing more mature, our combat options are becoming truly robust, our strength becoming a threat to be reckoned with both by our friends and our enemies. Pieces of the story puzzle are starting to fall into place, and perhaps the most literal change, our new and improved jump height. The earliest action we came to grips with, revamped to recontextualize all the levels around us. This is all deliberate stuff, and good golly is it clever. Next stop, we're heading under the sea. I firmly believe the world could do with a lot more renaissances. Why is it that Europe and Disney, and Bengal if you're an especially big history nerd, are the only ones to get a rebirth in the last 1,000 years? I say Renaissance Google, Renaissance McDonald's, Microsoft, and absolutely Renaissance America for the love of God. Jokes aside, it's interesting how ubiquitous the term Disney Renaissance became, along with all the other labels for their various eras, like their Chinese dynasties or something. But its various managerial directions throughout the 1900s honestly warrant it. And of course, I'm bringing this up now because who else does the mouse have to thank for lifting the brand out of the Dark Ages but the shrewd competition of Don Bluth, I mean the Little Mermaid. Atlantica is our next destination, no more whales to lampoon our progress, so it's once again a simple gummy route away, and wonder of wonders, no new enemy gummy blueprints to go over either. I would dive straight in, but its frickin' planet thing is one of the coolest in the games, and I'd be remiss not to gush about it just a little. The Sea Dragon and Shipwreck are cool on their own, but all the particle effects really elevate this one. The bubbles, pulsating lights, and of course, the ocean currents surrounding it all. Here's a peculiar tidbit. In the original game, before there were gummy ship missions, pressing triangle on this screen pulled up the model of the world to be viewed much like the characters in Jiminy's journal. You can still do it in Final Mix, but it's not the same. We're not done out here just yet. Donald's got a magical trick up his sleeve that he is in fact not gonna teach to Sora. We just gotta trust in the duck. This kicks ass, actually. We've gone over a few potential costume changes Sora may have been planned to undergo, but I wonder if they saved it for this point so the drastic change would hit that much harder. We get to be a merman this level. That rules. As for Dobson and Goofsome, these animal hybrid designs only get cooler the more you think about them. They don't become merfolk because they're not humans. Instead, the half-animal designs they do get are based on their RPG roles. Goofy, the tank, gets his protective playstyle represented by a tough turtle shell, whereas Donald's octopus legs are likely inspired by Cicalia, a subspecies of merfolk more commonly associated with magic than their dolphin counterparts, especially one iconic sea witch. An odd detail of Goofy's new design is that his hat has changed colors. You may recognize his green stovepipe as his signature look from the classic cartoons, whereas his Kingdom Hearts design swapped most of his colors around, and gave his hat a bit of Nomura flair. It's nice to get this nod to his iconic origins, but I can't help but wonder why? Especially since Donald still lost his hat in the transformation. My friend Endless posited that it might have been a modeling thing. The top of Donald's head was rendered for the sake of some animations where his hat flies off like in the cartoons, but taking an invasive look at Goofy's model, the top of his head is accounted for too, so I don't know. Goofy's design was also tweaked in Final Mix. In the original game, his flippers were the same color as his face, and I do think this was a flattering upgrade.
Come on, Sebastian!
Ariel, wait! Slow down! Don't leave me behind!
While Horatio Thelonious Ignatius Crustaceous Sebastian is not voiced by his big screen actor Samuel Wright, he is voiced by one of my personal favorites, Kevin Michael Richardson, who knocks it out of the water.
Ariel! King Triton will not like this!
Oh, don't worry.
Oh, and don't worry, I know. We'll get to her. Now with this crazy new 3D movement system, it's only fair the world should start with a strict tutorial like this. We're given a safe space to stretch our lack of legs, and can really come to grips with some of this world's ups and downs, shall we say. Atlantica is one of the most divisive worlds in the entire series, if not one of the most outright reviled. For everything really cool it does, it gives with one tentacular spade and takes with the other. We have unlocked three-dimensional movement, basically flight, so every environment needs to be pretty strictly enclosed and locked down with an invisible ceiling. We convey we're underwater with a few nifty effects, like bubbles on all our movements and some really pretty caustics on the floor, but also everything on screen at all times is subject to this sea-sickening stretch and squash filter. Ugh. God. The background music is the Academy Award-winning Calypso Bop, Under the Sea. Downside, the background music is the Academy Award-winning Calypso Bop, Under the Sea, on loop forever. And once we've tagged Flounder a few times, we can get into combat, and here's where the real issues surface. Our entire physical combat moveset has been adapted for underwater play, and the only melee attack related ability that has any bearing down in the deep is Combo Plus. Air Combo Plus, Ripple Drive, Slapshot, Hurricane Blast, Aerial Sweep, Sliding Dash, Counterattack, any limits, all worthless until we're back on dry land. What's more, our left face button is designated for descending, so guarding or dodge rolling is also out of the question. This has all essentially earned Atlantica the reputation of the world where you don't really have a choice but to mash attack and pray. Even if that is how a lot of players prefer to tackle most combat anyway, not having the option is indisputably a problem. And even if jamming the X button is your go-to strategy, just by nature of how we move through the water, Sora's attacks don't close distance nearly as consistently. That all leaves us with one tool: magic. Once again, we have a Disney world which stands as a representation of one of the game's core mechanics. Not just as a means of combat, but interacting with the world, as we can see immediately with this red clamshell that will only open when we cast fire on it. Likewise, The Little Mermaid has many strong magical through-lines we'll get to later. The main enemies we'll be encountering around here, sea neons, also serve to illustrate this magical emphasis. All of the Heartless we'll run into throughout Atlantica will have little to nothing in the way of magic resistances. Combine that with the fact we've just picked up the Spellbinder, and yeah, the game is bending on all sail towards its magic system. As long as it's doing that, I'd say this is a golden opportunity for us to take another look at these ridiculous damage formulae. Before we start, I want to give another enormous shout out to Nick McSlighton for correcting me both very thoroughly and very kindly. Here's the deal. These horrors over here involving Euler's number are technically correct, and do still have some application I'll get to later. They are accurate representations of the damage these spells do, but they are not the internal formula. The piece of the puzzle I was missing was Kingdom Hearts' base damage formula. Essentially, what I didn't realize is that the magic damage values listed by the wikis in Ultimania are correct, but they are merely a small part of the overall equation, which I had erroneously assumed was only for calculating physical damage. With this new information, we no longer have to reverse engineer the damage values and can simply slot in the information available to us. As an example, I plugged in Genie's most powerful spell, Blowaway Shot. However, I still quite like the ones I credit Samuel Camel for, because they do a better job conveying each spell's base power. Fire having a power of MP plus 20, then Fire having one of MP plus 28, doesn't quite communicate that the spell will now deal quadruple the damage on the other side. But compare the Eulered up versions and the difference is much clearer. None of this has any bearing on how Stop or Gravity are calculated, since neither gets squeezed through the base damage formula. But there are two more spells whose code we haven't yet addressed: Arrow and Cure. They're especially relevant now with Ariel as an optional party member, since she is essentially a supportive mage, capable of casting both to keep us topped off. Arrow's easy. The damage it blocks is fixed at half, applied after every other factor. The effect RMP has on it is similar to Stop, its duration, which is max MP plus 18 in seconds. Cure also doesn't get blended up in all this, healing a flat rate of max MP plus 15 in HP. This was dramatically changed from its original pre-final mix formula. I imagine this was to balance things in favor of less magic-centric builds, as well as to make Cure a bit more valuable when you first get it without being quite as powerful in the endgame. We'll see how well that worked when we get there. In the meantime, I feel it only fitting that Goofy be the one to sit this world out. Sorry, bud. You must be at least this much of a magical girl to ride this ride. On top of everything else, Atlantica also gets a lot of flack for being quite tough to navigate. It almost feels like it was on purpose, but not in the way Monstro was, more like the devs are deliberately trolling you. For instance, instead of chests, we have clams, a very cool bit of flavor that makes the world feel more unique, but not only do they not disappear once you've gotten their contents, they close after a second, making it harder to tell what you've already gotten. This area, the Undersea Valley, is separated by a few loading zones, and the names of each entrance are not correct. Calm Depths, huh? That's really what you named the cave with the torrential undertow? Oh, where's this one lead? The Undersea Trench? Well, that's easy. That's just actually the Undersea Valley. It's no wonder they needed to decorate the walls with actual arrows pointing the way forwards, but holy crap, they also couldn't have chosen a more difficult critical path. You have to get swept away in that undertow and veer off to the side before its terminus. If these tridents weren't quite literally signposting the way, I'm quite certain Baby Tussie never would have found that. Even with them, I have strong memories of it still taking an embarrassingly long time. Search ghosts appear in this world in such a way we can observe their yellow light behavior, in which they essentially pinpoint your position and directly seek you out anyway, so there's really no point to it mechanically, but I'll admit, it is creepy. I'll also point out that this is the first world we've been to that does not have shadows. This purple sea urchin is a nifty bit of dynamic world design. Hit it, and yeah, what'd you expect, you masochist? But cast fire, and in a few seconds, it will detonate, and open a shortcut in and out of this chamber. That's excellent. Creating permanent world connectivity as we explore will always earn a game points in my eyes. The undersea cave is not part of the valley and can be filled with white mushrooms. These are identical to the ones in the treehouse, existing only as triggers for a pink agaricus encounter. This is one of the most baffling rare heartless encounters in this game, because as difficult as its prizes are to earn in the jungle, they are several orders of magnitude more unfeasible down in the briny. I'm half convinced this was only put here as a pseudo Easter egg, that maybe the devs liked watching her dance to this song in particular. If so, fair. It is a jam and the dance fits oddly well, but seriously, why? Next is the Undersea Gorge, a much more straightforward area than the valley. It's basically a direct line to our destination. You know, I'll give this to the clams, the quality of their treasure is extraordinary. Pretty much all mithril or mega somethings. I can appreciate that. Triton's Palace is one of those areas that makes it really hard not to imagine how much cooler things could have been. Look at this place, the giant shells, the oceanic vista, the sunlight coming down from the surface, the glow of these light fixtures, the Atlantican architecture is gorgeous, at least when it's not phallic. And the presence of this path here is the perfect answer to this world's navigation conundrum. Having a road through the area leading to the palace would, ironically, feel so much more organic than the Trident signs. Why couldn't they make the whole world look like this? There's a new enemy in here, the Screwdiver. Whoa, 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 I hardly know her. That one was for you, Pat. Essentially, this world's version of soldiers, though I can't help but be extra fond of this design. The torpedo head, their brilliant choice of a dingle hopper as their weapon. Just be aware of their immunity to thunder. In fact, they absorb it like a yellow opera. Yep, super immune to all lightning magic. Can't touch them. They don't feel a jolt.
As long as I have my trident, I will not tolerate those creatures inside this palace.
King Triton doesn't get enough credit in this game. He is basically the most powerful character we never get to fight, which is immediately interesting. If he wanted, he could get off his throne and deal with this whole world's heartless issue without breaking a sweat, but his priorities as a stodgy, overprotective Disney dad are kinda skewed. Then we get this exchange.
Yup, we came to find the keyhole.
The what?
What's that?
Well, it's a...
There's no such thing, certainly not here.
But Daddy...
Ariel, not another word. You are not to leave the palace. Is that clear?
I love how Ariel just immediately turns to leave the palace. Teenagers, am I right, Your Majesty?
Perhaps I'm being too strict.
It's been a minute since we've seen this game's themes of authority pop up, and never so overtly from a character we can consider a good guy. Triton essentially sits as a foil to Sora in this world, both powerful enough to take action, but Sora's headstrong optimism contrasts with Triton's experienced reservations. Experience that rivals even that of Genie, it would seem.
But I must admit, now I'm quite curious about this keyhole.
That need not concern you, Sebastian.
If we head back into the palace, we can find a save point, and Sebastian will happily give us some lore, including a tidbit about Ursula that's never mentioned even in the movie. Apparently, she was a fortune teller before she was banished. We also get this sweet skylight in here, way fancier than the sunbeams in the treehouse. Dang, this looks nice. Ariel invites us to her grotto, but if we ignore her, we'll encounter a few new things, including sheltering zones. Kind of like the large bodies of the sea, they don't do much. They split into a school of sea neons when defeated unless you take them out with magic, further pushing this world's magic focus. A dolphin will also pop up in this area, and once it's clear of foes, you can latch on for a ride. This is a terrible introduction to a really important mechanic in this level, because this little ride does absolutely nothing. You just swoosh around in a circle for a while, but be sure to hitch a ride at least once. Baffling though it may be, that is required. Hey, wait a minute, how'd they get the dolphin's tail wrong? And why is he so angry? I also gotta show that if you do this with Goofy in the party, he latches onto Sora's hips in a way that looks especially, well, goofy. this is so frickin' sweet. Paralleling Ariel with the Destiny Islands trio, switching her movie's surface-based motivations to that of outside worlds, brilliant. This grotto is on that deep jungle campsite kind of level, every detail so delightfully deliberate, taken either directly from the movie or adapted to function within the game's mechanics. Like, this is the only place we've seen the classic style of chests in Atlantica, ones we know from experience are emblematic of worlds besides this one. There's a torn page in the one on the upper shelves we should be sure to grab, but there are quite a few other things we can interact with too. This globe is just a slight reskin of the one from the campsite, this clock's pendulum swings if we hit it, and this little music box I can't pin down if the design is a reference to anything specific, but the little tune it plays certainly could be. Of course, this is just a sort of unsyncopated arpeggio, which could just as well be a reference to what is love as anything else. But the popular comparison is Who Am I from Final Fantasy VII. If this is deliberate, I'd question why both the keys and intervals are different. Maybe they just wanted to avoid having to do any copyright shenanigans for the sake of a little Easter egg, but now I'm left holding the bag and don't feel confident saying one way or the other. The last word I'll say on it is, it would absolutely be cooler if this were a reference, but I've gotten in trouble for assuming less. We got some Scuttle references with his telescope and the Snarfblatt, and the barrels, which have the same properties as those from Monstro, being able to drop potions or ethers, and may have even come from the same ship. Flounder mentions the dolphins swimming around out there, but calls it a big fish, so like, maybe between that and its tail it's not meant to be a dolphin? It's got a blowhole though. Is this some sort of dolphin-shark-mermaid fusion?
Those impudent fools will never find the keyhole.
One rumor that really likes to circle the Kingdom Hearts drain is that Disney had no faith in it. The only evidence to this claim is that, though the original pitch was to have Mickey Mouse be its main character, Disney shut that down, and their squeaky mascot was relegated to his unseen role. His prominence in future installments being seen as a concession of, oh, this series makes money? Sure, use them all you want. I find this rumor completely preposterous. Not just because we literally know exactly why Mickey couldn't show up in this game, it was because Capcom had already secured exclusive game rights to his likeness around that time. And ain't nobody gonna tell me that was because Disney had quote-unquote faith in Magical Mirror, or Mickey Mouse Preschool for that matter.
Looks like some harder ones. Oh, how exciting!
But even if we discounted that, this game screams confidence, oozes budget, and nowhere is that more prevalent than this Andromeda-class Leave 'em Blinded all-star cast. Huge names from the industry like Haley Joel Osment and Billy Zane are one thing, but the premium you have to pay to get the most iconic performances from the big screen to reprise their role in a video game? As many as I've already mentioned, that's not even the half of it. Tony Goldwyn, Scott Wanger, Linda Larkin, Bill Farmer, and Tony Anselmo, and no, I didn't forget, Jodie Benson, and
Triton, my old friend. Your day is coming.
Pat Carroll? Disney was throwing mountains of cash in every currency at this thing, and it lent a tremendous sense of legitimacy to this whole affair. Not just seeing so many old favorites, but hearing them have the time of their lives in the booth. Ursula is a particular treat. Pat Carroll's performance was truly one of the greats. Her animation still remains in a league of its own, but holy calamari, that range, that power!
Come on, you poor unfortunate soul! Go ahead, make your choice.
This one hurt, but I take comfort in her immortality as this burlesque bargainess.
Listen, when the time comes for me to go to the great green room in the sky, shed no sad tears. I've had the most wonderful life. I've done everything I wanted to do. I've had a ball doing it. I am very fortunate. Thank you. Amen.
Here's something cool I noticed. Sora's basic swimming animation changes when there are Heartless around. He shifts to holding his Keyblade forward to be a bit more battle-ready. This undersea garden area is only here to be a backdrop for a cutscene later, and of course to be a reference to the movie, but it's cool they opened it up to be explored when they clearly had no reason to. Hey, speaking of references to the movie, did you guys know this isn't Quack and Wolf's first soiree into these waters? Here they are attending Bastion's concert in the opening of the film. You know something? I like these frickin' hot tub jets they got everywhere. Back in the Undersea Valley, as long as you hitched a ride in the gorge, that abominable chimera will be swimming around here now, and if we latch on and trust that this mechanic is important for something, he'll carry us upstream in the calm depths to this cave. And then, if you go AFK for a sec to write this script, he'll pop out of the cave a moment later and push you back into the current. The sunken ship is one of the more iconic locations from the film, and effectively creates a very specific mood, doing away with the super upbeat music while you scour for hidden treasure below decks. There are two different versions of that scene depending on how you enter the lower deck. Then we get these extremely deliberate camera angles. And they ruined it. Why did he break the window and then shirk off? This should have been an intense moment, but instead he lets us take our time and meet him outside when we're ready. Even sillier, you are in control during that scene. Glut the shark, the Sabor of the ocean. A complete pushover and utterly Z-list Disney baddie. There's really not much for me to say here. His simple attacks are barely worth mentioning. The only twist he can throw in is this charge that might take you by surprise if you're not moving, but for everything he lacks as a boss fight, Glut is a surprisingly charming character that captures his animated encounter extremely faithfully. Most prominently is that if you avoid his charge attack, he'll crumple up against whatever he crashes into in a way I can't help but smile at. As for beating him, anything will work honestly, but if you've seen the movie, this anchor sitting on the bottom of the area might catch your eye. He doesn't have a unique animation for ramming into it or anything, but the shape of it is nonetheless perfect for getting him stuck. You can just let him struggle there and take him down no sweat. He can drop some, well, certainly not useless items on defeat, but he won't put up any fuss to you leaving either, so there's not much reason for us to fight him just now. Well, we got that schmancy crystal trident, we could leave the way we came, but there's a back door too. It creates a shortcut straight back to Ariel's grotto, but even cooler than that, this massive wooden chest it dislodges is fully functional as a chest, and contains an orichalcum to boot. Progression in this world's kinda strange. It's got a reputation like the frickin' water temple though. Nothing explicitly hints you should head back to the grotto with our cool new crystal, but there are only so many places you can go. Flounder is basically our Jane Geppetto-style hint master anyway, so I figure most players would find their way back here eventually. However, if you don't, you might find our buddy Glut swimming in a few places you wouldn't expect. He has a chance of replacing the regular Heartless spawns in the valley, and if you chase him off there, he can show up in the gorge. I assumed you might be able to give his gills a good grapple as many times as you want, but I only got him to show up in each area once before he seemed to vanish entirely. A good sign it might be time to move on.
Ariel, you've disobeyed me again. I told you not to leave the palace.
Daddy, no! How could you?
Ariel being completely destroyed by this is a bit silly. Like, yeah, it was pretty, but we just found it. And unlike the movie, he didn't even go on a rampage on all your other gadgets and gizmos. Still, as a kid, this hit me hard. Cause like, I found that thing, dude, come on.
Young man, you're not from another ocean. You're from another world, aren't you?
Huh?
Then you must be the key bearer.
How did you know?
You may fool Ariel, but you can't fool me. You don't know your dorsal fin from your tail. As the key bearer, you must already know one must not meddle in the affairs of other worlds.
Of course I know that, but... Hold it right there!
You have violated this principle.
He's right.
The key bearer shatters peace and brings ruin.
That scene has gotten cooler and cooler with every passing game in the series, but even without any of that hindsight, this gets your mind reeling. Past Keyblade wielders bringing ruin? Who were they? This introduces an element of legacy to Sora's role as Keyblade bearer, something that will continue to tickle at the back of our mind going forward. Far forward. Now we're gonna get like 3 more cutscenes in rapid succession, all of which are going to essentially fast forward the events of the movie, which, similar to Agrabah, does feel a little weak. Ursula lures an emotionally vulnerable Ariel into making a bad deal, but it's not a clever multi-layered gambit like in the movie.
Let me guess, you wish to see other worlds. That shouldn't be too hard. After all, your new friends came from another world.
What?
But they had special help. That mysterious key. Now, cheer up, sweetie. You have something special too.
Huh?
Now listen carefully. I think the keyhole they seek is somewhere in the palace. Now, my dear, if you can take me there without your daddy knowing, I can help you get to these other worlds you long for.
She basically just lies to get what she wants, that being the trident, which Triton has unaccountably left behind in the palace so we can skip the plot. Okay, so now Ursula has the trident, but her main goal was the keyhole, which isn't apparently in the palace, which you'd think she'd know since she used to live there. I'm not trying to be overly derisive, this really does feel that hand-wavy. Optimistically, I'll assume this comes from a gameplay first mentality. We've already fought the shark, and between that and the end of the movie, there isn't much in the way of action unless we have an interlude fending off Chef Louis. Now I really wish there were an interlude where we fend off Chef Louis. One last new Heartless will intercept us in our pursuit of Ursula: Aqua Tanks. Between them and sheltering zones, they kind of create a cohesive theme in this world's Heartless having an always swim with a buddy mentality. These guys will always spawn with up to 3 screwdivers. They have a few unique properties as well. They have no resistance to thunder, but after launching all of their divers at you, if you cast thunder on them, they negate 90% of its damage and charge up a counterspell. But while charging, they lose that resistance. They can use that same thunder attack unprovoked too, and it has friendly fire, which enables them to heal screwdivers and trigger other nearby aqua tanks into charging up, creating an infinite loop. It's a really cool instance of interspecies symbiosis we haven't seen outside of Green Requiems. We're nearly done with this world already, but before we head off towards the final area, I want to mention something cool about Sora's merman form. We are permanently in a state of flight in this world, so if I use the same hack I've been using to enable flight in other worlds to disable it in this one, we get to see something interesting. The game tries to get him to act as much like human Sora as it can, but doesn't have the right animation data to draw from. Of course, there's no jumping animation, so he just A-poses, but there's also no landing animation, and yet the game still plays one. This is one of his getting hit animations, so I don't know how the code chose it for this, but I find it fascinating. I was told that if I liked that, I should try forcing him to use Sonic Blade in this state, and I was not disappointed. I can't even begin to explain what's going on here. I know this wouldn't be most people's first question, but I was curious to know if Sora could at least still do damage in his spaghettification state, and it seems as though, since the Keyblade just vanishes, its hitbox does too? I tried it out with summons as well, and it seems it's a similar case across the board. Unhelpful, but pretty damn funny. Both Triton and Flounder direct us back to the area of the sunken ship, where Sebastian can wedge himself in to reach this switch. Checking it earlier resulted in a lot of generic "what's this is" from Sora, but check it now with Glut still patrolling the area, and he'll give you a very funny, "Isn't there something else you should be doing?" I gotta admit, I can't quite put my foot on it right now, but if I just stand here long enough, I know that before heading into the spooky cave, head back into the spooky ship, and if you're lucky, some old friends will be hanging out in the cabin. These mushrooms can perform a stop charade and are not attached to a pink agaricus, which makes them our source for a stop arts. Now we are only missing Arrow. Heck yeah. The Den of Tides is one of the most visually stunning areas in this game. It's a shame it's little more than a hallway. This view of the entrance to Ursula's lair is cool because they could have gotten away with making it a 2D texture like the palace, but instead it's fully modeled and looks straight out of the film. I highly recommend hooking Sora up with a few ethers, as well as equipping gravity and fire on his quick select. Let's see, what else? We could admire these emaciated shrimp on the floor, but one mustn't lurk in doorways. Let's head in.
Your time has come!
It's probably surprised a few of you that I have yet to mention that in the original version of this game, skippable cutscenes weren't a thing, and a lot of kids got some of these pre-battle dialogue exchanges drilled into them relentlessly from watching them before every attempt. I'm only bringing it up now because for me, this was that scene. It may be short, but I still hear Sebastian saying my time has come in my nightmares, so for this fight, it's personal. Ursula is not a straightforward boss. Much like the world she reigns over, this encounter is entirely focused on magic, and has a lot going on. So let's start going over things one at a time. Ursula herself doesn't have a tremendous amount of HP, but in her base state she is immune to all magic. Probably not summons, but hey, that's another mechanic we can't access in the Deep Blue Sea. Physical attacks won't avail you much either though. She has the lowest possible MP recovery of any foe we've fought since learning our first spell. So even at level 1, the MP she'll give us access to is diminished. That's if you can even land a hit, as she'll always respond to your physical attacks with this super spinny maneuver that deflects all physical strikes throughout its ridiculous duration. On top of that, she has her two darlings for us to deal with as well. Flotsam and Jetsam aren't terribly threatening, but in conjunction with their mumsy, they can make this arena feel suffocatingly dangerous. They go down pretty quickly, but as soon as they're both knocked out, Ursula will always revive them as soon as she's able, so we can't very well keep them out of the way while we deal with her. Best we can do is take one down and leave the other to hopefully stay preoccupied with our party members. But that still leaves the issue of how immune to everything Ursula is. Try to take her down the old-fashioned way and she'll do everything in her power to make that exceedingly difficult and tedious. You will genuinely be lucky to get off a single combo before she takes off pinwheeling again. It all gets sort of hilariously easy once you actually know everything going on under the hood though. This is where her cauldron comes in. Triton mentioned before we headed out, it's the source of her power. Not in a Jafar's lamp kind of way, more in the classic, I've got a bomb and I prefer it didn't explode while I'm still holding it sort of way. Throughout the fight, when she's not whipping around like a teacup, Ursula will toss ingredients into the cauldron. These look just like the ones she used to turn Ariel human, by the way. Every 3 ingredients, it will unleash either a tornado or eruption spell. Which one she's got cooking is indicated by the color the cauldron glows. Both are pretty simple to avoid, stick to the ceiling, and neither can hit you. That might not even be worth keeping in mind though. Your job will be to keep her from casting those spells to begin with. By firing your own magic into the cauldron, you can cause it to overload. This is where this fight starts to confuse me. Casting a spell on the cauldron will cause it to launch a fireball at Ursula, which travels so slow and hits for so little damage I was once convinced this was nothing more than a visual effect. Now, hitting the cauldron with enough spells causes it to unleash a shockwave that does a bit of damage to Ursula and knocks out both eels. This leaves Ursula stunned for ages and removes her magic resistance. Don't waste your magic though, it's too valuable in this fight. Now the question is, how many spells does it take to make it unleash this shockwave? And the answer is, I have no idea. There are so many factors that seem to play into it, from how much HP Tentacle Mommy has left, to how many times the cauldron's already overloaded, to what spell it's hit with, to how many ingredients it still needs to let loose with one of her spells. I can't really wrap my head around it. I've seen it take as many as 20 fire spells, but none of that matters because this is all you need to know. When Ursula has 2 ingredients in the pot and it's glowing like this, it always takes the fewest number of spells to pop. I've often heard it said that you need to hit the red glowing cauldron with fire and the blue one with blizzard or whatever, but this is not the case. Any spell will do against either color. However, each spell varies slightly in effectiveness. Fire and blizzard's lower costs essentially make them the only ones worth considering. Blizzard's slightly more cost effective, but fire is much faster, so pick based on what the situation demands. So here's the game plan. At the start of the battle, target one of the eels. They have no magic resistances at all, but they do pack a damage cap of 20. For reasons I am not here to interrogate, gravity supersedes all damage caps and can slice off a huge bite of their HP. So I recommend using a gravity spell and an attack or 2 to take one out right away. Meanwhile, Ursula will only use her spin attack in 2 situations, after receiving a melee attack or after recovering from a stun. This means you can basically ignore her and let her fuel her cauldron with ingredients. Once it's got 2 charges, let loose on it with your spell of choice, counting out exactly 5 blizzards or 6 fires so as not to waste MP. And that's got her incapacitated. Command your party members, if they're still alive, to wail on her alongside you until she recovers and revives her poopsies. And lastly, you just need to avoid both the Spinny Funny and the eel's attacks for a few seconds. Make liberal use of the chamber's height to accomplish that, and you should be free to repeat the process. The main roadblock now is having enough magic to use a gravity and 5 or 6 MP charges every cycle, especially with Ursula being so stingy with magic recovery. Like I said, I highly recommend having a stock of ethers on hand, but if you haven't got the items to spare or you simply run out, there is one more source. The eels happen to have the highest MP recovery of any enemy in this game, a full 100, so unless you are at max level, these two are extremely handy MP batteries. Hopefully it doesn't come to into that, and it honestly shouldn't. Even on a level 1 run, this fight is a lot shorter than it seems because Ursula will give up if you make her cauldron explode when she's at less than 150 HP, essentially letting you skip a full third of the encounter.
You'll pay for this!
With that all done with, we can't give chase to her directly, but there are a few goodies for us here. We can see her vanity mirror has a sort of reflection of her stool and cauldron in it, which is cute, but there's also an extremely obscure treasure in this room. You have to first leave and come back to make another one of those explosive sea urchins appear, blast it with fire, and when it bursts, it will cause this clam to open up and drop a mithril. The big get from that fight though is of course Mermaid Kick, a shared ability that lets us absolutely swoosh our way around this world. Though, as with all things in Atlantica, we can't just enjoy our dessert, there's gotta be a catch. This ability is mapped to our means of rising and sinking. Double tap either while trying to be precise, and Sora will take off like Kairi just called a race. It takes some getting used to. Both our hint givers point us to our new objective being at the top of the Calm Depths currents, which we can now swim against with no aid from whatever this thing is, letting us see a new cave has opened up at the far end. Go all out on preparing for this one. For the first time, I highly recommend equipping Sora with as many elixirs as he can carry. You're also going to want to have Cure, Gravity, and Stop on the quick command. Once you've got everything squared away, head on in.
You pathetic fools! I rule the seas now! The sea and all its spoils bow to my power!
The song playing right now is called The Deep End, and it is Kingdom Hearts' way of letting you know you are in for a storm. Giant Ursula is often considered on par with many of the most difficult bosses in this game. She has it all, a massive HP bar, full command over her arena, and enough lightning bolts to make Zeus blush. This is a grueling battle that at times borders on feeling like a bullet hell, but it's gotta be done. Ursula's primary means of attack is Thundara. These bolts will target you constantly throughout the fight, only letting up during a few specific attacks. The bolts are telegraphed by these rays of light that take a second to turn into hitboxes, essentially forcing you to remain on the move at all times. The other attacks you're likely to see are Bubble, a swarm that will home in on Sora that I've never actually seen anyone get hit by, and Bite. She'll channel her inner Charybdis and try to suck you in before chomping down. If you get caught in this vortex, you have to use Mermaid Kick to keep out of range. You may also see her use Thundara Beam, but this will become more common as her health wanes. You've probably already noticed all of her attacks except Thundara have a significant blind spot behind her, and though she does try to keep you in her sights at all times, you have too much freedom of movement to be stopped, and can pass over her head like one of my better jokes. Then nestle into the fat folds of her neck and just go to town. Going high is already the best way to avoid both Bite and the laser, so this is generally where you'll want to be anyway. Now, it's easy to get overly comfortable when you're back here. The lightning bolts aren't too bad, you can keep up the damage as long as you don't stay still between combos, and she stops casting them entirely when she goes to inhale with a Bite, which gives you an opportunity to absolutely turn your brain off. But once she gets down to half HP, she'll change your tune.
Now I'm angry. Time to teach you some respect!
She'll begin by using her desperation move Thundaga, a ring of more powerful lightning that surrounds her. Despite appearances, there's no blind spot in the middle. The only way to avoid this is by getting the heck out of dodge. From here on, it becomes one of her most frequently used attacks, telegraphed by the proclamation of and she's right. From this point on, this fight is down and dirty. Her regular Thundara attack will accelerate until it's completely relentless, and to hear some people talk about it, impossible to avoid. Now it's my turn. This fight is not that bad, even on level 1. I do know where its reputation comes from. It's because everything about Sora's melee combat is keyed around his finisher. So far, the game has done nothing but reward a full combo or bust mindset, but one last time, this is not the melee world. Let go of that need to pull off a finisher. The best you can consistently do in this fight is one attack at a time. Strap in, you are in for quite the test of endurance. She'll keep chasing you off with Thundaga, but if you don't get greedy and mindlessly stuck in, this is all just as easy to avoid as the first phase. She'll keep trying to use Bite, in which case you can rack up the damage, but for the rest, it's just hit, move. Hit, move. I recommend saving as much magic as you can from the first phase, and if you feel comfortable using it instead of saving for cure, Gravity is surprisingly potent. Yes, she resists 96% of its damage, but given how much health she has, 4% of 800 damage is a neat little time saver. Speaking of time, Stop can save your life in a pinch. If she starts winding up Atlantica and you don't have time to escape, you can cast Stop and give yourself quite a bit of breathing room. This is certainly where those elixirs come in handy, as both of those spells are going to be a much heavier drain on your MP bar than fire. Through it all, just keep a cool head and send this Kraken back to the depths. With all that said and done, it's time to wrap up this world in a bow. As simple as this has all been, Triton seeing the value in Sora past the weapon he wields is a satisfying miniature arc. We also learned the crystal trident he destroyed was about to reveal the keyhole in Ariel's grotto, and I have to wonder, how does the keyhole in each world end up where it does? They're all, like, super plot significant areas, and if I can wax poetic for a moment, I think they could each be considered the heart of their respective stories. The gateway to Wonderland, the gorilla's home, the place where Aladdin and Genie met, and now the visual representation of Ariel's dearest wish. Triton has one interesting line on the subject though. He mentions it may have appeared in her grotto because it was drawn to her longing to see other worlds. And if that doesn't just slot the long Tetris piece into place, I don't know what does. Everywhere from the cave where Sora and Kairi drew fantastic adventures through other worlds, to the prison where Genie sat longing for eons to be free, all of these characters have fantasized about discovering a new life somewhere beyond the bounds they grew up in. Maybe that's too easy, that's practically written on Walt Disney's front door, but suddenly, it's no wonder these movies were chosen to be this game's settings. Well played, Nomura. Before we pop over to the keyhole again, we've obtained Thundara, which packs double the base power of Thunder, so we might actually start using it again. And another Ansem report. Seems it was naive to hope we'd find them in order, but this one is much more interesting than the first. It details how Ansem came to study and name the dark creatures we know as Heartless. There's a lot I could say about this, but I think it'll be better to wait until we have more reports for me to bounce off of. The Heartless are nowhere to be found now that Ursula's been defeated, which confirms she was the one directly summoning them here. So this is my fan theory. Ursula's plan, after watching Sora and co venture from world to world, was to effectively lure them here to Atlantica by flooding it with Heartless. This would enable her to prey on Ariel's dreams of outside worlds by revealing to her that her new friends came from those worlds. And now she's the duplicitous schemer we all know and love. If we try to get back to Big Ursula's arena again, we'll find it blocked off, but it's worth noting the map itself is referred to by the game as Open Ocean, and for some reason, her defeat did not result in her past victims regaining their old forms like in the movie. Sorry guys, I guess you're on your own.
Tell me, Sora, your world? What's it like?
Oh, about that. Sorry for lying to you.
It's okay. Besides, if you can travel to other worlds, maybe I can too.
I've hammered this point enough, but I just want to mention that whatever loosey-goosey rules these three follow would make it okay to bring Ariel with us if her world were destroyed and she survived as a summon gem.
Well, if you find it, do me a favor and leave me out of it.
Our last reward for clearing this world is Crabclaw. Not a bad Keyblade at all, it's very nearly just a direct upgrade to 3 wishes, and a great choice if Spellbinder's low strength is a deal breaker for you. Despite that, this is no one's favorite. I think it just comes down to the design. The crab feels like, I want to say, photoshopped on, and doesn't feel like it's really part of the weapon. It does have this mermaid and merman design on the handguard, which is kind of fun, but at the same time, a little kitschy. In any case, I'll happily use this for a bit. 1 MP is still a lot better than none. Before we wrap up, we have unlocked frightfully little in the way of stuff in the other worlds, but Mermaid Kick does serve a functional purpose in any area we can swim in. We can now swim a bit faster. In addition to that, the little leap Sora does out of the water does let him kinda almost do what I've been asking for all game, and he can now get on some platforms from the water as long as they're low enough. And as long as you're playing the PS2 version. I imagine most people are not, so I'm gonna leave this chest closed for guide purposes, but hey, it's there. As for why this doesn't work in modern releases, Kingdom Hearts suffered a number of glitches to its physics system when it was upgraded from 30 to 60 frames per second. Most of these issues have been fixed since the PS3 days, but this remains one casualty. Synthesis! Having found some more consistent sources for both Frost and Thunder Gems, we can now craft AP-ups far more consistently. These are exceedingly helpful not just for Sora but for his companions as well. Though of course, if you want to grind for these, you'll also need to grind for the materials necessary to make Mithril. As for the rest of them, Lucid Gems and Power Gems are still only dropped by white mushrooms for now, which would make for a much more tedious grind. So I did that. Farming for Lucid Gems in the Cave of Wonders actually wasn't that bad, and I do more or less recommend it because for crafting 15 unique items, we will get access to the next tier and a unique ability, Encounter Plus. This makes any grinding we want to do way easier, causing enemies to respawn just by exiting and re-entering the room, whereas it normally takes getting 2 loading zones away. The real prize here is this Atlas Armlet available in Tier 4, which raises our MP by 2 when equipped, a great use of the dark matter we've gathered so far. Let's finish off this watery world with one last splash. If we take the water gleam we found in Monstro to the Fairy Godmother, she unlocks the summon of Dumbo, the amazing flying elephant. This summon always seemed to me like it should have been unlocked in Atlantica, since not only is it super water-coated, it also provides you with flight while in use, controlled identically to swimming. Dumbo's splash attack is one of the cooler summon abilities in my opinion. Functionally, it's a flamethrower that can absolutely decimate crowds and strong single targets alike. Something especially neat about it is that it counts, for all intents and purposes, as blizzard magic. This does mean some enemies are immune, but I think it's worth it just on a game feel level. And perhaps most importantly, Sora is also immune to all damage while riding this fella, which I'm sure you can imagine will come in quite a bit of handy. Now, to bid farewell to the watery world. It's weird. In its own way, it feels more optional than any other world in this game. It's kinda hard to pin down, but as one example, you know what we didn't find in that world? I'll give you a sec to think about it. Puppies. We didn't use any trinities, there were no new gummy blueprints on the way, it almost feels like we were intended to skip it, which a lot of people do, whether because they don't like it or just to prep as much as possible for the big fight with Ursula. Atlantica tends to get glossed over, and as divisive as it is, I really enjoyed it. Sora's merman form, at least from an exploratory angle, feels like a hugely natural fit for this game. And though it does neuter our physical combat, I love magic, and having a world that feels so emphatically built around it goes pretty hard. Even without that mindset, I don't think it gets enough credit. The unique mechanics stretching out to every aspect of the world, all the way down to its treasure chests, is really something. It has its stumbling points, of course, but also has its heights. The boss fights are both challenging and dramatic recreations of thoroughly iconic scenes from the movie. Sure, we didn't get to stab Ursula with a boat, but oh my god, the scale of it all. I'm the size of one of her teeth. I am a mosquito trying to buzz her to death, and I did it! The accomplishment is real, and I would not trade it for anything. Certainly not for any number of musical minigames. Of course, if you didn't enjoy it, I respect that, but you at least have to admire the effort that went into this one. Completely unique models, retooled animations and hitboxes, and a physics overhaul all for one world? It almost seems unfair, but from where I'm sitting, I can't think of a Disney movie more deserving. It's easy to make jokes, but when Disney movies went from looking like this to this, it was a breath of life into the entire animation industry. Of course, the whole story is more complicated, without the lifelines cast by the great mouse detective and Roger Rabbit, without Don Bluth Productions showing him how it's done, and without the writing, musical, and directive talents of everyone involved, things would have gone very differently. But one thing is certain, The Little Mermaid was Disney's first undisputed masterpiece in nearly 40 years. It reminded the world why that G lookin' D was a household mainstay, and more importantly, it helped Disney themselves to realize they were more than just their namesake, and that art is more than just a product. A lesson they could really stand to learn again these days. But it's no leap to assume, without Ariel, Disney would be unrecognizable, easily as cowed and timid as they were in their dark ages. To put it another way, I'm confident in saying, without Atlantica, there's no Agrabah, no Deep Jungle, no Olympus Coliseum, perhaps even no Kingdom Hearts. So, I'll happily take the time every playthrough to be a part of this world. The art of the video game crossover is a lost one. In fact, I'm not sure we ever fully understood its secrets. If you try to name your top 3 favorite crossover franchises, it's gonna be Kingdom Hearts, Super Smash Bros, and like, what? Poker Night at the Inventory? Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games? Sure, there are plenty of them out there, but somehow they always seem to wind up less than the sum of their parts. I say somehow, but it's not hard to imagine why. The licenses alone for everyone participating is going to cost several arms, legs, and other assorted extremities, and not a single corporate overlord worth his suit is going to shell that out and then also gamble on a brand new gameplay idea. They're going to copy what works and shill. Smash Bros but Sony, Smash Bros but cartoons, Smash Bros but different cartoons. This is what makes Kingdom Hearts such a unicorn of a series, that it took the signal boost from its two titanic progenitors and used it as a jumping off point to build its own identity. Square could have made this a Final Fantasy in a Disney paint job, but instead they made this planet-hopping, run-and-jumping, slash-and-bashing amalgamation that was quite unlike anything we'd seen before. Even in the height of the platformer boom, there were none with this many RPG elements. There were no beat-em-ups with this kind of verticality. This is the sort of thing that carries the zeitgeist surrounding a game. Maybe we all bought it or begged our parents for it because of Genie and Mickey the Goddang Mouse, but this series has only persisted because it was bold enough to do its own thing. Come for Jack Skellington, stay for this Beef Wellington of a combat system. This joke worked better in my head. Our route to Halloween Town would be pretty uneventful, but the pair of new gummy ships in our way can do this, and survive a number of meteor lasers. So the gummy routes are finally getting a little bit tougher. Never mind, it's over. I like how both of those ships have this sort of power core looking sphere in their designs, which naturally comes from their Final Fantasy origins. Henry Selick's Nightmare Before Christmas is perhaps the cultiest of cult classics I know of, matched only by the likes of The Princess Bride for sheer devotees, though with the added advantage of being both a Halloween and a Christmas movie. It's a perfectly fine film. Even though it has like 3 times as many songs as anyone remembers, the ones that do stick out have been stuck in your head since 1993. Its themes of self-discovery and oddballmanship are well observed, and it's just dark enough to capture a young mind without torturing it. But I'm confident the reason it's remained a cultural touchstone for 30 years and counting is undoubtedly the look, the feel of the animation. Stop-motion animation has never been totally in vogue, not because it lacks appeal, but because it's all the struggles of hand-drawn animation multiplied by the Z-axis. It's largely because of that extra effort that makes it so charming, but there's also something undeniably tactile, and perhaps even a touch unsettling about watching these characters brought to life. The mood is superbly established without a sound, so no question, that's the first thing you have to get right when adapting this material into a game world. Yeah, they pretty much nailed it. Just like last time, the alternate costumes that did make it into the game feel especially ceremonial. Even more so here than Atlantica, given that the group doesn't need a new look to function. This one's a purely aesthetic change, and yet it feels so right. The sheer tune force of their usual palette would have stuck out in a way that it hasn't done in any of the other worlds, and what's more, there's a surprising amount of thought put into each of these designs. All 3 are turned into combinations of 2 literary classic horror monsters. Goofy is probably the cleverest, translating his top-heavy hat into a Frankenstein-esque screw while taking most of his doggy features in a werewolf direction. Plus, the jack-o'-lantern on his nose is of course a reference to Zero from Nightmare, arguably the goodest boy of them all. Donald is most prominently the Mummy, but the empty segments are definitely a reference to the Invisible Man. And finally Sora, who is primarily vampiric or Dracula-coded, with what I interpret as elements of the Headless Horseman. A rare classic horror story to have received a Disney adaptation which as yet has not gotten any representation in the Kingdom Hearts games unless you count this. There's an interview with Tetsuya Nomura in the Ultimania where he discusses many aspects of the character designs, and it tells an interesting, if incomplete, story. Apparently, the original plan was for Goofman and the Ducky to rock their classic designs, but it was actually Disney's idea for Nomura to belt and zipper the heck out of them. We also learned that their undersea designs were somewhat rushed, and he wasn't totally satisfied with where they ended up. Apparently, Goofy rocking his classic hat may even have been an oversight they didn't catch until it was too late. As for the Halloween designs, the most interesting detail here is that he originally presented a hilarious Donald design that got shot down. Perhaps it was more Invisible Man and may have left little more than his hat and his face, but alas, it seems we'll never know. This little alleyway we found ourselves in boasts a unique song which only plays at this point in the game. I won't play it yet, because I want to compare it to the song that replaces it in a second. In the meantime, these lights around here all serve a sort of function. Each of them stands over something you can attack, and doing so causes the light to illuminate. Only one of these three over here can be lit at a time, even if you hit them all at once. This one by the save point seems to do even less, but can still be attacked just the same. No one knows if this serves any kind of gameplay or secret purpose. Some theorize that there may be some sort of password system involved by hitting the 3 by the gate in a certain order and then locking in the code with the save point one, but as far as we know, this is purely a goofy little extra. That alone does make it important for my purposes, which I'll get to later. For now, I'll just point out that these three statuettes are all near matches for things in the film. This one's a little Zero, this one's a bit Oogie Boogie, and this cat in the Jack-in-a-Box is that. And we can move on to the square. Heartless, more like harmless. Got him. Okay, so I didn't call attention to the final mix palette swap of the Search Ghosts before, but now, it must be said, this is a massive downgrade when it comes to this world. The colors have been majorly muted, of course, but they still look so purple.
And now, allow me to introduce the Master of Terror, the King of Nightmares, Jack Skellington! Bravo, Jack! Bravo! Those ghosts will be a big hit at this year's Halloween!
Thank you, thank you. But their movement still needs work. It's not scary enough. I want to strike bone-chilling terror. I'm going to consult the doctor.
This square is one of those incredibly faithful recreations. You got the guillotine, the fountain, the countdown to Halloween, Jack's house, right down to the cats over top the gate. Even though it's a direct reference to a shot from the movie, a lot of people like to try and read into this countdown here, and I'll bite, it's fun. We know thanks to Kingdom Hearts 2 that the Destiny Islands are subject to the jurisdiction of the Holiday Realms, and we also know school is a thing these kids would be expected to attend, so it's a pretty safe bet the beginning of the game took place during their summer vacation. According to this countdown, it is currently September 25th. Typically a school year starts in early September or the end of August, which means Sora's journey so far has probably taken a lot more real-world time than it seems, and each world visit has been at minimum 2 full days, probably closer to 3 or 4. So yeah, my playtime's not looking so extreme anymore, is it? There are naturally a couple of secrets around here too. There's a Thundara G hidden underneath the stairs to Jack's house, and his door is adorned both with the peeping peephole and this spider doorbell which we can even ring. Do it 3 times and the house will give us an elixir. No doubt a reference to trick-or-treating. Decided to ring the bell 30 times just to be sure, but the elixir's all we get. On the opposite end of the square are 2 jumps which seem thoroughly unintentional. The first one, maybe. Hop from the top of the stairs to this triangular ledge, and this building with teeth's got a power-up. But this second one, absolutely not. No way, no how. But hey, since Jack showed up, the proper version of This Is Halloween became the area's background track, which replaced the somewhat subdued version that played on our arrival. Have a listen while I try to make that jump. Only took me about 8,192 tries, and I'm not going to open this just yet because no way am I going to expect anyone following along to pull that off. What do you guys think this sign says? Giemel? We can talk to the mayor before heading anywhere else, and get a few hints as to the pacified Heartless in town. Apparently Jack found a whole book about them, which is surprisingly in character actually, but what is this book? The best source we know of for that subject are the scattered pages of the Ansem Report, which are jealously held by Maleficent's crew of ne'er-do-wells. But apparently, whatever Jack's reading is serving this town better than any other world. Since these search ghosts are being so accommodating, we can take this time to notice that in their Halloween Town forms, their ghostly tales are slightly ghostlier than usual, and you can see through them if you look close enough.
I don't understand. Maybe the guidance system was damaged in the explosion.
Nonsense. My devices are always perfect.
Oh, I've got it! Why, of course. The Heartless need a heart.
So this must be the book on the Heartless. It doesn't really look it. In fact, it seems it's got more to do with Christmas. You can even see some of the plans for the reindeer Jack uses in the movie. That being said, the texture on this left page was completely redone in the final mix versions of the game, which makes me deathly curious to know what on this page they didn't want in the game. Was it this Kirby-looking dude up here?
Certainly. A heart's not all that complicated.
Oh my god, Finkelstein's chair is the loudest thing in this entire game.
Let's get to work.
Halloween Town is probably the best Disney World in terms of adapting its movie's plot. The recognizable elements of the cinematic world mesh with the established elements of the game in a way that's immediately intriguing, and which sparks conversation, one that will sit in the center of not just this world, but in a way, the entire franchise. Namely the question, what is a heart? Like, yeah, anatomically, Sora's most likely got a mass of chambers and valves pumping blood to his gigantic feet and back, but it's never spoken of literally. And we kind of have to speculate based on what little information the game has given us. What is this thing? Is it the soul? If you took it from one body and plugged it into something artificial, like Sally or Pinocchio, what would happen? Is the body a key part of the heart? Why do the Heartless take them? You don't necessarily need to understand how light and darkness work to understand them in the context of this universe, but nonetheless, the questions are being raised now.
Maybe we're missing some ingredients. Let's try adding memory. Sally? Sally! Good for nothing girl. Don't know why I bothered creating her.
We can't read any of the titles on this bookshelf over here, but we can find our last torn page. That's a big deal. We'll have to check out that old book pretty soon, but we're only just getting started here in town.
Jack! We have a major crisis! The Heartless are completely out of control! We can't stop them!
Maybe our experiment triggered something. Everything will be fine, Mayor. You have nothing to worry about.
You know, something odd is that Jack mentioned an explosion earlier, and the entire top of Finkelstein's lab seems to have been destroyed. The particulars of that event are never touched on, but everyone seems pretty chill about it.
What about that one?
Never mind, I'm wrong and stupid and my brain and eyes fell out. For some reason, I just never registered that that was this. Jiminy Christmas, I don't know who decided I could do this. So the Heartless are back to their old selves, which of course does include some revamped shadows, though their appearance, much like ours, has also changed. They have this distinctly woven texture to them that I'm really fond of. Now we're gonna do something a bit unorthodox. Climb up to where that power-up was while the enemies are still around and summon Dumbo. No, not because Tim Burton directed the remake, but because he has the potential to enable sequence breaks. He can only fly so high off the ground, but if you fly him off a ledge like this, you can essentially glide with him, and by dismissing him in midair, reach ledges that would otherwise necessitate a speedrunner's precision. Or, I suppose, another ability we don't yet have. Then we can dispatch the Heartless and open up them treasure chests. Atta boy, Dumbo. He's probably my favorite of the summons to attack with, but that's mainly because his summon animation is mercifully short. And honestly, the way Sora shrinks down to ride him in a way that's evocative of Timothy's role in the movie is relentlessly adorable. Not to mention the easy parallels I can draw to another Disney theme park ride. Also, puppies! There's one in the back corner near the fireplace, one sleeping under the spare chairs in the dining room, and one on the edge of the carpet in the TV room. Before we venture out of town, let's swap Jack into the party. Bone Daddy here is one of the best party members in the game. His skill set is almost all offensive magic, including the use of gravity. His base MP is high enough for him to be pretty effective with it, while packing similar HP to Goofy, and a higher strength stat than anyone but Aladdin. But it's his animations that really do it for me. He's so tall, and his pivotous, lanky style of movement is as fun to watch in the game as it was in his home film. On top of that, for some reason, his attack sound effect is the cartoon. In the graveyard, we'll be attacked by White Knights, creatures almost as lanky and stretchy as Jack. Their designs seem loosely based on this one-eyed mummy guy from the movie, and despite only using melee attacks, their long arms and fingers give them deceptive reach. But they're not too threatening on their own.
We're going to have the best Halloween ever. All we need now is your memory.
Memory? You mean this? Jack, I have a bad feeling about this. Why don't you try something else? There's still time.
Nothing could beat what I've got planned.
Okay, with Sally, I get it. Frankenstein's monster but cute, able to cleverly manipulate her body when her stitching comes unraveled. She's a cool character, but I really gotta say, her and Jack's relationship is perhaps one of the toughest to swallow romances in the entire Disney canon, and it's in some competitive company. All Jack does for 90% of the movie is ignore literally everything she says despite her power to straight up divine the future until the actual last scene, which is a one-verse love song where the lyrics, I can't make this up, are verbatim, "We're simply meant to be." Voila, romance achieved.
Once we give the Heartless a heart, they'll dance just as I envision it. Trust me, you're going to love it.
Sally has 2 pieces of missable dialogue here, each depending on your party formation, so without resetting from a save, you could only see 1 per playthrough.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, I sure did. A heart. What should we do?
Gosh, you really are stupid. Isn't it obvious?
Tell Oogie Boogie.
Lock, Shock, and Barrel have a peculiarity involved with the game's journal. Despite how animated the Heartless are in the model viewer, almost all the humanoid characters are only animated just enough so you know they're alive. The only 4 exceptions are these 3 mischievous trick-or-treaters, and then you wanna try and guess the 4th? You won't. It's Selfie. For some reason, out of everyone, she gets these idle animations in here.
That bonehead Jack is really making a heart?
Whoa! You're joking. You're joking. I can't believe my ears. Indeed, we have one last legendarily villainous reprise from a performer who's tragically no longer with us. Ken Page. And for as many things as I can criticize about Michael McDowell's Nightmare Before Christmas, one thing I can easily say is beyond reproach is the performance and overall screen presence of the Oogie Boogie Man. And while the animation sells it, Ken Page makes it.
I'm really scared.
Like all the greats, having his immortality cemented here in Kingdom Hearts brings me tremendous joy.
I'll be jiggered. That works for me. Ooh, when I get my hands on that, well, I've got no hands, but I'm still gonna nab that heart and control the Heartless.
This is far from the last we'll ever hear the Boogie song.
Was a Mr. Boogie Boogie, and you ain't going nowhere.
So the format that this world's taking is sort of a fetch quest. We're gonna get deeper into the graveyard area with each pass, and as we hop through this coffin to Curly Hill, let's discuss this level's what I've come to call gameplay pillar. Out of all of them, Halloween Town was probably the toughest to pin down, and I think what this world does better than any other is the world itself. Much like the movie, there's an immense emphasis on how everything feels, the texture, the mechanics, and it was apparent the moment we touched down with those lamps in the alley. There are more objects to examine and interact with. There are more characters from the source material represented. You've got this ghostly Tombstone Simon game that destroys this giant jack-o'-lantern. The whole environment is just a touch more tactile and dynamic than any other. Well, almost any other. There's certainly an argument to be made for Wonderland, but even Wonderland didn't reskin all the main characters and enemies. Check out the way this hanging skeleton dangles, or rather decides to stop dangling when you get close enough. The way these gargoyle plinths get replaced by Heartless, a favorite trope of mine. And of course, there's even a touch of adaptive difficulty. The more you mess up this grave minigame, the more likely the ghosts are to pop out of tombstones near each other. You may even see all 3 come out of the same stone. Oh, and this big stone in the back has this sort of guitar imagery. So maybe it's this guy's grave. We could go straight back to the lab with our Jack-in-the-Box, or we could explore a little further. The Curly Hill is one of the most iconic images from the movie, very cool to see it faithfully recreated here. There's plenty in this space, including the uncommon possibility of black fungi, but all I'll hit on for now is this little lantern elevator over to the side, which sends us straight back to the first graveyard. And here are some much more welcome mushrooms to our cause. At long last, these ones spin with the request for arrow. Normally when we get a new spell, the mushrooms asking for it would be in the very next world, if not the same world in Kira's case. But we got arrow from opposite armor. Therefore, I can only assume you're not meant to fight him until you revisit Traverse Town to check on Geppetto and Pinocchio. Regardless, that is all 7 arts. Fret not item descriptions, I do know their value.
This time it's sure to work.
I honestly don't know if no one talks about the pun that is this trio's names because no one gets it or because everyone gets it. It could go either way, so just to be safe, the idiom lock, shock, stock, and barrel comes from the major components of a firearm. So it means all together, like the whole kit and caboodle. As we give chase, we'll encounter gargoyles, the spooky cousins of the air soldiers, and frankly, one of the top contenders for the most egregious final mix recolor. Look how they massacred my boy. And it's worth noting now that we have Thundara, we really don't need to think about combat anymore. Yeah, Fyra and Blizzara use less MP to cast and can absolutely be better if you're going a long stretch without a save point, but man, the area of effect, the power, there's no denying the appeal of going absolutely head empty on the mooks. Just unga bunga have some thunder. Using that lantern elevator gave us a bit of a shortcut, and though it's probably the most incremental one in the game, I still appreciate this sort of thing. As I said, there are a lot of cool tidbits around Curly Hill. These large red jack-o'-lanterns are the first time Sora's ability to throw things has had much of a combat application. They'll explode after a moment when struck, or on impact when thrown. It's a shame they don't hit that hard, but it's still unique. This lantern, like many fires we can light in this game, can be extinguished with Blizzard, though uniquely, it can also be put out with thunder and gravity. Far more bizarre than that, though, is its behavior in the original Japanese version. For some reason, it could be lit with Blizzard, and its fire was even blue if you did. I honestly find that less weird than the fact it was changed. Why remove that? It's so cool. Inspect this grave to elongate the hill and venture on, and in this area, my goodness, 3 types of mushrooms in one world? Unheard of. This area is much more open than Monstro's throat, and though I have gotten no better at keepy-uppy, the funnel-esque shape of these riverbanks gives us a pretty major advantage. And we can actually engage with this minigame. Now what we're gonna do is equip Jungle King and unequip any abilities that affect the way we attack, like aerial sweep. Gently, painstakingly, nudge a truffle over to this corner by the stairs in the drainage, and then knock it up this hill. There's nowhere for it to land except the bottom of the slope, so by getting into a rhythm of jumping, moving slightly to the right, and attacking, we get the most consistent means of racking up points. As you can see, each hit gives us successively more tech points, but there are also milestone rewards we get for reaching certain amounts, 10, 50, and 100. The Shiitake and Matsutake rewards can only be obtained this way, but unlike the White Mushrooms arts, their value actually is unknown, save for the sell prices. Not a bad chunk of change, but they're essentially just bragging rights. The real prize here is the XP. For taking one all the way down, you get a total of 5,050 tech points, double what we're gonna get for this world's boss fight. There's no question, this is the fastest way to level up at this stage of the game, but in all honesty, I still don't love this location for playing with these truffles. Being Halloween Town, the loop around to get them to spawn requires you to sift through a lot of junk just to use the interactables, and pushing them over to this corner is honestly really annoying, so I'd hold off until a bit later if you want to farm them. There are plenty of goodies we can nab around here with a bit of platforming, and this drainage at the bottom of the river will spit us out of the Guillotine Square fountain, which is actually pretty cool, but nothing stopping us from moving onward to Oogie's Manor, and good lord, this place got a heck of a glow up from the spindly tree in the movie, my goodness! I'll be honest, I don't love Halloween Town's level design. It's kind of back and forth, and the fact you have to interact with something to move forwards means you're locked into combat a lot more often than most other worlds. But man, if Oogie's Manor isn't one of the coolest single rooms in the whole series. Let's start from the bottom. In any other world, falling down here would be a loading zone, but not here. There's not much on the ground layer, a few Heartless, and the quintessential backtracking trinity on this arch right here. It's just a mithril shard, so don't fret if you brought Jack with you. We'll be back later anyway. But this mark is among the most interesting changes made in the final mix versions of this game. In the original release, it was within the manor itself, right here next to the front door. Using it shattered this weird, mouthy protrusion on the exterior of the house and revealed the chest. This was altered because the area is going to become inaccessible before we're done here today, and in the original game, that caused this trinity mark to be permanently missable, so they moved it to avoid soft blocking the player out of 100%. But what's really bizarre is that the trinity on the arch still destroys that little section of the house, though you'd only know why if you remember this from the original. This river will take you right back to the bridge, but if even that's too far for you, the sentient bathtub is also wandering around down here, and it will gladly waddle you up to Oogie's front door. I haven't mentioned the various footstep sound effects since Wonderland, but this place has some of the best. This creaky bridge, the hollow metal sound of these lantern elevators. Such good stuff. Golly, this is just so iconic. The silhouettes of the gargoyles against that incredible moon, I really can't gush about it enough. There are some tricky treasures to nab, and of course, the vertical nature of this space makes combat more tense the higher you go in a way that's totally organic. Missing your footing up here wouldn't actually be that consequential, but the feel is absolutely there. If you do happen to fall, but not all the way down, you can head over to this little area with the green door. There's this obscure interaction you can make use of in this cave. Evidently, you get sucked up through this pipe here and can resume the climb from there. I love how everything has a face. It's such a PG-friendly way of making something feel a little creepy. Like, I was never scared walking through here as a kid, but I do remember feeling pretty brave for facing this down, especially when I got to the top with these wiggly rib bones. But let's head into the evil playroom. Oh, yeah, alright, okay, we're boss fighting, here we go, let me get the mural up, shwing and all that, okay, lock, shock, and barrel. Could seriously go down faster than that cutscene. I don't know what I expected from a trio of perpetual preschoolers, but given that this fight is based on their big musical number, Kidnap the Sandy Claus, I think it would have been cool to see them incorporate any of their nasty tools of the trade, but instead, each one has one attack. Lock throws rocks, shock spins around, and barrel spins around, but differently. They're plainly designed to be pathetic, and I guess that's good. If they weren't, this would be an unforgivably long boss run. Like most bosses that are almost too easy to bother with, there are still a number of neat details involved here, so let's blow through the tactics I got. Ready? Lock down Lock, and then the other two genuinely can't attack fast enough not to get stun-locked by your party members. That's it, that's the fight. Each of the three has the possibility of dropping orbs, when struck, when hitting 0 HP, and in Shock and Barrel's case, when getting dizzy. I like how each one drops a different kind. Lock drops HP, Shock drops magic, and you steal Barrel's lunch money because he's the biggest dweeb of the batch. When you beat them, they all go over to this corner and stand in timeout like this was a game of dodgeball, which is a cute touch. Gotta imagine no one on our side feels quite right going full It's Always Sunny on these three, even if they did attack first. Oh man, does this arena have it all. The chute that leads down to Oogie's lair, the evil ducky, this claw catapult, the target festooned with axes, the busted couch, all the masks on the walls, the fishbone carvings, the bear trap, and some creative license like this skeletal light fixture, and this basketball hoop filled with skulls. Coolest of all is this curtain, which we can't see past, but if we were to remove it, we'd see the trio's cache of weapons. If these three are giving you trouble on a level 1 run, this is really Dumbo's time to shine. Since you're invincible on his back, just hop aboard and splash the heck out of Lock. If the other two get caught in your line of fire, fine, but Lock is your target. If Dumbo doesn't get him all the way down, pivot to Genie, who should be able to finish him off no problem. Once he can no longer throw anything around the battlefield, this couch up here becomes completely safe. Shock and Barrel might hop up to you, but it's only to do a cute taunt animation. So these two have massive cooldowns between their attacks, and Shock even throws resources at you. You do the math on how the rest of this fight goes.
Here! I'll behave, I promise!
After they're down, apart from their protestations of innocence, all their dialogue hints towards this lever and the green door where can be found their big bossy bag of bugs. And most people after hitting the lever will jump straight down and find themselves face to face with exactly where they need to go, but if you do that, you'll miss out on the fact that hitting that lever also caused these cages with chests in them to be lowered into reach. Hey, this upper one looks like a giant spider, that's neat. Oh, and one more thing, I slowed down the footage on these gears, and I can't quite describe how happy it makes me that the teeth are synced up despite the fact they're rotating at different speeds. That feels like it couldn't have been the easiest thing to do. The torture chamber? Oh boy!
You want it? Well then come on over and get it! Ah! Now, let's see if I can get their attention. Oh, highlights! This is it. Nobody disrespects me!
Keeping with Halloween Town's haptic nature, this is a boss fight against the arena itself more than it is against the boogeyman. At the beginning of the fight, there's nothing you can do to prevent yourself from getting dropped into this rowdy roulette wheel, where you are practically at his mercy. You can fling spells at him, but it won't gain you much, as he's about twice as resistant to every type of magic as most other bosses. It's also definitely worth noting once again that these magic modifications are applied after damage caps, meaning the most damage we can do is like 8, so keep your MP to yourself. You won't need it for anything but cure. Now for his attacks. Oogie's a gambling boogeyman, although he don't play fair. Most attacks are tied to his dice.
Bomb, baby!
As a kid, I always heard this line as bomb, baby. So that's what I'm calling it. When the dice are glowing orange, they're a fairly basic projectile. The safest place to be from the dice themselves is on the opposite side of the roulette tower. If they're not glowing, then the number they land on, which will almost always be a triple, ooh baby, will determine the attack that comes next. Ones will result in Buzzsaw, which will ricochet around the arena, making a slight nuisance of itself, but really nothing too tricky. 2, he'll summon a pair of gargoyles. 3, a pair of white knights. 4, will lower these scythes from the ceiling, which can either spin along the ground or bounce. 5 will summon a pair of search ghosts, and 6 will activate his healing machine, which will restore, I think, about 60 HP to him. After the Heartless are defeated or the other devices have finished doing their stuff, the buttons on the roulette will glow. You need to step on whichever one Oogie is closest to, which will raise barriers around that section and lift it up so you can finally attack your tormentor. Now this bag of bugs is, remarkably, the first opponent we've fought to have a genuine weakness. Physical attacks have a plus 50% damage multiplier on them, so if you're hitting the damage cap, you'll actually deal 22 damage per hit, which is pretty generous. He's got a little slap attack that is pathetically easy to parry and riposte, and he'll basically let you get 10 hits in before he forces you back to the grind. There are a few more particulars, like if you hit the wrong button, it's surprisingly elaborate. The wheel will spin you into position in front of these Desperados, they'll fire, and then the barrels will go back down and the roulette will spin back to its default position. Even though you can't block their shots, they're really easy to dodge by standing in a corner. But I doubt anyone who realizes they're meant to trap Oogie in these fences will mess up the positioning and see this attack. When he gets to around 2/3 of his HP, he'll gain the ability to forgo the dice toss and just activate the scythes at higher speeds. But the long and the short of it is, none of his attacks are hard to dodge at all. They're super telegraphed and slow moving, so even when he doubles up, he's still on about the same level as Darkseid. So the question isn't really how to win, the difference you can make is how fast you can take him down, in which case my genuine recommendation would be, just let Jack do it. His crazy high strength makes him more likely to be hitting those damage caps unless you're way over leveled or have been juicing those power-ups. So given that Oogie will essentially give you 10 free hits, do your best to give them to Jack, and he can obliterate Oogie's health bar in just a few cycles. Other oddities to note, you can deflect the dice back at Oogie, and the explosive ones give a lot of tech points. Bear in mind, I have none of the tech bonus abilities equipped, it's just a bunch. If you're curious, this is because the amount of tech points you get for deflecting any given attack is calculated based on the XP yield of that enemy. And this guy gives a lot of XP. He has the ability to jump in order to re-roll the dice, but I have no idea what causes him to do it. I certainly couldn't get it to happen consistently. A really neat detail is that he's actually capable of deflecting his own dice with the scythes, though you still get the tech points. Even cooler than that though, if you manage to hit all 3 dice back at him before they settle on a number, you'll just skip that cycle and the buttons will glow immediately. Even though this fight is a foregone conclusion, we can't possibly move on without gushing about the details. This arena is a massive love letter to the best part of the film.
And now, with your permission, I'm going to do my stuff.
The wheel itself, including its border pattern of suits and skulls. This is what they use for the buzzsaw, the slot machines, which are also a fantastic visual pun, since some people actually call these one-armed bandits. These pinwheel scythes are from the scene later in the movie, they've even got that 8-ball abdomen design. The only thing I couldn't quite place was the healing machine. It also looks like you should be able to somehow interact with or interrupt the process, but nothing I tried worked. The song playing here is called Destiny's Force, and if the deep end is Kingdom Hearts' way of telling you to brace yourself, Destiny's Force is its way of telling you to just don't worry about it. So far, it's played for the second Darkside fight, Opposite Armor, Genie Jafar, the second Parasite Cage fight, and now Oogie's Manor. This is another non-boss fight. Not so much a big opponent as it is a large-scale platforming challenge with some obstacles. He's certainly got the intimidation factor, but when you get right down to it, this is a fight against 7 completely immobile opponents. The Dark Blobs each have 90 health and very little means of defending themselves. Every once in a while, one might shoot out a little Fyra. The manor itself has a few defense mechanisms though. Most prominently, this big lantern spewing Fyras a lot more often than every once in a while, in addition to being a hitbox when it's swinging around. It may not immediately occur to you to try, but this lantern is considered its own enemy. It can only be damaged with ice, physical, and summon attacks, but if you manage it, you can completely remove it from the equation. I once again recommend Dumbo if this is the route you decide to take. Also, be aware of a few things. Not having the lantern in his hand will free it up to use this sweep attack that can only affect this area right here. Maybe destroy this dark blob before the lantern so you don't have to worry about it. After destroying the big lantern, he'll switch on this spider lantern as a backup, which for whatever reason has less health and goes down even easier with Dumbo because it doesn't move. With both lanterns out of the picture, there's only one attack left to worry about. His mouth will emit these dark particles that can actually be quite troublesome since they inflict the rare poison status and can't be blocked like the Fyras can. They're pretty short range though, so as long as you keep moving away from them, they're not much of a threat. The last thing he can do directly, which isn't really an attack, is wiggle these boards on the upper level to try and shake you off. Results may vary. Now, despite this being a non-boss fight, it's still kind of my jam, since there is a ton to consider when trying to pick out the best order to take out the 7 blobs, the best route to climb up with, whether or not to destroy the lanterns, do we want to leave and come back later with a really helpful mobility upgrade we're missing. So here's everything I could figure out. 1. Oogie will only start using his Dark Breath attack once one of 2 conditions is fulfilled. Either you've destroyed 3 blobs or both lanterns. Honestly, the fire is a lot more manageable than the Dark Breath, so probably leave the lanterns up, especially since that leaves Dumbo free for later. 2. The blobs themselves will cast Fyra more frequently the fewer are left. They telegraph the attack with this sort of sparkle animation, but the ones which face sideways are much tougher to avoid than the ones facing upwards, which means we probably want to take out the ones by his upraised arms and the center of his back early. 3. His Dark Breath and Fyra attacks are going to be much more pressing issues the closer you are to their sources. When dealing with the orbs that don't have line of sight on the face or lanterns, they're not even a factor. 4. The blobs will infinitely summon a pair of gargoyles to defend them once you get close enough if there are 4 or fewer left. These are a major issue at lower levels since our only real option will be to focus on the blob and hope our Keyblade lays down some collateral damage. And 5, after destroying the blobs, the ground will gain 16 gargoyle spawns. Now, the map can only have 2 gargoyles at a time, so if any are left up in the branches, they won't spawn down here. But if you do fall down while there are no others spawned in, these will spawn one after another until you get back into the upper layers or defeat them all. This can be a good thing or a bad thing, since you can fight them anywhere and they drop tons of magic, but 16 is a bit of a grind, so be extra careful of your footing if you're not down for that. Mash all those up in a ball, and this is what I've come up with. We basically get 3 free blobs before the gargoyles make life difficult. The first one I want is absolutely this really annoying one in the armpit. It's upside down in a position that makes combos really inconsistent, and it's in range of the Dark Breath. So we're gonna start by climbing up the back and then circling forward to deal with this first. Be sure to take cover to the right if it starts sparking, and then we'll go after our next target, the other upside down one on the back. Once again, duck off to the right if the fire comes out. I've had it circle around and hit me when I hid to the left. Now things get tricky. The gargoyles are tougher to manage the more directions they have to come at you from, so I'm going to take out this one closest to the big lantern next. By positioning the blob between me and the lantern, the fire can't touch me. One last time this world, let's call in Dumbo. The invincibility is our best friend right here at the center of everything. You're going to want to make sure that you have both Goofy and Jack equipped with cheer to give yourself as much elephant time as possible. But even with that, at level 1, it's only enough for 1 blob. We'll use the last of the iframes to mosey out of harm's way and head up to the top of the manor. Now this is the most wide open, which gives the gargoyles the advantage, but it also gives Genie the most space to work with. So we're gonna call on him and let loose on all 3 targets as best we can. Once again, he should have just enough juice for 1 blob, and that leaves only 2. I left these 2 down on the lower back. By positioning ourselves so we're always facing the blob and the gargoyles, we can bat them away while dealing damage pretty consistently. Since there are only ever 2 at a time, even if we do take a hit, we should have space to heal. and if there's one thing that makes this feasible, it's the sheer amount of MP we'll be recovering with how many hits these blobbies take. This last one is the easiest, since there's just enough room to Jimmy Sora into the corner and go caveman mode on the attack button, and that will bring this overgrown tree crashing down. As an alternate, though admittedly dirty strategy, you could run around and prime all the blobs to go down in only one more hit, then circle back to take them out with little to no opposition. As cheap as it is, there's no denying its effectiveness. Just a small touch, there are multiple versions of that cutscene depending on how many lanterns you did or didn't destroy. For beating him and sealing that keyhole, we get another power of the stars, Gravira. With a base damage of 55% of the target's health up from 40, with just 9 MP, we can now one-shot any enemy that doesn't specifically resist gravity, even those with damage caps who would have something to say about that. Its area of effect was also improved, which does a bit to compensate for its low speed. We picked up Ansem Report 7 amid all that scuffle, and this one's weird. The pontification's on Heartless pause so he can talk about what we can only assume to be gummy blocks. The lore of the customizable ships was not on my bingo card here, but I'll play. So these things rain from outer space rather than being anything man-made. We can guess from this mention of the door that they may signify when the barrier separating one world from the next becomes weakened or destroyed. But I suppose if this answers any question, it's why so many of the chests in every world contain gummy blocks. Oh hey, I guess they did end up explaining it. As a gift from Jack, we also get the pumpkin head keychain. Now this one sticks out to me. It's a really good keyblade, the highest strength yet, a better crit rate than most, the only long one we've gotten since Jungle King, plus it's got a pretty elegant design and a nice and crunchy sound effect. I'd be all over this with a strength build, but what's always confused me is the people out there who actually own keyblades. I'm not judging at all, I think they're a really cool collectible, and if I had the space and money, I'd want at least one too. But for some reason, anytime I see a collection of more than 3, it's always a bunch that are unaffiliated with the Disney worlds, and then Pumpkinhead is there too. Is it just because it's a Nightmare Before Christmas thing? Am I out of touch? Well, at least we finally have a weapon to match this world's aesthetics, and it's not too little too late either. There's a fair bit we can still do here. If we swap Jack out of the party, he'll be hanging out here with Sally. And what's especially interesting is that he can give us direct access to the party menu through dialogue. This isn't the first time this has happened. We can do the same with Ariel in her grotto after sealing the Atlantica keyhole, but they are the only 2 party members in the game with this kind of interaction. Unless we consider unused content. Both Tarzan and Aladdin are coded to trigger similar events in the Waterfall Cavern and Aladdin's house, respectively. But, unless I'm missing something, you can only actually do it with mods, so thank you again, Rebellious Trico, for possessing the wizardry necessary to share this footage with me. If we head out to the Curly Hill, after sealing the keyhole, this Christmas tree door will be unlocked. It does not take us to Christmas Town, rather a secret graveyard, home to a number of valuable treasures and elaborate graves. I like this one that looks like a big old doggy, and speaking of doggies, all 3 of these are in the living room. Ironically. One in the green chair, one who clearly wishes he'd gotten there first, and one perched up by the pictures in the corner. Then, if we return to the manor, well, I think we're gonna need a new name for this map. There is simply nothing left. All you're likely to find amid the rubble here are a few scattered Heartless. If you missed any of the chests in the manor while making the ascent, no worries. They'll all be hanging around here. Plus, one extra in this sunken area directly beneath the guillotine. Another trio of puppers, one sleeping peacefully underneath the troublemakers here, another Carnation Dalmatian under this table, and a third has joined the Society of the Grandfather Clock. One more interesting note about that missable trinity from earlier, though the mark itself could be forever lost, the chest you got from it still dutifully wound up in this little pit in the original versions. While that may be all you're likely to find, there's one more thing you're unlikely to find. The rare Heartless Chimera, which may appear only after clearing a few waves of white white knights in the center of the area. This thing is easily one of my favorite Heartless designs. It's so unique and yet fits in really well just the same. This is probably because it wasn't designed for Final Mix, but was originally intended to be a part of the main game. It was fully modeled and even animated, but got cut for one reason or another. I love that it basically got a second lease on life as a rare Heartless, and it's a pretty cool one. The Chimera acts sort of like a regular boss. He's tough and quick and can summon other Heartless to the fight, though with 200 HP and no real gimmick, he stands quite apart from the other rare Heartless we've faced. That is, until you deplete that HP and his real HP bar reveals itself. 900 HP and a damage cap of 2, even from gravity? And he'll go back into that 200 HP armor after a few seconds, or immediately if all 3 of the heads now bouncing around outside land a hit. The key here is that hitting the heads into the armor deals massive damage. It's kinda weird the way it's calculated. The first head we hit, let's say the green, will deal 32 damage. The second, we'll say yellow, will do 48, and the third, the red, will do 64. Those damage numbers are now locked in for those colors until they get back to the armor. So, to deal the most damage, we want all 3 heads to stay outside as long as possible. But really, any progress is good progress. Once he's reconstituted, he'll always summon 4 gargoyles. Between them and the Chimera's rapid and really strong attacks, this is a war of resources. You're not likely to get through it without needing to restore your MP at some point, especially because this is the first fight that makes me highly recommend Arrow. He's that tough to avoid. Whittle away all the health though, and you might nab your very first Blazing Stone. You could pick up a couple extras as you go too, if you do an especially good job deflecting heads while he's staggered. Grinding this guy is none too easy, but be aware at least that you can tell if you can get him to spawn by whether this gate has shadows or white knights around it. In any case, there's a bit of a farewell party at the save point to leave town. They all have their piece to say, nothing too remarkable, but don't miss the fact that Zero is also here. He only appears if you get close enough, so you very well could have. For all we've done today, there's very little waiting for us back in Traverse Town. Even with access to Blazing Stones and easier access to Lucid Gems, few new doors have opened to us in the way of synthesis. Only the Moogle badge is something we haven't already touched on. Though it's certainly a nice item, it's not the most exciting, and we're still several items off from unlocking the next tier. However, if we head to Merlin's, it's another story. For collecting at least one of every White Mushroom arts, we can obtain the Dream Shield, the very shield that appeared in the Dive to the Heart back in the opening moments of the game. Its description is even a callback to the choice we had to make back then. Now, unfortunately, we can't marvel at Sora's hilarious shield-wielding techniques, as this shield is for Goofy. But this opens up the possibility that the other 2 weapons may be out there somewhere. It's no ultimate shield or anything, but it's the first we've found which raises his magic, something that may come in especially handy in the future. One little niggle though, the description clearly says it raises max MP by 2, which was the case in the original game, but it was changed to +1 in Final Mix, and they didn't fix this text. Come on, guys. What a note to end Halloween Town on. That's fine. Now, as I'm sure I've made abundantly clear, Nightmare Before Christmas is far from my favorite movie. I don't have any nostalgia for it, and I never had that Hot Topic phase. Much like Wonderland, its presence in this game was the biggest impact it had on my young mind, and for some reason that impact was feather-light. I went into this world to write this script feeling practically blind. I remembered the square, I remembered the manor and the boss fights therein, but everything in between was complete television static. And what's really weird is that I have no idea why. I enjoyed that world hugely. The sort of fetch quest format works fine, the shortcuts you can use to navigate the world faster are satisfying. If I had to guess why it fell straight through my long-term memory like Jack in the Snow, I would hazard that it's because it's way too easy. This may well have been the only world in this game I never got stuck in as a kid. Even without talking to your hint masters, the path forward is always pretty self-evident, and none of the bosses are going to stand in your way for long. That's absolutely not a criticism. We're gearing up to head into this game's final act, and a cooldown period just before that is a proven bit of game design. So proven, in fact, that Halloween Town was just the first half of it. The vehicle segment is a peculiar trope that is highly emblematic of the era in which Kingdom Hearts was originally released. Boot up just about any game with a significant budget from around the turn of the millennium, and odds were that at some point, you were going to have to set aside everything you knew about the game's controls to come to grips with whatever setting-appropriate locomotion had struck the developer's fancy that day. I've already talked at length on this channel about the Sly Cooper series fixation on this sort of thing, but no one was safe, nothing was sacred. Out of pure morbid curiosity, I tried to trace this trend back through the most prominent games of the time, time. Crash Bandicoot was probably the first notable instance of this trope in a 3D game with the rideable hog, but that in itself feels more like a direct adaptation of Rambi from the Donkey Kong Country games. DKC's developer Rareware has a history of this sort of thing that goes back to the original Battletoads. 2 years before that, Mario Land occasionally shouldered the platformer gameplay out of the way so you could play a horizontal shooter, and the idea for that most likely came from Kid Icarus, released in 1986. I think games like Blaster Master and Speed Rumbler deserve honorable mentions for featuring both ground and vehicle gameplay, but that was more so the entire point of those games as opposed to the one-off gimmicky segments I'm referring to. Which makes sense. Prior to the 80s, it would have been seen as simply impractical to dedicate those kinds of developmental and processing resources to a single level when there were only like 4 anyway. But Kid Icarus was actually beaten to the punch here by just 9 days by, of all things, Takeshi's Challenge, the infamously inscrutable side-scrolling beat-em-up life sim hybrid about a salaryman who leaves his wife and kids to hunt for buried treasure. For as bizarre of a game as it is, it was really ambitious from a mechanical standpoint, boasting a highly populated kind of open world with tons of activities and minigames. It was sort of like a prototypical Yakuza game if not for how unfair and obtuse it was. And if this was indeed the birthplace of the vehicle segment, I find that appealing in its own way. It'd be like if you could trace cinematic set-piece escape sequences back to I Wanna Be the Guy. But once again, this matters to Kingdom Hearts Legacy because its quirky spaceship segments aren't some one-off gimmick or side mode, they're used as a vehicle to contextualize the way you travel to disjointed levels, as opposed to selecting your next objective from a menu or world map or jumping through portals. Now, if you're familiar with this game, you may be wondering why I'm bringing this up in front of the one world we don't need to fly to, and that's because, though we won't be piloting our gummy ship, the 100-Acre Woods is entirely in the spirit of one of those vehicular interludes. Rather, I'd say it's probably designed to be several interludes, and not for the first time on this channel do I almost regret the order I've chosen to do things because, in terms of pacing, I think saving this world until we can clear it all in one sweep does it a bit of a disservice. We've been gathering the torn pages of this old book throughout the entire second act of the game, and for each one we grabbed, we unlocked one of the areas in this bookish realm. Checking in with this book between each of those worlds, and taking a peaceful break from all the heartless evisceration before setting out for another go was almost certainly what the developers had in mind, but taking it all on at once has its advantages too. Before we dive in, it seems only reasonable I recap where we found each of the book's components. Sid was given its tattered remains by Merlin, and after restoring it as best he could, we returned it to the old wizard. We then found a page within Agrabah's Cave of Wonders, swallowed among one of Monstro's many chambers, in a chest in Ariel's grotto, on the doctor's bookshelf in Halloween Town, and one was a gift from the Dalmatians for recovering 50 puppies. I love this because each of those locations already offers an explanation for how they might have gotten there. This book was probably a part of a world that got destroyed, if not one of those worlds unto itself. So each page is somewhere lost treasures have simply wound up. The Cave of Wonders is the only one I kind of have to reach for, but when considering both the context of this universe and the legendary basis of the cave itself, it's a location where Jinn gathered and hid all the treasures they could find. So if one of those found this page and thought it was valuable, of course it would end up there. Meanwhile, Dr. Finkelstein collects any texts he can get his tiny little hands on. If a book on Heartless wound up there, he's clearly good at finding such otherworldly literature. Monstro swallows everything, Ariel gathers anything from other worlds, and the Dalmatians were scattered to the 4 quantum winds in the same way the pages must have been. I love all the thought that must have gone into this. The Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh is the only animated movie from Disney's Bronze or Dark Age to get a full world in any Kingdom Hearts game to date. In fact, it's the only Bronze or Dark Age film to a lot of things. Tons of character meetings and rides in the parks, sequels, live-action revivals starring Ewan McGregor, and if you had any childhood at all, good old Winifred T. Pooh Bear was all but certainly a part of it. So why? Why was Sword and the Stone lucky to get so much as a character through the door? Why was the Jungle Book world cut from Birth by Sleep while the 100-Acre Woods appeared and reappeared in every numbered title? You know, the normal numbers, anyway. The film had a disjointed, episodic plot stitched together by expository narration. It was animated on the cheap, going so far as to draw over entire animations from Dumbo. And yet, there was always something magically innocent about watching Pooh and Friends. Even today, rewatching this movie for this project, it makes me feel like a little kid again. Utterly charmed by how few bothers he gives, so it's easy to feel quite taken in by the way the story was translated into Kingdom Hearts. The way we run around on the book's pages is directly inspired by the film's playful relationship with the fourth wall, and it takes the opportunity to recreate the illustrations so faithfully. Even better is the way the environments and skyboxes are built. This is just one of those things you don't see much of anymore. Developers leaning into the limitations of the technology to make creative decisions that lend themselves even better to the style than the most graphically fidelic renderings could do. Obviously, distant objects are 2D textures, that's just how you save space, but in the context of the story, it lends a pop-up book aesthetic that works so frickin' well. I especially love the way the skybox is fixed to Sora's position, giving this delightful parallax scrolling effect. Just such smart design.
Hi there. What's wrong?
Nothing. Just thinking.
Oh.
I was thinking of how to say goodbye to Pooh.
Pooh?
Yes.
Wait a second. You're Pooh?
Yes, I'm Winnie the Pooh. Pooh for short. Who are you?
I'm Sora.
Oh, hello, Sora. Have you come to say goodbye to Pooh, too?
Well, no. Why would I do that? We've only just met.
Because everyone's gone away.
What do you mean?
Well, we all lived here in the 100-acre wood, and we'd take walks together, or play Pooh sticks. And every day, I'd eat some honey. Just one small smackerel would taste very good right now. But now, everyone is gone. All my friends, and my favorite honey tree, too. Everyone must have gone away while I was napping, I think. So, who knows? Maybe I shall end up going away somewhere as well. But I wonder, how do I say goodbye to myself? Think. Oh, my tumbly is getting rather rumbly.
I wanted to let that whole cutscene play out despite its slow, quiet nature because it sets a really interesting tone. There's something almost heartbreaking about Pooh's lack of perspective, the way a child reacts to the news that one of their friends has moved or even died. This empty meadow lives up to its name. The only thing to find here is this mithril shard in the log, so we gotta go see if we can find Pooh again. The world map has gained a save point, positioned by one of the only identifiable locations we can't visit. This is Christopher Robin's tree, whose absence from this world is a really interesting detail I'll expand upon later. Here's something only I would notice. It's completely impossible to run in a straight line down the crease at the center of this page. You can go straight up it, but Sora drifts to the side if you try to go down, and it's made me realize that this game doesn't really do sloped surfaces that often. You've got a few ramps or staircases here and there, the Cave of Wonders Guardian, and a few cases in Halloween Town, but for the vast majority of this game, you're running around on perfectly flat plains. Verticality is usually accomplished with raised but still perfectly flat platforms, and it's not hard to figure out why. The angle of a slope does not need to be particularly steep for Sora's primary Keyblade attack to get caught on the ground. If the terrain were more consistently rugged, I could imagine this becoming very frustrating very quickly. And as I've just stumbled upon, Sora's feet are not very well equipped to run along the actual polygonal seams of a surface, causing him to drift around a little bit. Pooh's house is about as faithful gets and has a few charming interactables. Of course, you can light and douse this fire with Fire and Blizzard, and you can renege this bell also. It doesn't seem to accomplish anything, though this tends to happen on the 8th ring, and after ringing it exactly 13 times, it simply won't let you anymore. You can still ring it by hitting the bell, but the interactable goes away until you reload the area. Is this the very first instance of the number 13 appearing in Kingdom Hearts? Before you head inside, you can peek through the window and spot Pooh hanging out by the table, probably taking inventory of his honey pots, cause once we go in...
Oh, bother. There's no more honey left. If only the honey tree would visit. Oh, then I could eat my fill.
The 100-acre woods feels kind of like a toy. There's a ton to interact with that has all but no purpose. You can check this cuckoo clock, whose cuckoo is a tiny Pooh in a honey pot. You can open the window, which causes the curtains to flutter gently in the breeze. You can open the cupboard and find, though fresh out of honey, Pooh still keeps elixirs stocked. And if we head outside and hit the chimney, we'll cause a mega ether to fall from the ceiling. Regardless of how few or many pages you've found, you'll always get this scene from Owl right outside, telling you to go find more pages to continue the story. A strange addition that makes me wonder at the depths of Owl's knowledge, not to mention whether or not Pooh considers him a friend since he said they all went away, but I think it's safe to say this is a gentle developer insert to keep kids on the right track. Last thing I'll point out about Pooh's house for now are these 5 empty honeypots outside. Strangely enough, they will be important. No matter if we already had the pages or if we come back with them later, we don't get another animation here of a new location filling in, which feels like it may have been an oversight. Playing Spot the Difference on this page to figure out where to next doesn't strike me as the intended experience, but anyway.
What am I to do? I'm all alone. Pooh! Pooh! Where are you? It's me, Piglet.
Aww, Piglet was always my favorite of the bunch. He's just so anxious and kind, and would probably weep uncontrollably if he stepped on an empty cicada shell. And no, we're not out of the voice actor woods yet, either. Only 3 of the 100 Acre characters are voiced at all, but Piglet is the only one of them to retain his original voice actor, John Fiedler. Another treasure who gleefully voiced the character whenever asked, all the way up until he passed away in 2005. Piglet will cower in the bush if you try to approach him. You can just barely see him huddled up under there, but you just have to do what any good friend would do to someone with social anxiety and sneak up behind him.
Oh dear, I was just, never mind. I'm sorry.
Don't be scared. You're looking for Pooh, right?
You know Pooh. Oh, you see, I have something for him. I have to take it to Pooh right away. Oh, Pooh! Pooh!
Hello, Piglet. How have you been?
Oh, I'm so glad to see you. I thought you'd gone away. I brought what you asked for.
Thank you, Piglet. Now I can finally have some honey.
This little balloon honey tree escapade is taken directly from the film, and by extension the original book, all except for Pooh disguising himself as a rain cloud, and with a touch more violence as Sora's job is to fend off the bees as Pooh ascends. Now I should mention up front, none of what we're gonna do in this book is required to finish the game. You are free to ignore it if you have no designs on attaining 100%, however, this minigame in particular will give us an extremely helpful reward that a lot of people recommend going straight for as soon as you're done with Agrabah. In addition to that, if you're taking on a level 1 challenge, the reward for completing the whole 100 Acre Woods is indispensable. As optional as it is, you gotta at least try it, if nothing else for the sake of the music. This song is called Bounce-O-Rama, and even if these minigames sucked bee spit, I would still be having fun just bopping along to it. To be fair, you don't have to do anything here. The only necessity to get to the next page is that Pooh gets at least 1 point, and there's literally nothing you can do to prevent him from that. But as fun as standing around listening to the song for 3 minutes is, let's actually play. Now the only real key to this minigame is that you don't need to be in any hurry to swat away the bees. They come straight to you and Sora will platform automatically after hitting them, so take it easy. The time limit is extremely generous, it essentially accounts for Pooh getting popped a few times, and if you're aiming for the best reward, your goal is to get 100 points. If you don't make that, there are 2 optional cutscenes for falling short of the mark, by at least 1 point.
Oh, that was yummy in my tummy, but there is room for a bit more.
And by at least 50 points.
Oh, bother. That didn't go too well.
There's really no trouble in getting a score over 100. Heck, even a score over 200 is basically child's play, but if you feel like taking this extremely seriously, and hey, why wouldn't you? The big points are not for letting Pooh eat his fill at the honey holes, they're for swatting the bees. This is becoming the case with increasing frequency, but I gotta shout out Nick McSlighton once again for sharing with me some very obscure mechanics I'll be showing today, including that the point bonus you get for hitting bees depends entirely on which attack you hit them with. Sora's uppercut attack, used if you hit the bees while they're above you, will give you 5 points, but hitting them with an overhead attack, or if you have the aerial sweep ability equipped, you'll get 10 points. Armed with this knowledge, we can pursue a perfect score. Now you can't reset the game from a menu, however you can just leave, so no need to wait out the 3-minute timer if you're not happy with the run. Bees will always spawn a set amount of time after you clear the last batch, so the faster you do that, the more bees will show up. So I memorized the order they spawned in, which wasn't all that complicated, especially since they all come out of the same hive once he gets high enough. The trouble was, Sora's automatic platforming from this branch was somewhat less than helpful, so the real challenge here was nailing these jumps like 20 times in a row. But with that done, I got a score of 309. I suspect 319 or even 329 might be possible if you really get a feeling for the timing of the bee spawns and delete them as soon as they show up. But I'm happy just breaking 300 points. Oh no, I'm way off. I noticed you could hit the beehives, and while playing around with that, I found out if you hit whichever one is set to next spawn a swarm, it will pop out early. This will completely change the meta. Hitting the hives is extremely precise, since you can't lock on and they're protected by their supporting branches. I messed around with it using flight as a sort of proof of concept, and if you managed to work around Sora's weird fixed jumps, you could potentially break 400 points.
It is rather funny what I will do for honey.
With Pooh's gluttony thoroughly sated, no matter our score, we'll get the Nature Spark, another summon gem we'll have to awaken later. We can head back to Pooh's house and see a couple sweet details. A lot of honey pots in his house are no longer empty, and he's stuffed enough that he's ready for a nap. If you did get a score of at least 100, one of the empty pots outside will also be topped off. Owl's hanging out here too, and he'll have tons of contextual dialogue throughout our visit to the woods depending on which high scores we've attained. Our next stop is this adorable little vegetable garden, with carrots, pumpkins, and cabbage. We can pluck all but the carrots, and each one has an 8% chance of hiding a potion in its roots. But the real prize is the 2% chance of digging up an elixir. If you want, this is by far the lowest stakes environment to farm them in. You get 26 chances each time you leave and re-enter the map, so you're likely to get one every other harvest. Not to mention all the free potions. There are certainly worse uses of your time. There's an adorable mailbox by the door which we can check and find a letter from Pooh inside. Though I almost wonder if he got someone else to write this for him, cause I find it hard to believe he'd ever spell honey wrong. You can also take a look at the letter itself and see the name Mickey Mouse written on it. Yeah, this is just a reused texture from the beginning of the game, but I have to wonder if this was a deliberate Easter egg. It's not as though they couldn't have put whatever they wanted in this mailbox, or even if they were pressed for time and had to reuse a texture, they had plenty of paper and note-looking stuff to choose from, maybe even the envelope texture from right there. Therefore, I have to assume that Mickey Mouse has been through these parts, and this is the best hint to his whereabouts we've ever found. But since Heffadon and Woofy don't join us in the book, and since they've never actually mentioned his name, Sora just glances past it. Looks like nobody is our next 100-acre denizen to return, but that's funny. I don't remember any nobodies in the movie or the book. Yeah, Pooh, go ask nobody if they've seen Rabbit. I'll try the back door. Poor Rabbit, such a doormat that the only way he can think to enforce his boundaries is to lie his little cottontail off. I almost don't want to point out this conspicuously hidden pot of honey in the ceiling, but alas, the story must go on. In the source material, this chapter is always the one that stuck with me. Pooh eating and eating and eating until he can no longer get out the way he came in, and has to spend days, if not weeks, stuck in the doorway and forced to fast until he slims down. Luckily, Rabbit only has one pot, so we should be safe to just leave Pooh to it. Well, so much for that. There are two versions of that little scene depending on which way we try to leave the area. Luckily, it seems this won't take weeks as long as we just give him some carrot top juice.
Hey there! Name's Tigger! T-I-double-G-R, that spells Tigger! Well now, I don't think I've ever seen you before.
Hello, Tigger. You've just bounced my new friend, Sora.
Tigger and Pooh are both voice acted by the frankly amazing Jim Cummings. While not the original voice actor for either role, he has played both characters in most of their appearances to date.
Speaking of which, my bouncing spot has gone and disappeared. So for now, this will be my new bouncing ground.
Another minigame, this time protecting Rabbit's carrots. And he's gotta be like, oh come on Owl, you didn't really need to demonstrate that, did you? Once again, the only necessity is that one carrot survives. And Tigger only has time to bounce at most 27 times in the minute allotted, where he'd need 30, and even then, he'd have to never return to a carrot he's already buried. So this is all once again guaranteed. In keeping with the honey tree, there are 3 scenes we can get from that depending on our score. For letting Tigger run rampant and getting fewer than 75 points, he'll give himself a major pat on the back.
How about those bounce-a-roonies? Well, they were good even for a Tigger.
If we get upwards of 75 but less than 150...
Hey, you kept up pretty good there, Sora. Especially for a non-Tigger. Let's have another go.
And finally, if we achieve that target score of 150...
Oh, what's going on? Nobody keeps up with Tiggers. Maybe there's something wrong with my tail.
Your score is calculated by taking the number of times you blocked Tigger and multiplying it by the number of remaining carrots. Pretty simple. Owl says the best method for a high score here is to use the rush command that appears if we stand over an unstomped carrot. And yeah, that's gonna make things easiest. Just position yourself somewhere the command pops up in between every bounce, and you should be able to save every carrot no problem, since it automatically zooms you over to his target. But it is not in fact the highest scoring tactic. Think about it. What does Tigger like best in the world? Bouncing.
'Cause bouncing's what Tiggers do best!
So he'll give you triple the points if you block him in mid-air, which once again puts the potential max score here way above where I once might have considered possible. We're still going to make a lot of use of the rush command, but by doing it early enough, we can jump as we reach the carrot and get triple points every time. Once again, thank you, Nick, for uncovering this thoroughly unnecessary hidden mechanic.
Bother. Oh, where am I? It's ever so dark in here. Well, it isn't so bad, I suppose. There is plenty of honey.
There's a new letter in Rabbit's mailbox again, this time from Tigger. Based on this, I think these letters are actually meant for Sora, but since Rabbit's got the only mailbox in town, everyone's just putting their letters in there. Actually, the little mail flag is up, which is how you indicate outgoing mail, so that checks out. A few more silly interactables: you can twang the clothesline, you can hit this pipe and make the water bucket overflow, and if you don't want to do things the polite telekinetic way, you can hit the mailbox to open it. Rabbit's chilling inside, freshly stocked on honey, his garden protected. I think he's gonna be okay. If we try to check in on Pooh, we'll find he's not actually at his house this time. But of course, Owl and the steadily filling honey pots are. There should be a second full pot if you got that score of 150 in the carrot patch. Another page, another place. The hill is certainly the prettiest locale in the woods. Just look at that water. If you've ever been curious, what these two are probably doing right now is playing Pooh Sticks, which is a game where everyone picks a stick, drops it off the upstream side of the bridge, and watches to see whose emerges from the other side first. Yeah, hold tight, Eeyore, you don't mind chillin' for a sec, right? This is one of my favorite tricks. The reflections of the riverbanks and bridge are just a fully modeled mirror of the area underneath the water's surface. A very convincing illusion as always. Eeyore won't float past a certain point, so there's no rush here. And hey, I didn't know you could leave the area via the river. If you come back, Eeyore's little journey downstream will reset, and you just have to swim up to him to pull him out. Here's my hottest take. I've never loved Eeyore. Though he's extremely easy to sympathize with, as a kid I was too young to get it, and as an adult, his constant self-deprecation and lack of self-worth falls just this side of toxic depression, which I've been on both sides of. Now listen up, Eeyores of the world, there is nothing wrong with letting people who love and care about you try to help you. It's not humble or selfless to push them away just because you don't think you're worth it. And I feel compelled to bring up that one fan theory that each denizen of the 100 Acre Woods is the embodiment of some various neurodivergencies. You've probably heard it before: Pooh is autism, Tigger is ADHD, Rabbit is OCD, Piglet is general anxiety disorder, Eeyore is depression, and Owl's incessant need to share what he knows and over-explain everything is completely normal. But since each of these is a broad spectrum of behaviors and signs, I don't think it's a very productive conversation to have. If it was intentional, I can see the merit in giving kids these characters as a way to easily broach the conversation about whether or not they might be on one of those spectrums, but I've always gotten the sense this was a coincidence, especially given the era these characters were written, where these indispositions were a lot more stigmatized. A.A. Milne would have had to be decades ahead of his time. Right, Eeyore's tail. We're supposed to head up to the hill for another minigame to find it, but you can spot it right here on top of Eeyore's house. Ironically, he built it too sturdy this time. Maybe the tail is the key to its structural integrity, so we gotta follow Owl and see what's up. We're meant to lead Pooh up there by guiding him with the lock-on feature, but if you target him from the opposite side of the river, he'll wade in and get swept away in the current, then start floating downstream with his head in another honey pot. If you get him across the bridge and then do it again, he even has a unique jumping animation for the higher bank. Just like Eeyore, he'll float until he gets stuck, and then all you have to do is swim up to him to rescue him. There are a couple more honey pots speckling the area that will distract Pooh. I think the idea is to avoid these so as not to waste time, but it's much more in the spirit of this world to let him stop and have a smack roll at each one. The top of the hill Telltale has a new minigame for us. Pooh's Swing is weirdly infamous in the KH fandom, and it's because Owl's instructions are all over the place. Owl tells us we gotta push the swing before it reaches the bottom, so it's easy to assume he means like 170 degrees or 5 o'clock or whatever. But then he says, look, I'll raise my wings to indicate when to press the button, and he does that at the very back of the swing. Now most people assume they have to press the button while his wings are up, which launches Pooh not terribly far. That doesn't really matter though. In fact, this is the first of the minigames you have to get a certain score on to move on, but in an odd twist, you're required to get a low score. So hit the button kind of whenever, and he'll go right where he needs to and complete the story of this area. But the high score we're aiming for to fill that third pot at Pooh's is 40 yards. And if you want to hit that target, what you gotta do here is kind of split the difference. See, Owl's wings don't indicate the optimal timing, they indicate the window you have to press the button at all. If you do it outside that window, Sora just does this little wave. So to get as much swing as possible, you want to hit the button as late in the window as you can, which is like the instant after Owl closes his wings. For a time, I could have sworn 45 was the highest score you could possibly get, but my editor Igralith, the freaking genius and Pooh Swing prodigy, managed to blow that theory out of the water. The worst part is, I cannot replicate these scores to save my life. Best guess, there is a single frame at the end of the timing window that gives you a major boost to your score. Under the pressures of recording, Igralith was able to get 54 meters, but when selfishly off camera, she managed as high as 61. I'm guessing the max score is even higher, but I have no actual data to base that guess off of. I just think 61 would be a stupid number for that. And I don't mean to brag or nothing, but while trying for myself, I did so badly that I managed to undershoot what I had thought was the minimum score of 20. And if that happens, Pooh actually lands in the river again. Here's a fun detail just for me. Owl can be spoken to if you cheat your way up to him, but he just uses the same dialogue he had when we were guiding Pooh up here. Our reward for that page is an upgrade to our stop spell. Now you might assume that increases the duration enemies are stopped for, but its base time is unfortunately unaffected. This has only upgraded the radius of effect, making it easier to stop groups. Still nice, but a bit confusing. I guess we're following a theme. If you come back to the area after finishing it and break Eeyore's house again by getting a low score, he'll express that he should probably build his house elsewhere. This is more than just flavor text, as if we head back to the empty meadow, which has a picture of Eeyore's house anyway, we'll find he's set up shop there. How cute.
Now break it.
What? Why?
Just break his house.
But...
That'll be fun.
But it's...
Break his house!
But he worked so hard on it.
Would you kindly do it?
Oh god, I'm a monster. Maybe checking in on Pooh will make me feel better. No! He rebuilt his house here.
Do it!
Oh god, why? Pooh's thinking outside this chapter, and it seems he got a little chilly soaring through the air, but we can warm him up by lighting his little fire. He actually gives you a mithril to say thank you, which is above and beyond. I was already thrilled just to see him react to the fire. Only 2 pots left to fill out here, but before we move on, I have a strange compulsion to visit the honey tree. What prime real estate? What an idyllic location. The soft lapping of the pond, the scent of honey on the breeze. You thought you'd be safe hiding behind Rabbit's house, but nothing could be further from the truth! There's a new letter from Pooh in Rabbit's mailbox, once again inviting us to replay our most recent minigame. Digger's old bouncing spot is the newest addition now, and what a bouncing spot it is. It's even got a hint of some puzzle platforming to spice things up with these water spouts. We can get a mithril for experimenting around a bit, and if we're extra adventurous, we can make our way into this tree hollow up here and grab a shield 2 gummy. I didn't realize you could walk on these leaves. I made that tougher on myself and I wouldn't have it any other way. There's also a mithril hidden in this log, which you'll only really notice if you look through it. What a delightful playground. I can see why you missed it, Tigger. He and his little buddy Roo will invite you to bounce along with them. A bit of memorization, they take away your movement abilities so you have to play on an even field, but they can't take away that which I never earned in the first place. Obviously you fail if you land anywhere they didn't, but they don't mind if you skip over platforms. I played around a bit and I figured out that each of these logs has like a cylindrical checkpoint over top of them, and you're only allowed to hit each one once. If you enter a new one, the one you just left becomes forbidden. And if you reach the goal without triggering every checkpoint, well... Oh, you can do it, Roo, come on! You'll get them next time. The other two courses don't mix things up much. I like this last one launching you up to the treetop, but judging your fall back down can be tricky due to the camera and Sora's fancy drop shadow. But the consequences for failing aren't harsh enough that I really feel the need to complain about it. Tigger's Giant Pot is the headliner minigame of this area, and it's a weird one. We gotta inflict 20 points of damage on this pot without falling off the stump. As you might expect, you can take until the heat death of the universe and still clear the area, but if you want to get under 30 seconds and get that precious honey pot at Pooh's, you're gonna want to know how this works. If you just stand swinging on the stump, you're gonna get 1 point at a time, maybe 2 if you hit it high on your overhead attack. Take a guess what the bouncing character will reward you for, and you should put together pretty fast that the damage the nut does depends on how high it is when you hit it, and by jumping first you can get 3 or 4 points from a swing, or 20. You get a grace period if you fall off the log after hitting the pot, so honestly it's easier than it looks. We can snag our prize from the stump it was blocking and once more move on. But first, Owl says he'll trade us stuff for the nuts growing in this area, and I'll gladly take the excuse to explore it a bit more. There are 5 nuts in the area, but bear in mind you can only hold 1 at a time, so you have to hit up Owl between each one. There's 1 on top of this water spout, 1 on these far tree branches you can platform to, or let Tigger launch you to. There are 2 up in the tree Roo can get you up to, and there's 1 more hidden above this other water spout. He'll give you a couple stat ups and some very nice synthesis materials for your efforts, then the last thing we can do here is have Roo launch us back up, and drop down to this cleverly hidden chest underneath where we found those 2 nuts. Then grab ourselves a dark matter. The chests look pretty distinctly wooden in this world. In fact, this is something super extra this game does. Unique chest textures depending on the world. Most people will notice the Halloween Town ones, because everything has a unique texture there. But though the differences in the rest of the worlds are subtle, they are there, and that is my jam. Pooh's hanging out by his window now. We can't even seem to talk to him, but we can help him enjoy the breeze. Rabbit's letter this chapter is from Roo, and now that we've cleared out the bouncing spot, it is now part of the cycle of destruction. Our final location is the Muddy Path, where we can find Pooh diligently following tracks that desperately need following. And our last little challenge is essentially a game of hide and seek, though some are hiding better than others. I love these footprints Sora leaves in the mud, such a nice little touch. We gotta start with Eeyore in this little clearing, and yeah, shame about that. Anyway, we're meant to guide Pooh around in order to draw his friends out from their spots, though we can get Rabbit, Tigger, and Owl without him. We just need him for Roo and Piglet. Roo's easy, he's right next to the clearing, but to get Pooh up to Piglet, we'll need to lure him over to these flowers so that the deep jungle butterflies can make a reappearance to float him up to the next layer. This log seems easy enough to cross, but this hole in the middle proves too great an obstacle, and Pooh can't go through it because it's blocked by a spider web. And this is neat, because you can either clear out the spider web or knock down this beehive to plug the hole. Both work. One last time, it doesn't matter how long we take, as long as we get everyone back together eventually, but our extra goal is to clear it in under 5 minutes. That's not remotely strenuous, but I took all the rest as seriously as possible, no reason to let up now. Though I said you need Pooh for Roo, there is a more violent option that, unfortunately for the little Joey, is a lot quicker. Then you should draw Pooh towards you while searching for Rabbit. You're gonna want to get Pooh to the flowers before you ride the wind up to the log because the flower cutscene always teleports Sora to ground level. Grab Tigger, then pull Pooh up onto the log before you focus on dropping the beehive. Finally, make sure you have Pooh flush Piglet out of the cave before talking to Owl, or else you'll have to climb back up. And bada bam, comfortably over half our time left. After reuniting everyone, we'll get a cutscene that I'm gonna circle back to. In the meantime, we can take one last tour of the woods. Pooh gets the honor of the last letter in Rabbit's mailbox, and I suppose, out of desperation, Eeyore can now set up shop in the Muddy Path, but I feel like I'm doing him a favor in convincing him to move elsewhere. This is not the ideal location. I'm gonna leave it standing in the empty meadow. Given that's what's drawn on the book, and it was his first choice after the swing hill didn't work out, it feels like that's where he'd want it anyway. One more visit to Pooh's, and he's actually not doing anything different from last time, and we still can't talk to him, but we can talk to Owl. Surrounded by all 5 brimming pots of honey, he'll thank us for getting those high scores in all 5 minigames and give us the cheer ability on Sora. A valuable asset on level 1 runs, but just generally helpful for any summoning we want to do. Now, let's close the book on this chapter of our journey.
I'm so glad we're all together again. I didn't know what to do when I was all alone.
Oh, Piglet, you gotta be brave.
You weren't lonely at all?
Lonely? Are you kidding? I'm a Tigger! The most wonderful thing about Tiggers is I'm the only one. But I do admit, friends are awfully fun too.
Think, think, think.
Hey, Pooh. What are you thinking about now?
Oh, well, I'm just thinking about, what to think about.
Well, I'm off.
Sora, where are you going?
I'm gonna go look for my friends. They're waiting for me.
Bounce on back again.
I hope you find your friends.
Winnie the Pooh has always been a story about growing up, told through the lens of one major character we never saw, Christopher Robin. He's never mentioned in Kingdom Hearts because the 100-Acre Woods is a very unique world where Sora fulfills the role of one of its main characters. He gets to basically be Christopher Robin, spending the day playing and helping out his friends. But there comes a time when responsibilities call. Pooh, Tigger, Piglet, Rabbit, Eeyore, Owl, and Roo all stand as reminders that, though we inevitably have to leave behind our childhood, it never leaves us.
Sora, don't forget, we shall always be here. If you'd like to visit again, that is.
It will continue to shape us wherever we go, and what I love most about this chapter is that Sora knows this. Inherently, instinctively he understands, no matter how pressing his cosmic quest, there's no such thing as the wrong time to make new friends, to build more positive memories that will hold him in good stead when the going gets rough. This is the key difference between him and Riku. Riku's mature focus on the goal at hand, find Kairi, do whatever it takes, blinds him to these merits Sora is so aware of. That's what really makes Kingdom Hearts such a great story. It's not in spite of all the Disney detours, it's because each one builds on this idea, the value of being a kid while you still can. Before we close out, let's resurrect that nature spark we grabbed early on. We can now summon Bambi, the Prince of the Forest, and quite possibly the best summon in the game. Bambi has no attacks and does no damage, instead he prances around the battlefield scattering an exorbitant amount of MP spheres, enough to fuel an entire odyssey of thunderstorms. The amount of MP he drops on each prance depends on your max MP. If you only have 4, he'll drop 20 at a time, 5 or 6 and he'll drop 85, and for having at least 7 bars, he'll shower you with 150 at a time. That's 5 charges per prance. That on its own would make him my favorite, but you may also notice this charge meter he's got by his icon. Every time you defeat an enemy, you'll partially fill this bar, and I believe the amount is the same regardless of what you defeat. Each time it fills up, Bambi will spontaneously gift you with an item or 4. What those items are depends on how many times you filled the bar this summon session, and, believe it or not, which world you're in. Here's the whole delicious chart. Now, you'd have to find a location in each world with a lot of enemy spawns, but this is a great way to get a bunch of extra synthesis materials and healing items. If I weren't recording, I would probably use Bambi in every single encounter. We stan this Ruminant King. Now, arguably, this isn't Bambi's only representation in Kingdom Hearts. I have to say arguably because I have no clue why this would be a reference, but the Gummy Ship's main motif bears a strong resemblance to Little April Shower from Bambi's movie. I guess gummy blocks fall from the sky in meteor showers? I don't know, but that concludes the 100-Acre Woods. In a game so beloved for its most epic moments, the feeling of triumph when you finally beat Riku for the first time, the music swelling as you face down threats tens to hundreds of times your size, the minigame world, tucked in the corner of this little hut in the town's basement, doesn't get a lot of glory. People don't remember Kingdom Hearts because of the time they got to stop Tigger from bouncing on some carrots. And there was once a time where I thought of this book as nothing more than a detour, an inconvenient cul-de-sac on the path to completing this game. But there's something so earnest about it. Like the game is urging you both overtly and subtly to take a break. Just give yourself a moment to breathe. Tensions are rising, more and more worlds are at stake, and the challenges you face are ever mounting, but it's okay to give yourself time. And I find it loops back to some of our longest running themes most elegantly. Throughout our journey, we have seen so many authority figures abusing their power, lording it over us, and here we have the first world where no such authority figure exists. Sora is the de facto leader, the biggest, the strongest, maybe not the oldest, but when faced with the likes of Tigger, easily the most mature. And he uses this position to make sure all his new friends are okay, that they're together and in a position where he can feel comfortable leaving them on their own. Though physically he looks down on all of them, he never once makes them feel small, and that is truly the mark of a great leader. So, lead on, Sora. You're more capable now than ever. The universe of Kingdom Hearts is truly fascinating. I've said once before that the ramifications of how many of these worlds are ostensibly set on the same world are best left unconsidered, but at the same time, I can't help it. It goes all the way back to the way these kids built a raft and expected it to reach the stars. Was that really just childlike naivete, or is that how this actually works? Sail far enough in one direction, will you reach another world's ocean? It's just as well the game never answers this question. The mystery is the magic in its way, but there are things we do know. Traveling between worlds is an extremely common theme in many Disney movies, sometimes literally, like the doors to the other holiday realms in Nightmare Before Christmas, but sometimes more abstract. Wonderland is a separate world from Alice's London, meaning gateways between these worlds can take many forms. Heck, Monstro is a world unto himself. Gummy blocks are materials formed within the gaps between worlds. When those barriers break down, gummy blocks rain like meteorites, and some societies have figured out how to harness their power to travel the realms. So it seems that while many worlds border each other and sometimes even overlap, the lanes between can be used as shortcuts. Pioneering gummy travel is the Disney Castle. Fitting, given the adventures its denizens have had across countless other Disney worlds, now so well traveled that they are essentially the self-appointed peacekeepers of the multiverse. But others have slipped through the cracks beneath their watchful eye, and perhaps the most interesting of these is the Olympus Coliseum. It's a neutral zone where the rules of meddling seem not to apply, where the Heartless are plentiful yet completely under control, corralled into formation and pitted into combat for entertainment. Is that Hades' doing, or are the gods simply that powerful? Could it be that all worlds are beholden to the forces they command? Once again, the fact that Olympus continues to show up in nearly every installment makes me think this may be the case. The thing is, these are more or less the same rules that the central Disney canon follows, that nearly all of their greatest stories take place within one world. Perhaps at different times, perhaps quite distant from one another, but essentially, believing in a story is all it takes to make it real. So if any of the characters within these worlds trust in their hearts that something more is out there, they already have the means to seek it. And our destination today is one of the purest extensions of that point, but its presence on our world map is one of the most interesting of all of them. In the simplest terms, once you've finished Agrabah, Monstro, Halloween Town, and Atlantica all unlock. If you try to venture to the far side of this loop, you'll get what the fandom calls the scenic gummy route, an extra long stretch between Horrorland and Undersea Dream that doesn't serve any purpose. Once you've completed all three worlds, you unlock the boss of this loop, as it were, but there's an extra bit of behavior that pretty much only speedrunners are concerned with. You can get to this world after clearing only 2 of these 3, but if you do that, there's a 30% chance it won't appear when you head over this way, forcing you to take the scenic route. But for having beaten Parasite Cage 2, Giant Ursula, and Oogie's Manor, this ship is guaranteed to ambush us partway through the lane. This is one of those great moments akin to Monstro that shakes up our expectations, realizing that we're not the only ones flying around out here, and that we're severely outgunned. One small detail a lot of people have seized upon in this scene is how different this pirate ship's model looks when comparing its interspace form from its form here in the ocean. I don't really have an answer here, but if it's tradition that everyone have their own theory, then maybe this is the Jolly Roger coated in gummy blocks to enable space traversal. I do love a lot of the little things in this scene. This is the only time we ever get to see this version of the ship, and they put a lot of effort into it. You can see a rack of cutlasses around the foremast, the way the helm spins actually matches the ship's movements, and the flags have physics to them. It's so extra. A much more interesting little detail is this scene, which you'll probably remember we already saw at the end of Monstro.
So, Kyrie's like a lifeless puppet now?
But if you've only done Atlantica and Halloween Town, the story kind of needs you to see this cutscene before we go on ahead, so it drops it right here instead. In fact, if we turned and headed to Monstro at this point, we'd find a lot of cutscenes altered. Don't worry, we will cover those, I promise, but that's for another time.
I didn't think you'd come, Sora. Good to see you again.
Well, where are Donald and Goofy?
Are they that important to you? More important than old friends? Instead of worrying about them, you should be asking about her.
haven't really talked about how impressive this animation was for the time. Yeah, I gushed about the opening movie, which is still stunning by modern film standards, but it does of course have the advantage of being pre-rendered. Over here in the game engine though, just look at how much emotion they managed to convey on Riku's face. In 2002! And then they hit you with this depth of field move and just whoa! The cinematography goes so hard in this scene, man. Watch what they do here.
Riku, why are you siding with the Heartless?
The Heartless obey me now, Sora.
This is classic storytelling through camera work. Riku is being bisected by the narrative, losing half of himself to the world around him, and he can't even tell.
Now I have nothing to fear.
You're stupid!
Yes, he said the thing. I love this line so much. I'm gonna play it back like 4 more times.
You're stupid! You're stupid! You're stupid! Sooner or later they'll swallow your
Not a chance. My stupid's too strong.
Riku!
A lot of people really meme on this. The voice crack, the absolute lack of eloquence, but it's so good. Sora is at such a loss for words. He's been seeing fools get completely overwhelmed by darkness left and right, and now the biggest role model in his life is like, nah, I'd win. Just, Riku, you idiot, what's wrong with you?
Like this, for instance. You can go see your friends now.
For a single frame, there are 2 Soras on screen here. What's worse, Smee only has 8 toes? Oh right, of course, Captain Hook, his Loblolly Boy, and the iconic ship the Jolly Roger all hail from 1953's Peter Pan, all adapted from the works of J.M. Barrie. The movie is, well, it's certainly a window into another time, but it's also one of the most thematically collinear movies within Kingdom Hearts. The story is almost wholly centered on the idea of growing up, the strength of childlike imagination and curiosity in the face of adults who mean to squash it.
Let's get underway already. And keep Sora away from Kairi until we're ready to land.
That scurvy brat thinks he can order me around.
What shall we do, Captain Hook?
Nothing! The hold is crawling with Heartless. Let them keep an eye on the brats.
Of the shadowy council we saw surrounding Maleficent back when we first trounced guard armor, I would not have pegged Captain James Matthew Hook as the most formidable, and certainly not the most trusted, but I imagine his vessel's propensity for traveling beyond the bounds of his own world was what earned him that honor. Of course, we've seen both Maleficent and Riku travel via these dark corridors by this point, but I think it's safe to assume that that entails steeping yourself in darkness, which even the mistress of all evil tends to discourage. Still, he's rather on the comical side of the villainy spectrum.
Roll for the ship! Roll for the ship! But, Captain, you know who is also down...
Shh! Did you hear that, Smee? Oh, that dreadful sound.
No, Captain.
Are you quite sure? Did I imagine it?
I always thought this was just a case of Hook's nerves acting up, but if you listen closely, you can briefly hear talk ticking in the background here.
But, Captain, you know who is also down...
Shh! You don't say.
Yeah, it was definitely Kairi. I finally found her.
All right. Yep. Then let's go up and talk to her.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Okay, but first, how about dinner?
Oh, sorry.
Hey, wait a minute, that sounded familiar. Yo, God, there's no escape!
So that's my top 10 countdown of horniest sounding Donald lines. I was especially taken aback by number 7. I'm sorry, what the hell is a game breakdown? Where am I?
What are you doing in my video, Pat? And why do I look like a... What gives you the right?
I guess it's the damn Hook ship singularity. These things tend to gravitate to each other. Speaking of which, have you got into how you think Kairi may have ended up here?
Yeah, shush. I was getting to that. You don't own all niche and granular KH content. You can't just do this.
Oh, and have you told them about the bubbles? Make sure you tell them about the bubbles.
Yep, we're not there yet. Come on, you gotta go.
A Sora's shadow. Don't forget about the Sora's shadows.
Yes, thank you. Goodbye. That scene genuinely goes really hard. It captures a very unique feeling of friendship. These 3 are comfortable with each other. Even in a relatively dire situation locked in the brig of a pirate ship manned by Heartless, they can share a moment like this. It's so feel-good. I've got the warm fuzzies just talking about it.
How you doing there? Looking for a way out?
Man, this world starts with a lot of cutscenes, especially if you skipped Monstro, jeez. It's a good thing they're so jam-packed with character.
I'm the answer to your prayers.
Peter Pan is an odd one. Even in his own film, he's not exactly the most lovable. He's a brat when he doesn't get his way, he's totally lacking in empathy, and though he is the hero of the hour, he almost serves as a cautionary tale about the dangers of not growing up, or at the very least, not maturing. And it's nice to see how quickly they nailed all that in just a few lines of dialogue.
Tinkerbell, what took you so long? Great job. So you found Wendy? Hold on. There was another girl there too? Are you crazy? There's no way I'm gonna leave Wendy there.
Aha! She must be pretty jealous.
God, I would love to stop bringing this sort of thing up. In her original design, Tink is wearing, like, Spanx, a similar color to her dress. Or it might be that her dress is actually a romper. But here in Kingdom Hearts, they changed it so, like... Can we stop that? Can we cut that out?
The hell do you mean it's worse in KH2?
Welcome to the ship's hold, and much like Monstro, once again, we can just leave. Head on back among the stars and explore the many features of these gummy roots that have been added since discovering Neverland, like the Cabletown. I'll be honest, I have no idea what they were going for here. In Final Fantasy, these are sort of demon snake cows. Here they look like vacuums. Anyway, at least knowing Kairi's here gives us every reason to stay, but the fact that I can just boogie out of here with my ship makes me think I should be able to get back on deck without much trouble, but alas. Step outside the safety of the hold and we'll be accosted by many a scurvy foe, starting with the creatively named pirates. They behave somewhat similarly to bandits, though they can be all the more threatening given they have the ability to recover from being staggered by your attacks really fast, and even have a charge attack which ignores hit stun completely. In numbers, I highly recommend using magic. Their animations are also fantastic. If they miss their jumping attack, their sword will get stuck in the wood, and they'll have to fight to wrench it loose. It's adorable. Battling them for the title of cutest animations is Shadow Sora, our own Shadow turned against us with a bent for causing mischief. He's not terribly strong and will spend most of his time jauntily dancing, but if he lands an attack on you, he'll cause you to drop money. Avast! Those be my doubloons, you hunk of blubber! He's impossible to actually take down. Once he gets to half health, he'll morph into the ground and flee, but that does count as a W for the sake of his rewards, which are pretty nice. Even got a chance of dropping elixirs. He'll also flee if you leave him alone for long enough, but he'll inevitably pop right back up at full health once you reach the next room. Look at him lounging there, oh my god. And if he misses his kick attack, he kinda slips and drops his money. This is fantastic. Oh yeah, and there's some slightly upgraded regular shadows here, you know, whatever. Peter Pan, as a movie, loves shadows and silhouettes. It was like the hot new trick in their bag of treats. The animator's looking for every possible opportunity to show it off, with the crown jewel being the scene of Peter trying to pin down his own sentient shadow. Look at the way he bends with the curves on the wall, and trips on the shadow of this stool. Ooh, that's slick! They're so stylish with it. So it's pretty cool to see all of that sort of interpreted through gameplay. And the cherry on top, just like when we fought Darkseid way back when, Sora's actual shadow is missing. He straight up does not have one. Even if you leave Neverland and go anywhere else, Riku outright took it from us, which feels violating, right? I wasn't exactly using it, but not cool. Uncalled for, I would say. Before we get too lost between the ship's bulkheads, check this out. You can see the trapdoor we were dropped down from through the deck, and the second one that would have put us in the hold. Heck yeah. In fact, the Jolly Roger may well be the most cohesive collection of areas in the entire game, and there's even evidence that it may once have been intended to be even more interconnected. These wooden hatches are modeled separately from this area's basic collision map, meaning they may have been designed to be removed or opened at some point.
I'm Peter Pan.
I'm Sora.
Okay, we're in this together, but only till we find Wendy.
Peter Pan is a unique party member who specializes more in speed than anything. Fittingly, he has access to both arrow and stop, and many rapid dagger attacks that can stunlock enemies pretty handily. But it's just cool to have him on board, flying around as you struggle with ladders. It's so on brand.
So, how come you can fly?
Anyone can fly. You wanna try? Just a little bit of pixie dust. There, now you can fly.
What? So Wendy's not one of the chosen ones?
There are 7, supposedly. And Maleficent says she's not one of them. Hoist anchor as soon as possible. Leave all the dead weight behind, including her.
After the trouble of capturing her? And why those 7?
I love the idea that Hook is mainly offended that his movie's heroine isn't a Princess of Heart. Like, what's wrong with Wendy? These chosen ones can't be that special if Wendy isn't one of them.
As long as it means getting Kyrie's heart back, I couldn't care less.
The prisoners have escaped. What's more, Peter Pan is with them.
Blast that Peter Pan. All right then, bring the hostage to me cabin, Smee. Hop to it.
Peter? Peter Pan?
Wendy!
Please, hurry! The pirates are coming!
I want to start with Wendy herself, because that voice right there, that beautiful voice, that is Catherine Beaumont, the original voice of Wendy reprising her role nearly 50 years on... Wait, this feels familiar. You know who's also familiar is Corey Burton, who did The Doorknob, The White Rabbit, Flotsam, Jetsam, Dale, at least according to IMDb, but I didn't think he talked in this game. Did he voice act that? And finally, Captain Hook.
You're wasting your time. The Heartless have devoured that girl's heart. I'll stake me other hand it's lost forever.
Wendy?
Yes?
Is there another girl in there with you?
Oh, why, yes. But she seems to be asleep. She hasn't budged an inch.
So, Kyrie then. Though we've gotten a fairly clear picture of what Riku's been up to since we all left the island, our knowledge of Kyrie's journey has some glaring gaps. If we could even call it a journey, it doesn't seem she's really been in the state to do much adventuring, but we can put together a few details based on what little we do know. Sora landed in Traverse Town, Riku landed wherever this is, and Kyrie landed... somewhere. Presumably it was somewhere that Maleficent had pull, as she was able to locate Kyrie before she sent Riku off to do a little errand for her. Based on that, I think it's a safe assumption it was the domain of one of her underlings. Obviously not Olympus, we checked there, though admittedly I guess we weren't that thorough, but I'm narrowing it down to Atlantica, Halloween Town, and Neverland. Hook and Riku swing by to pick her up, then Riku pops off the ship to dig around in Monstro because he got some hot puppet intel from... I guess, Honest John or something. We really gloss over what Riku is doing there in the first place, but we know by that point they already had Kyrie on board the Jolly Roger. At some point, likely just before we headed out this way, they swung by London and captured Wendy and Peter Pan. This had to have been really recent given that Peter and Tink would have been pretty difficult to hold in the hold for any extended amount of time. Maleficent does some kind of 23andMe test to find out Wendy's not a Princess of Heart. Sorry, only one Catherine Beaumont at a time, I guess. And here we are. Now, I could believe Kyrie wound up on any of these 3 worlds. If it were Halloween Town, that might even hold some sort of tangential key as to why the Heartless were so docile there. And it would give Oogie Boogie a role in the story. Sorry, big guy, you really don't feel like one of the main villains, do you? If it were Atlantica, we could get some nice thematic parallels for her and Ariel, each caught between 2 worlds, not to mention Kyrie's name literally comes from the Japanese word for sea, but I really like the idea that she wound up in Neverland or London. There will be precedent established throughout the series that those lost, either in body or heart, are often drawn to those they have a connection to. That connection could be love, friendship, destiny, or maybe they just hit it off really well at a bar, but Wendy's story intertwines with Kyrie's beautifully. Kyrie resisted change. She resisted growing up. Riku's confident swagger and man-with-a-plan attitude got everyone on board, but Kyrie was only ready for the journey when she thought she had the option to come back. Wendy's central conflict is the notion that she's too old to stay in the nursery with her younger brothers. In their own way, a little bit of a parallel to Sora and Riku. She's resistant to the change that is thrust upon her as well.
But Mother, I don't want to grow up.
And if you really want to come down into the weeds with me, I have some of the most circumstantial evidence imaginable. Back in ancient times, there was a Japanese trailer for Kingdom Hearts which showed Riku big chillin' on Big Ben looking broody, looking for Kyrie, presumably. And then, in the far-flung future of 2011, this was more or less canonized when we were shown this flashback in Kingdom Hearts Recoded. We were even given a similar flash in the in-game trailer for the Never-Made Birth by Sleep Volume 2. Sure, it's a lot of loose threads, but if we twist them all together, it's enough to convince me that Kyrie landed in the nursery and Wendy kept her in a drawer next to Peter's shadow. Prove me wrong.
Wendy! Hey, let's get up there!
So it seems the room we're in now is the ship's galley. And though you can't douse the fire, all of the tiniest things in this room still have their own footstep sound effects. There are a couple places we can go from here. If we use this door, we'll open up a small shortcut back to the main hold, where we started. But we gotta head up, through these holes in the ceiling. If you head over to the door of the room where the girls were being held, you get a quick missable cutscene.
Wendy! Are you in there?
And that was it. I said it was quick. But we gotta get into this room with the Green Trinity. It's nice of them to put a save point right next to it, as it's one of the few required to finish the game. and we can reach the captain's cabin.
Riku, wait!
Anti-Sora. This guy ain't playing around like the shadows in the lower decks. He's quick, tricky, and he's often considered one of the bigger roadblocks on a level 1 run. His biggest asset is this room. It's a tight, awkward space with a lot of jutting geometry to trip you up, and he thrives in it. Largely because his only real weakness is range. He's all melee attacks, so if you had a big open space to kite him around, he'd be at your mercy. Alas, we are at his. Now, what makes Anti-Sora an especially difficult foe is very similar to the Pirate Heartless. Though he flinches when hit by an attack if he's just walking around, his own attacks are not interruptible unless you block them, meaning he can pull out a swing while you thought you were comboing him. And, for the first time since Riku, this guy has a retaliation mechanic. It functions a little differently. It seems it's only sensitive to finishers and special attacks like Goofy's shield charge, and it seems to be probability based as opposed to a countdown. But he can respond to strong attacks by temporarily entering this intangible gooey form, teleporting to your position, and then performing an especially strong horizontal swing. But by far his most threatening attacks are his last two. Shadow Jutsu, shut up, that's what I'm calling it, where he summons 2 clones to mix things up. These will disappear immediately upon being hit with anything, or even if their attacks are blocked, but until then, they are just as threatening as the original. Trying to wade in and brute forcing your way past them is asking for pain. Your safest option is to try and hit them all with a spell. Since upgrading our stop spell, it now has the widest radius of them all, and is the most reliable, but depending on your MP budget, you may prefer to use Thunder or Blizzard instead. Then there's Shadow Upper, where he'll first disappear completely before emerging from the ground beneath you with an uppercut. The good news is, he's not teleporting. He's still moving at the normal rate he does when he's in his flat shadow form, so if you can get a sense for how fast that is, this attack feels pretty manageable. But even still, he can juke you out really well. Getting hit by this attack doesn't feel like a matter of if, but how often. But we'll circle back to that. Now, brute force is an option here, overwhelming him with magic, limits, summons. If you've got MP and ethers to burn, you can blast this fight apart. My personal favorite method is to summon Bambi and alternate between stop and a partial combo like 20 times in a row. But if resources are limited, here's what I recommend. It's gonna sound a little silly, but unequip high jump if you have it. Bring in Goofy and Peter Pan and unequip any abilities of theirs which cost MP, then fill their inventories with as many ethers as you can spare. Do not give them any health recovery items. On Sora, you're gonna want to have at least 1 Mega Potion on standby, and even on level 1 where magic is king, I highly encourage using Pumpkinhead for this fight, as range will matter. Now, I have a pretty good strategy for dealing with Anti-Sora's first phase. The only trouble is, having allies on the field tends to throw a wrench in things. So as long as either one is conscious, hang back and let them hammer away until Anti inevitably swats them down. Once it's Sora v Sora, jump attacks are your best friend. Wait until he commits to an attack, jump in and strike once, then short hop away and attack to close the distance. Get into a good rhythm, and thanks to the way Anti-Sora chooses which attack to do next, he will be unable to hit you. You can conceivably lock him into this combo until he gets to his second phase at around 400 HP. But that's where things get a little nasty. He'll start prioritizing both Shadow Jutsu and Shadow Upper way more over his regular melee attacks. This is particularly obnoxious since this means he's going to be spending a lot of time just being invincible. And he especially likes to begin his second phase by using Shadow Upper like 900 times in a row. You might find yourself landing 1 hit per every like 5 he does, but don't worry, you're not doing anything wrong, that's just how this phase works. In fact, this is probably the most annoying thing I've seen any boss do in this game. There's a chance he might enter the state where he does nothing but Shadow Upper over and over and over again. No matter how often you avoid it, he'll just keep it up and be invincible the whole time. He'll only exit the state if he either lands a hit on Sora or is blocked. If you don't have guard, you're genuinely better off just taking a hit and healing. It's infuriating. If you notice him start to do this, my recommendation would be to use that Mega Potion we packed and immediately summon Dumbo to outdo him on his own invincibility BS. But odds are, that's not going to be enough to close out the fight, and from here on in, patience is key. Another quirk of his second phase is that the odds of him doing his nothing personnel attack goes way up, to the point of being all but guaranteed on finishers. But this can be a good thing. If you manage to get in close enough, now would be the time to go for full combos. Hop over his head when he counters, and repeat that process for as long as he lets you. In the end, this is all going to come down to how well you can evade him, and how equipped you are to heal when it turns out the answer is not that well. This is where all those ethers on your allies come in. You don't want them healing each other and getting in your way, but by replenishing your magic, they can fuel your nasty cure habit. And as long as you don't panic and try to heal immediately after being hit, there is generally enough space between attacks that you can heal safely throughout the whole fight. Once you got all that down, you effectively have him down too. And hey, we got our shadow back, how nice. We can now explore and admire Hook's cabin at our leisure. Though it's mostly background details in the movie, this piano's an easy one to spot, as well as the many wood carvings etched into the ship's beams. Like this dagger motif we can find almost everywhere. We never get a good look at the desk in his cabin, and this map only bears a paltry resemblance to Neverland, but this chair is a dead ringer for this one. There's a treasure chest on Hook's bed containing some puppers, which pushes us over 70, and in turn earns us an orichalcum from Mom and Dad. All three of these are in the dining room, another Carnation Dalmatian, one more beneath the wine bottles, and our first to be by these other spare chairs. Curious thing I noticed on the way back, though this save point in the cabin was accommodating enough to let me leave the world, you're not allowed to land there. I wonder why that would be. Well, I'll more or less get my answer when we open up this hatch to the room where the girls were being kept. Because there's also a save point in here, and both these rooms, and by extension both save points, are labeled the same thing. So I imagine they didn't want to confuse things by having two cabin locations in this menu.
Wendy!
This is just a little dark when you think about it. Riku gave the order to ditch the dead weight. The pirates came into this room, got Kairi for Riku, and incapacitated Wendy in some ambiguous matter. Did Wendy try and protect Kairi when they came to take her? Is that why she got knocked out?
Quite a codfish, that Riku, running off with that girl without even saying goodbye.
Run off where? Tell me, where did he go?
To the ruins of Hollow Bastion, where Maleficent resides. But you won't be going there. Unless you intend to leave your little pixie friend behind.
I love how Sora treats this with so much weight. He's known Tank for what, 10 minutes? And by all accounts, she's kind of a brat, but he's still full on.
Hand over the Keyblade and I'll spare your lives. Glad I'm merciful, unlike the Heartless. So, which will it be? The Keyblade or the plank?
In fact, this whole scene's kind of amazing if read into at all. Sora pretty much knows he could hand over the Keyblade like Hook asks, and just zoop it back when he frees Tinkerbell. Or, you know, it's not like this is that many Heartless. So my only interpretation is that Sora has this whole tableau already worked out in his head. The hero cornered on the plank, no way out, unless...
Fly, Sora! Just believe, and you can do it!
After everything he's seen, you bet he believes he can fly. This was the worst kept secret in all of Kingdom Hearts. They showed it in the trailers, they showed it in the demo reel, they put it on the back of the freaking box, and none of that does anything to diminish the catharsis of taking full, unrestrained flight. The first thing they do with it is pit you against a bunch of stupid, grounded enemies that just have nothing to deal with your newfound power. Really let you bask in the freedom. This, in my opinion, is Neverland's pillar of design. The ability to approach things from any direction, to choose your style of play, and to have the liberty of making your own choices. It really takes a bit from every world up to now and rolls it into a ball. Flying is a lot like swimming, but simply by having the option to land, it feels like so much more. Of course, playtime doesn't last forever. After our first wave of freebies, air pirates. These are probably the most straightforward of the airborne Heartless we've had to contend with. Their high stats are all that make them formidable, but get past the fact that something can chase you into the air, and they're no problem. Then appears a battleship, the large bodies of the sky. These are extremely threatening Heartless, packing an entire arsenal of firepower, and having the unique attribute of consisting of several destructible components. 2 cannons, a sail, and this armor on the aft of the ship. Destroying each one has its own pool of drops independent of the rewards for defeating the Heartless entirely. This charge attack is their most threatening. The rest aren't great at hitting a moving target, but there's one attack you might want to get hit by. This cure bullet is aimed at its allies to restore HP, and if you are feeling so bold, you can intercept it and reap the benefits, which is downright cool. Now, both of these aerial foes suffered a fate worse than death with their final mixed recolors. I guess I don't hate them, the battleships look a bit more like the Jolly Roger, but the air pirates don't look any more like members of Hook's crew or anything. I suppose the idea was to lean less on the color purple when it came to the whole Heartless roster, but I like purple, dang it!
Is that you, Smee? Did you finish them off?
Aye, Captain. They walked the plank, every last one of them.
Peter Pan! Blast you!
Ready to make a splash, you codfish? Now it's your turn to walk the plank.
Captain Hook. A bit of a punchline in almost every story he's been in, and this is no exception. This fight feels practically tailor-made to make you feel like Peter Pan, a flying devil who has nothing to fear from this dapper-dressed dolt. Still, he's an old hand with his sword, and if you were in a sporting mood to fight him man-to-man, you'll probably have a pretty tough time with this one. Following a pattern with this world, Hook tends to shake off your attacks without issue, and can respond with a wide variety of quick and lethal sword techniques. In a battle of just mashing the attack command, he's got you outmatched, make no mistake. However, the real threat here is this battleship he's got helping him out. Having to fight this battle on two fronts is extremely difficult, and even if you take out the air support, he'll summon another to take its place pretty quickly. But truly, why bother with any of this mess? Hook has absolutely no means of dealing with you if you're more than a stone toss away from him. He's got this uppercut slash that can shut down an approach from above, and he can throw an ingenious device at you if you're hanging just out of sword range.
Could he but see within the package, he would find an ingenious little device.
But if you're out over the water, all he can do is fruitlessly jump at you before realizing this is the crocodile's domain, and wily coyoting himself back.
You'll not get the other hand!
Here's his biggest mistake. When he does this, he always returns to the exact same spot by his main mast. And like so many of the best duelists we've faced, he has no defense against being struck while in mid-air. So here's my admittedly very cheesy strategy. First, disable the battleship, but don't destroy it. By taking out its mast, it will begin to malfunction and fly much slower, essentially ensuring you don't need to worry about it as long as you give it some space. If you're worried about it healing Hook, you can also disable its cannons, but the lower its HP, the more likely one of your party members might accidentally take it out, leaving you to disable the new one all over again. Not to mention, I have literally seen Hook do everything in his power to avoid being healed. He can even deflect the heal bullet. On the off chance it does land, it only restores about 75 HP, so I wouldn't worry about it over much. A common mistake people tend to make when fighting battleships is trying to avoid their charge attack by circling around them, but they track you too well. Dodging this attack only takes a slight adjustment upwards. We got a whole new dimension to work with, so abuse it. Once the battleship is crippled, you can set in on Hook. Just hang out overboard until he comes to you. Give him a few whacks if you can, but once he falls down, meet him over by the mast and give him a quick combo. If you do it right, you should be able to knock him overboard again and get in a few more free hits. But if he lands back on deck, not to worry, just wait him out again. It really is that simple. When coming up with these game plans, I always try to concoct a strategy for getting through the whole fight without taking any damage, and this is the easiest time I've had with that since Dark Side. It's kind of ironic given alongside Flight we unlocked Cura, which will heal an additional 12 HP, but you're not likely to need it. With your excess magic, you may want to let loose on the captain, but you have to choose your spell carefully. He's immune to thunder and will always block it with his sword, but that doesn't make it useless. It essentially stuns him for a moment, and you can absolutely alternate thunder, hit, thunder without fear. Or even just use it as a means to let Peter cut him to absolute shreds. This boy has no chill. Speaking of, Blizzard is your best bet if you're just looking to unload some raw damage, but I recommend Fire. Hook can respond to getting hit with fire in two ways. One, he'll be briefly stunned in an animation, or two, he'll fly around the arena rapidly with his britches ablaze, trying to careen into you as he goes. This attack can be a bit threatening, especially if he can't be hurt or interrupted during it, but once again, he's rather tethered to his ship, and if you hang out over the water, he can't touch you. As a fun fact, the battleship's bomb sweep attack can also trigger this behavior. You may have caught on, this essentially expedites the process of luring him overboard, and he'll usually stop just outside his railing. Possibly the best part of this tactic is that you can infinitely interrupt his process for resummoning the battleship if that's giving you trouble.
See ya!
It's downright unfair. He stands no chance against us. They went the extra mile and coded in a couple of adorable behaviors to drive home the panoramic power fantasy. For one, you can briefly confound him by flying over his head.
Where did they go?
His favorite attack to do is this X-shaped slash, and if you manage to parry it 3 times in a row, he'll really feel the shock of it for a moment, which is of course a reference to the film. And I believe this temper tantrum he throws before his disorderly thrust is as well, but a little more obtuse. Odd thing about this attack comes with a sound effect that often gets buried in the cacophony of battle. I imagine it was intended as like a piping kettle sound, like in the old cartoons. But I'm telling you, it sounds like Hook is cursing me out. Sailor talk indeed, Captain. I mean, what the f***? This is a kid's game. While trying to isolate those sound effects, I noticed a couple others I was charmed by, like listening to him try and blow out the fire down below. And here's one I genuinely don't know when he does, but I found it in the files, just straight up a sneeze. Last thing about this arena that's a little neat, though Dumbo usually has a pretty strict ceiling on his flight, out here it's just as unrestrained as your own flight, which I feel like they didn't have to do.
Oh, Kyrie couldn't wake up, so maybe she's really lost her.
Sora.
I still can't believe it. I really flew. Wait till I tell Kyrie. I wonder if she'll believe me. Probably not.
You can bring her to Neverland sometime. Then she can try it herself.
If you believe, you can do anything, right? I'll find Kyrie. I know I will. There's so much I want to tell her about flying, the pirates, and everything else that's happened.
This is especially sweet for one very cool reason. Though it's never directly addressed, Kyrie and Sora love pirates. Sora had this little pirate ship model in his room, Kyrie's up on her sailor lore and eager to call Sora captain. These two are total nautical nerds and would absolutely geek out over this story.
What's that, Tink? What about the clock tower? You say there's something there.
The clock tower, one of the biggest question marks on this game. Here we are in just straight up Edwardian London. There's the Thames, there's the Palace of Westminster, there's Westminster Abbey, Central Hall, St. James Park, County Hall, and here's the maddest one. These two buildings here are the Gogs, which at the time Peter Pan was written were only half complete as they are here. Look at this ultra low res Union Jack on top of Victoria Tower, oh my god. They went several orders of magnitude above and beyond to make this location as analogous to real life as they could. This is our world, and yet it's treated as though it's just a part of Neverland. As far as that goes, we never go to Neverland proper. Presumably Hook's ship is sailing on its ocean right now, but that might not even be the case. For all the information we're given, it could just be chilling in the English Channel. Frankly, they never even call it Neverland. This is just London. But you know what? That's fine. It is still one of the coolest worlds in this game. Even if you could sum it up as 2 playgrounds to fly around in, that is absolutely what I'm here for. Is Wendy really tall, or is Sora a short king? How old is Wendy, like 12? Anyway, she's concerned that one of the clock faces doesn't match the others, which I'm pretty sure is Peter's fault, but we can fix it. Before we do, be sure to grab this treasure over here, especially if you're playing the original game. This chest used to contain puppies, and that caused me some difficulty as a child. More on that another time. I really thought this next cutscene was added in Final Mix, but it's still there in the original, a continuation of that flashback we got heading into Monstro, though this time, an extra bit from Riku's perspective. Destiny Island's keyhole revealed itself to him where it never did so for Sora. Worth remembering.
It was reckless to bring her here without at least using a vessel. Remember, relying too heavily on the dark powers could cost you your heart. A cast away. Though his world perished, his heart did not. When we took the princess from his castle, he apparently followed her here through sheer force of will. But fear not. No harm will come to you. He is no match for your power.
My power?
Yes. The untapped power that lies within you. Now, child, it's time you awakened that power and realized your full potential.
So thanks to Hook, we finally have a name to put to this place we've seen so much of, Hollow Bastion. And yeah, that really is all there is to Neverland. It's a tiny little world. Hook almost feels like a mid-boss. Instead, he's just a mid-boss. Frickin' got him. However, there is still a lot to do.
Oh boy, she's getting steamed again. Do me a favor? Look after her for me, will ya?
What?
Wait, that's how that cutscene ends? Is the implication that Tink is going with Sora to make Peter jealous? Oh god, we have so much to go over now. New shared ability, new Keyblade, new limit, new summon, new Ansem report, new tournament, but first, the hour is upon us. It is time to talk about my playtime. Kingdom Hearts is not a long game, at least as far as RPGs go. A typical casual playthrough will usually run you 20 to 30 hours. If you're going for all the extra stuff, you'll probably get up to 40. So you might look at my time played here and think, oh, 44 hours and we're nearing the end of the game, not bad. But the especially vigilant among you might have noticed that I was already above that as far back as Olympus Coliseum. See, this little timer here is a lot like Sora. It can't count past 100. So instead, upon reaching 100, it rolls back around to 0 and changes color.
So, what took you so long?
Well, the reason this matters is the clock tower behind me here. Its minute hand coincides with our own minute counter. It doesn't move in real time, but it does refresh every time we enter the area. The hour hand lines up as well. Of course, by dividing by 12 and counting by the remainder, so 44 is 8. Now this would be quite cool on its own, but each hour on this clock face represents a door on top of the tower. While it's on that door's hour, we unlock it and get some very nice treasure. I've heard a couple weird yet prevalent rumors about this. One is that you need to roll over your time past 100 hours to get these, or else speedrun the game to get here in under 2 hours because the doors only work when your hour counter is 1 through 12, but that is not the case. You have until the clock maxes out to get the treasures.
So, when does it max out?
I'm so glad you asked. This clock has the capacity to record 1 second short of 400 hours. After our green clock maxes out, it will roll over to purple, and when the purple clock maxes out, it will roll over to red. The red clock will stop counting at 99:59:59, which actually has a few ramifications. Apart from these doors, the game references the clock to determine a number of random details, and if the clock is frozen, they'll be permanently consistent. The ones I know of are Huey, Dewey, and Louie's orientation in the shop, the position of the pot centipede, and the locations of the frozen white mushrooms in the pink agaricus spawn rooms.
So what were you doing that it took you 140 hours?
Well, this right here represents my next 12 hours, and you probably should just carry on and remind yourself to come back every hour, but that kind of thinking doesn't get you this kind of playtime. The prizes here are quite good, but I should probably note, I doubt these were intended to all be gotten on a single playthrough. They were more likely meant as some sort of Easter egg, and thankfully, this game doesn't track individual treasures, so you can skip them and still be on track to 100%. If you're gonna prioritize any of them, I'd say focus on the orichalcums. Now we are free to leave Neverland, but there are a few things to do back on Hook's ship. For one, we didn't get a good look up here on deck since it was all cutscenes and a boss fight, so let's peruse a bit, shall we? This map on Hook's table is a much more faithful recreation of the one in the film than the one in his cabin. To such an extent, you can even see writing in all the same places. But I do want to point out an odd error in the movie. You can clearly see this compass on the map showing that it's conventionally oriented with the cardinal directions. But later, when Tinkerbell is giving Hook instructions, she walks east along the south coast and Hook calls it west.
40 paces west of Blind Man's Bluff.
I have nothing to add, that just stuck with me. I adore this effect on the water you get for flying along its surface. If you're curious, the game will not permit you to swim in this, forcing you into flight if you get low enough. Even if I hack it to make the game let me fall, Sora still finds an answer in Christ. I also quite like these reflections of the stars in the sky and the ship, which is once again my favorite trick at work, all of them modeled and textured under the surface. If we head up above, we can see a treasure nestled in the foretop, another orichalcum, and back on deck we can notice one more delightful bit of continuity. This hatch by the door is obstructed by this barrel. We can never remove it, but if we head through this door, which creates a shortcut back to the cabins, and work our way back to the main hold, we can see this ladder leading into the ceiling which lines up perfectly with that hatch. While we're down here, there are a pair of brilliantly hidden chests nestled up here in the rafters we can reach now that we can fly, a gummy, and some more pupperoos. Neverland pups stick together it seems. These three are all in the den, one by the window, one under the couch, and this fella on the pillow. If we head back up on deck, there's a chance we may get lucky and encounter our good friends the rare truffles. And this is where I can really recommend taking on their challenge. I'll fully admit, the tactic for juggling them in Halloween Town is more consistent once you get the hang of it, but that's a big once. Having the ability to chase them into the air is quite intuitive, I find, and you can do this reactively until you do get a feel for the timing. But more importantly, getting these guys to spawn here, even without Encounter Plus, is so effortless. Just making a quick loop through the cabins and there you go. The only tricky thing here is that eventually, you will hit the invisible ceiling, which can throw a wrench in your rhythm, but in my opinion, it makes the timing even easier. Just don't lose your cool, and you too can be recognized as a master of keepy-uppy. While you're working on that, you might happen to encounter something rather different. Meet the Jet Balloon, Neverland's rare Heartless, and quite a force to be reckoned with. Similar to the Chimera, he doesn't feel especially gimmicky, he's a fight like many others, but by virtue of how fast he moves and attacks, you do have to approach this a little differently. He'll launch a whole fleet of these missile divers at you, completely invulnerable foes that may as well be projectiles. Their rush attack also causes you to drop 100 money when struck, which can get expensive fast. So flying in headfirst is not recommended. The tricky thing here is that you probably want range for the rare truffles, but magic for the jet balloon. So you're really going to have to choose your Keyblade and accept you're going to have a harder time against the one you didn't prepare for. I have come up with two potential strategies, each one contingent on summons. The thing about Neverland is that your fuzzy animal friends really don't like flying, and if you get too high above them, they will literally just peace out. So Simba and Bambi, not terribly productive choices. Dumbo's ace here though. His invulnerability lets you cruise right past all these missiles. The problem here is that he's not especially fast, and the jet balloon will flee if you don't beat him in a timely manner. So unless you have a lot of magic, you'll need to finish off the fight without him. Even if you do have the magic to spare, be careful where you finish him off, since any items dropped overboard will vanish quite painfully. While not riding Dumbo, you're going to want to approach at a steep angle and spam stop. Maybe stock up your Lost Boys with some more ether so they can sustain you, and keep them locked in. The other strategy sorta cuts out the middleman. You can use Genie, still spam stop, but with some luck, he'll throw in a few of his own, and together you can just stay in his face and keep up the damage. I don't feel great about either tactic. Ideally, you'll probably want to have another upgrade or two before farming this guy, but if you gotta have a Dazzling Stone right now, this is what I got. There's an extra gimmick here to do with money. While the missile divers hate the rich, this guy loves the poor, and will scatter 100 money at a time if Sora has less than 100. However, he does seem to be significantly less willing to stick around if you're that broke, so be especially wary of the divers if your funds are low. Now, our newest flying summon may not be that much help against that fight, but that is not because she's unhelpful. In fact, she is downright broken. All Tinkerbell does is heal, but as she restores HP equivalent to your max MP every 1.7 seconds, it's a lot of healing. In addition to that, she doesn't eat your party members like other summons do, essentially functioning as a fourth party member. When close to Donald and Goofy, she'll spread her healing out among them as well, cycling evenly between everyone in range, and even has the ability to pick them up if they're knocked out. Another thing, you may notice a severe lack of a summon gauge up in the corner. No, it's not invisibly ticking down while she's on the field, she outright has no timer. There are only two ways she takes off. One is by dismissing her, and the other, I'd really like to show you, but I can't. It's for letting Sora reach 0 HP, but this is how cracked she is at her job. I cannot die. I had to go on a freaking crusade looking for worthy foes, but even Pot Centipede, with me actively walking into his poison, could not outdamage her healing. With her by my side, I can stand still in front of the Chimera without having to worry. I'm not even especially over-leveled, I'm level 47, and the enemies in Neverland have an MP recovery stat of 42, so I'm pretty close to the normal curve here. And even this guy's wicked attacks can barely outpace Tinkerbell. When Sora falls to 0, she disappears, but not before healing him to full regardless of max HP. There is absolutely no downside to summoning her. The only thing you can't do with Tinkaround is summon anything else. Or open doors and chests, but if you're trying to do that, you already didn't need her. Younger me that never used summons is feeling pretty dang foolish right now, I'll tell you that. But I fully blame the game design here. I stand by Simba being a terrible introduction to summons. He's useless against bosses, has the slowest summoning animation, and back in the original game, the summon command was buried in the bottom of the magic menu. But hey, maybe they just didn't want me snapping their game in half with unlimited HP. Guess I can't blame them. The only other thing there is to find on Hook's ship is Tinkerbell, hanging out in the cabin the girls were locked in. You can talk to her, but without Peter in the party she doesn't do anything. With Peter, she's essentially a warp to the clock tower, but you may notice no such interactable exists to return us to Hook's ship, so the only way back there is directly from the gummy ship. This creates an especially peculiar quirk with Neverland. If you play through the entirety of the world without touching either of the Type A save points on board the ship, then when you finish the world and lock its keyhole, the save point on the clock tower will be the only one available to you, effectively soft-locking your file out of everything on the Jolly Roger, at least until a bit later. Let's do the Ansem report next. Hook's pages detail a visit to Ansem's world from a king, who we can only assume must be the king himself, who it would seem absolutely obliterated the no meddling rule and spilled all the beans about the gummy blocks and even the Keyblade. Second report in a row to mention a mysterious door that opened, which he assumes set so much into motion. But these last 2 pages are of particular interest to me. It's another glimpse at the sort of thing King Triton was bandying about, that the Keyblade is a tool that's perhaps been used for both great good and great evil. But I want to thank Ozama LP for pointing out to me that the 3 Ansem report we've gotten most recently seem to be shuffled. This one matches up with Atlantica. The one we got in Atlantica detailed the naming of the Heartless, which might have gone a ways to explaining the Halloween Townies' knowledge of such things. And the one we got from Oogie Boogie was all about gummy blocks, which would seem to be Hook's area of expertise. Definitely an interesting observation. Now on to what is perhaps our most momentous acquisition, the shared ability Glide. I have dreadful news. We do not have the ability to fly in any world but this one. We do have the next best thing though, and can now access every treasure in every world which is not locked behind a trinity or spell. In no particular order, we can get this Osmos Gummy in Agrabah. This is plainly how we were meant to get into this Jack-o'-lantern house in Halloween Town, as well as this upper ledge in Wonderland. But we can now get this Mithril in the Tea Party Garden. Though it's not technically a treasure anymore, Glide is the only way we can regain access to this balcony above the cafe we once accessed via Trinity. And I like it up here. I also want to use the file on which I skipped Monstro to point out how hard they worked to ensure you could not get Dumbo's Summon Gem without high jump. You might think this would be to prevent you sequence breaking anything that requires the extra height, but genuinely, the only story requirement for high jump is here in Monstro, and it's blocked by wooden boxes up to this point anyway. A quick aside, though I could cover the alternative Monstro cutscenes now, I do want to wait until we have a bit more story context. I assure you, we will get there. There are a couple more spots to use Glide, but it makes sense to shelve them for the moment. In the meantime, I want to point out that I have been flying around all game. In fact, this is because I'm playing the Steam release of the Kingdom Hearts collection, and playing on PC gives me the luxury of modding the game. Now I don't want to get too into the weeds here because the possibilities truly are endless, but I do want to shout out KSX387 for creating the mod that enables Neverland flight in every world. It has been a huge boon to me in my efforts, and if you're playing on PC, I highly recommend giving it a try. It feels like such a natural extension of Sora's abilities, to the point I'm almost surprised they didn't make it a permanent upgrade you could get by the end of the game. Of course, gliding is still indispensable on its own. In fact, it's the movement ability I was alluding to way back when we first encountered Sniper Wilds here in Traverse Town, and will make their Power Stones far more attainable. Once they get into the later rounds and become much more volatile movers, you can cover your approach by pursuing them from above, and dramatically reduce the chances of being spotted. Other than that, always reset to behind their spawn location, and attack immediately. You'll essentially have one less monkey to deal with each round, and they shouldn't give you much trouble. I recommend having fire on standby in case you get caught in a bad situation. If you hear one off-screen spot you, just lock on and pray and you might be able to keep things under wraps. Now the last bits and bobs we got from Neverland are this fancy new keychain and a brand new limit. And it just so happens we also unlocked a brand new Olympus Cup to try them out in. Don't mind if I do. The Hercules Cup, starring Wonder Boy himself, promises to push us pretty hard, especially since this is the one way the game can lock me out of using Tinkerbell. But the Fairy Harp is just the thing for it, packing even more strength than Pumpkinhead and a bit of magic to boot. It may be little, but it is mighty. So strong in fact they decided to nerf it in Final Mix. It used to pack twice the crit rate and crit bonus, but it's honestly no great loss. Excellent design too. The keychain is Peter's feather, the teeth are his panpipes, and I like the texture on the grip. This has gotta be the most comfortable keyblade to hold. Round 3 of this cup features a battleship, and without the ability to fly up to them, these guys are much more threatening. They have a strict damage cap of 30 and resist gravity, making them more difficult to take out at range. I still recommend using gravity once to cut off a chunk of their HP, but the rest you'll have to do the old-fashioned way. Round 5 is a rare truffle, I suppose because they had to show up at some point. This is actually a pretty cool idea for a bonus round, since they have an MP recovery stat of 100, playing their game is a battle to see how much magic you can get. I'm a fan. Then round 6. Looks like Cloud decided to give us that rematch after all. Our old sparring partner hasn't changed much, but he's beefed up significantly in the stats department, and has come prepared with a new attack. Omni Slash, where he takes flight and becomes invincible for the duration of 5 especially quick and powerful slashes. Now that we've got some serious adventure under our belt, I recommend pursuing a more daring tactic than before. Cloud is honestly best faced head-on. Whether by using guard or a well-timed attack, parrying his moves is almost always better than dodging, and can open him up to a combo. This is also where our new limit, Ars Arcanum, comes in especially handy. Learned by watching Hook flail his sword around like a madman, Ars Arcanum, which is Latin for mysterious arts, is a 13-hit combo attack, boasting various amounts of strength bonuses. Despite its steep cost of 3 MP, this is the most bang for your buck you're gonna get on an enemy with a significant damage cap. It does, however, have some gaps in the amount of invincibility frames it grants Sora, which can leave you vulnerable if you don't get your target stun locked. It works especially well on Cloud, as its strikes are unblockable and can steamroll right through his guard ability. So by opening him up with a block and following up with this, you can really shred through his HP bar. You do have to win this time, but we've come so far that should be no problem. For beating Cloud, we already get a new Keyblade. I just started using this one? Let me at least finish out the cup first. Nothing much to report on the last few seeds, until our final match against Hercules. Sora wants to take him one-on-one, he says he won't go easy on us, but holy Zeus is he ever lying his ass off. Hercules is taking it so easy on us, I barely feel he deserves this fancy mural I gave him, but whatever. I gave Sabor one, so I'm not skimping out now. Herc seems like he might be a little difficult, as he spends most of the fight glowing with immortality, in which state he's invincible to all of our attacks. Nothing works, it would be hopeless, if not for these incredibly conspicuous wooden barrels spawning into the battlefield. For reasons I can only chalk up to Hercules testing us, hitting him with these flimsy cardboard tubes works where the magical Keyblade fails, and causes him to drop his barrier, if not completely stunning him. Now we can actually fight. He's not immune to any magic, but he may as well be. He's got like a 99% resistance to most spells, so you gotta hit him the old-fashioned way. That's fine by me though, because once again, he's taking it so easy. It's downright patronizing. All of his attacks have such patently obvious telegraphs, you're more likely to get hit by them because you underestimated how long the windup was. Say it with me though, I still like this fight, because it pays a lot of homage to the movie, particularly Herc's fight with the River Guardian. You got this wind-up punch, using his head, and I think this spinny sword maneuver is this, but that might be a stretch. I genuinely can't imagine anyone needs my help with this fight. While he's invulnerable, he literally spends half his time flexing. Just like, hit him till he dies, you know?
That's the power of the Keyblade!
Yeah, that's a fitting victory screen. Now, I love making jokes about this. Like, your weakness is barrels? Seriously? But there may be a genuine mythological precedent for this. You see, in the myth that could very well have served as the basis for Hercules' mortality in the film, Heracles' wife, Deianira, was tricked by the river guardian Nessus into making Herc vulnerable. Nessus told her that if she soaked a shirt or robe in a barrel, wink wink, of his blood, and gave it to her husband, it would ensure his faithfulness. The thing is, he tells her this while he lays dying after Heracles poisoned him with the blood of a Lernaean hydra, one of the most dangerous substances in legend. Since Nessus blood is tainted by hydra blood, it's now just as dangerous, and when Herc puts on the shirt soaked in it, it saps his power and nearly kills him, and he only survives by lighting himself on fire to burn off the shirt. Yeah, OG Herc didn't mess around, but the point is, if these barrels are also filled with poisonous blood, that would be a legitimate explanation for this weakness. Not that I'm convinced Square actually designed it with all that in mind, but hit me up, Nomura, let me know.
Wow! And I didn't even hold back!
Bull! A bit anticlimactic, Herc was essentially the final boss of Olympus. As for beating him, we get this whole song and dance of the cutscene concluding this place's arc.
Come again?
If we stick together, we're unbeatable. Not even Hercules stands a chance.
It's not bad. In fact, despite being optional, this is kind of a huge lesson for Sora that'll get a major payoff in the game's closing hours. However, I do kind of feel like Phil here because the contrast between this scene and the scene of Sora challenging Hercules to a one-on-one battle is completely bewildering.
The three of you together make great heroes. And as a team, I'm sure you can overcome anything.
Well, we open this chest that's been taunting us in this lobby for ages, and it's another Keyblade, oh my god, and a new Trinity, it never stops! Okay, let's rewind. I'm taking Metal Chocobo with me into the Hercules Cup solo challenge. Remember, Sora just learned a valuable lesson about teamwork, so obviously he's gonna go it alone. This Keyblade is described as possessing incredible power and reach, and at 9 strength, it was certainly the strongest one we had gotten at this exact point. Get out of here, Olympia, let Chocobo have a moment, please. And it's packing the highest recoil stat we've seen yet, doubly useful when compared with other long Keyblades we've gotten so far. This thing excels at brute forcing its way through your opponent's attacks, and is especially nice to have against Cloud. Of course, the keychain itself is a Chocobo, easily the most obvious of the Chocobo Easter eggs in this game, and as for the design of the blade, this is simply the most deadly looking weapon Sora has ever wielded. Just a straight up steel beam bedecked in harsh right-angled corners. It's clearly an homage to Cloud's own Buster Sword and has a delightfully satisfying impact sound. The problem is, I can't be sure it justifies what you have to give up to use it. It has the lowest crit rate of any Keyblade, no crit bonus, and -1 MP in a game where magic does basically everything. It's a brutal cost for a relatively small return. I don't hate this Keyblade, but between loving magic and having 2 other options literally right now, I never use it. For beating that cup solo, we get Critical Plus, which doubles the crit rate of our equipped Keyblade. These stack to triple or quadruple the rate if you've gotten any more, so if that is the sticking point for you on a given Keyblade, it's nice to have the option to fix it. But if there comes a day where I need to crit, I'll just equip Wishing Star. Onto the time trial, we'll pack our newest new Keyblade, Olympia. Sorry Chocobo, this one's even stronger. Double digits, baby, and 90 recoil, and doesn't dump your MP or critical stats in return. Okay, wow. I don't hate Metal Chocobo, but someone on the dev team certainly did. Why would you get both of these within 4 fights of each other? What's worse, Metal Chocobo had its strength nerfed from KH1 and Olympia was buffed. Cloud fans are in shambles. And you know, at least design-wise, I like Olympia less. I love the keychain itself, that the prize for winning the tournament was Zeus's crest in recognition of our status as a hero, but I don't know, I'm just not a fan of the aggressive branding on all of Herc's merchandise. Have some self-respect. If you want me to advertise your products, I expect to be compensated. Right, so this time trial is probably the smallest step up in difficulty the time limit has provided so far, thanks to the sheer breadth of options we now have. But as you probably expected, my strategy involves loading everyone up with ethers and clicking Thundara on the quick select. We'll mix things up with Gravira when the battleships show up, not even bother with the rare truffle minigame, and that basically just leaves Cloud and Herc. Cloud's easy, we just Mysterious Arts his face off, wait out a round of Omnislash, and do it again. And that should get you to Herc with plenty of time to spare. Another component to this strategy you may have unlocked by now is an ability unique to Goofy called MP Gift, which lets him spend 2 MP on 3 MP for another party member. If you unequip his other special attacks, give him MP Rage, MP Haste, Second Chance, and Second Wind, he essentially becomes an MP battery, able to gain it extremely quickly and grant it to you and Donald. This is what makes Goofy's MP stat, and by extension the Dream Shield we got not so long ago, extremely valuable. He can sustain everyone's magic even better than a stock of ethers can. Though on the subject of shields, we did just pick him up a new one. Herc's shield is excellent. the highest strength of any we've found while boasting a medium profile. Not to mention, most likely a reference to Zeus's shield, the Aegis. So if you want Goofy to deal damage, this is your discus. But I'm all aboard Team MP Battery. Thanks for the trophy though, Herc. Oof, 90 seconds to go. I feel like I can do better. Let's start over and try to get... okay, never mind. 90 seconds should be plenty. Yeah, so in all versions of Final Mix, at least all English versions, thanks for taking one for the Team Game Champ, trying to reset from the Hercules fight just resets the Hercules fight and freezes the timer. And you know something? We freaking take those. We get Gravity Break for beating that challenge, a really peculiar and cool finisher ability that will sometimes swap the last hit of your combo out for this gravity-based attack. And the really cool thing is that its damage, though still percentage-based, is calculated using Sora's strength stat. Downside, its base damage is so low that your finisher will never finish anything until you have 60 strength. Not a strictly unapproachable number, but nowhere near as practical as our base gravity spell. Still worth keeping in mind though, it may be nice to have a percentage-based attack that doesn't cost MP. As with all the cups, beating the time trial gives us the option of taking on any individual round from a menu, and this is by far the quickest means there is of farming a rare truffle. Obviously you can't get the drops, this is just for XP, but you can hit reset if you ever drop the combo and get right back to business. And as far as actually juggling him goes, this nice flat arena is pretty user-friendly. If you can get him to this corner, behind and to the left of where you start, it's all downhill. Make sure to pack a nice long Keyblade, jump away slightly before each swing, and you'll get level ups aplenty. And the last prize we picked up from here, Yellow Trinity. Perhaps with this power, that stone block will not be too heavy. I see what you're saying here, game. Sora tries to push the block on his own, no dice. But when he comes at it with the power of friendship, yep, I follow. Now there are only 4 Yellow Trinities in the game, and we can get all of them right now. It's by far the least utilized. On top of that, our second one is completely worthless. Here in the Cave of Wonders, we can push this statue down and reach this upper ledge we got to as soon as we got high jump. Even if you didn't get high jump, you can still make this jump with glide. But the kicker is, you need to have unlocked both in order to unlock the Pegasus and Hercules cups. Why did they think you needed this statue? Thankfully that's the only dud. The one in the Jolly Roger's main hold is easily the best one yet. This is basically the ship's treasure store, and it's got it all. Puppies, dark matter, orichalcum, and the power of wind in a box. I mentioned some time ago it would be a while before Arrow came into its own, and this is it. This is its own. Let's do the puppies real fast. We got one on the floor near the front door, one under this crooked chair in the dining room, guess she wasn't quite admitted to the Under the Table Club, and one snoozing peacefully under the TV room couch. Now, Aurora doesn't last longer or block more damage, no. It gains a contact damage aspect, and not some piddly 1 health drivel. Each hit does about 1/4 of the damage of Thunder as non-elemental magic damage. Forget taking half damage, this barrier can make you all but immune to some melee-centric Heartless, and is the complete and utter bane of anything we fought before Agrabah. And, perhaps most importantly, the Pink Agaricus. Since we first uncovered this dancing queen, we've upgraded our stop spell, and in addition to Aurora, we now have Ars Arcana. Put them all together, make sure you have Spellbinder equipped and Goofio and Donitz ready to supply you with magic, and you should be able to get up to 40 hits without much thought. I was able to get over 60 by being a little more strategic with my use of Ars Arcana, using only 2 of the bash commands before letting the combo drop. But either way, more than enough to secure a Serenity power. I was also delighted to find that one of the White Mushroom's hiding places could be up here in the Crow's Nest, somewhere you can only reach with Glide. If this weren't the case, this little area would be entirely without purpose, but come on, who didn't want to reach this when we first got here? As long as we're in the jungle, I want to head over to the vines. There's a little flower bud here by the save point you can examine. It will give you a choice of time trial courses. And yeah, you remember the awesome vine swinging mechanic. They knew you wanted more of this, of freaking this. So we're not gonna bother. We now have high jump and glide, and with these upgrades, this actually is quite fun. Trying to stretch your jumps as far as they can go, gliding into a vine feels cool as heck, launching yourself off one at the right time makes me feel a little like Tarzan. This is what I'm talking about. This is why I wanted to wait until now to cover this minigame. Even though it was available back when we sealed the keyhole, this is a way more fun time to do it. I am lying through my teeth. I did not know this minigame existed. I know. I, of all people, just had no idea this was here. It's just as well, because in spite of the timer, there's really nothing here that wasn't here before. Even with the addition of higher difficulties, the route through this area does not change. The only difference is that some of the vines get replaced with danger snakes, or nope ropes if you will. They'll fall down if you hold on too long, which is a cute movie reference, but there's no reason to hold on for the amount of time they give you. One cool detail is that even though their heads are above the trees, they're still fully modeled up there. After completing all those, if we look at our journal, we'll see a completion mark on the minigame menu. Generally, when people talk about degrees of completing Kingdom Hearts, they never say 100% because none of us really knows what that would entail. And it would probably include all the gummy content, so instead, we measure based on journal completion. Aim to get that delightful Mickey stamp in every category possible, and nobody will fault you for saying you did everything. We can take that Serenity power back to the Moogles and make ourselves an EXP earring, something that's sure to come in handy when we inevitably make a break for the max level. And since doing battle with pirates, we can now craft a Titan chain, a direct upgrade to the Golem chain we made not so long ago. But everything else here is still out of reach, and that wasn't enough to unlock the next tier. Our final yellow Trinity mark is also here in town. Behind Merlin's house, we can shift these boxes to give us access to an AP up, and the last treasure we can get with Glide is right over here. Puppies 1, 2, and 3. Kinda feels monumental. There's one in the dining room by this... Is this a display case or a window? One more member of the Under the Table Club, and our third is under the TV table. That is... everything. Easily the longest round of world revisits we've ever had, at least for now. But that does conclude Neverland, the final Disney World in Kingdom Hearts 1. There is one more Disney World we know was planned at some point. Back in the design dock, you can see this kitschy rocket ship world alongside Destiny Islands with a barn on it, which says... Al's? Oh, I see. Yes, indeed, there were talks of incorporating Pixar's Toy Story to this game. Given both the Pizza Planet imagery and Al's Toy Barn, it seems it would have included elements of both Toy Story 1 and 2, and it's not hard to imagine why they would have wanted it. You can picture its 3D animation style mixing quite well with Square's, and thematically, both movies have a lot to say about growing up and bringing your childhood with you, which sounds familiar. The popular theory is that since Disney didn't outright own Pixar until 2006, this was a licensing issue, but I don't know if that was ever confirmed. It's certainly gratifying, knowing that Toy Story did eventually make its way into the universe of Kingdom Hearts, that was an idea they had way back in the series' infancy. In fact, I almost wonder if they chose Neverland in lieu of Toy Story. Imagine if we learned how to fall with style instead of fly, but that does bring us to the subject at hand. Neverland, despite being such a short world, is my favorite of any we've yet visited. And it is almost entirely down to this scene right here. It's so Disney, it's so fantastic, it's so freeing to see Sora take flight just above Tok's waiting jaws. It's an absolute core memory, solidified by how fun it is to fly circles around your foes in the ensuing battles. I suppose sort of anti-spoilers for the rest of the series, but fully unlocked autonomous flight has not returned in any of the worlds introduced after this game. And while that's a shame, I think it makes for a great representation of Kingdom Hearts 1's identity. It is the embodiment of childlike wonder and fun. It's a more innocent time where anything is possible, where Sora believes in the magic of belief, in happy endings, and in the enduring strength of friendship. Recommending Kingdom Hearts to the uninitiated has become harder and harder over the years, and let me just say, I get it. From the outside looking in, watching the ever more expensive trailers released to completely inscrutable hype, it's become a culture with its own language.
Aqua got Norded!
What?
Aqua got Norded!
That's not words, that's sounds. You're just making sounds.
Aqua got Norded!
And I don't blame anyone for thinking that the developers and the fans are completely high off their own fumes as soon as someone starts talking about when in the sequence they need to play Kingdom Hearts 0.2 Birth by Sleep, a Fragmentary Passage. That's the actual title, I didn't make that up. I've even heard the most persistent among us explain in detail to people with no context exactly how off the rails the play order gets, but it's worth it because you'll get to experience the badass and microwave tunnel. But listen, this series isn't a reading list. You start with the first game, and if you fall in love with that, you keep going one piece at a time, the way most of this series' fans experienced it for themselves. And if you've made it this far and it still hasn't quite stolen your heart, I can assure you, the best is yet to come. After returning to Sid and handing him the Navi-G pieces we got from the Traverse Town and Neverland keyholes, we're treated to one of the most left-field cutscenes in the game. Suddenly Sora is overtaken by some kind of vision. A young Kairi, her grandmother, and a fleeting glimpse at what we can only assume was her home before Destiny Islands. And I hope y'all are ready for a gosh dang lore dump. Ancient times, check. Light and prosperity, check. The greed and hubris of man, blotting out the light, a triple check with check cereal on top. But just when you got 'em reeling with the monomythic cliches, you hit 'em with our thematic content. Children, with the innocent light of their hearts, rebuilt the world torn apart by darkness. Read that, adults who thought they knew everything. And assuming this isn't just a fairy tale, we get some more meat to the theories I was batting around before Neverland. First, though the language isn't explicit, we can extrapolate that the worlds we know are actually made from light, though they all used to be one world and are now mere scattered splinters. Now, if worlds are light and have hearts, that means having a heart, remember we're talking abstract shiny soul hearts, not bloody pumpy heart, may be a property of light. And just as the disparate worlds are connected, so too might some of their people. This next line here about the door to innermost darkness is also intriguing. That darkness may have its own heart that in turn is light. It definitely puts me in mind of the Taoist principle of yin and yang, that at the center of every antithetical force is the essence of its opposite. And yet, like so many stories of light and darkness, the moral of this tale isn't that we have to live in harmony with darkness, but that it can never truly envelop the light, especially if one holds on to that spark of childlike belief. Before we pull up our big yellow bootstraps and head off to the most dangerous world yet, I just want to show what happens if you clear Neverland without having beaten opposite armor. This isn't an especially obscure way to do things, but it's certainly new to me. Sid gives you near explicit instructions on how to reveal Traverse Town's keyhole, but no matter which order we did things, there's only one route left. As much crap as I've given the gummy routes over the worlds, this one actually has a few cool set pieces, like this giant castle gate and accompanying wall. It feels like this route is deliberately defended by our foes, in conjunction with the massive swarms of enemies. Only one new blueprint among them, serpents. Hollow Bastion's overworld design does such a great job of conveying its tonal shift, the aggressively decrepit design of the castle, the swirling water and steam, and yet it still retains a hint of Disney whimsy in its twisting colonnades. This is also the first time a world's battle level really draws the eye, jumping up from Neverland's 7 to an intimidating 10 stars. It's about to get real. Touching down, we get a brief scene about how Sora finds this world familiar before it's interrupted by the same roar we heard in that last Riku cutscene. Welcome to the Rising Falls, an extremely striking first impression that conveys everything about Hollow Bastion. The rising tension, the subtle feeling that everything here is wrong or in defiance of nature. We can't swim in this pool in the bottom, but the water acts as a solid surface despite the treasure we can see through it. And even though they're such a staple of the genre, this is the first time we've seen floating platforms, save for the few we could explicitly operate with magic. If we jump into one of these bubbles, it will carry us beneath the water and act as a short-term air supply. This area is bizarre in a way even Wonderland wasn't. Oddly enough, these bubbles sort of look like they're making a path up to this platform with a treasure chest, but it's not hard to reach from above with our fancy new glide ability. Sorry to break the mood, but a puppy wrangler's gotta do what a puppy wrangler's gotta do. Two of these are in opposite corners of the dining room, by the chairs and display case window, and the third is propped up behind Mom and Dad. He looks kinda eager to go outside. You know, I hope someone like Leon or Geppetto comes by to walk these guys every now and then. We're up to 84 immature dogs in a mostly carpeted house. I'm surprised this place doesn't have the same footstep sound effects as Monstro. We can grab another treasure or two in the falls. We have to use this bubble to reach the underwater area below, and though it once again looks like it kind of leads up to this other chest, we can obviously just make it with high jump. One step further and we'll get our warm welcome to this place.
No vessel, no help from the Heartless. So tell me, how'd you get here?
I simply believed. Nothing more to it. When our world fell into darkness, Belle was taken from me. I vowed I would find her again, no matter what the cost. I believed I would find her.
The Beast, referred to in fan circles as Prince Adam, is one of the most certified badasses in all of Kingdom Hearts canon. Maintaining his original screen voice, I love those guttural rumbles Robbie Benson can achieve.
So here I am. She must be here. I will have her back!
Take her if you can.
He's the best proof I have that anyone can travel the disparate worlds if they believe in their heart that they can. Though to hear Maleficent talk about it, it sounds like it may take far more strength and willpower than most people can display. There's a possibility that Beast and Riku have something in common. Remember, this is where Riku first touched down after Destiny Islands was destroyed, and I think we can be reasonably certain it's because this world is as close to the darkness as he was in that moment. There's no doubt in my mind, Adam is capable of holding just as much darkness in his heart, and may have been drawn here in much the same way.
Stop! So, you finally made it. About time. I've been waiting for you. We've always been rivals, haven't we? You've always pushed me, as I've always pushed you.
Riku!
But it all ends here. There can't be two Keyblade Masters.
What are you talking about?
Let the Keyblade choose. Its true master. Maleficent was right. You don't have what it takes to save Kairi. It's up to me. Only the Keyblade Master can open the secret door and change the world.
But that's impossible. How did this happen? I'm the one who fought my way here with the Keyblade.
You were just the delivery boy. Sorry, your part's over now. Here, go play hero with this.
Perhaps the most painful thing about this is how bright he is. Just look at the Kingdom Key in his hands. It's like it was made for him. Same palette and all. Even the way he holds it just looks more natural. This was foreshadowed in a few ways. Most prominently, this scene, where Riku holds it without it warping back to Sora. But listen to the question he asks.
So this is called a Keyblade?
That is not something you ask in this situation. It'd be more reasonable to wonder where Sora got it, what makes it special, what does it mean to be the Keyblade Master, but instead he goes, oh, is that what this is called? In other words, he's seen it before. What's more, he could have even used it, and may well be the reason the door to the heart of Destiny Islands was flung open. So then, how did Sora get a hold of it in the first place? We'll have to keep going to get more clues, but not before another punch to the gut.
Goofy, let's go. We have to remember our mission.
Oh, well, I know the king told us to follow the key and all, but... Ooh.
Sora, sorry.
Hey, don't move! You're hurt!
Why did you come here? I came to fight for Belle. And though I am on my own, I will fight. I won't leave without her. That's why I'm here.
I adore that Beast in this moment represents something primal within Sora, like he's speaking for Sora's own internal rage and will to fight. We may have lost it all, but as long as we're still breathing, we push onwards. This moment, this instant, is frozen in time for me. I will always remember this feeling of rock bottom, the twilight sky overhead signaling that the sun is setting on our adventure, Sora reduced to wielding the toy we played with before it all went to hell, a twisted monkey paw to the halcyon childhood we've been fighting this whole time to reclaim, with no one at our back but this embodiment of bestial fury and this rotting corpse of a palace casting its shadow upon us. Nowhere to go but up. Before we take our first steps, let's take a look at the Beast. He is, quite simply, the strongest party member in the game. packing the highest HP, strength, defense, and item slots of anyone we've allied with. Though he has the lowest max MP of anyone alongside Aladdin, he obviously doesn't need it, coming readily packaged with 2 MP rages and second wind. Thank God for all of that, because he is going to be babysitting the heck out of us as we storm the castle. Wait, record scratch, hold up. You're telling me Goofy has the lowest defense stat of any character? That can't be right. It just can't. Sora's attacks now do nothing. Just as when Shadows first invaded our island, this wooden sword has no effect. We can't use limits, we don't have enough party members to use summons, and even our magical finisher, Ripple Drive, does no damage. We do still have access to our basic magic, thank goodness, but we don't reap the benefits of any MP boosts our favorite Keyblades may have had. And the enemy defense stats have finally caught up to the power of our upgraded spells. But it's far from nothing. This is also the most useful Gravity Break will ever be, as the only means we have of dealing damage without spending MP. Hitting enemies with your regular attacks does still fill your MP bar, so it's not strictly pointless, but I'm gonna go out on a limb and say you'd rather just stock up on ethers. Now the front doors are unfortunately locked. One might almost think we're not welcome, so we're gonna have to find an alternate path. Hollow Bastion's main gimmick are these lifts, summoned and activated by these crystals. They'll be ferrying us all around this gothic nightmare and can create a sort of disconnect with its actual layout. It'll feel a bit like we're just teleporting around at times, which can be a bit disorienting. This is the final stretch of the game that I would label a dungeon. There will be puzzles and navigational challenges galore, so keep your wits about you, or you may wind up running in circles. The first hosts to welcome us to the party are Dark Balls. In many ways, these are basically more advanced forms of shadows, using periods of invincibility to reposition, but still relying on short-ranged melee attacks. They're a bit more volatile, but funnily enough, not that much tougher, since the Hollow Bastion variety shadows are up to 54 HP. Not that Beast is going to have any trouble shredding them to wisps. We have options of progression right now. We can either take this lift down or simply drop down the void. Both will get us where we're going. If you're feeling super fancy, you could abuse the collision on this gate to glide up to the top of this arch, and from there, glide across the architecture to get way ahead of ourselves. But rest assured, if you get too deep into the castle on this side, all that's awaiting you is a soft lock. You can still access some chests early if you want, an orichalcum, a gummy, and some puppies, but do not go into this next room unless you're deathly curious and you just saved. The only other thing we can do up here is admire this place. Hollow Bastion is frankly the most stunning structure I have ever had the pleasure to explore within a video game. Every detail worth appreciating, from the intricate stonework to the stained glass to the copper pipes gouging out the pristine marble. The lifts have this floral thorn aesthetic lest you forget who's running this show, and the heartless imagery speckled around gets the gears turning in my head. Was this always their stronghold, or is this castle where the symbol originates? Did it used to mean something different? What are these pipes for? What is this strange exhaust they're spewing? It's as though this world is on life support, desperately clinging to itself to keep from crumbling, sacrificing brick by tainted brick to the ever-encroaching disease of industrial metal. And the music! Oh, honey, oh, baby! As imposing as the towering structure above us, yet so light and airy in its instrumentation. The feeling of faded grandeur, that this once must have been the very seat of power, something people looked up to with a sense of safety and hope, before it all veritably collapsed in on itself. I can barely find the words. Let's settle for these. In a medium built on the castles of bad guys, Hollow Bastion rules them all. In a way, it's almost a microcosm of Kingdom Hearts in itself. The meeting of a classic Disney castle and Final Fantasy's heavy steampunk influence, and it makes something so striking, so unique. Even the name is brilliant. A bastion, something built to protect, reduced to an empty shell. A hollow monument to all the denizens it failed to safeguard, now infested with nothing but shadows and wasted opulence. Now, let's do what we do. This opening area is functionally empty but for two bubbles. One will take us into the castle waterways, the other to another secluded outer area. The waterway has a treasure and a save point, which we may want to make use of, but we're gonna stick to the outside for now. We can use this block to hop up these ledges overlooking that initial area, and grab a number of treasures, in addition to activating this crystal switch. It's funny, Hollow Bastion really doesn't feel like it was built around the ability to glide, despite the fact it's impossible to be here without it. But, oh well. We'll just pretend gravity has a greater hold on us than it does for the moment. We can push this block to reach the second upper ledge and throw another switch, which gives us access to this balcony. You good, Beast? You know what? You've given me an idea. What if we push this block in such a way that we can fall infinitely? Then it will break just like the old Destiny Islands boulder. Not that we needed it in the first place, but hey, at least there's a world in which you could have reached this point without high jump. So this is sort of a soft block, right? Weirdly, no. This crystal switch here can be used to get yourself a new block, so some crazy fiend at Square accounted for that. If we enter the waterway through this upper path, call on Beast to obliterate this gate, we'll find that somewhat elaborate sequence was all for the sake of one gummy. That's strange, but this is sort of a teaching moment too. Since there's nothing in this room but the gate, you're more likely to approach it and notice the interactable, which in turn gives you a bit of transferable knowledge you can apply back by the save point. It also shows you this chest positioned above that same breakable gate, the only way you might reasonably know there's something worth getting up there. But there's no jump high enough. Unless we could somehow jump on the bubble here, we haven't got a foothold. If only we could, by God, if only there were some way to freeze the bubbles! I honestly completely get why this is the top of the Kingdom Hearts iceberg, cause it should be so obvious. It's staring you right in the face, but the game has taught you to use your magic to interact with the world just rarely enough no one thinks to try this, and yet it recontextualizes so much of this world's level design. A dark matter ain't no small potato either, so the steps to solving this puzzle are worth the payoff. Use that bubble we just epically froze, and we can get into the meat of the waterways. Right next to where we pop out is a stone door Beast can smash, and inside are a few more gummies, a trinity we'll have to keep in mind, and a little table with a candelabra that makes me think this must be someone's secret workspace or something. Kinda cozy if not for this guy. Oh wait, dungeon? Okay, maybe not. This place is filled with switches that slide these gates from place to place. Don't get intimidated, this really is just a matter of pressing each of the 4 switches in the order you reach them. Shout out to my boy Elbow Juice for figuring out that these extra switches in the corners, which almost look like you could puzzle your way to them, are completely non-functional. Take another bubble trip, hit another switch, and our path will be blocked by a defender. One of the coolest enemy designs I've ever seen. I had played through this game multiple times before I realized it wasn't some sort of lion, it was just a guy holding a sentient lion's shield, and it is so creative. Essentially the heartless counterpart of Goofy, the Defender's shield is unique in its ability to block all physical attacks and even some magic. The wielder is not unlike a large body, heavily set and packing plenty of HP, along with a damage cap that lets him keep on coming. Gravity is your best bet here, but they have just enough resistance that I can't one-shot him as is. Overall, one of the most formidable regular Heartless we've come up against. One more switch, this one to the front gates, and all that's left is to retrace our steps and break down that fancy door. Before we head back topside though, I want to point out this area we're in now, because it's kinda hard to tell what this is relative to the rest of the castle. Official art of Hollow Bastion, in addition to its world model, depicts the shadow of the palace mirroring it in these crystal caverns within the crater it's rising out of. It's a shame this is the extent of it we get to see, cause man, I like these pictures. There they all are, the princesses that graced the beginning of our journey, along with Alice and Jasmine, the culmination of Maleficent's plans, and such striking imagery. More and more parallels to the original Disney princess's glass coffin, especially this setup they've got Kairi in.
Oh, purest of hearts, reveal to me the keyhole!
While you can.
God, that delivery was ice cold! This scene truly deserves to play without my yapping. Take it away.
Wrong, Riku. The darkness may destroy my body, but it can't touch my heart. My heart will stay with my friends. It'll never die!
Really? Well, we'll just see about that!
Sora ain't gonna go anywhere.
You'd betray your king?
Not on your life. But I'm not gonna betray Sora either, 'cause he's become one of my best buddies after all we've been through together. See you later, Donald. Could you tell the king I'm really sorry?
Hold on, Goofy! We'll try them together! Well, you know, I'm the one that went for her.
I guess you're stuck with us, Sora.
Thanks a lot, Donald. Goofy.
How will you fight without a weapon?
I know now I don't need the Keyblade. I've got a better weapon. My heart!
Your heart? What good will that weak little thing do for you?
Although my heart may be weak, it's not alone. It's grown with each new experience, and it's found a home with all the friends I've made. I've become part of their heart just as they've become a part of mine. And if they think of me now and then, if they don't forget me, then our hearts will be one. I don't need a weapon. My friends are my power.
The biggest trick Kingdom Hearts ever played on you was the idea that the Disney worlds weren't important. That in the face of how beloved the original worlds are, Destiny Islands, Traverse Town, Hollow Bastion, they'd be better off setting the entire game in new and equally creative settings, and to leave all the Disney baggage behind. I have talked extensively about the ideas and mechanics each of the Disney worlds brings across, and how well they've lined up with their source material. But there's been another side to each coin. Wonderland was equal parts cerebral and mad, testing us in the face of how bizarre things could get, and yet, just like Alice's original journey, the fantastical wonderment was never enough to obfuscate good from evil. Olympus, so combat-centric, pushing our ability to manage resources and face down steep odds, but it was never tougher than when we took it on alone. Sora, and by extension we, felt the impact of fighting alongside our teammates and friends. Deep Jungle laid out obstacle after obstacle to challenge our means of traversal until the breadth of the space was immaterial, and Tarzan hammered home the lesson that distance doesn't matter when your loved ones are in your heart. So on and so forth to bring Sora to this point, where he feels the truth of his words before he says them. The line, "My friends are my power," though it's transcended this moment and become one of the many things people like to poke fun at for its corniness, is so utterly heartfelt and earnest, it is powerful. And it's because the meaning has been conveyed on every step of our journey. It was always going to come to this. One more duel to settle the score. Dark Riku fights with a ferocity that makes it plain just how much he was holding back in his original battle. He attacks constantly, is immune to all magic but summons, and just like Tidus said long ago, is entirely capable of taking us on 3-1. Here's the deal. He only has 3 melee attacks, a dash, a jump, and a spin. He did launch that Dark Fyriga at us in the cutscene, but I guess Maleficent only gave him enough MP for 1 shot. And if it were just a question of evading him, this would be no problem. But eventually, we're gonna have to get our licks in, and find out that we're just as outclassed as ever. The biggest issue is that his retaliation counter is back, and every time you land 3 hits, he'll lash out immediately. No nice and cushy telegraphed kick, this slash is instant. This is just the start of Riku's incredibly reactive fighting style. The trouble is, he just feels so damn smart and cautious. He can sidestep in reaction to you getting too close. If you parry his attacks, he won't wait around for you to follow up, instead immediately leaping back. You can barely find space to heal with how much ground he can cover. And he's even immune to Aurora. No one is immune to Aurora. I didn't even know anyone could be. I tried. I really did. I wanted to take him on, rival to rival, just like old times. But it turns out, what was true then is even truer now. We're not an even match. However, that killer speech Sora gave back there wasn't just words. We got Donald, Goofy, and perhaps most importantly, Tinkerbell. There's no clean strategy here. No amount of information I could give you on his hitboxes. He's gonna hit you, and he's gonna KO your power over and over again. But with a little faith, trust, and pixie dust, you can turn this into a war of attrition that would make a Pokemon champion proud. We're adopting an entirely new mindset for this one. You are now the Team Cleric. You can get an occasional safe hit in on Riku, but But the real issue is, I genuinely can't tell if Dobert and Goofert's attacks affect Riku's retaliation counter, so it's like every hit is a roll of the dice. There are two ways I've figured out how to land an attack. One is to basically hit him on the back of his head with an aerial swing. I'd say you may want to equip a longer Keyblade for this, but unless you have a save from the beginning of the world, you ain't swapping. The other is our old duelist fallback. Wait until he takes to the air, and bish bash bosh. Whichever approach you take, just keep your distance until Tink gets you to full health. Use the intervening time to get your boys back on their feet, and repeat the process. If you take one hit too many and find yourself suddenly down one pixie, there is a cheesy strat you can fall back on. The upper area of this hall isn't blocked off, and if you head up these stairs, Riku will eventually stop taking out his anger on the crown molding and hop up to you. You can channel your inner revenge of the Sith, get your free licks in, hurry over to the other side, and repeat. It's a tedious process, but it could be much worse. I want to take this opportunity to talk about damage floors. They are just about the only thing that makes level 1 runs bearable. See, right now, with Spellbinder, Ray of Light, and a magic armlet, and not having used any stat boosters for fear of not being considered a true gamer, Sora has 8 strength. When pitted against Dark Riku's 24 defense, we are literally dozens of points below the minimum damage threshold we established way back in Olympus. So in theory, it should take 250 hits to whittle down Riku's 500 health. But instead it takes, at most, 63. The reason is related to yet another hidden property of EXP 0. When facing an opponent with 300 HP or more, Sora's minimum base damage is raised to a number decided by this formula. Max HP over 300 plus 4. So the least damage we can do to someone like Preliminary Cloud is 5. And against someone as tanky as Hook, a neat 7. Still a bit pathetic, but it essentially ensures we won't be chipping away for 20 minutes. Now if you paused and did the math on Riku, first of all, I'm flattered, but second of all, I can explain the discrepancy. This Riku fight has a completely unique damage floor all its own, and it even comes into play if you don't have EXP 0 equipped. He cannot take less than 8 damage unless you hit him with something he's immune to. I must say, credit for these calculations goes to Drake Blackwell, KSX, and DC Seth, doing the Lord's work, you three. Now there's another significant chunk to all this that I'll tackle later, but as it stands, it's more than enough to turn what could have been a mighty slog into a mere uphill battle. And I suspect they may have even done it to turn this little reuniting of the trio into a real triumph, ensuring they can put in work even if they're still rocking their original weapons. I want to talk about Riku's design, both his classic island wear and that hula skirt muscle suit he was just rocking. You might have taken one look at these crazy double pants he was wearing and wondered who let him dress himself that way, but what they lack in fashion, they account for in function. These are waders, waterproof garments you can fasten around the ankles like that to keep your pants dry if you plan on tromping around in a lake or indeed the ocean. Another subtle nod that Riku's better suited to leaving the safe shore of the island than the rest. But all the cooler when you consider that the game has used water as a metaphor for darkness, symbolizing Riku's willingness to wade into it while Sora is more exposed and vulnerable. Then there's Riku's weapon. Though never mentioned within the game, this sweet bat-winged sword is called Soul Eater, and was presumably given to him by Maleficent. By itself, there's nothing expressly special about it. It can vanquish Heartless, but that seems to be the case for everything but Sora's wooden sword. Though its wing design is notable for the way Riku is drawn with it in the game's promotional art. Between this and this other picture, he's almost always depicted in a way that makes him look like he has wings. I honestly don't know if that's symbolically significant, but it sure as heck is cool. As for his angsty pajamas, they're basically an extension of Soul Eater, with the empty Heartless emblem and primarily purple palette obviously showing how cozy he's getting to the darkness. Or at least it would, if the final mix recolors hadn't gotten rid of all the purple. We can now begin exploring the castle, though we're a bit limited to the foyer here. Not like I need that much more, I mean look at this place. The Heartless motif on the carpet, the subtle reflections of the columns in the marble. You can slide down this banister, well, kinda, I mean points for trying. All these pots on the perimeter are breakable and contain HP, so you can really get your Zelda on during the fight if you want, but they restore so little and Riku's so relentless, I don't know how much mileage you'll get out of it. Though they can drop potions and even high potions. They've got a distinct fleur-de-lis-esque design on them, which you can also see throughout a lot of the decor. Worth thinking about. And don't carry on until you've appreciated that chandelier. We can check out this hallway upstairs and find this very intricate lock even the Keyblade won't crack, but we can make her feel a bit better by popping open this chest cleverly hidden in the top of this room. Funny thing about this actually, remember how we could sequence break our way over to the other end of the castle gates area? Well, if we went inside the castle from there, we could enter this room from behind, and even grab this locked chest, which the wooden sword unlocks no issue. Something ain't lining up here. Now we could hunt for the keys to that door, but first, we've unlocked White Trinity, the final and ultimate Trinity technique, which we can make use of right now back in the Rising Falls. It may look kinda similar to the Blue Trinity technique, but trust me, this is what true friendship looks like. That one's just a gummy, and there is that Blue Trinity back in the basement you could get now if you want, but know that there will be a convenient shortcut to it later if you don't feel like backtracking now. Otherwise, you may recall seeing a White Trinity in literally every world we've visited. I'm not going to go over them all right now, and most of them aren't terribly mind-blowing, but I, and basically everyone else, can highly recommend taking a quick detour over to Wonderland. Head into the forest, to the bazaar room, get to the opposite wall using the fireplace, and through the painting. And this White Trinity mark will give you Lady Luck, very nearly a direct upgrade to Spellbinder, and by extension, one of the best Keyblades in the game. I do want to point out though, if you're on a level 1 playthrough, Spellbinder is still better. Remember, strength doesn't matter because of that whole damage floor thing, so Spellbinder's better recoil is just objectively superior. I'm so sorry if this is how you found out. I don't have a hot take about its design, this is one of the best on that front too. I like how every card suit is represented, not just in the design but the particle effects as well. It's also just interesting how Wonderlands is the only Disney Keyblade you don't get as a direct result of beating the boss. Really makes it stand out as a sort of secret weapon. Back in the castle, the only way to go now is through this side door to the library, a room I've actually been dreading for this entire project. This room is filled to the brim with inscrutable details that I have always been curious to decipher, but there's almost nothing to latch onto. These books got butterflies on them, which do have a track record of being associated with keyholes, so there might be something there, but that's all I got for sure. The room is built around a puzzle of matching up books to shelves. There's not much to it, it won't even let you get it wrong, but all these missing books have names. That red one was Kama Volume 8, and as we pick apart this knot of moving bookshelves, we'll find books called Theon, Mava, Saleg, Neheru, Azal, Mava again, and Hafet. Despite what most of us expected, these names have yet to pop up again in Kingdom Hearts canon, though many people will be quick to point out that some of the names of the foretellers introduced in one of the prequels are almost a little bit similar if you squint really hard and close both eyes. While I have no proof what similarities there aren't intentional, given what I know about Nomura's approach to continuity, I'm confident that if he wanted a connection here, he would have just written it that way. Instead, these 7 names seem to have been grabbed almost at random from Judaism and a few other scattered mythologies. I have to assume just cause they sounded cool. Or maybe this'll still get a payoff in Kingdom Hearts Scattered Parables 0.x over Dante from the Devil May Cry series, who can say. What I can be mercifully sure of is that this room is the very same Sora saw in that Kairi dream sequence hallucination flashback thingy, which is cool. You can't always be sure you'll be able to explore places you've only seen in cutscenes, and it makes the universe feel big and lived in. The room itself has plenty of goodies to gather, a chest on top of these bookshelves, and these funny column roulette wheels. Sora, you could just turn them one section at a time, but thanks for keeping it fun. If you get every book back on its shelf, you'll unlock this secret entrance to the lift stop, a maze of force fields and elevators that run the entire height of the castle. There's only one lift to take from this spot though, and it will take us all the way up to the top. At first glance, there's nothing here, but this chest hovering out of reach can be brought to our level with gravity. An Osmos Gummy may not seem a prize worthy of everything we did to get here, but the real treasure is for looking up. It is a universal truth that gamers don't look above them. It's not our fault, we're not usually taught to, but how foolish we all were, never knowing a view like this was hovering just out of sight. The flecks of magic sparkling in the air, there's even an adaptive light source similar to the Destiny Island sun, and it makes it all the more breathtaking. Head back down when you're done taking it all in, and don't miss out on this trio of pups hanging out on another gravity platform. 97, 98, and 99. It's curious that the numbers of the puppies in each chest are almost completely nonsensical. They may as well have just decided them all at random, but it does feel very deliberate that pups 1, 2, and 3 are in Traverse Town, and the last 3 are in Hollow Bastion. They're all gathered in the dining room, one by the display window thing, one tucked behind the lamp, and one's made a friend by the china cabinet. Last thing I want to point out in the library, it's a rare room almost untouched by the steaming pipes, save for a few creeping in from the ceiling. these ones have actually entangled this chandelier, almost as though they're roots burrowing through the castle like some sort of invasive plant. It reminds me very much of Studio Ghibli's Castle in the Sky, and given how much of a seminal figure Hayao Miyazaki is, especially in Japanese culture, it would not surprise me if that was the inspiration, though this is undeniably a really compelling twist on the imagery. All that's left here is to push this secret button behind the bookshelf and advance to the second floor of the entrance hall, where we can set about gathering the 4 emblem pieces we need. We can reveal one inside this statue by pushing it off the ledge, destroy the pots by this statue to activate the fountain down below, push this statue into place to spawn a chest, then we hit this stone with thunder to activate some helpful platforms, and finally light all the candles to disarm the fire on the chandelier to reveal piece number 4. Now just to gather the ones below. I like that the water in here remains consistent with this world's rules, becoming a solid surface once it's pooled. And this chest is kinda funny, just an odd interaction that plays the treasure sound twice. The Heartless emblem is pretty cool on its own. Apart from being an X'd out heart, it's meant to look like a rosebud, complete with thorns.
Why? It was mine.
Know this. The heart that is strong and true shall win the Keyblade.
What? You're saying my heart's weaker than his?
For that instant it was. However, you can become stronger.
By the time you first see this cutscene, it's entirely possible you'll have forgotten about the random cloaked figure from the beginning of the game. Once again, it bears noticing that Riku doesn't react as though it's his first time seeing this, and perhaps he's been whispering in Riku's ear this whole time.
You showed no fear in stepping through the door to darkness. It held no terror for you. Plunge deeper into the darkness, and your heart will grow even stronger.
What should I do?
It's really quite simple. Open yourself to the darkness. That is all. Let your heart, your being, become darkness itself.
Now we're granted proper access to the lift stop, and this is where Hollow Bastion really branches off. Before we start digging into the various routes, there's another defender here, and now that we've got Goofy back with us, I want to point out his rarest drop. He has a 0.2% chance of dropping his shield as one equipable to Goofy. This is tied for the lowest drop rate of anything in this game, and there's no other way to get it. It's a nice shield, in fact, by far the best we could possibly have by this point, but the main reason you'd want to go to the trouble is the achievement for obtaining all of Goofy's weapons. By this point in the game, it's not unreasonable that all 3 of the main party members will have unlocked a Lucky Strike ability, each one multiplying enemy drop rates by an additive 50%. So with all 3, we can get the defender a generous 0.5% of the time, but don't go out of your way to grind for it here and now. There'll be a better place later. We're gonna ignore the lifts themselves for now, and head out to the castle gates, where we'll be swarmed by wyverns, the heartless kings of the sky. Though not quite as tanky or well-armed as battleships, they are extremely quick and maneuverable, and tend to hang out where losing your footing can be costly. At this stage in the game, gravity really is your best friend. With enemy HP and defense climbing ever higher, an attack that basically ignores all that is a godsend. We've gained access to that upper area we cheekily snuck onto earlier, so we can grab all those treasures legitimately. And with one more gravity platform, rescue yet more puppies. That brings us up to 90. Only one trio of trios to go, and we're gifted another tech boost ability. Another tool to keep in our back pocket for when we feel like making a break for level 100. There's one plonked right in the middle of the living room floor, one fixing to cause havoc with this lamp in the lounge, and I like the cut of this one's jib. One day, my son, all of this will be yours. Everything the light the team touches. Let's double back for now and take this lift downward. This route leads back to the waterways. After clearing out some defenders, a quartet of wizards will appear. If defenders are Goofy's enemy counterpart, wizards are undoubtedly Donald's, and they are one of the most interesting Heartless in their ranks. I like to imagine that in much the same way guard armors are essentially the commanders of the soldiers, these guys are in command of the prismatic melodies, either absorbing or resisting every specific variety of magic and wielding fire, ice, and lightning with expertise to rival our own. They've also got a ton of personality. They're kind of show-offs or competitive with their magic, and if you hit them with one of the varieties they're immune to, they'll almost always counter with their own take on the spell. This can be especially dangerous with thunder as it makes them immune to physical attacks. They can be tricky to take down, but this is where you can really go nuts with summons. Bambi is great as always for fueling a rampage of Graveras and Auroras, but this is the first time I can really recommend Simba since like Agrabah, as his non-elemental infinite range attack works wonders in rooms with as many enemies as this one. And now that we've essentially upgraded our summons by gathering 2 cheer abilities, Goofy's from Monstro, Sora's from the woods, Simba's damage is frankly obscene. His Proud Roar charges in stages. Each one does more damage than the last, with even the first stage still outpacing Thundara. The 4th stage is overkill, and then the 5th stage completely changes the rules, switching from non-elemental damage to gravity with an absurd 300% of the enemy's health as its base. The equivalent of casting Gravira with an MP stat of 49. No regular enemy can survive it. And naturally, as the defenders get an ultra rare drop for Goofy, the wizards get one for Donald. The Wizard's Relic is also the best possible weapon we can currently have for him, and it's not even close. But likewise, I wouldn't farm him just yet if I had a choice. That being said, I did somehow manage to get not 1, but 2 of them just while gathering footage, but please, for your own sake, do as I say and not as I do. You can use one of the stone elevators to get back to the dungeon, a great time to nab that blue trinity now if you didn't slog back to it earlier. And it's also worth noting that pretty much every enemy spawn has changed now that the boys are back in town, and it's even possible to encounter some black fungi here in the dungeon, probably their least well-known appearance. If we take this other elevator, it'll drop us by an odd lift switch, which just gives us some items? I certainly ain't complaining, but why doesn't it operate a lift? Back where we first branched off, toggle this orange switch to make the lift that took us down take us up, and we can ride it over to another gravity chest, this time with Orichalcum. That's everything outside the critical path, but one last thing before we leave the lift stop for now. There's a loading zone at the bottom of this place that goes completely unused, since you can never get past these invisible walls to fall down there. But if you ever did, you would fall into the waterways. Big thanks to Rebellious Trico both for making that discovery and for providing me with footage of it. Now these lifts give this area a similar challenge to Halloween Town, forcing you to clear an area of enemies before you can interact with the crystals. But once we use this one outside, it'll take us up to what we might consider the castle's 2nd level. It's always gratifying to be able to look down at a level you've just explored beneath you, and this is the money shot right here. The gigantic Heartless emblem emblazoned onto the front of the castle. Another network of pipes pumping who knows what. Which leads me to a theory I have. Is this world a Heartless? It's not as far-fetched as it may sound. People turn into Heartless when one takes their heart, who's to say the same wouldn't be true of worlds? Well, we know a world falling to darkness doesn't leave a cutesy one with yellow eyes in its place, it straight up vanishes, so then what if this world is on the brink of falling to darkness? But all these machines are here to essentially pump artificial or external light through its veins. There's very little concrete I have to stake that theory on, but it sure feels good, doesn't it? If we fall from this area, naturally we wind up back at the gates, so nothing else but to zoop back up and board this suspiciously arena-shaped giant lift. Now we can relax and enjoy a nice leisurely cruise across the sky as we admire the castle's tragic majesty. Nope, never mind, now it's a party. Honestly, I was expecting more of an ordeal than 3 wizards, but I don't mind. If you quickly turn around after disembarking, you can watch the lift zoom back. Oddly, there's no call switch for it on this side, so I suppose people get back down by jumping. That's pretty metal. There's a chest over here with a gummy and a blue trinity which gives us a mega elixir. Can never have enough of those. Here's an oddity. This doorway leads back into the lift stop. Not another one in the castle's other tower, the same one. Beautiful stained glass ceiling and all. There's continuity on everything we did in the other one, and yet it seems entirely sold to us as a separate room on the opposite end of the castle. It's certainly thrifty and can make the castle feel much bigger than it is, but even as a kid, this kinda threw me for a loop. Let's just ignore it and head up to the 3rd level of the Bastion. This area is home to one of the coolest and easiest speedrunner skips in this game. It's essentially a multi-room half puzzle where we need to manipulate this giant Heartless crest into making a staircase. But we can skip all of it by summoning Dumbo, floating our elephantine asses up to the next layer, and dismissing. Easy as can be. Now that would make me feel bad for the level designers, and I would be very anxious about missing anything, so I'll leave that to the speedrunners. But what we can do slightly prematurely is glide on over to beneath the crest and enter the secret door. Alright, I guess given the position here, there is meant to be only one lift stop and it's somewhere in the middle of the castle? I don't know, no matter how you slice it, there's a lot of long hallways getting cut out of the deal here. But who cares? The chest in that room contains the Royal Crown. A pretty good deal for Final Mix players. In the original game, that was yet another gummy, but the crown is one of the best items in the entire game, boosting MP by 2, 3 elemental resistances, but in exchange for reducing strength by 3. My level 1 files having a field day with this one. Only way down from here is to drop, but as you may expect, It's not much of a hike to get back. Activate this switch near the blocks to lower 1, then once more through the lift stop. We pop out on the other side of the big emblem blocks, where we can find another gravity chest. They really want you to have that mechanic in mind, and another switch to lower the blocks. I did this backwards because I'm really good at this game and definitely didn't forget about the first switch. Oh, and don't worry, there's nothing stopping you from accessing this secret door once you've lowered the blocks, it just looks silly. Once you get up to the next layer, hit this switch to revert the left block and you can get another Mega Elixir. Then use this switch to alter this lift track, which you might just recognize from earlier in the castle. Tell you what, I'll backtrack now, and if you're following along, you can decide if it's worth it. If we head back through the secret bookcase door in the library, ride the lift all the way back up, go right instead of left, get to the other half of the lift stop platform, and use gravity, we get a Ramu belt. I've yet to acknowledge them, but similar to gummy blocks, a number of accessories we've gotten have been named for creatures or summons from the Final Fantasy series, with our first instance being the Ifrit's Horn we got when we beat Trickmaster. This raises thunder resistance by 40% and gives a nice hunk of 3 AP. It's not useless, in fact, if you skipped Atlantica, this makes Big Ursula's lightning way more manageable, but it's a long way to go, and frankly, I'd always prefer to have Thundara early. I'm certainly not gonna equip it, but hey, on the way back I noticed this funny interaction with the MP orbs in the giant lift, so not a total loss. There's also some fun continuity with this lift in the upper area. You can see this especially big lift tether chilling in open air here, which even lines up with some concept art. Another thanks to Rebellious Trico for making that connection. Last cool detail on the exterior, the high central tower here appears to have some all-seeing eye imagery on it. And man, let me tell you, they did not skimp on the scale of this place. They could have absolutely done these upper towers in some forced perspective, but instead they just modeled them in full, and I can respect that.
So, I see the path has emerged at last.
Yes. The keyhole to the darkness.
Unlock it, and the Heartless will overrun this world.
What do I care? The darkness holds no power over me. Rather, I will use its power to rule all worlds.
Such confidence.
Oh. Ah, impossible! The princesses of Heart are all here. It must be her.
I doubt this scene makes a lot of sense if you haven't already played the game. I'm not even sure it makes total sense to people who have. It reveals a lot while simultaneously leaving almost everything unsaid. Basically, Maleficent has used the Princesses of Heart to both reveal this keyhole to the darkness and to construct this special keyblade. But then the game seems to assume that we, the audience, know what this keyblade is supposed to look like, which I can gather after looking at it for more than 38 frames. But yes, because Kairi, the selfish ditz, is holding out, her piece of both the keyblade and keyhole didn't make it to the party. Wait a second, they needed Kairi?
Without her heart, she will never be able to release her power.
This also explains why Maleficent took Riku under her wing. She needed a Keyblade wielder to unlock this keyhole and enact her evil plan, and was manipulating Riku from the start to get him to take it from Sora. As for why Riku is suddenly wielding his own Keyblade despite us having Lady Luck safely in hand, well, I gotta talk about this line.
There can't be two Keyblade Masters.
This has got to be the most notorious localization change I've seen within any Japan-developed game. I mentioned this once upon a time, but the term Keyblade Master is never used in the original Japanese text. Not until future games wrote in the concept of masters and apprentices. I'm fine chalking that up to a retcon, but it makes just as much sense to me for the characters in this game to be a bit misinformed, or lacking perspective. But Riku here is just demonstrably wrong like half an hour after he says it. Originally, he said something more along the lines of, "This story doesn't need two heroes." I will agree, that does suit Riku's role in the story a bit better. If not for the dark influences, he probably would have been the hero, but I find the translation to be somewhat overly maligned. Yes, he's wrong, and set people up with a certain expectation that would go on to be shattered, but he's no more correct in the original. This tale has room for plenty of heroes, which only multiply as the series goes on. What he's saying in this scene, in either language, isn't objective fact, and was never meant to be read as such. He's just talking mad shit to make Sora feel small and worthless. He probably believes what he's saying is true, but all of his information comes from Maleficent, the lies she wove to get him to this point. Japanese or English, he's basically parroting propaganda he doesn't fully understand, so I really don't have any problem with the localization here.
The king's fools are here. I'll deal with them myself. I'm afraid you're too late. Any moment now, the final keyhole will be unsealed. This world will be plunged into darkness. It is unstoppable.
We'll stop it! After coming this far, there's no way we're gonna let that happen.
You poor, simple fools. You think you can defeat me? Me, the mistress of all evil!
Maleficent, the queen of the baddies, what we've been building up towards since Traverse Town, and one of the most imposing foes we've ever fought. I love that she's been interpreted through the Final Fantasy lens as basically a level 99 black mage, wielding some of that series' most powerful magic, with some of the most impressive animations in this game. In the end though, she winds up being a lot of shock and awe, and is far from the toughest we've had to contend with. She has one major gimmick. She's not exactly rocking a tracksuit, so to maintain her mobility and her vibes, she spends the entire battle atop an enchanted platform. This platform has its own HP and other stats, but none of them particularly matter. While you could smack it around a bit until it falls down, just like so many of the platforms around the castle, this thing is completely vulnerable to gravity. More than that, in fact, no matter your MP, it will always fall to a single spell. Okay, so I guess the pot spiders aren't technically the only enemies in the game with that property after all, but come on, this doesn't count. This will also interrupt Maleficent herself no matter what attack she's in the middle of. And what's especially nice, while the platform is grounded, she'll just never use her most dangerous attack, Dark Thundaga. Nice to check that one off the list. All but one of her remaining 4 attacks are also incredibly easy to bypass. Summon Heartless will always summon either a pair of Dark Balls or a pair of Defenders. While Defenders are clearly the tougher foe, we actually want them on the field, because until they're dealt with, she'll never spawn more friends. And Dark Balls are much more capable of pursuing you across the battlefield than these ponderous protectors. Luckily, Maleficent, I'm just gonna call her Melissa from now on, Melissa will also never spawn Dark Balls as long as you're standing on her platform with her. So that's Gravity 2, Melissa's moveset 0. Third on the list is Meteor. I am a huge sucker for any big baddie that summons the cosmos over the course of an attack, but this is laughably easy to dodge. If she uses it from the round end of the battlefield, you can just hang off to the sides. And from the skinny end, tuck yourself behind the galaxy, a sentence I feel truly blessed to have an excuse to utter. Next up is the Staff Swing, a very simple melee attack she can use while you're in spitting distance, and I think she may have learned this one from Oogie Boogie. It is just a little pathetic, especially since she can't turn around and can't even use this attack if you just stand on her cape. The last is the only one that should reasonably hit you, Vanish, where she basically casts Hitbox on her little platform before relocating to the other end of the room. Our game plan here is almost anticlimactically simple. First of all, there's basically no reason not to summon Tinkerbell off the bat. She keeps your MP free for gravity, can make sure Gooflora and Donna keep the defenders occupied, and Maleficent is resistant to anything the other summons could throw her way anyway. You're going to want to use gravity on the platform each time it settles into one of its 2 home locations, and then hop up and start buzzing in Melissa's face like a mosquito. Now I actually do recommend keeping in front of her because you want her to use Staff Swing and not Meteor. As long as you stick to air combos, you'll always clank the swing regardless, and can keep that up until she does call in the comments, at which point shuffle off to one of your safe zones and resume. If she knocks you off with Vanish, reset and repeat the whole process. Otherwise, her only other course of action is to move the whole operation, you included, to the other side of the room. Stick to ground combos in this case, and you can get in a bit more damage. It's worth noting, with a bit of fancy footwork, you can keep your spot on her platform despite her best efforts, but if you manage it, she'll immediately use Vanish again, so just keep your feet on the ground until she's ready and continue the cycle. You may be wondering what the defenders are doing this whole time. Their best. A few rounds of all that, and she'll fall just as easily as her platform. That was the furthest stretch between save points we've ever had. The last one was in the library. You may have even gotten some use out of the menu-only healing items along the way, but odds are you probably just died and respawned 1 room back at full health. There may be a dodge roll, but this ain't no Souls-like. Though we've actually seen a ton of this room throughout the game, I see no reason not to take this moment to appreciate it. This sweet beast and bird statuary, what looks like a Heartless emblem combined with a Caduceus, and another gorgeous stained glass light source. If you get high enough at the end of the room, you can even see behind the curtain a bit, but even this looks extremely cool. And my personal favorite, just because it's so rare for this game, these Vulture Raven things actually have enough collision to stand on. I went back and checked, and you absolutely can pull this off legitimately during the fight. I'd love for this to be some advanced tech, but once again, if you're ever flying with her on her platform, she'll just vanish until you're not. Now, she fled through this dark portal, and she was nice enough to leave it open for us, but she also dropped a little something something. Cheer for Donald is a great get, of course, but we also got a new Ansem report, number 5. Does anyone else think it's weird we've only gotten odd-numbered reports so far? This one finally goes into the door that he's alluded to a few times in future reports. He found it by studying and following a shadow, so of course, this was the door to his world's heart. Not much more to that one, let's pursue our villainess.
Do you need some help?
Riku!
Is that?
Yes, a Keyblade. But unlike yours, this Keyblade holds the power to unlock people's hearts. Allow me to demonstrate. Behold! Now, open your heart. Surrender it to the darkness. Become darkness itself!
This is it. This power. Darkness. The true darkness!
Dragon Maleficent is the hardest required boss yet, with a record 1200 HP, insane range, and a wicked fast attack cycle. She feels like a combination of all the toughest foes we've ever faced. My first encounter with her is such a core memory. I remember watching one of my sisters throw herself at this flaming brick wall over and over again, and cheering her on every time another color revealed itself on the HP bar. I see yellow. I see green. One last bar, you can do it! It took us hours of attempts, and upon finally paying attention to her attacks, it's no mystery why. She has immense control of her arena, and every tactic that worked on the likes of Cerberus is completely worthless here. Try and stay behind her, she will create a deadly shockwave with every step as she rotates to face you, or else smack you with her tail. Try to stay on her back and pick at her with range, good luck avoiding these homing fireballs. Well then, how about we face her head on? Directly in front of her teeth and claws, huh? Dead center on her fire breath's range, huh? The only way we pulled this off as kids was an overabundance of items and healing. Her only point of vulnerability is her head, which won't stop swinging around. What were we gonna do? Weave through her bullet hell and patiently await the scant safe openings like this double shockwave? No, I didn't wanna then, and honestly, that's still a lot to ask these days. But I have excellent news. Her massive pool of health is actually her downfall, and if you know how to exploit it, this fight will be over quicker than it was in her movie. Donald just got cheer. That means we have all 3, and if we equip them all, our summon bar will be stupidly long. Load up on some ethers, maybe grab an elixir, unequip any air combo pluses, and most importantly, equip EXP 0. Yes, you're gonna miss out on 6,000 XP from beating her, trust me, it's small potatoes. The reason, of course, lies with those hidden damage floors we discussed with Riku. At her tremendous amount of HP, her damage floor when EXP 0 is on is set to 8. Now unless you're on a level 1 run, all your attacks are far more likely to hit her damage cap than her floor. But here's where things get juicy. Resistances, such as Mel's 0.49x damage modifier when hit by fire, are calculated after damage caps. So even though our Fyra should do 48 damage when considered with our 14 MP, it gets capped at 20, then resisted to 9 or 10. I honestly don't know if it rounds up or down. However, damage floors are thrown into the mix after resistances, but we haven't quite justified equipping EXP 0 yet, so here's the pièce de résistance. As another hidden function of this ability, all damage floors are doubled upon landing a combo finisher, and in a critical oversight, they are not reset until you land another physical attack. People who undertake level 1 runs call this nifty little glitch damage storage, and if you're paying attention, it ensures that if we can just land one full combo, all magic we can swing Mel's way will bottom out at 16 damage. Once again, this doesn't ignore immunities, and some foes like Black Fungi and Hercules have special damage caps which supersede all this noise, but for a fight like this, it is a godsend. So, here we go. Whack her head 3 times, retreat to the relative safety of these thorny vines surrounding the arena, summon Genie, and in conjunction with some well-placed fireballs, watch all 4 of her health bars simply melt away. While you might have to be a little careful of her own fireballs, she'll go down in mere moments if you just keep your wits about you. And of course, I am contractually obligated to throw in a fight fire with Fire Joke here.
Gotcha! Fire! See ya!
How ironic. She was just another puppet after all.
What?
The Heartless were using Maleficent from the beginning. She failed to notice the darkness in her heart eating away at her. A fitting end for such a fool.
This is another really wonderful moment lodged deep in my memory. Beating Maleficent feels so empty. The matriarch of the villains, the final battle we've been building up to, and she was just another victim. She may have been commanding the Heartless, but she was not their source. It seems like Riku's new voice double might have some answers for us, but before we give chase, I want to point out where we are in this arena. This is within that highest tower at the top of the castle. If you look up, you can see it twisting off to the side. There's also a hole in the top of the skybox here, and since it's not centered on the tower, it's possible to see it just by looking through these windows, which is an odd oversight. Subtle difference back in the chapel, these fires are all burning a more natural orange now that Maleficent no longer has power over this place. And oddly, all the bird heads that were here have disappeared, and I don't know what to make of that. It's probably an oversight, but there's a distinct possibility that much of this castle's opulence is just an illusion perpetuated by her magic, and this is the first sign of that beginning to crumble. But speaking of opulence, the Great Hall makes such an incredible impression. The princesses in stasis, the keyhole to darkness. How can you walk up these stairs and not feel the sense of crescendo? But wait! If you continue to the end of this room, you will commence a series of events that will result in monumental, irrevocable changes to this whole game, including the mass rebalancing of stats to nearly every enemy we've ever faced. They will all be put on or above the level of the creatures we've encountered here in Hollow Bastion, most notably the rare Heartless that drop unique synthesis materials. At this point, if you plan on completing the synthesis side quest, which is necessary for multiple achievements as well as some of the best equipment in the game, this is the best time to gather the materials you need, especially from Sniper Wilds, Giga Shadows, Jet Balloons, and Stealth Soldiers. If you've been following along and synthesized everything that I have, then you'll still need 3 Power Stones, 3 Fury Stones, 6 Dazzling Stones, and 6 Energy Stones. All these enemies fall especially easy prey to our newest summon. Revived from the Fire Glow we picked up from that big dragon, we can now use Mushu, Mulan's little Spitfire companion. His Fire Breath attack is slightly stronger than the damage of Aurora, but I shouldn't need to sell you on this. It is a machine gun that can shred apart any enemy not immune to fire. In a single use of this summon, Mushu can genuinely shoot 100 times. And you can bet he and Damage Floors are absolute best buds. Just look at what he does to the Jet Balloon.
Jump back, I'm pretty hot, huh?
And by attaining every summon, we earned the Lord Fortune Staff for Donald, which is almost as good as the Wizard's Relic, making it better than any weapon you could have bought for him by now. If you haven't touched Synthesis yet, and honestly more power to you if you haven't, here are the sum totals of literally every item you can currently get that you'll need to craft everything. But you can still hold off on getting the Serenity Powers, Frost Stones, Blazing Stones, and Mithril Stones until later, as we haven't quite yet gotten the best tools for the job. Don't worry, Stealth Soldiers aren't so good at stealth that they've removed themselves from your memory. They were just hiding in the castle so well that they didn't present an easy opportunity to detour. These sneaky boys are a little unlike most rare Heartless in that it can be very difficult to tell when they've spawned just by entering their room. Here in the entry hall, they spawn alongside several normal enemies if they show up at all. So here's what to look for. I like this route running out the back, through the lift stop, and across the gate area to repeatedly enter the room from the front. Normally, the spawn here in the center of the room is 6 Dark Balls, but if only 4 spawn, that means there's an invisible Stealth Soldier in their midst. Immediately whip out your summon of choice. Mushu is great because his fire's homing properties will eviscerate the Stealth Soldier once you get a lock on it. In a lot of ways, he's like Dumbo, with the major advantage of retaining near full control over Sora while he lets loose. However, Dumbo's invincibility is still a pretty decisive advantage. You can lock onto a Stealth Soldier briefly after they move with this blue light effect, but when he won't let you, you can still hit him by spraying and praying. Once you reduce their HP enough, they'll turn visible and essentially just be slightly faster soldiers from that point. It's definitely worth noting that they'll always try to flee if they're the last enemy standing, so always focus on them first. One other strategy is stop spam. They don't get frozen for long, but being stopped reveals them and locks them down long enough for a few hits, so it's all down to preference. All that over with, let's head back to the Scary Great Hall. I feel I would be depriving you of something core to this game's experience by not letting this scene play out in full, even if you know every line by heart.
Kairi! 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 Open your eyes!
It's no use. That girl has lost her heart. She cannot wake up.
What? You're not Riku?
The keyhole cannot be completed, so long as the last Princess of Heart still sleeps.
The princess? Kairi's a princess?
Yes. And without her power, the keyhole will remain incomplete. It is time she awakened.
Whoever you are, let Riku go! Give him back his heart!
But first, you must give the princess back her heart.
What's...
Don't you see yet? The princess's heart is responding. It has been there all along. Kairi's heart rests within you.
Kairi's inside me?
There it is, one of the memed lines. It goes, "Say fellas, I'm me, Kairi's inside me." And while I guess they could have workshopped the wording a bit, this reveal is still ace. There have been drops of foreshadowing to it scattered across the game, each with enough space between that you could reasonably forget each one by the time you reach the next. It finally contextualizes all of these Kairi hallucinations as her thoughts spilling over into ours. Confirms that this scene was indeed a flashback, which in turn solidifies Hollow Bastion as Kairi's original home. And by far the coolest takeaway from that circles back to this throwaway scene in Deep Jungle, where Sora found this castle familiar. And it's because this castle is Hollow Bastion before it became the twisted hub of evil it is now. How Jane has a photo of it is another question entirely, but if you remembered this line and it rang familiar when this line came up, you could very well have figured out exactly what was going on early. And that is pure dopamine.
Tell me, who are you?
It is I, Ansem, the Seeker of Darkness.
And another reveal we barely have time to take in. The benevolent ruler of a lost world, now obsessed with darkness and possessing our old friend.
So, I shall release you now, Princess. Complete the keyhole with your power. Open the door. Lead me into everlasting darkness.
It's a lot to process, but now's the time for action.
Sora! Forget it. There's no way you're taking Kairi's heart.
Riku Ansem, the most notorious required fight in the game. Designed with the sole intent to force you back to basics. No magic, no party members, no summons, just you two and your swords, just like old times. Considering how we barely scraped by our bout with him downstairs, and now all of his attacks are revamped with huge dark hitboxes, you might be clenching up for a hell of a duel here, but in terms of the pure nuts and bolts of the fight, he's not nearly as difficult as Dark Riku for one simple reason. His retaliation counter is back up to 4 instead of 3, so we can actually rely on the same 1-2-3-1 kind of strategy we used on him on Destiny Islands. He has 900 HP and each of his 3 health bars represents a different phase, but our approach in all 3 will be more or less the same. In his first phase, he has all the same attacks he did in the entry hall. A jump attack, a slashy dash, and a spin attack. He also has this new plunging attack with a nasty shockwave, but he tends not to do that one as long as you land hits regularly enough. Now the biggest problem is that, once again, his retaliation attack cracks off wicked fast. And since it can either be his dash or spin attack, consistently staying safe when he counters is extremely unlikely. But not impossible. His prerogative in this first phase is to wait you out, test your abilities, and counter your offense. Since he's just going to keep incessantly waiting for you to make the move, give him what he wants. Jump in and attack to cause him to sidestep. He'll always follow up a sidestep with a jumping attack, and here's your opening. Jump in behind Riku, not directly over his head because the jump has a pretty tall hitbox, and get your hits in. Here's the tricky part. You want to get in 3 hits of an air combo, land, and then immediately jump forward and get 1 more hit. Your air combo finisher should always put you in the ideal position so this next hit keeps you safe from both his retaliation attacks. This combo is the foundation of this fight. If you can get this down, the whole thing's easy. Otherwise, you will just have to swallow some damage down the line. That's not the end of the world, there are plenty of openings to heal, particularly in this first phase. He has his old taunting guard that gives you the opportunity to do anything you want, and if you get behind him, you can even get a free hit that doesn't affect his retaliation counter when he taunts a second time. Generally though, if you want to move on with the fight, just hit the guard and run away. In Phase 2, he'll drop guard from his set and introduce Dark Hand. When he uses this, he'll imbue the rest of his attacks with additional hitboxes and become much more aggressive, chasing you down and cracking off attacks near constantly. We still want to bait out his dodge and jump attack combo, but we no longer want to attack to do that. Just orbit around him and draw as close as you're comfortable with, and he'll do it on his own. Now, his improved jump has these two shockwaves to either side, and if you're directly in front of him, he'll always follow up immediately with a dash attack, including a new shock/projectile. Luckily, you should already be used to jumping behind him, and from here, he's just as vulnerable as he is in his normal state. So now the only thing to look out for is his improved plunge attack, which causes dark geysers to erupt around your position. But the hitbox is shorter than it looks, so just glide around a little, and thankfully, using that attack always drains him of his darkness, and he'll humor you with the same patterns as in Phase 1 for a bit, usually only long enough for you to get one combo though. Dark Hand itself is extremely slow, and undoubtedly the safest time to heal, but it's also the best time to get in some damage. You can get as many as 6 hits in if you're close enough when he breaks this out. It may even be tempting just to avoid him entirely while he's powered up, and get your licks in this way, but that strategy will not carry you through his final phase. He'll power up with Dark Hand and never look back. Upside, he no longer uses his plunge attack. Downside, instead he has his desperation move, Dark Aura, a 3-stage attack that keeps him invincible the entire time. It begins with a dash directly towards you, then several lightning-quick dashes across the arena, and finally another plunge attack that raises those dark geysers almost everywhere. Thank goodness, this attack has a few significant blind spots. Apart from the first dash, which can only miss you if you're in midair, the area of effect is pretty uniform, and excludes these areas by these control consoles. At least 95% of the time it does. These geysers are pretty random, but it's better than trying to wait out the whole thing by gliding. This gives you space to heal, and if you really want, you can use this opportunity to stock your magic and just spam invincibility frames of your own using your limit of choice. I mean, it's certainly safer, but if you've got the resources to spare, it'll serve you better, almost guaranteed. Another option that feels less risky, use magic. Yeah, he's immune, but similar to Hook, that immunity makes him predictable. If he's not in the middle of something else, he'll always respond to your spells with one of his own. Dark Firaga is a projectile that's honestly pretty easy to deflect, and despite his damage immunity, he does take damage from this. I certainly found this strategy to be far more reliable, but way more tedious, and frankly, a boring insult to the blistering back and forth this fight is built to be. The energy is absolutely electric. Blow by blow, Riku's raw talent, Ansem's sheer power, Sora's utter persistence. It all amounts to such an incredible yet brutal clash, and few feel better to overcome.
Riku! Sora, look!
The keyhole! Won't work. The keyhole's not finished yet.
What can we do?
Maybe we gotta go wake Kairi up.
I think you're right. If we can free her heart. But how?
The Keyblade originally picked Riku, but in a moment of doubt, landed on Sora because Riku's heart faltered in the darkness, and Sora's was there as a light for it to latch onto. He is our protagonist not by fate, not by ordinance, but by pure happenstance. He wasn't born special, and though he may have been chosen, he wasn't the first choice.
A Keyblade that unlocks people's hearts. I wonder.
He's not driven by revenge, he's just along for the ride on Donald and Goofy's quest. He's not a remarkable kid, but he is a remarkable hero. An unfaltering, childlike will to see good in the world, to see the best in everyone he meets, and to do absolutely anything for his friends. Who besides him would do this with a smile?
I've been having these weird thoughts lately. Like, is any of this for real? Or not?
What a tone setter. You boot up this wacky Disney platformer for the first time, experience the quiet serenity of its title screen, and then suddenly, existential nihilism. Kingdom Hearts' opening movie is an all-out assault on your senses and emotions. It does everything in its power to make you feel. There's confusion and chaos, nostalgia, warmth. Even before you know who these characters are, the game manages to get you into their headspace through its use of powerful visuals and, of course, excellent music I still can't play for more than 2 seconds. But now that we've been through the majority of this story, we can look back at this opening and realize, though abstract, it's a paradigm of everything to come. It all starts with Sora sleeping, and though this whole sequence is set on Destiny Islands, only these initial few shots represent what actually happened there, with this shot of Riku and the ocean posing a very strong parallel to the Night of Fate, with this tidal wave playing the part of that apocalypse. It sweeps them both away, driving them apart. Though Sora wants to keep up with his friend, something holds him back. Kairi, who we now know is a princess of the purest heart, a source of unimpeded light. This scene at sunset represents the majority of our adventure so far, given that we now know Kairi's been with us every step of the way. Her heart nestled safely beside ours, calling out to us every chance she got. Sora finally reaches her, but doesn't get a chance to say a word before he falls. The pair of them watching as he plummets is the only thing I don't have an answer to. It's possible Sky Sora here is acting as a stand-in for Kairi's initial arrival on Destiny Islands, accompanying a meteor shower no doubt composed of gummy blocks from when this world was connected. But it may be to drive home that feeling of a dream. In any case, Kairi reaches out for Sora as he slips through her fingers before he's completely enveloped by the abyss.
What's happening to me? Falling into darkness.
That last cutscene, affectionately referred to by fans as Sora's sacrifice, or occasionally Sora's seppuku, which is ridiculous, I mean Hata Kairi was right there, is one of the most beloved moments in the series, but by far my favorite part is this right here. Sora holds on until he sees Kairi awaken. As soon as she stirs, he smiles and lets go.
Sora? Are you really? No, he can't be. I won't let him go!
So, you have awakened at last, Princess. The keyhole is now complete. You have served your purpose, but now it's over.
Ansem, the Seeker of Darkness. What a killer design. What a murderous performance by the great Billy Zane. But that body is not yet truly his.
Impossible.
No! You won't use me for this!
Riku!
You've gotta run! The Heartless are coming!
If I had to pick one central theme to encompass Kingdom Hearts 1, I wouldn't say it's friendship, I would say growing up. And while Sora represents the merits of childhood, Riku represents the folly of prematuring, so eager to prove himself in comparison to characters like Ansem and Maleficent. It's ironic, it's such a quintessentially childlike mindset. He's basically a boy who wants to stay out after bedtime, because he's not afraid of the dark. Although mature enough to realize the shadows themselves are no threat, he never learned that the real danger was the people who operate within them. It's poetically tragic that his punishment for this hubris, for being so eager to leave his childhood behind, was to gain the very thing he thought he wanted, forced to inhabit the body of an adult. There's some deeply uncomfortable subtext here. You can draw parallels to children who go through terrible traumas, but if they survive, they still lose the chance to ever be just a kid again. I'm not sure that was intentional by the writers, but either way, it makes this villain all the more despicable. But speaking of losing one's body...
What about the keyhole?
Let's just get out of here!
I find moments in games where you don't realize you're in control extremely charming. Usually it's a reflection on how well the game's visuals match its cinematics, but every once in a while, it's done for effect. Oh, I'm a shadow. Oh, look at me go. Oh, I can skitter. I can jump. That's literally it, but oh, this is so slick. The animations are just a little off compared to the shadows we've been so familiar with. Now, you can explore pretty thoroughly and get almost everywhere we've been so far, but we have no means of operating switches or using the bubbles on the lower levels, which will effectively funnel us to where we need to go. Unlike the Ascent, you can't really get lost in this sequence, which I feel is a bit of a missed opportunity. They could have done so much with this, given you 1 or 2 more abilities of a shadow, ideally let you flatten yourself to the ground, or maybe into the walls, Link Between Worlds style. This could have been a sort of puzzle traversal sequence, or they could have flooded it with Heartless and made it a stealth segment, or just had the Heartless be non-aggressive since we're one of them. Either way would be cool, but nope, it's drop, drop, optionally drop 1 more time, and get back to the entry hall.
Confounded Heartless! Get lost, will ya?
Sora? Is that you?
Funny thing about this scene, Donald always stances up facing the front door, but you can only enter that way by either carefully crossing these moving platforms by the gate, or making that 3rd drop to the lower level, which then involves you operating the only elevator that caters to our kind. I don't know, it just feels like that shouldn't be the canon route.
This time I'll protect you.
And just like that, it's over. Such a great moment while it lasted, but shockingly short-lived. I will say, that sequence does have some uncomfy implications. What we've just been presented with is undeniable proof that it's possible for a person changed into a Heartless to retain some of their original will. This might even explain why some of them cling to material possessions, like bracelets and gems. You're telling me any number of them could be semi-sentient, and we've just been mowing them down? There is a concept introduced in a future game which effectively absolves our heroes of these ramifications, but at this point, neither Sora nor the player knows about that.
Now!
Come with us!
I told you before, I'm not leaving without Belle. Now go! The Heartless are coming.
Alright. Let's get out of here.
Tell me what happened.
I don't know about you, but I love the way Leon says that. Such great, like, big brother energy.
So the darkness is flowing out of that keyhole.
No wonder there are more and more Heartless everywhere. The only way to stop them is...
seal the keyhole, right?
Maybe, but no one knows what will happen once it's sealed.
Well, we can't just stay here. We have to do something. I've got a friend back there.
That's right. You have one more friend to worry about. Don't worry, Sora. If anyone can save your friend, you can.
Safely back in the warm embrace of Traverse Town. After the storm of events we've been through, hearing this fade in is like being poured a perfect mug of hot chocolate. We get to talk to Kairi for the first time since our island was destroyed, and everyone else here has new stuff to say too. Yuffie in particular lets us know that especially powerful Heartless, including some new ones, have popped up just about everywhere. And I mentioned before we took on Riku Ansem, that's not just flavor text. On the subject of these text bubbles, as a somewhat obvious detail that managed to fly over my head until now, every world has its own text box color. One last thing before we head out that door and see what's waiting for us, I want to look at the journal. Sora and Kairi's entries have both been updated to shed a little light on how Sora got rehearted back there. I'm not sure if Jiminy is much of an authority on the subject, but it's all we have to go on. Evidently, this came about as a combination of Kairi's powers as a Princess of Heart and her feelings for Sora. Riku's entry is also interesting. There was a very brief window between the end of Dragon Maleficent's fight and now, where his journal picture and model were altered to his dark form, but now they're back to normal. Now, let's begin, shall we? The events that just went down are referred to in the fandom as Rescue, or The Rescue. And it's sort of like this game's Birth of Christ, because every world and the events within are generally referred to as either before Rescue or after Rescue. Here in AR Traverse Town, the 3rd district, once occupied by a handful of soldiers, is now infested with Dark Balls and Defenders, each with even higher stats than before, and, get used to this, a revamped resistance to stop and gravity. I will be showing every enemy's new stat card over the course of the rest of this video, but it'll really drag things down if I actively discuss them all. So just know, our days of one-shotting crowds with Thundara are behind us, and every enemy's drop rates are unaltered. New treasures and challenges alike await us nearly everywhere we've ever been, but before we get overwhelmed, we need to focus on our next steps. If we try to embark once again for the Bastion, we'll find our path mysteriously blocked. I like the strong parallels to Disney Castle in this state. We know Cid's our go-to guy for solving such matters, who lets us know that literally the entire time he knew we were looking for navigation gummies to find our friends in the king, he was holding back on us, and had one stashed right here in town. Forget you, Cid, you never had my back after all. Behold! Cid turn! He sends us back to the town's waterway, where Kairi has wandered to, without Leon or Yuffie escorting her. Honey, there's an apocalypse on. Never let the ninja out of your sight, maybe? If you talk to her twice, she actually says there's something about this musty place again. Which is cute, means she's down here because it reminds her of home, so I can't really blame her. You get a chance to notice for yourself that this mural over here has changed since last we saw it, cluing us in to check it out and find Cid's gummy.
A light at the end of the tunnel. Oh, your grandma's story, right?
That's right.
Oh my god, again with the animation. Look at the fluidity from surprise to realization. This is a pretty long cutscene, but I think these two have more than earned it. I'll hush up.
I looked everywhere for you, but you were with me all along. Finally, we're together, Kairi. Now, it's time to get Riku back.
You think it'll ever be the same again between us? Riku's lost his...
When I turned into a Heartless, you saved me, remember? I was lost in the darkness. I couldn't find my way. As I stumbled through the dark, I started forgetting things. My friends, who I was. The darkness almost swallowed me. But then I heard a voice. Your voice. You brought me back.
I didn't want to just forget about you, Sora. I couldn't.
That's it! Our hearts are connected. And the light from our hearts broke through the darkness. I saw that light. I think that's what saved me. No matter how deep the darkness, a light shines within. I guess it's more than just a fairy tale.
Well, let's go!
You can't go.
Why not?
Because it's way too dangerous.
I can't hold my tongue on this. Sora, don't you think there might be some merit in her power to bring you back from the dead? Don't want to pack that in your carry-on? No?
I can't help?
You'd kind of be in my way.
That's fine, that makes sense. This is definitely worth discussing. Not adding Kairi as a party member is a huge missed opportunity. The favorite pastime of everyone back on the island was sparring, so it wouldn't have been surprising to learn that she could also hold her own. And genuinely, they wouldn't have needed to tweak the final act by much to accommodate her. In fact, I can think of one thing that would have wound up making more sense. But this is the really unfortunate truth about Kairi. As much as I like her character, she gets really needlessly benched here, and I think it's a massive disservice.
Okay. You win. Take this. It's my lucky charm. Be sure to bring it back to me.
Don't worry, I will.
Promise?
Promise.
Don't ever forget. Wherever you go, I'm always with you.
That wrinkle aside, that was a really cute scene, and it ends with us getting the very charm she made out of thalassa shells from what feels like a lifetime ago. And if we attach it to our Keyblade, it will become the Oathkeeper. Real fast before we go over it though, there's a second cutscene in this sequence. This is one of the few added into Final Mix, and just like the first time, it shows us something I strongly feel we're not meant to see yet. In the context of its original Japanese release, it's essentially a cool New Game Plus bonus, but divorced from that, this is practically a spoiler baked into the game, and I would much rather show it to you all at a more fitting time, so just for now, let's pretend it's 2002 and that edition doesn't exist yet. Oathkeeper is an extremely popular keychain, but even without considering the design and stats of the Keyblade itself, it's one of the coolest simply for the context of how we get it, and what this definitively teaches us about our magic sword. Naturally, we have not been finding more Chosen One Keyblades in the possession of ape men and within treasure chests throughout every world, but rather, ornaments that we can attach to the Keyblade to transform it. I don't believe the series went into detail as to how this works for several games, but essentially, you can't just stick whatever onto this chain and get a fancy new weapon. It has to be something either magical or meaningful. Most of them represent the connections of the Keyblade wielder's heart to the people they received the gift from, and I'd like to believe that the strength of that connection reflects the strength of the form, but that would mean Sora's friendship with Peter Pan is very nearly as strong as his with Kairi, so it's probably not worth reading into. Oathkeeper is an excellent Keyblade, well-rounded and with a fan-favorite design. This is one of the few we know to have been drawn by Tetsuya Nomura himself, with the rest falling to either the game's art director or texture designer, Takayuki Odachi and Tetsu Tsukamoto respectively. If you're familiar with Nomura's work, you can really tell this was him. Just the right amount of over the top, and the delightfully clever touch of having the teeth be the Japanese character for light. Another note on the keychains themselves, the description of the Kingdom Key indicates that this is the Keyblade's true form, a snippet of lore that may be worth remembering down the line. Last thing to do here in the waterway is activate this White Trinity. It contains an Orichalcum, and I think this would be a good time to go and sweep up the rest of these pesky pictograms. We already got Lady Luck from Wonderland, so that leaves a staff for Donald here in the middle of the Olympus Coliseum. The one in Deep Jungle is easily the hardest one to find or remember since it's in the Keyhole Room, where you're otherwise given no reason to visit outside that cutscene. But it's got another Orichalcum for us. Agrabah is comically easy to walk directly past, but it's right here in the entrance to the Cave of Wonders. The Ifrit belt is of course the fire resistance counterpart to the Ramu belt we found in Hollow Bastion, but it's kind of weird of Ifrit to pull double duty on the accessories here. Monstros can be hard to spot given how many speckles of color already dot the floors, but head to the top of the staircase in Chamber 6 and jump off, you'll find a dark matter right down here. Atlantica's couldn't be easier, and true to form, gave everyone a unique animation just for this, especially Goofy. Another Orichalcum. Now I would have covered White Trinities as we went over every revamped world in turn, if not for these two. I'm gonna break sequence and get Neverland's first, right up by the helm, puppies 43, 44, 45. There's one under the table in the piano room, one all but copied and pasted by the Carnation Dalmatians, and a good girl has joined the two good boys in front of the fireplace. Maybe I'm just sentimental, but I feel like it's easy to see these three as the Sora, Riku, and Kairi of the Puppy House. I've saved Halloween Town for last because I think it represents what all the White Trinities should have been with the money shot of Spiral Hill. Agrabah should have been here in Aladdin's house. Deep Jungle should have been the view of the treehouse or the waterfall. Olympus, well, they weren't exactly spoiled for choice, but you get my point. In any case, that was the very last Trinity in the game. Another category in our journal marked as complete, and our reward? Another trio. Nice. One behind the lamp in the TV room, one next to the dining room table didn't quite make the cut for the club, and for the first time in a long time, this one in the middle of the piano room is confirmed to be one of the named pups from the movie. Freckles, the one who likes to hang out on Pongo's head, identified in this game as one of the only dogs with spots on his face. That leaves just one set left to rescue, and you'll never guess what incredibly dangerous world we've got to reach to find him. Sid's just as happy as ever to install that Navi-G, but there are a few more preparations we can make before casting off. First is within Sid's shop. He now sells a level 2 system upgrade, which will expand our construction area to the maximum 10 cubes, and palette, which will expand our available colors for painting them. I'll warn you, it would be an abject waste of money to buy any of this now though. Not for the reasons you might think, but just trust me and don't trust Sid. One gummy bonus we can grab now is from Geppetto. His final blueprint reward, Hyperion, is for defeating 5,000 Heartless total and obtaining all 6 summons. It has the name of a recurring weapon as well as a cool chocobo from Final Fantasy, but its design is a tad generic. Apart from one thing, its cockpit is placed sideways. It's okay if this is the first time you're noticing the seats in the cockpit. We can soup up our own equipment too. Since visiting Hollow Bastion, we can now craft every synthesis recipe through to the 4th batch, and we're starting to get into some of the best equipment in the game here. The Crystal Crown is a personal favorite just because I love seeing every single one of these numbers turn blue. That tickles my brain. We have now unlocked the 5th group of recipes. A lot of these are blocked off from us until we can find a Gale, whatever that is, so for now the only thing we can pick up is the Cosmic Arts, but that's a pretty big only given that each one improves AP and MP by 2 and HP by 9. Absolutely pick up a handful of these if you can. Of course, this may call for farming a defender or two, but not to worry on that front, because we now have access to the best room for those purposes, the Hotel Hallway. 3 defenders followed by 4 wizards. If you want either of their materials, and perhaps more importantly, either of their rare weapon drops, this is the hallway to get them. If you're more in the market for a wider array of products, you should always be sure to check out your local gizmo shop, purveyors of fine enemy gauntlets since 2002. It brings back fond memories of when we goofed around in here versus an ever-mounting number of shadows. The After Rescue Gizmo Shop is a 10-wave onslaught of Hollow Bastion denizens and also search ghosts for some reason. Worth noting that with their revamped XP yields, 1 clear of this room is worth 3600 XP. Just farm until you get the items you want, or until you come to grips with the fact that you're not getting the Defender Shield this run, and that's nearly it for Traverse Town. Our final stop on the way out will be the Nephew Shop. They're packing 2 new weapons each for Clobbert and Gotham, and they now sell Orichalcum, but it is the priciest item you're likely to want. Travis has got him beat with his gun series elemental bands, but come on, you don't want those, put them back.
But look how expensive they are.
No. Bad. If not for the achievements for getting all the weapons, I wouldn't recommend picking up the new staves and shields either. The Grand Mallet does have more strength than any staff I've yet covered, but that's only because I glossed over Violetta when we picked it up from the Olympus Trinity, and there's no reason to pick the Wisdom Staff over Lord Fortune. Goofy's new gear is a similar story, though at least Herc's shield and the Dream Shield were a bit out of our way. Before setting out, I want to have one more chat with the cafe lady. She has a few new chilling bits of dialogue. Fewer refugees are arriving these days. Are the shadows weakening, or are fewer people escaping? Perhaps the darkness is simply running out of worlds to destroy. Once more at our helm, Sid's new Navi G gummy opens up the Purple Warpole, an especially long and treacherous route linking all the way from Traverse Town to Hollow Bastion. And I swear, I forget it's a thing every single time I play this game. You may notice a few new enemies on either side of the new rift. We'll get to those, but within it, we have Ifrit and Odin. I don't need to tell you who Ifrit is, we literally just did this, but man did his final mix redesign have a lot of work done. Looking good. And Odin, another summon, that's like an actual guy on a horse with a gun. It's beautiful. We're not given the option of landing at any of the save points. Instead, we're forced to start back at the Rising Falls and work our way up. There are some differences this climb around, like there's an extra bubble in the upper section of the falls, which leads us to a defense up we couldn't have gotten before, but it's a bit misleading. All the other differences are the Heartless and the NPCs, so it'd probably be best to book it back to the Grand Hall, but I do like to detour through the waterway, just to log the save point in the list again. I figured as long as I was doing that, I should check for any interesting enemy spawns, but my favorite thing I found was that if you head all the way back to the castle gate switch, the defender spawn has been replaced with nothing. Hey, I thought completing the Keyhole to Darkness was supposed to mean more Heartless. I also like that the dungeon appears to be some sort of mage commune, with a wizard and all 4 Prismels hanging out. That's cute. Heading upward now, starting in the entrance hall, if you're looking for the stealth soldiers, they're still here, but now the indication for their appearance, or disappearance, I suppose, is a single large body by the fountain instead of a pair. If this happens, in addition to the one in the center of the room and the one at the top of the stairs, another pair of them will appear on the 2nd floor, above the front door. If we detour through the library, we'll find a very worthwhile, I wouldn't call this a cutscene, it's more like an event, and there are 2 versions of it depending on which door we use to enter the library.
Oh, Belle!
Extremely fitting that Belle would have sought out the books, no matter the danger, but it's not for pleasure. She's actively trying to research means of combating the darkness. If we talk to her again, she'll also gift us with the Divine Rose keychain, a short but brutally strong option. I see a lot of people carry this one into the final battle, and rightly so. It's easily the strongest weapon we can get relative to what it took to attain it. I like elements of its design a lot, the stained glass handles especially, to no one's surprise, but I'm actually gonna complain about the color purple here. I think this would have worked a lot better as a silver blade, or maybe gold, but it's by no means a deal breaker. Yo, check out this dress swishing sound effect they added to her turning around. Nothing too special with the second level, but I did realize it would ordinarily be impossible to board the giant elevator after disembarking without reloading the area. So I flew over to see if anything was up, and yeah, its call switch had just vanished. It still works, and when you get to the center, it still pauses, but the switch to make things resume simply appears without any combat. I suspect this switch is the same switch we used to board, and that's why it went missing. Let's find out. Ladies and gentlemen, keep your eye on the crystal. A 1, a 2, and a there we go! The third layer is basically a straight shot back to the chapel where we fought Maleficent, though it is weird we're only just now seeing soldiers. The rest of the ladies are all hanging out up here like we just stumbled into Disney Online Welcome Princess, and they each have miniature scenes to see if you chat with them, about the inevitability and power of the darkness flowing from the keyhole, how they're working to hold it back, how Ansem got swallowed up in it and probably died, all that good stuff. It's a bit surreal to be surrounded by them after all this time. Alice getting kidnapped beneath our nose was practically a catalyzing event for this journey, and here she is, one of the big girls now. You know, I wonder if bringing Kairi with us would have helped them hold back the darkness. Silly note about these ladies, they all received fairly extensive updates to their models in the 1.5 releases of this game, but none more so than Aurora, whose PS2 model was particularly rough around the edges. The Grand Hall, our last stop. It's been populated by Heartless and has become another location in which stealth soldiers can appear. This time you're looking for 3 wizards and 1 large body by the entrance, in which case you'll find 3 stealth soldiers around the room. There are also a handful of treasures, a dark matter by the stairs, our final set of puppies tucked in around these pipes. Don't worry, I won't forget them, but let's wait until our next stop in town to check in. And up here, by what we can only assume was the glass sarcophagus meant for Kairi, we get Oblivion. Design-wise, this is one of the series' favorites, the dark counterpart to Oathkeeper, quite literally. Where Oathkeeper's teeth say light in Japanese, Oblivion says darkness. We can also consider that in some abstract way, this keychain was left here for us as a parting gift from Riku, this being the room we last saw him in, and in development, these were actually referred to as the Kairi Keyblade and the Riku Keyblade. Perhaps at some point, he was planned to have given it to us with a bit more ceremony, but in any case, their designs reflect the light and dark within Sora's life, especially as Oblivion's keychain is a black version of Sora's necklace. It's incredibly tragic then that we have no practical reason to use it. We just got Divine Rose, which is stronger without taking a hit to MP. Oblivion is a long Keyblade, which is nice, but hardly nice enough to justify it. If you equip this one, it's gotta be because you value form over function.
What you got there?
Nothing?
I don't know it looks like Oblivion to me.
What do you want from me? It's cool! Just look at the particle effects! Though not immediately clear, our next objective is to head inside the keyhole to darkness, to the area called the Dark Depths. Ladies, gentlemen, everyone and everything in between, I now present you with the Dark Depths title match. In this corner, he's sliced, he's diced through every Heartless no matter the price. He's even been won once or twice, you know him, you love him, the Keyblade wielder, Sora! And in this corner, weighing in at a record 1,350 HP, freshly unpurpled from his final mix recolor, it's Behemoth! As you may have gathered from Destiny's force fading in, this is not a difficult fight. His size makes him threatening, but in tremendous contrast to Dragon Maleficent, you could probably get through this one just by jamming on his weak point. He's lucky he's got all those magic immunities, otherwise Mushu would obliterate him, but at the very least, he's got enough HP that we can't get too cocky. The first thing you're going to want to be aware of are his feet. They have a hitbox when he takes a step, though a weirdly inconsistent one. Just stay away and it shouldn't be an issue. His charge attack is the least telegraphed, but he's unlikely to do it if you're already close to him. So apart from the guaranteed use of it to open the fight, I wouldn't worry about it. The only attack I would worry about is Dark Pulse, a 2-stage magical attack that summons a rain of dark orbs that look a bit familiar. They hone in on you pretty reliably, and blocking them can be a bit precise, but you're safe if you hang out underneath him. His last attack, Dark Thundara, can only be avoided by getting far enough away from him. I did try underneath him, but no dice. Thankfully, this attack isn't just well telegraphed, it's also strictly reactive. he'll only ever use it after he's been staggered. So if you're wailing on him when he's got his head down, just book it away once he stirs, and that's all he's got. A refreshingly simple boss after all we've been through. Your go-to strategy here is to start on his back and wring out a good chunk of his HP with Gravira. After like a dozen of those, switch to Aurora and focus on his horn. Interesting property of Arrow, it's the only spell which is capable of dealing a single point of damage. It seems this unique damage floor overrides almost everything else, and even when EXP0 is equipped, it looks like it's still calculated normally. Makes sense, you wouldn't want it to completely shred the enemies, but that's too bad because it's still affected by damage storage. So with minimal setup, each hit of the shield can do like 17 damage. That's nuts! Of course, I don't think that's necessary. If you're not doing a challenge run, no need to sacrifice the XP on this guy's account. Just keep hitting him till his horn glows, retreat, and repeat. And Behemoth becomes not to Behemoth. While recording this, I genuinely forgot to summon Tinkerbell. That's how much of a pushover he is. I will give credit where it's due though, the design is excellent. I love the horns on the lower jaw, that's so unique and fantastical. And of course, his name is a reference to a recurring foe from the Final Fantasy series.
Now let's go and seal that big keyhole.
Sora, you did it.
Weird beat here. Sora, there's a degree of urgency to sealing that keyhole. You want to just take 5 for a chinwag outside? Right now? Alright. The Final Fantasy gang is here, and it's revealed that Hollow Bastion was once their homeworld, something lightly foreshadowed by the fleur-de-lis motif around the castle. We can gather that the parts of Traverse Town which manifested for their sakes may have held that slight cultural remnant of their home. By extension, it also means that this is the world over which Ansem the Wise presided. And speaking of that fallen ruler, his ex-subjects start laying some pretty heavy stuff on us. If we defeat Ansem, all the damage he and the Heartless have done will be undone. But the catch is, the worlds will once again be disconnected, and gummy travel will be impossible as the walls between realms reassert themselves. How do you know all of this? Weren't you just saying no one knows what'll happen? Where'd you get this sudden omniscience?
We may never meet again, but we'll never forget each other.
No matter where we are, our hearts will bring us together again.
Besides, I couldn't forget you, even if I wanted to.
Yuffie's hand gesture makes it look like she's calling Sora stinky.
Hurry! Come and close the keyhole!
That's what I'm saying! Another mini scene with the princesses. I find myself really wishing they were voice acted. Not just because it would have been nice to hear them, but this information is really important for something so easy to mash past. If we restore the worlds by following Ansem to the Heart of Darkness, everyone will be pulled back to where they belong. But Sora, and this is crucial, doesn't want to. The princesses are nice enough to give us our first ultimate spell, Firaga, and oh boy, it's a good one. Firaga has the highest base damage of any spell we can learn, at 16 times that of our original fire spell. In simpler terms, most every Heartless in the After Rescue worlds have a defense stat of 27, so even the 8 MP I have on my level 1 file is enough to deal 40 damage, and at my main file 16 MP, 4 times that, an invaluable tool in a world flooded by darkness. The girls have some more optional dialogue, which I quite like, especially from the ones we'd already met before they were captured. There's something so nostalgic about the way Alice says that silly little trial, back when our problems were so small. As usual, stealing the keyhole has caused the Heartless to temporarily retreat, and until we leave the world, we can roam its halls completely unaccosted. As for why we'd want to, if we head back to the library, Belle seems to have gotten herself a reading buddy. This brand new character, who we're meeting just now for the first time, Aerith, who seems to have found amid the bookshelves the rest of Ansem's report, 2, 4, 6, and 10. Okay, that does still leave 8 out of the picture, but we're not far off from finding that chapter, so I want to wait until we have the complete picture to peruse them. Kind of a weirdly hidden secret, but at least mechanically, you're not missing much if she snuck by you. But she's also got another tier 3 spell for us if we talk to her not once, but twice more. Curaga restores a base HP of 36, a downright crucial upgrade that most players will miss. Given Aerith is a supportive white mage in her home game, it is cool she's the one to teach Sora his ultimate healing ability, but this probably should have been given to us in that cutscene by the keyhole. Yuffie and Leon are also tucked behind some of the shelves, and both mention their drive to restore this world to its former glory, Leon himself finally explaining the angst with his name somewhere besides his journal entry. He also instructs us to purge every Heartless we can find, and thus concludes the preamble. For many people, the real game of Kingdom Hearts begins now. We have much to see and do in every single one of these worlds. It is time for a grueling victory lap, and we're going to start where it all began. This black void in which we took our first steps has a few names. Dive to the Heart, the Station of Awakening, some people call it by the name of its song, Destati, and for years, people theorized on exactly what it was. The series would go on to confirm that this is a realm which exists on the borders of sleep, darkness, and death. It's a real place in the sense that it's not just a dream, but the rules are abstract, and the lines between what's symbolic and what's literal are pretty blurry. One thing we do know is that these gorgeous stained glass pillars represent the hearts of those they depict, and the imagery on each mural shows the people and memories which they hold most dear, or perhaps, given the evil queens represented on Snow White and Aurora's murals, most significant. These hearts are here, drifting through the dark, because they've been placed under a sleeping curse. Doubtless similar witchcraft to that originally wielded by Maleficent. The fact it's possible for Snow White to pop up all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed after Deep Jungle throws a slight wrench in things, but there is an element here of time's flow being skewed. This pink mural representing the three princesses yet to be captured indicates that not everything here is linear. Another good example is the secret place on Destiny Islands. Some of the drawings on the walls seem to depict the adventures we've had since the island was destroyed. Perhaps Sora and Kairi caught glimpses of it in similar dreams. We've got Sora swimming with some fish in the deep blue sea, a trio battling some sort of giant ghost in a graveyard, some sort of wiggly monster with a giant mouth, Donald Duck, a wizard, a bird, the word mouse, a chocobo, and a fleur-de-lis. Nothing specific, but we've certainly seen all those things separately. A hero standing against some bat enemies, what may be the Cheshire Cat, a character following a butterfly, someone obsessed with card suits, Sora being awoken by a dog, and some pretty Traverse Town-looking buildings, and finally, Disney Castle. Back to town on our main file, no point in delaying it any further, let's head to the puppy house. The 99 Dalmatians are such an intimate collectible. Frankly, given the gameplay dissonance of the gummy parts and the fairly cryptic nature of synthesis materials, they are likely the reason you want to open treasure chests, to get excited when you see one, knowing that with every batch you find, this family becomes a little more complete. The way I've been doing this, checking in after every new edition, is hardly how I'd recommend it, but it has done a lot to make me realize just how much personality is in every one of these wayward woofers. The rewards for passing every milestone of 10 have ranged from handy to dandy, but I never found myself conscious of that as a kid. I always just wanted to see this empty house filled. And little Easter eggs like the way Pepper follows you around the dining room are the delectable cherry on top. Our final trio from the Grand Hall are found on opposite ends of the living room couch, and beholding this upright base in the piano room. And that's it. Every single one accounted for. Apart from that one little hiccup, that wasn't so bad. Our parting present from Pongo and Perdita for procuring that plethora of purloined puppies, the power of wind. In another box! And a complete gummy set. One thing at a time, Eroga, another stellar upgrade to Arrow, and in keeping with the pattern of breaking the pattern, this does not increase its damage or duration, but adds a reflective property to the barrier. Now, any deflectable projectile and many physical attacks will be automatically bounced back as though we guarded it with our Keyblade, effectively making us immune to over half the Heartless in the game. The gap between Tier 1 and Tier 3 spells is always pretty wide, but none more so than Arrow. This thing cleans up. That second reward, I think, is almost as nice, but your mileage may vary. A full set of gummies means we are now maxed out on every variety of purchasable gummy block. 99 each of the basics, as many weapons, thrusters, and other goodies as we can handle, and full upgrades to our system and computer, meaning we can now make just about anything we set our mind to. Or we can finally use any of the cool blueprints we've been gathering as a base. But no matter your preference, build the warship of your choice and strap it down with every toy at your disposal. Because we are finally going to put them to use and do that which scares even the most hardened of Kingdom Hearts 1 completionists. The gummy missions. Veterans of this series will undertake level 1 Proud Mode journal completion without batting an eye, but no one touches these. It's not because they're hard, mostly, it's just, who gives a flying flippity-flop about this shippity-slop? On a first glance, the gummy missions don't really fix the core issue of gummy traversal, in that it's just not interesting. Resources are so plentiful, obstacles are so paper-thin, you can obliterate these routes by jamming on your weapons, and if you're not high on that, the concept of what sounds like a pretty basic score attack mode is not going to tickle your fancy. The first mission, reach Traverse Town after gaining 80 points, is so hard not to get, I don't even remember when I did it. Its second mission, reach it from Olympus and collect 30 shield collectibles, doesn't take much more thought. If you equip an Osmos Gummy, you can flick the right stick to absorb any collectibles near you, which trivializes this one. The route is newly defended by Ramu and Goblin ships. Ramu's not news here, but Goblin's a classic. Then these hulking ships by Traverse Town are Alexander's, genuinely one of the coolest interpretations of a Final Fantasy summon we've yet seen. The level 3 Gummy missions are where things get interesting. In this case, set off from Hollow Bastion, get a score of 0, and don't get hit. Now you're speaking my language. Suddenly, every obstacle matters. Hell yeah! Thread that needle! You gotta equip the smallest ship possible and squeeze through like the last bit of toothpaste in the tube. The enemies aren't difficult to juke out, but suddenly the stuff that never made you bat an eye is as terrifying as any boss's desperation attack. It's a great challenge. Just make absolutely sure that when you reach the end of the warp hole stretch, you are veering left so you come out facing Traverse Town. You do not want to go through all of that and land on Olympus. The real issue with these Gummy missions is that the rewards are completely trivial. Clearing missions 1 and 2 on each world gets you various decorative blocks, like these Mickey hands, and mission 3 gets you special blueprints. So if you don't care about this mode, you extra don't care about the rewards. If you're playing the PS3 release of the KH 1.5 collection, there's a trophy for collecting all Gummy ship blueprints, so a platinum trophy necessitates clearing every mission. This was toned down in all subsequent releases, and now the achievement is merely for obtaining 30, so you can get all the achievements by only completing 3 missions. Unfortunately for me, I don't measure completion by trophies, I measure it by completion. But it would be a real pace killer to go over all 30 missions, especially all at once, so here's the full list, and I'm only going to go over missions I find particularly interesting as we hit each world. So, starting with Wonderland, there are plenty of damageless challenges which do not specify you can't use your shield gummies, which can protect you from up to 5 hits, so damageless is more of a suggestion. A reward for its third mission, Valefor, is another Final Fantasy summon. Looking pretty fly, I gotta say. Wonderland has changed like the 6th most of any world, but there are 2 major points of note. In ancient times, amid our first visit to this world, I mentioned there were 3 possible treasures to be obtained by defeating the mini gauntlet of enemies within the rabbit hole. The first was for taking it on before the Queen and Cards fight, the second for afterward, and we have finally fulfilled the conditions for the last. We can obtain a Mega Elixir by bashing them all. It is worth noting that the first 2 treasures in here are a rare case of permanently missable chests. But I also want to reiterate that there's nothing stopping you from getting all 3 as long as you're on top of visiting this room. The less practical but far more interesting change is in the Queen's Court. It seems the growing power of the local Heartless has them all quite rattled. So much so they've finally stopped asking us to track down Alice, and admit there'd be no time for the trial as long as they're so busy fending off the waves of darkness. This is something unique to Wonderland amid the Disney worlds. If we talk to Jane or Sally or King Triton, they all have the same dialogue they did when we last left them. But the Queen of Hearts, of all characters, has a solid read on things. I really gotta wonder if her title isn't just for show. But for the first time since leaving our home, that is one world fully completed. Olympus is our logical next target, and I went back and forth on this pretty intensely, because it is by far the biggest post-rescue world. To such a degree, I'd be tempted to save it for last, but the rewards we get for taking it on are gonna be the most useful by a pretty significant margin. So, onward. Its level 3 Gummy mission sounds harder than it is. Just pack all the firepower you can, and you shouldn't have an issue. Its main roadblock is that you need to have an Isuna Gummy equipped, or else a small handful of these little asteroids just won't be present on the route. A little silly, but not much of an inconvenience. The mission is even nice enough to mention hidden objects. We get Poo-Poo, specifically based on one of their flying saucers. At the Coliseum gates, there is an elephant in the room, but before we tackle it, we have another case of alternate cutscenes. You may recall, way back when we first beat Cerberus, we got a scene of Maleficent and Hades having a bit of a verbal spar. However, since Olympus is a completely optional world, it's possible to reach that cutscene after Maleficent is a smear on the carpet.
Whoa. Here's what you do. Let Hercules train the kid. In the next games, I'll take care of them both.
In this case, the scene just fades out the moment before she would have shown up. Yeah, it's not complicated. In fact, I could have just edited the original scene instead of running through the game again, but I can always appreciate the devs for realizing this niche situation was a possibility. As long as we're here out of sequence, it's also possible to take on the cups out of order. If we do the Hercules Cup before beating Phil and Pegasus, we won't get the cutscene that we got on our main file. Instead, some text dialogue to the same effect, followed by Phil telling us we've still got a long way to go. We still get Yellow Trinity, and by extension can seal the keyhole, but we can't open the chest and get Olympia until we get the other trophies. Once we do that, we get a rare alternate voice line.
Sora! You've grown strong!
And then the rest of the scene plays out as normal. Every enemy in the Coliseum is rebalanced, including the bosses, which may come as a slight surprise. The most interesting note here is Preliminary Cerberus. I want to especially point out his EXP yield, just keep it in mind. But enough of old news, it's time for something new. After defeating Behemoth, we've unlocked the Hades Cup, the ultimate gauntlet of foes. 50 seeds featuring every species of regular Heartless we've seen. Except the Atlantica ones, I suppose that makes sense. Oh, and no barrel spiders, and no bouncy wilds? Okay, that's odd. For whatever reason, they're completely absent from all 4 cups, and they don't even have the respiratory excuse those other jokers have. This is weird. The picture of Hades on this poster looks to have been traced over a frame from the movie. The one where Hades tries to get Baby Herc hooked on tongue piercings. The sign is hanging by a rope I doubt anyone has ever noticed before. To prepare for this, I'm gonna set up Donald a bit differently. We're gonna equip that Violetta we found outside, and go all in on strength for his equipment. Minimize all of his spell usage, because there is simply no way his MP is gonna last 50 rounds. Goofy is still gonna be our MP battery, with only MP gift as an active ability. And Sora, I highly recommend packing the 3 spells we fully upgraded, and I'm personally bringing Oathkeeper. But Lady Luck could well be worth the hit in strength. Firaga is your best friend for most of the filler rounds. It's cheap and powerful, so you can kill everything without needing to risk your health, and retain the bulk of your MP for when you really need it. Donald's melee build isn't amazing for his own performance, but by being so frugal with his own magic, Goofy is free to keep it flowing your way. The curveballs start flying just a few rounds in, when Yuffie shows up. Now, we fought her before and she had Leon as backup, but even still she's been revamped ever so slightly. She can now throw up to 3 shurikens at once to better deal with being outnumbered, and though I have no way of knowing the numbers on this, she seems to have developed a resistance to being stunned by her own shurikens. She would really prefer you didn't use Aroga when fighting her, but that's a darn shame. I wouldn't want you to lose track of all those lovely projectiles, would I? Her giant shuriken DM is still a threat that I have no clear idea of how to deal with, but you should have no trouble taking her down regardless. Now, this angers me slightly. I was so sure that that one Ultimania factoid about her being able to kill you with her shuriken after you win was something I would manage in the Hades Cup, but I can't imagine getting the timing any more frame perfect than this. You become invincible the instant you defeat her in every version of the game, so I don't see how this is feasible. If anyone out there can manage it, please, let me know. For beating her, we earn the Genji shield. Apart from the Defender, Goofy's best large shield option. Though as ever, that's not saying too much. It's a nice reference though. Genji equipment is usually some of the better stuff you can find in Final Fantasy games. Funnily enough, though a few Final Fantasy games have a Genji shield item, this is the first appearance of one in a Square Enix game. Things ought to go pretty smoothly for the next few seeds, until the 9th round, which puts us face to face with another behemoth, Flavortown style. Strictly speaking, this is a different species called a destroyed behemoth, but the only mechanical differences are its slightly bolstered stats. With its 5 full health bars, the strategies that served us against his brother will do even better now, though you may be tempted to save your MP and skip the opening volley of Graviras. I wouldn't worry about it though. Go nuts with any MP you've saved to this point. You'll see in a moment why. For defeating him, say hello to your brand new best friend. Blizzaga may not be quite as powerful as Firaga, but its area of effect is better than ever. Quit out to the lobby, equip it, and don't look back. The Hades Cup isn't nearly as much of an endurance challenge as it presents itself to be. Though you can try to run the full gauntlet start to finish, you unlock checkpoints every 10th seed, and can start from there if you ever die or quit out. So you're free to treat this as 5 separate cups, and can take a breather and freshen up between each one. No doubt much to Hades' chagrin. Our next stretch of foes features a few tricky opponents, such as this full set of red armor. An interesting combo since the 3 pairs continue to act independently of each other, which makes them far more aggressive than their palette swap. Similarly, in another few rounds, we'll have a run-in with something labeled a stealth sneak, but is in fact a slightly different creature called a sneak army. Just like red armor, they are slightly more aggressive than their cousin, and tend to remain cloaked significantly deeper into their HP bar. They're extremely vulnerable to being beaten down by air combos, and you only need to back off when they're doing this eye laser attack, which thankfully has a blind spot about a meter away. There's an entirely new Heartless to the roster as well, an Angel Star. These biblically accurate light bulbs are the most formidable ranged Heartless since Sniper Wilds. They have a melee attack, but prefer to float out of range and pelt you with powerful magic. They're kinda like supercharged yellow operas and pack an annoying resistance to almost everything. They are, however, extremely weak to Eroga, as all but one of their attacks can't touch you through the barrier. And from there, the only real annoyance is their ability to guard. That carries us through to our old foe, the goodest boy under the earth, Cerberus, who now begins the battle in what was once his second phase, kicking off his attack cycle with Shadow Rave, Firaga Balls, Shadow Rave again. We can use the exact same strategy we once did, hiding on his back from the ranged attacks, and carefully getting in a few smacks to his ear between bites. But I have a much better strategy now. We're still gonna do the hiding thing, partly because I will never get sick of avoiding his attacks like this, but then, rather than risk losing a limb to his teeth, we're just gonna blast his face with Blizzagas like we're using a spray bottle on a cat. With so much MP under our belt, it feels kind of unreal how cheap this spell is to use. We can fire off like 100 before running dry, and a single elixir lets us do it all over again. You truly may as well use it as a longer range alternative to your regular attack. Sorry, Serby, don't take this as a reflection on you. Blame your owner, he set this whole thing up.
Thunder!
I've been sitting on this one for a while. Back when we first beat Cerberus and were officially dubbed junior heroes, yada yada yada, Hercules leaned over to Phil and whispered this.
I'd already worn Cerberus down by the time the little guy jumped in.
Now the implication is naturally that this Cerberus, here in the Hades Cup, is him fresh as a daisy, unworn by a battle with Herc. And sure, even if you take on the preliminaries post-rescue, Cerberus here still has higher stats than he did there. But with one crucial exception, the experience points. Within the context of the universe, XP is a function of how much Sora grows in experience as a result of a fight. The harder the fight, the more experience he gains. This is different from how tough the fight is for the player. Like, the only real reason Oogie Boogie gives more XP than Giant Ursula is because within canon, Sora's torment at the hands of the Boogeyman's Rube Goldberg machines was just that much more harrowing. And by that logic, the initial Cerberus fight is much tougher than the rematch. And I'll grant you, any experience can be less valuable when repeated. In the original PS2 version, this was even a mechanic within the Coliseum, and repeat victories on bosses would always reward a flat 100 XP. But compared to the likes of Leon, naturally, when an opponent becomes more formidable, you learn more by fighting them. So if this Cerberus really were the no-Johns winner-takes-all game-face Cerberus he's implied to be, he should logically give more XP, so I take umbrage with the idea that I don't deserve full credit on that first fight, Wonder Boy. Completing our trinity of basic spells, defeating Cerberus grants us Thundaga. Oh my god. If you have at least 15 MP, Thundaga is guaranteed to one-shot every enemy in the game apart from those with thunder resistances or damage caps. It is so much fun to blast apart the battlefield with this. The bolts are so thick and chunky, you feel like a god. The trouble is, it's only become harder to justify the MP cost difference from Blizzard, so it's really only worth it if you feel especially threatened and just want your opponents gone. I'm not gonna call it worthless, in fact I'd say it's my favorite spell, but try to be practical about where you're pulling this out, especially in the context of the Coliseum. Noteworthy seeds in the next leg include Shadow Storm, an unknown number of shadows. Looks like 1? No, of course not. We get waves within a wave now, which can be a little stressful, but not as long as it's just shadows. Then, the appearance of opposite armor. Not a red variety, just straight up the twin to the one we fought in the 2nd district. I love this sort of thing, man. When bosses we once took down get lumped in with the regular enemies in the endgame. Look how breathtakingly far we've come. Of course, the game kinda cheats to give us that feeling. It has the same amount of HP as the original, but a higher damage cap, up from 20. So it's loosening the leash a bit to give us that power trip. Afraid that's gonna be a short-lived high though, because guarding the next 10 seeds are both Cloud and Leon. The two edgiest sword boys this side of Agrabah joining forces, and oh lord, it's not pretty. Neither has any new tricks up their sleeves, but they can make an oppressively good team. The biggest question to answer is which one do you want to focus on first? There's no upside to dividing your attention, as they'll each pull out their most dangerous attacks below half HP, and if both Omnislash and the giant lightsaber are on the field, you can forget it. Personally, I recommend fixating on Cloud. Don't tell Leon I said this, you know how boys get, but Cloud's sword is just a bit longer. In conjunction with his ability to close distance faster with Sonic Blade, he seems like the much more present threat when let out of your sight. The problem is that blocking the hits from Omnislash is significantly more taxing when you also have to worry about Leon. But I'd still take it over Leon's fighting spirit, since Cloud only pulls this once before going back to normal, whereas Leon would overcompensate for the rest of the fight. If Donsant and Gelfie go down early, you can also lock Cloud into a pretty simple infinite combo. Occasionally, he'll settle into a routine of blocking your every third attack. If you hit his sword when he does this, he'll counter. But if you loop behind him, you can make him do it again, and again, and again, which snaps his HP bar apart like a Hershey's. And then we can focus on Leon, who's just as easy solo as he's ever been. Wait for his jump attack, hit him from the side, and so on. Alternatively, the strategy we spammed against Cerberus works just as well here. If you have the MP to burn, or freeze, you can rain down enough blizzards to make Trabia look tropical. You will have to deal with Omnislash at some point, but once that's done, continue the Snow Day. Now this strategy is not nearly as feasible on a level 1 challenge, but the Hades Cup represents what I've come to refer to as the level 1 event horizon. All that math we've been doing, understanding the game's inner workings, every chart and decimal has led to this. The Hades Cup is genuinely easier having gained no XP than it is on a casual Proud playthrough. Within this arena, Sora's EXP0 damage cap is raised to 1/4 of his HP. This makes him just as, if not even tankier than the Sora on my main file. Then Aroga does so many jobs at once. Its defense boost doesn't stack with the damage blower in this case, but still blocks and deflects so many different attacks we can literally throw caution to the wind during most of these rounds. Its damage offers decent crowd control, and against bosses, boosting it with damage storage shreds them just as fast as I could do at level 60. The only real limit we have is our max MP. This does make Blizzaga less of a trump card, but the amount of spells we can cast is immaterial thanks to every enemy granting the maximum MP recovery. It takes 3 hits to build a charge. You can use Aroga every round and still have plenty left over for healing. To really hammer home my point, just look what I wound up doing against Cerberus. My, how the tables have turned. For defeating the anime boys, we earned the Lionheart Keyblade, named after Leon's ultimate weapon from 8. It looks like the designers put all his motifs in a blender and spit out this beauty. A strong contender for my favorite design in the whole game. It's so simple yet elegant. And the keychain itself is the keychain directly off of Squall's own Gunblade. What a sign of respect. I only wish we'd gotten a scene of Leon giving it to us. Though knowing him, it was probably a pretty stoic handoff. Stat-wise, justice for Metal Chocobo, this is an excellent Keyblade. Nearly a direct upgrade from Oathkeeper. Stronger, longer, and check out its attack particle effect. You might almost be tricked into thinking it adds an elemental attribute to your swings, but as you can see by these red nocturnes, this is just for looks. For the best, it'd be extremely inconvenient not to be able to damage wizards with our Keyblade. This effect is actually a clever homage to Final Fantasy VIII, where dealing critical damage as Leon resulted in this same kind of fiery explosion. Now the arena has turned spooky. Purple fire, dead trees instead of columns, ever-intensifying rounds of Heartless, and now it's shaped like an octagon instead of a square. How bone-chilling. The 4th round is against a multi-wave batch of Dark Balls, which can be a bit overwhelming if you don't sweep them up quickly. Then the 6th features the last new Heartless we'll see participating in the Coliseum, an Invisible. These are even more formidable than most rare Heartless. In any round with them, commence by immediately jumping to the side, because they like to sucker punch you out the gate. They have a crazy looking projectile attack, and their namesake is an attack where they plunge their sword into the ground and then turn into these wisps that surround you and strike when they glow. There's no easy way to deal with them. They move too fast for gravity, they have a damage cap that ensures everything else will take at least 3 hits, and they have a spin attack that makes fighting at close range risky. On top of all that, look how cool they are! It's demoralizing. They have angel wings and demon wings, and their swords have the Japanese characters for hardcore written on the blades. In anyone else's hands, I'd say they were trying too hard, but these devils are undoubtedly hardcore. My favorite detail is that the sword impaled into the ground surrounded by spirits is highly evocative of cursed sword imagery popular in Japanese culture, and they own it so well. Even their death animation looks more like a retreat, as though we'll be dealing with them again soon enough.
Yo, hey, how you doing, everybody? Yeah, got a minute? Hades, Lord of the Dead, nice to see you. Hey, guess what? I got a place for you.
Hades, the last villain standing from Maleficent's Council of Evil. His grandmaster plan? To play by the rules in a tough but ultimately fair tournament? Let me try and figure this out, because he wanted Cloud to kill us back in the prelims. That's why he stopped Phil from stopping the fight in the scene where Cloud won. Well, who's gonna stop him if he wins? But losing to him, we don't die, we just kick dirt and try again. Not that I expect we will lose, he's got a few tricks up his sleeve, but enough glaring holes in his armor that this shouldn't be too troublesome. His first trick is his HP. He has more HP than the developers programmed the bars to display. He effectively has a 6th invisible health bar over top the purple one, which can definitely throw a lot of people off. He is a god after all, maybe he's invincible, but no, just keep whacking away, you'll start seeing the damage soon enough. Hades' main gimmick is his temper. Throughout the fight, he'll alternate between cool and hot, and each mode has different attacks available to him. While cool, he can use flamethrower and fire shot. The former he'll use while steadily hovering towards you, and the latter causes a spontaneous combustion directly at your feet. They can both feel a bit suffocating. Like, it appears that he's shutting down all venues for approach here, but he has two major weaknesses. One is Blizzaga. He will stagger anytime he's hit by it, and is a rarity among bosses in that he does not have any resistance to ice. There's a short cooldown after he's hit where he won't stagger again, but that's no reason not to keep mashing your shortcut of choice. The problem is, being staggered is what makes him lose his cool. After stumbling 3 times, he'll always turn up the heat, which he invariably kicks off with his flame pinwheel attack, throughout the duration of which he is completely invulnerable. You can dodge it either by sticking close to the center and circling with him, or hanging out by these pillars closest to the gates at the end of the arena, after which you can resume Blizzard Span, but once more, only until he's staggered 3 times. This is a perfectly valid means of taking him down, but it does necessitate a bit of patience as he puts on his little music box impression every 5 seconds. If that's not your cup of tea, his other weakness is a lot more fun. Though it doesn't necessarily look like it, he has a pretty embarrassing blind spot directly next to his lack of legs. Both his flamethrower and fire shot can only travel at like a 30-degree angle at the steepest, and he's so tall that you can overwhelm him with the physical affection his parents never showed him, and take him apart that way. The only safe means we have of doing damage while both remaining in motion and below his sightline is with arrow. So once again, EXP0 users are eating good, but even without damage storage, this works just as well, and can be used to effectively bypass his hot temper form for the entire fight. If you want to handle things a bit less cheesy, the rest of his orange moveset isn't too tough either. I will say, he's far less consistent about what makes him cool down than vice versa. It may be a function of time or how many attacks he uses, but I think it's just one of the things he can decide to do alongside his other attacks. Those attacks are Flame Claw, Agrabah, and he can still use Fire Shot. Fittingly, your best option here is quite the opposite of his cool temper. You want to abuse distance because his Flame Claw attack is a pretty effective melee swipe. Keep away from him and jump whenever you see him wind up for his other 2 attacks. That'll keep you out of range of Fire Shot and tee you up to hit back his Agrabah. That is, unless you have a barrier up to do it for you. That'll stun him for a good while and you can get in a couple free hits. Fun thing about this projectile, this is the exact same asset as Cerberus's fire attack. I wonder if this is how they play fetch. And on the subject of visuals, his pinwheel attack is his biggest movie parallel, from this scene.
Rearrange the cosmos. And the one schlemiel who can lost it up is waltzing around in the world!
And that's all it takes. Odds are you'll have more trouble with some of the Heartless rounds.
What are you doing? Stop! Hey guys, get away from me! Come on!
For his defeat, we finally get Ansem Report 8, and the ultimate upgrade to Gravity. Graviga is a welcome improvement given nearly every enemy's newfound resistance to the element. Most of them take about 75% of the damage they should, which means we want to deal 135% of their health to one-shot them, something far more feasible with Graviga. It also provides another increase to its area of effect, making it more practical than ever. I'll slide that newest Ansem Report into the to-be-graded pile for now, as Hades was not the final boss of his eponymous cup, and we have 7 of the toughest fights yet to complete. The second one makes me laugh, because it's every magical Heartless in the game gathered up with the sole exception of green Requiems. But their formation title is the Requiem. This is why you don't name a band after one of its members, guys. They quit, and then you're stuck. Invisible Fear is a sneak army and 3 invisibles. At this point, it's okay to resort to frantic button mashing. Mad Mushroom is a welcome reprieve. You can hit each one at least 5 times to recover some magic, which is kind of them. Black Storm is another bunch of waves, this time both shadows and dark balls. This was probably tougher with just dark balls, but don't get complacent. Twin Mirage is a pair of sneak armies. Throw on a Roga and do your best to bury yourself between them. There are large enough hitboxes that you should be able to hit them both with most attacks. Shadow Troopers is another mini gauntlet, this time consisting of the Hollow Bastion Heartless. They cover all of each other's weaknesses pretty well, so you'll have to stay on your toes for every wave. Then Final Battalion is as tough as it gets. Dark Balls, Angel Stars, and Invisibles galore. Do not let your shield drop, especially as long as any Angel Stars are on the field. Prioritize the Invisibles as best you can, and don't let yourself get fixated on any one enemy, as all 3 of them can enter periods of invincibility. Always be ready to switch targets and make every second count. Don't worry about saving any items for the next round. This is where you do or die. Our final battle. At the end of all that, the true boss of the most grueling gauntlet in the game is little more than our reward for seeing it through. Lithos, better known as the Rock Titan, has the most HP of any enemy, essentially packing 2 invisible health bars on top of the first 5. But that is his only claim to fame. Breathe easy, because Lithos is the biggest pushover we will ever face. He makes Darkseid look downright sprightly. He makes Shadows look like they should be running this show, and I am not complaining at all. This is a well-earned victory lap that is certainly not intended to make you do any of that over again. All of the attacks he can do while upright are essentially the same, a very slow wind-up for a frankly underwhelming hitbox. He'll do his stomp if you're underneath him, his double slam if you're ahead of him, and once per planetary alignment, he'll do one of these one-armed haymakers. I believe I may well be the first human being in existence to witness his last attack, cause he'll only use it if you hang out in the stands. A unique interlaced fist slam that creates a diagonal shockwave just for this situation. There's no reason to run away from him unless you just want to marvel at how ponderous his movements are. Once you've taken it in, strike at his feet like there's gold in them there heels. After taking enough damage, or maybe enough hits, hard to say, he'll topple over, giving you plenty of footholds to climb up to his heads. While you're up here, he will occasionally flick one of his heads around like little fingers and try and whack ya. But the hitbox is so small, it's pathetic. After the Age of Man has expired, he'll rouse himself back upright and try to shake you off. His main method of doing so, looking slightly down and stomping his feet like a mildly dissatisfied toddler, can't even shake you loose if you stand just one ridge back on his head. Not that there's much downside to falling, it's not like his feet take less damage than the heads. That's truly all there is to this big fella. He is a complete and utter punching bag. Well done, you did everything else, enjoy this massive bag of free XP. That is the real prize here. Rock Titan gives 4,000 XP on defeat, and as a unique gimmick, gives a free tech point for every single hit you land on him. That's a bigger deal than most people give him credit for, but it's not something we can take full advantage of just yet. So simply enjoy watching the numbers go up, and finish out the Hades Cup. Possibly the funniest thing about that lunker, in the original Japanese version, he had more than double the HP he does now. 4,500. That's 15 health bars. 10 of which were invisible. Is that why they made hits give tech? So you wouldn't give up after 1,000 HP of no visual feedback? For achieving victory, we get a big blue trophy, a reference to the movie.
Whoa, is my hair out?
And Trinity Limit. That last one's a powerful yet difficult to justify ability, an extremely flashy animation that will obliterate any Heartless in the area. It is effectively the final stage of Simba's Proud Roar with double the base power it had. Since Simba was already overkill, that only influences how it affects bosses, and I'll give it to him. Nothing else can delete the behemoth's entire first health bar, but the cost is steep. You only need 3 MP to cast it, but doing so will drain all the remaining MP from all 3 of your party members. And unlike other limits, this one does require both of them alive like a summon. I like it, but it's extremely niche, essentially only useful in situations where you can't summon Simba but still have party members, and aren't going to need any more MP. But hey, we've still got plenty to show for our struggles, including access to the solo Hades Cup challenge. Now, there are no rewards for the bosses of each segment this time around, but they do still provide checkpoints, so the difficulty bump here is pretty marginal. That's okay though, I'll simply use it as B-roll for the other prize we nabbed from Hades, an unbroken chain of 10 Ansem reports. We've already read the 5 odd-numbered ones, but now that we have a more complete picture, I think it only makes sense to touch on them again. Ansem, the sage who ruled over the pre-apocalyptic Hollow Bastion, renowned for his knowledge and his ability to safeguard his world, grew both fearful and curious about the darkness. He'd witnessed its ability to consume those with darkness in their hearts, and as Leon once put it, there is darkness within every heart. In part 2, we learn that he may not have been the most ethical of leaders, pulling a Unit 731 on his own people as he began using them to experiment with the effects of darkness, extracting it, cultivating it, amplifying it. Each of his subjects lost their hearts in the process, and he was unable to reverse the effects. He confined his victims beneath the castle, and when he went to observe them again, he found Heartless in their place. In part 3, we learn a few properties of the Heartless, as he names them and begins further study. They are entirely without emotion, and possess the ability to multiply rapidly. More victims are spoken of in part 4, as Ansem began sacrificing his people directly to his new research query. The Heartless had no interest in the dead, and only consumed those with hearts. He then hypothesizes that the hearts taken in this matter become heartless themselves. If he's right, and I'll clarify from my position as an omniscient reader of the wikis, he is, the term heartless is something of a misnomer, at least for most of the species we've encountered. We've seen it every time we've defeated a heartless which bears their emblem. When they die, a heart is released, so they clearly possessed one. The name is more to indicate that they act without hearts, or without the emotions that are emblematic of them. But there are a few heartless who neither bear the red and black emblem, nor release a heart when vanquished. These 3, or 4, or 5, or maybe 6, however many there are all born directly of darkness in almost any form. Some people, like Riku and Maleficent, who let enough darkness into their heart, can form them using that essence, while some heartless are powerful enough to manifest them out of the darkness that surrounds them. Anyone tired of the word darkness yet? Now this is where Kingdom Hearts starts earning its reputation for making people's heads hurt, so pay attention. It is entirely possible for these Darkborn Heartless, or what are officially called Pure-Blooded Heartless, to bear hearts the same way those with emblems do, and we know this because we saw Sora's heart become a shadow. We never see them release a heart, but within the lore, this is because Pure-Blooded Heartless are so much more plentiful. They multiply wherever there's darkness, so it's astronomically unlikely to encounter one born from a heart. There is one surefire means we have to tell the difference apart from the emblem itself, and that is the shadow. No, this one. No Pure-Blooded Heartless cast shadows, because they are their own darkness. This is also how we know certain Heartless aren't purebloods, despite having no visible emblem. I believe this also implies that Maleficent's dragon form is her Heartless, as it also casts no shadow, and the only other person impaled by the Keyblade of Hearts suffered the same, albeit far cuter, fate. Ansem followed a shadow as it hunted for the heart of his world. It's also worth noting that the door to that heart revealed its keyhole to him, something we know a world is only likely to do for a Keyblade wielder, without the aid of magic like genies, or King Tritons, or the Princesses of Heart. But what the shadows want with the heart of the world, he doesn't yet know. He has that one tangent on gummy blocks, which feels even more out of place now that we have context, before getting back on track with his studies. Seeking a way to make a heart from nothing, he created a device to artificially produce Heartless. And while I'd love to believe he was basically putting a vacuum in a dark room and spitting out some dark balls, it's pretty clear we're back aboard the human experimentation train, directly extracting the hearts from people and forcing the darkness within them to manifest. He then labels these artificial creations for everyone's convenience, which is where the Heartless sigil comes from. This may even indicate that the emblem was once just Ansem's royal crest or something before it became a symbol feared throughout the worlds. As for why every emblem Heartless which manifests in the wild still bears this crest, imitation is simply one of the strongest instincts that drives them, hence why they change their form based on the worlds they're in. So, every Heartless is born of darkness. Pure-blooded Heartless can be born of any darkness, including that within people's hearts. The Heartless born of Ansem's later experiments are Emblem Heartless. All Emblem Heartless are formed from people's hearts, and the Heartless born when an Emblem Heartless takes someone's heart will also be an Emblem Heartless. It can be a bit ambiguous when one of these creatures is being created, since they all have the ability to teleport. For example, Jafar summoning these bandits is not him creating Heartless, but merely commanding them to him, and they pop out of similar similar dark corridors to those we've seen Riku and Maleficent use. If your head is spinning, it's okay, we're almost through it. Then comes King Mickey's visit to Ansem. It was kinda cute when we first read this. Two wise rulers swapping stories, but now we know Ansem was an absolutely deplorable madman, and every word of information Mickey shared was falling directly into the wrong hands. It's pretty cool they gave us the reports in the order they did, keeping us in the dark as to how abjectly evil the author was. And in part 10, we see the king's visit gave Ansem a goal, to seek the hearts of worlds. Perhaps, like so many of the villains who got too familiar with the power promised by the darkness, he was under the influence of the Heartless and manipulated into seeking their goals. It's like those parasites that influence the behavior of their hosts, tricking their nervous systems into feeding them dopamine for drowning themselves. But in any case, Ansem casts off his form so he can wander the darkness. It's ambiguous here, but what he most likely did was use his own device on himself to turn into a Heartless. A bafflingly short-sighted plan that hinged on him somehow retaining enough of his consciousness to pursue his goals. And it worked. This is precedented by Sora's stint as a shadow. The brown-cloaked figure lurking in the gloom was Ansem, a wisp of his former self, pulling the strings, murmuring in the ears of the power-hungry, and eventually tricking Riku into giving up his body to the darkness so he could steal it, and return in a more powerful form. Way more powerful than a rock titan, am I right? To cap things off, Lithos is even easier than he was with the homies. His AI is tragically easy to manipulate, to the point where, at the right distance, he won't even know what to do. You're too far away to stomp, too close to punch. I almost feel bad for him, he's so lost. For completing the Hades Cup solo, we unlock Save the Queen, which used to be Donald's ultimate weapon in the original release. Both it and Violetta received buffs to their strength in Final Mix, but Violetta got more, so there's still reason to use it, not to mention its huge crit bonus. For the sake of critical hits, every one of Donald's attacks are finishers, so there may even be a discussion to be had outside the Coliseum. But magic is still king. Or queen, as the case may be. After wrapping that up no problem, you might be feeling pretty confident about the time trial, but unfortunately, this is where our Hippolectrions come home to roost. The 50-stage gauntlet of trials where every resource matters and our knowledge of every Heartless comes into play falls a bit short when you can just ignore it all every 10 rounds, but there is no such option for the time trial. 20 minutes, hundreds of Heartless, many of which are really good at wasting your time. Now the numbers work out relatively generously. The other 3 cups each gave us 3 minutes, whereas the Hades Cup essentially gives us 4 minutes per 10 rounds, but don't fall for it. You are going to need 5 or 6 minutes for the last stretch. Every time an Angel Star blocks all your attacks with its wings, every time an Invisible goes invisible, every time a Sneak Army uses its Eye Laser attack which prevents it from falling below 1 HP until it's done, the seconds hurt. You'll lose more than time, you'll lose a tiny piece of yourself. Suddenly Lithos isn't such a joke when you find yourself with 30 seconds to knock out 7 HP bars because the wizards have impeccable timing or because the clock keeps ticking after the bosses die.
It's time to stop! It's time to...
For some, this is the final battle. The goal they have in mind when they set out for level 100, when they synthesize the best possible equipment. And I can absolutely recommend that, however, it is possible to do now, and I'd hate to let Hades loom over our adventure even more than he already has. So, let's do this thing. Blizzaga is still your fallback during the normal rounds. You can fill your Disney Dad's pockets with ethers to stretch your own items, but a full inventory of elixirs on Sora is going to be all but necessary to get through the final stretch. The biggest time save you've got access to at this point is against the biggest bosses. EXP 0, Damage Storage, Eroga, the unholy trinity of disintegrating health bars. It works twice as well in the sneaks because their eye lasers are tied to them decloaking, and decloaking is tied to being hit with a finisher. They'll never pull out the beams if they're invisible, and they'll never be visible if you never hit them with a finisher. Cerberus is a little tougher since you can't just stand on his weak points, but with our shield up, you can use a number of air combos while he's using Firaga Ball, since they'll bounce directly back into his mouths. Fittingly, Hades himself is considered the biggest obstacle here, especially with his tendency to go invincible, but with the tactics we've already discussed, you can circumvent that entirely. Beyond those tactics, there is very little advice I can offer that I haven't already. Give the Rock Titan one last windy hug, and we can at last bid the Hades Cup adieu. Save the King is our reward for that one. Once again, it used to have the objectively best stats in the PS2 version, but with some final mix rebalancing, it got competition from the defender. You know I love Goofy's MP stat though, so this is an easy choice for me. Not to mention, it's pretty dang cool to see a character wielding the game's logo as a weapon. A few tangential unlocks around the courtyard for clearing the Hades Cup, not the time or solo trial, just vanilla. This purple pot will pop up by these pillars, which will give us an orichalcum for checking it. Blizzaga is out to win me over even more than it already has. If we use it on these braziers, we can get a second chest from the one we got from dousing them using Blizzara. Unlike the rabbit hole chests, neither of these are missable, and both will show up if you use Blizzaga if you skipped the first one. The Shiva belt is the third in a cute little trifecta of endgame accessories, but of the three, this is the only one I can genuinely recommend going out of your way for. The 2MP is great, and the ice resistance ain't too shabby either. You'll find out why before we leave Olympus. This last one's just for me. Herc's got a few bits of dialogue he'll swap out between every cup you win, and his model has this pretty seamless animation of looking down at you no matter where you talk to him from. Standard stuff. But while goofing around, I discovered the tops of these pillars don't have collision, and I was amused by the idea of Sora trapped inside one. But what happens if we talk to Herc from inside this column? I gotta admit, that is the funniest thing I've seen all day. Herc, you know owls are supposed to be Athena's thing, right? Our final unlock, as with the rest of the cups, is the ability to rematch any round we like from a menu, which is arguably the best reward because it gives us instant access to the Rock Titan fight, and by extension, all the juicy XP he provides. So, I think it's finally time. Let's talk about the most hotly debated subject within the fandom. Forget the merits of the Osaka team, never mind where Cure goes on the quick select. No one cares if you played Days before or after 2. I have never seen people quite so at each other's throats as I have when they're arguing about where best to grind Sora to level 100. Wars have been fought, empires have crumbled, and all that we're left with is the question, where? In which circles do I massacre enemies to get the biggest number the fastest? There are two dominant schools of thought going relentlessly head-to-head on this matter, and then a third sort of hovering above them in a state of scholarly enlightenment. Before we settle in and start whacking away, you'll want to have your EXP accessories equipped. By this point in the game, there's no reason you shouldn't have an EXP ring and EXP earring. One we got from Synthesis, one from completing Pooh's Muddy Path. If you're on beginner difficulty, you'll also have started the game with an EXP necklace. These all stack and contribute their bonus percentages additively, and apply to the whole party as long as the character equipped with it is in your party. So if you slot one on Goofy, you'll still reap the benefits, even if he's dead, but not if you swap him out or take on a solo challenge. Everything I'm about to test, I'm going to do using the 40% bonus we get from the earring and ring, but be aware, if you advance to the final boss's doorstep or take on another challenge we'll get to later, you'll gain access to more accessories which add 30% bonuses, like this EXP bracelet you can see in the Synthesis workshop. Strictly speaking, if you had the patience of a video essayist, you could craft multiples of these items. We even have everything we need to make another EXP earring right now, but just take a look at the other recipes and you'll see expending the dark matter would be a bit foolish. We'll be able to craft dark matter once we can farm Gales, but that also requires Mithril, and to craft that we need Mystery Goo and Mithril Stones, so there's no question that in the time you'd spend getting those materials, you could have hit max level like 5 times. But I at least want to acknowledge the possibility of multiplying your EXP gain by 370%. I also want to underscore that I don't entirely recommend getting to max level now. The stat boosts the party will get from like level 80 onward are a bit overkill, and you may risk making the rest of the game too easy, even on Proud Mode. If that's not something you're worried about, I'm not here to gatekeep. Go wild. There's an achievement for reaching level 100, so we'll have to get there eventually. But for this particular grind session, I recommend getting to, at minimum, level 69 if you chose the sword, 66 if you chose the staff, and 72 if you chose the shield. This will get you all of the most important abilities for the road ahead. If you feel like going the extra mile, all three will benefit quite a bit from reaching level 90, but the essentials are the maximum amount of MP you get by level, second chance will ensure that you can survive any hit with 1 HP as long as you have at least 2 HP. It can really come in clutch. In my opinion, this is the biggest downside of picking staff, as it misses out on this ability unless you really go the distance on grinding. Leaf Bracer. This wasn't an ability in the original KH, but a lot of people can't imagine life without it. It makes you invincible for the duration of casting Cure, invaluable against quick opponents who won't give you the space to heal. MP Rage, which converts every point of damage you take into a point of MP recovery, an amazing alternative source of MP when the chips are down, and of course, Lucky Strike, easily the biggest downside of picking the sword at the beginning. Now the three most popular means of EXP farming are the Gizmo Shop, the Hotel, and Rock Titan. In principle, these are all pretty simple. Within the hotel, take out the 3 defenders and 4 wizards in the hallway, enter the red room and zap the 3 dark balls, then the green room and blitz the search ghosts. At our 40% boost, that's 2,604 XP per loop, and if you get pretty optimized, you can clear all 3 rooms inside 35 seconds, amounting to about 74.4 EXP per second. Adjust as needed depending on which accessories you've got on. The second option is the Gizmo Shop, and I already went over what makes this one tick. There's 5,040 XP to be earned in this room alone. Now for this route, you will want to have Encounter Plus equipped, which we got for synthesizing 15 unique items with the Moogles. So everything will respawn just by you leaving the room. If you leave out the front door, you can include these 2 wyverns outside your cycle, which brings our total up to 5,376, and my fastest loop was just over a minute, approximating 89.6 EXP per second. Just looking at these numbers, I do wonder why there's a debate here. Yeah, you need Encounter Plus, but if you have it, I think the Gizmo Shop has almost every advantage. The enemies are grouped closer together, you get to hang around and grab their drops while staying in one place, meaning this route is better for money in most other items. The hotel does give you better odds if you're hunting for the Defender and Wizard's relic drops though, so the most optimal strategy may be to hang out there until you get the weapons, then switch to the Gizmo Shop. Or at least it would be, but door number 3 blows them both out of the water. Despite his tremendous HP, you can obliterate Rock Titan in 45 seconds flat. Just go all in on strength. You only need 47 to hit his damage cap, throw on an Aroga barrier, and turn him into gravel with your Keyblade. I especially like using Ars Arcanum with Goofy on MP duty. Add on about 15 seconds for the cutscenes and menus between bouts, and even without taking into account any of the tech points, that brings us to about 93.3 XP per second. The biggest advantage here is that there are no hidden fees. The other routes will require you to restock your magic at some point, either by using an item or detouring to a save point, or else just stick to melee combat, which can easily double your time. Since this is the Coliseum, everything is replenished automatically, and naturally, every hit we land gives us even more XP. There's no real way to calculate how much that's influencing the outcome on average, especially since Dart and Gizzard's attacks also contribute, but it's not a stretch to assume it adds at least 2 more XP per second. Now you might throw on your tech boost abilities to get even more, but that plan is foiled pretty quickly. This is something I wish wasn't the case, but there are actually 2 kinds of tech points in the game. They can be pretty cleanly separated into attack tech and bonus tech. Attack tech is gained when hitting an opponent's attack. Wakka's projectiles, a large body's charge, essentially anything that's a hitbox. I mentioned when we were fighting Oogie Boogie that these values are determined by a multiplier on that enemy's regular EXP yield, and that multiplier is what tech boost affects. Bonus tech is given by basically everything else, like the Palace Gate Pots, the White Mushroom Charades, and indeed, hitting Rock Titan, are all fixed, and aren't affected by tech boost at all. No major loss, and tech boost may yet get its time to shine. The downsides of Rock Titan are that you won't be getting any money or items as you fight him. I think that more than leaves space for argument here in terms of general endgame grinding, but if we're just talking about the rate at which we level up, it's no contest. Lithos is your man. Now, in my humble opinion, the main reason you would want to do a level 1 run, bragging rights and brownie points aside, would be so that you can do something like this. Put that directly in my veins. Oh, that's the good stuff. I took the liberty of getting Sora up to level 70 for now, feeling stronger than ever. Now let's see what these question marks on Phil's menu of challenges are. Oh, that's a cold slice of humble pie. Hydros, the Ice Titan. My theory is that this was originally intended to be the final boss of the Hades Cup, but deemed far too difficult, so he was replaced with the Rock Titan. And while, if that's true, Lithos may have been something of an overcorrection, I think we can all agree that if Hydros had been at the end of the Hades Cup, we would have cried and he would have frozen our tears and laughed. The Ice Titan is the game's first super boss, an exceptionally powerful opponent widely agreed to be more difficult than the final boss, if not in an entirely different league. The super bosses are all a little bit like our friends on the island, each one designed around specific aspects of combat, but rather than gently teach us the ropes, we are expected to prove our mastery beyond a shadow of a doubt. In this comparison, Hydros is Waka, here to test our proficiency with ranged combat. We have absolutely no means of reaching his weak point. It's too far off the ground and getting close is a death wish. We could use magic, but he's got us hopelessly outgunned. Our only course of action is to turn his own attacks against him. His primary means of offense are his ice bullets. He can fire them in a number of patterns: spreads that fan outward, those that group inward, and straight lines. This is a battle of utmost precision. To safely deflect these bullets, you need to be in a very small sweet spot of distance. Too close and you won't have enough time to react, and you may get caught up in his bizarre melee hitboxes, which are practically invisible. Too far away, and by the time you deflect the ice, he'll already be on to his next attack, and if that's Ice Thorn, you don't want to be stuck in a guarding animation. The stands are a safer bet than the main arena. Pick one of the four corners and settle in. You do not want to be very mobile in this fight, as if you get out from directly in front of Hydros, he'll stomp around like Maleficent to face you. This isn't much of an issue now, but it will get worse in later phases. So, you've got your position, time to pick which icicles to hit back. Don't worry about the outward spreads, they're not worth it. You want the inward spreads, and the linear groups of 3. The lines of 5 can be nice, but require much more precise timing. That all changes on a level 1 challenge though, as you'll be without guard, and need to hit all these back the old-fashioned way. There are two main ways to do that. Our overhead swing is faster, but our underhand swing has a better hitbox. Which one you use will depend on whether or not you're locked on to the Titan. They both have merits, but very different timing and positioning, so I recommend picking one and sticking with it. You might think you're ahead of the devs here and say, haha, I have a projectile-proof shield. What now, Popsicle Titan? But I'm afraid they thought of that. If you have an arrow shield up, even if you haven't upgraded it to deflect attacks, Hydros will swap out ice bullets for ice lances. Larger, more powerful projectiles that can no longer be launched back, and really couldn't give two sleets about your wind barrier, so do not cast arrow. The only other thing you need to survive phase 1 is to avoid the ice thorns. It's not especially consistent, some of them lead you based on the direction you're moving, some target you directly, and others seem to be more or less random. You really can't beat the time-honored method of running in circles and screaming. Jumping and gliding can keep you clear too, and I especially like using this space to heal, but that won't always be the case. After dealing between 250 and 300 damage, the Ice Titan will be stunned, an extremely valuable opening thanks to one especially unique property. For the first time since Oogie Boogie, and for the last time in the game, we have a weakness to exploit. Hydros takes double damage from fire. With it, you can easily take out an entire health bar before he can get back up. Remember, these multipliers come into play after damage caps, so the only reason to hit him directly is to trigger damage storage with EXP 0. Once he stands up, things start getting serious. What makes Ice Titan feel so threatening is his tendency to layer attacks on top of each other. It can feel completely overwhelming to dodge one attack only for the next to already be inbound, but once you put together the patterns, he's surprisingly simple. He'll always kick off his new phase with a flurry of ice bullets, which are extremely satisfying to dodge with minimal movement, before finishing off with 2 inward fans that are straight dopamine to deflect. For the rest of the fight, this bullet flurry will accompany his stomps whenever he turns, so I hope you've already got him facing where you want. His most important attack in Phase 2 is Blizzaga Breath, which introduces 2 new mechanics. One is the Frozen Status effect, which locks Sora in place for a second before the ice shatters and deals damage, or else he'll be broken free when he next takes a hit. The breath also spreads ice on the ground, which Sora will slip on if touched. Slipping really isn't bad. It does a little bit of damage but leaves Sora invincible for the entire duration of the animation. Uncharacteristically generous of this fight. But the reason this attack matters is because Hydros will routinely follow it up with a consistent pattern of ice bullets. And if you're already expecting them, and already far enough away to ignore the breath, this is the most reliable damage you can do. The other attack he adds in this phase is Ice Meteor, telegraphed by what looks like he's pulling apart a party popper. I like this attack, it's simple. 3 balls of ice will fall directly over Sora's head, and as long as you're neither standing still nor jumping, they'll never hit you. Better yet, this essentially dilutes his move pool and keeps him from using Ice Thorns as often, which is especially nice because that attack has also gained a fan of bullets. Rinse and repeat until you've gotten him down to 600 HP, he'll give you another opportunity to carefully articulate why you think global warming is a problem for the next generation, before commencing his third and final phase with another flurry of bullets featuring the occasional Ice Meteor. This is where most people assume this match is pure bullshit, because these novelty ice cubes can feel random, yet deliberately timed to strike the moment you let your guard down. Here's every instance where the boulders can fall. 3 will land over the course of these Ice Bullet flurries, same goes for the ones he commences while turning, 2 will fall over the course of an Ice Thorn attack, 1 will fall immediately after Blizzaga Breath, and 1 will fall immediately after his final attack, Diamond Dust. Since Blizzaga Breath no longer commences the Ice Bullets, Diamond Dust is the new attack to watch for. It's essentially a more dangerous version of the same attack. It doesn't make the battlefield slippery, but it lasts long enough to hit you twice if you're not out of range. Luckily, its range is almost as short as the breath, and you're safe in your corner. Be ready to run forward at the earliest possible moment though, both to avoid the meteor, and to be ready for this attack's guaranteed sequence of Ice Bullets. Since Ice Thorn now covers the air, it's no longer when I recommend healing. Instead, focus solely on evasion until Diamond Dust comes out, and use this as your opening for both your health and his. Though I'm not sure what determines it, he may fall to his knees one more time at around 300 HP. Take full advantage, but don't get too greedy this close to the finish line. One detriment we suffer with this fight is that hitting his projectiles back doesn't grant MP recovery, so a few elixirs are all but required to beat him without tearing your hair out. I also cannot recommend highly enough that you equip that Shiva belt from outside. The 40% resistance to all of his attacks can make a tremendous difference, and if you really want, you can load up on Blizzaga rings too. It won't trivialize the fight, but it might make it feel like it's on a more reasonable difficulty curve. Another option is to throw on every tech boost we've earned so far. This will not help you win, but it is undoubtedly the best use for that ability, making every Ice Bullet worth 125 tech points. It's difficult to compare that directly with the EXP rates we covered earlier, but it could easily be comparable if you're looking for a change of pace, especially given his yield of 5,000 XP on victory. The real prize here, and the reason I targeted this super boss first, is Diamond Dust, one of Sora's ultimate Keyblades. It has the lowest strength of any keychain we've collected, tied with the Kingdom Key, but it's the only one to increase our magic by 3, attaining us Sora's maximum possible MP stat. It also has these sweet particle effects on a swing even without landing a hit, so it's got extra style points to boot. The name, shared with Hydros' DM, comes from Shiva's signature attack in the Final Fantasy series. On the subject of name origins, I want to confess that though they are the official names of the Titans in extended Disney material, Hydros and Lithos are never named directly in this game nor the movie Hercules. I once tried to match them up with some of the ancient Titans in Greek mythology, figuring ice was Oceanus, lava was Hyperion, wind would be Typhon, sometimes described as a living storm, and then the Rock Titan and the Cyclops guy sort of encompass giants and gigantes and Hecatoncheires and all other manner of earth-shaking colossi, which may indeed be the case, but their official names come from an unlikely source. The 1994 RPG Ultima 8 Pagan, which featured 4 elemental titans named Pyros, Hydros, Lithos, and Stratos. Oddly enough, I feel this would make more sense if Square had been the ones responsible, but as far as my research leads me to believe, this was all decided in-house at Disney. That being said, though I can be fully confident these names are official, used without ambiguity in things like Villainous, Lorcana, and Sorcerers of the Magic Kingdom, I cannot for the life of me find where they were first revealed. I can tell you where they weren't. I checked an old multimedia press kit, the DOS interactive storybook, the old trading cards, McDonald's toys, even the movie's companion art book, and none of them referred to these as anything but Rock Titan, Ice Titan, etc., with the befuddling exception of the Wind Titan getting the nickname of Mr. Twister. If anyone can point me in the right direction, I would be eternally grateful. There's another mystery match we could challenge right now, but we're just gonna ignore that. Yeah, don't worry about it. We're done with Olympus for the moment. Freaking finally! Oh my gods, way to take up the entire video with your cup, Hades. Let's travel on to Deep Jungle at last. Its level 1 gummy mission has a bit of a puzzle to it, since it doesn't specify which world to set out from. You might not immediately think of taking the orange warp to give yourself access to more points. Its level 3 mission requires us to use only the slowest weapon to defeat 55 ships. I recommend throwing on as much shield and armor as possible and face tanking everything as you blast away, for which we get Cerberus? Why would this not be the Olympus reward? What on earth? Nothing has actually changed about the jungle, apart from the Heartless of course, including the baffling decision to remove any spawns from the climbing trees, rendering these elaborately overprogrammed flowers officially pointless. My favorite alteration is in the cliffs, where a horde of the usual suspects will spawn on the ground, but if you try to escape them by climbing to the upper ledges, the area gets flooded with green requiems, and now your life is so much harder. Feels like a bit of a joke at your expense. But while the world is largely the same, we've changed significantly. We learned the limit Ragnarok for defeating Riku Animation in Hollow Bastion, one of the strongest limits in the game for the sheer amount of projectiles it can fire, every single one equal in power to Thundara. It does, however, carry 3 significant balancing factors. Unlike other limits, this one can only be used when Sora is locked onto something above him, so unless he's got a steep ramp at his disposal, he can't use it against most grounded foes. Secondly, after this opening string of attacks, he has no iframes for a tragically long period, and can easily be interrupted before you get the payoff. And lastly, the timing of your triangle press on the command impact makes a significant difference. If you're too early, you'll only fire 10 projectiles. You'll fire 17 if you wait a moment longer, and there is a tiny sweet spot at the very end of the animation with this flash where you'll fire 25. Though we had access to this tool in Olympus, I struggled to find a good application for it. The projectiles simply aren't consistent enough given the cost and the risk. But it gets its time to shine here in the treehouse, against our old friend the Pink Agaricus. At long last, with the most possible MP, Eroga, and Ragnarok, it's possible to land 100 hits in a single stop. Load up your fellas with ethers, equip Slapshot and Combo Plus, cast Eroga on yourself and only yourself as hits from your allies' shields will count negative, then cast Stop and get to work. Target the head to use Ragnarok. Then you'll have to wait out the projectiles, so switch targets to the body and get some quick combos thanks to Slapshot, and as soon as the screen is no longer green, switch back to the head. A couple cycles of that should be more than enough. She'll troll you just a bit, stopping the count at 98 before delivering the last couple points with some showmanship, along with your grand prize, the Prime Cap accessory. Raises defense by 5 in exchange for lowering strength by 5. Hardly something you need, and since there's no achievement for accessories, this thing is basically a trophy unto itself, but one I'm glad we finally earned. By obtaining it on our level 1 file, or indeed by hacking it in, as I don't believe it's actually possible to land 100 hits with only 10 MP, it's possible by combining one with the Royal Crown, or equipping 2 Prime Caps, to achieve a negative strength stat, displayed as a freaking battleship coordinate, because they did not anticipate this. Thanks to damage floors, steadfast as ever, this doesn't affect gameplay even a little bit, but it's still fun to see. That's our last reason to visit Deep Jungle, but before we sail off, let's give Tarzan a proper goodbye. Every party member in this game has callouts for when they assist one another, which leads to a ton of voice lines I doubt the majority of players will have heard. And here are Tarzan's.
Sora, Donald, Goofy! Thank you.
Likewise, all 3 of the main musketeers have unique shouts for each world-specific tag-along.
Tarzan! Tarzan!
Tarzan!
And finally, I want to show off their revival animations, because each is a delightful reference in their own right. Tarzan's in particular makes for a fitting farewell, because he beats his chest just as he does at the very end of his movie. Onwards in Arabian words, none of its gummy missions put up much of a fuss. The third one could have been a puzzle, but the description gives the answer away. Just make your ship as big as possible to increase its collection range, set off from Deep Jungle, and Baghdad's your uncle. A Tonberry blueprint to add to our collection, and I'll be honest, I'm running out of ways to say they freaking nailed it. Our first stop in Agrabah is the Pot Scorpion. Though technically a bit tougher in stats, pathetic in practice now that we have Eroga. The shield does the hard part for us and deflects all its melee attacks without any effort from us, so those mithril stones are ours for the taking. Another Heartless we finally have the tools to farm effectively are black fungi. Remember, they have the unique gimmick of only dropping the good stuff on a finisher, and they resist everything but gravity. But good news from the Pride Lands! Sora's Proud Roar level 5 counts as both. My co-editor has just informed me that I said Sora's Proud Roar, and well, one of the original pitches for his design was this little Lion Boy hybrid, so you know, roar on, Sora. There's certainly one option if you need mystery goo, though I'd sooner go with the rare truffles, but they are the only source of mystery mold. You don't need the mold for anything, it's solely for resale purposes, but it is the best item for that sake, selling for a whopping 3,000 money. Oddly enough, in the original version where everything was cheaper but everything sold for less in exchange, the mystery mold sold for 9,999 money, the only thing to depreciate in Final Mix. I imagine this is because there's more of a point to late game money in Final Mix with Orichalcum on sale, so they wanted it to be a little tougher to earn. Carpet really wants our attention in Aladdin's house, and we can accept his request and ride out to the desert. So, Master, what'll you have for Superboss number 2? After beating Stealth Sneak, everything was okay. We had Cure, we had the means to replenish our magic over the course of a fight, so between the two of those powers, as long as we survived and kept landing hits, we could keep healing until everything was dead. Kurt Zisa says no. Even if you've been cruising along on beginner difficulty, it's time to either strategize or stratidie. You know, I write these scripts for a living. Kurt Zisa will commence every fight by casting Silence on the party. Silence is a new status to us in KH, but a deeply traditional one from the realms of JRPGs. And in Final Fantasy, its effect has always been the same. It outright prevents the use of magic. Every spell we've gained throughout the worlds, and all our summons, moot. Or mute, I suppose. Items are still fair game, but hardly a long-term solution. Kurt Zisa channels the spell with these magic orbs in his hands. If we destroy them, we'll get access to our magic bag. The trouble is surviving his massive swords while trying to destroy the orbs with only melee tools. Luckily, like Ice Titan, he comes in phases, and his first is quite manageable. He'll attack in a fairly consistent cycle of leaping across the arena, dash and slashing towards his target, and using his windmill slash. He leaves enough room between each of these to roll in, get a combo, and roll out. And he's even considerate enough to drop HP and possibly some healing items when you destroy an orb. But there's another way to sustain yourself here. There's a brief window when the fight starts where you can use your magic before Silence is fully cast. And if you're quick enough with the menus, you can bring Tinkerbell out for some much appreciated HP. If we had to fight this guy solo, this would be a way tougher fight, but as it stands, this isn't gonna be too bad. In fact, I think Kurt's a clear pick for easiest super boss. Once you bash his balls, he'll collapse into a heap. I mean, wouldn't any of us? And only his snake head will be left to defend his HP bar. It has this strike attack, but like many such things, as long as you keep mindlessly throwing out air combos, you should be able to parry them without much trouble. Once he manages to get himself back into sorts, he'll start playing dirty in a new way, casting Reflect on himself. Another classic RPG status, though in most of its source games, Reflect bounces back all magic damage. Here, it's a barrier which is immune to physical damage, but vulnerable to magic. This vulnerability is unlike anything else in the game, taking a set amount of damage from every element regardless of stats or magic tier. I gotta throw another thank you onto Nick McSlayton's heaping pile of them for working out the particulars. This shield will take 3 damage from fire, 12 from blizzard, 18 from thunder, and 30 from gravity. It has no vulnerability to arrow, but these Firaga bombs Zisa throws out in this form can be deflected into the shield using a Roga, and those do 18 damage. The only other attack you should see in this phase is Sandstorm, which is a bit tricky since it has a remarkably subtle telegraph and is all but guaranteed to hit you if you're moving. But the tell here is when he stops moving, at which point react in turn and roll out from within the tornadoes before they close in on you. Similar to his Silence form, Kurt Zisa is considerate enough not to leave you twisting in the desert wind, and will drop a load of MP if you try to strike his shield physically, in addition to the Firaga bombs being a decently reliable source of damage. But on the whole, Reflect form is a lot less intimidating, and you may even choose to build up an MP reserve if you're really worried about the rest of the fight. Blizzard is by far the most cost-effective damage dealer, and once the barrier shatters, he'll again crumple to the ground. This is the whole fight. He'll alternate between Silence and Reflect, you'll stagger him and get in as much damage as you can, and at about half of his HP, he'll start fighting a lot harder. In Silence form, he'll add Whirling Dance to his rotation, a series of 5 or 6 Raging Pinwheel attacks with enormous hitboxes. This is where the game starts expecting a bit more from you. There's no getting out of the way, especially of the horizontal sweeps. You'll need to use invincibility frames. I'd recommend something like Strike Raid, but if you've got Tink out, you're unable to use limits. For the first time, I can't offer any better advice than just being good at the timing. It's gonna take a few attempts to get the hang of it. You have to roll a bit later than it looks like you do, and you need to do it head on, into danger. If Tink does go down, you may benefit from having Strike Raid on standby, but again, that's a band-aid on a problem that can only be solved with practice. The last attack he adds onto his Reflect form is Thundara Ball, a volley of projectiles that will leap out of the sand before launching towards you. They're pretty easily evaded by dodge rolling in response to the sound of them popping up, and even the big Thundaga Ball to finish things off can't handle you dodging in a very straightforward way. So I can still recommend farming magic off his barrier if the Strike Raid strategy is the only thing getting you through his Silence form. But I confess, I've been holding out on you again. Kurt Zisa is such a cool foe. His battle is this really compelling pendulum between a magical duel and a melee duel, forcing you to alternate your weight between two dominant playstyles, and I wanted him to have the chance to show that off, but we have access to summons, and he is not immune to fire. After breaking through the first round of silence, summon Mushu using our newfound maximum MP, and behold the sheer longitude of his summon gauge. There goes the entire fight. Incinerate half his HP, blast his reflect barrier apart, and then do it again. If you abuse damage storage, he might not even make it out of his first prone phase. God, that's disgusting. That's filthy. They can't let me get away with this, surely. Kurt Zisa is a fan-favorite enemy for good reason. He has an amazing design that's equal parts fun to admire and intriguing. What's with these otherworldly robotic noises accompanying many of his attacks? What's this diamond in his mouth that only appears when he's staggered? What are these Arabian-looking runes accompanying his magic? They don't seem to translate to anything. He's a great send-up of many Final Fantasy super bosses that lock down certain options. And he comes with some cool Kingdom Hearts cultural lore. He was one of the few foes not present in the original Japanese version. And in 2002, during the process of localizing the game, Squaresoft ran a name-and-game sweepstakes through their website, and one Kurt Zisa from Medford, New York was the lucky winner, out of over 11,000 entrants. Obligatory reminder not to seek out or try to contact him. He's not a public figure, just a guy who entered a contest. But it's one of those things the whole community can rally behind as equal parts nice and neat. 2 rewards for his defeat, Zan Tetsuken, and an 11th entry in the Ansem report. The first is another finisher with a 30% chance of going off, but easily the most worthwhile of them. It deals gravity damage at a flat rate, uninfluenced by magic or strength, to the tune of 250% of an enemy's HP. More than enough to one-shot any regular Heartless. The name comes from a recurring weapon and skill from the Final Fantasy series, most notably used by the summon Odin with the unique ability to inflict instant death on susceptible enemies. Clever. Ansem Report 11 details a little of what we've already gathered to be true about Gummy Blocks, the boundaries between worlds and the Heartless, but then takes another sinister turn. He seeks the hearts of all worlds, and a Keyblade wielder stands to obstruct that quest. So, hypothesizing a connection between Princesses of Heart and the Keyblade, he casts a young girl from his world into the oceans between in hopes that she will lead him to the Keyblade wielder first. In the year 2020, a game called Kingdom Hearts Melody of Memory released, a rhythm game which is nonetheless canon to the overall series, complete with new cutscenes which advance the story. Without spoiling the context, one of these scenes was a flashback depicting the events described within this report, and I don't feel I'd be out of line to show it here.
This world will be engulfed in darkness. Everything you care about, and everyone you love. If you truly possess the power of a Princess of Heart, your heart will resonate with the Keyblade wielders, and I believe you can lead me to that wielder's world. That is the only possible way to save ours. You see, this is more than an experiment. It's hope. Your task will be far from easy.
The time has come to bid farewell to another world, so once again, let's give Aladdin the parting word.
Aladdin! Goofy! Donald! Sora! Thanks!
His KO pose is an exact match for this moment after the Cave-In of Wonders, and when he gets up is from the conclusion of a whole new world. Monstro's next, and in a merciful reprieve, he has no gummy missions. Makes sense, it'd be hard to balance around the possibility of him being on either the upper or lower route, but there's actually quite a bit Monstro doesn't have. In fact, apart from the White Trinity, the only reason you might want to return to his Technicolor Gullet is for the Grand Ghost and his Frost Stones. I'll reiterate that we need a total of 7 for all the synthesis we want to do. You'll no doubt have gathered a number of Megalixirs from chests and Trinities throughout the later worlds, and honestly, there's very little reason not to burn them on this guy, since a Mega Potion will work in any situation where you need to revive both allies and there's not really any call to restore their magic. Still, I'd understand if you want to hold on to them and just use elixirs on this guy. Either way, the most consistent means of farming either item is from rare truffles, but Rabbit's Garden may do for elixirs if your keepy-uppy skills need as much work as mine do. Monstro does have one interesting characteristic post-rescue. His heartless spawns will change entirely each time you leave and re-enter. On one visit, you might find bandits and fat bandits, but on another, power wilds and bouncy wilds. Essentially, each time he swallows you, one of 3 pools is chosen at random, one with monkeys, one with bandits, and a third with pirates. Within the lore, I suppose it's based on which world he was most recently swimming by, which implies, indiscriminately destructive force though he is, that Monstro may be assisting us in our war against the Heartless, swallowing up the Dark Foot soldiers wherever they lurk. Alright, we've held off long enough, let's do the alternate cutscenes. To refresh, you can nope out of Monstro early and get to Neverland by completing the other worlds, but in terms of the narrative, doing so kind of sticks Riku on a path, and detouring off of it to take care of some unfinished business with this puppet wouldn't track very well. But as usual, the writers are way ahead of us, and if you do return, you'll find this.
But Sora, I thought you liked games. Or are you too cool to play them now that you have the Keyblade?
Riku, is it really you?
The rest of the scenes are cut just as short, if not removed entirely like this one between Riku and Maleficent. He simply doesn't show up during the first fight with the cage, and when he does pop up again in the Give Me Back My Son scene, he is completely silent. Finally, when we reach the stomach...
Wait! What are you...
What? You don't remember your best friend?
Liar! You're not Riku!
Pinocchio! Pinocchio!
The rest of the scene plays out about the same. After beating Cage 2, Sora does not call out for Riku, and of course, we don't get that scene aboard the Jolly Roger since in this timeline, we'd have already seen it. It certainly lends an odd feel to proceedings, all of the narrative weight replaced by some sort of phantom, or perhaps replica. But I also enjoy it for the way it cuts to the heart of this world's irony, that Riku, so dismissive of this puppet and its right to exist, is blissfully unaware of just how many strings he's rocking. We don't know what this imposter Riku is, these events likely aren't even canon, but some sort of marionette sent to taunt Sora seems as good of an explanation as any. There's no one within the big beastie to bid farewell to, so let's keep on swimming over to Atlantica. Though we're done with Monstro, he may still make his presence felt. Atlantica's second and third missions are for obtaining high scores while not destroying any objects or collecting any items respectively. Not especially hard to do, just set off through the Orange Warp and go to town on the million ships within. Not picking up any items sounds hard, but the target score really isn't that high, and then you can stop shooting. However, if Monstro is on the lower path, he has a 50% chance of popping up and rendering your attempt at the mission null and void. There's no way to relocate Monstro without starting over, so just be aware of the possibility. We can pick up a Diablos print hanging out in the lane, in addition to finally rounding out our trio of Magus sisters with Mindy, and Pandemonium for completing all 3 missions, named for a location in Final Fantasy II, but the design is a tribute to the Pandemona summon in 8, the one with the giant vacuum pouch. I mentioned Wonderland had changed the 6th most of any world, and I have the full list, here it is if you're curious. Atlantica would be at the bottom were it not for the wood, earning this visit not for any functional reason, but because I want to mention 2 things. One is pretty silly. It's the Pink Agaricus. Apart from Olympus, Atlantica is the only world without its own rare Heartless, serving the anomalous double duty with Deep Jungle, which already had black ballades to itself. I've seen it theorized that this location was Pinky's original base of operations, as it were, which would make some sense. Most of the rare guys seem to be thematically appropriate to their world, and The Little Mermaid being so much of a musical that its showstopper is the field theme, the Dancing Heartless fits here. Then, the theory goes that they added it to Deep Jungle once they realized it wasn't actually possible to defeat using underwater combat. I guess I buy that, but it got me thinking, I don't think Deep Jungle was originally planned to have the Black Ballade either. The Sniper Wild would be the obvious choice to put in the jungle, and if anywhere is the home turf of prismatic melodies, it's Traverse Town. I further suspect that these two were swapped because the Ballade minigame would have been way harder in the dark. But they really should have put it here. It's just about the only one that wouldn't be any harder while swimming. If I ever end up at Square's headquarters in 2002, I'll get this sorted out, I promise. My other point of note is a certain Little Mermaid who got absolutely Esmeralda'd. Why on earth Ariel is not a Princess of Heart is beyond me. I understand slots were a little tight. Atlantica's function as an optional world may have prevented it from serving a story-critical role. We probably wouldn't have gotten to use her as a party member if she had the role of getting captured, but how cool would it have been for her story if she spent the whole time wishing to see other worlds, and got exactly her wish in the worst possible way, just like Riku. God, that would have been sick. Well, Ariel, for your sake, I hope the dream of venturing to other worlds on your own terms is still alive. In the meantime, it's now tradition. Give us the last word on Atlantica.
Ariel!
Ariel!
Donald! Goofy! Sora! Thanks!
Her revival animation couldn't be easier to place. It's practically the centerpiece of Under the Sea.
Such wonderful things around you. What more are you looking for?
Oh god, oh please, no, Halloween Town, please don't make me do a mission using only the best weapon in the game, please. Anything but that. The Ixion is based on this lightning unicorn summon introduced in Final Fantasy X. Okay, these have got to be the result of people on the development team screwing around with the Gummy Garage, right? And they put their builds in as Easter eggs, right? Halloween Town promises to be another short visit. We'll first check in on our old friend the Chimera, another of our rivals to fall and fall hard to the wispy tendrils of Aroga. Simba pulls double duty, eating Dibs and Gordy to get him out of the way, and his roar can delete the Chimera's shell and his gargoyles. But Aroga is still the star, now automatically bouncing back the poor guy's heads, completely kneecapping any threat he might once have posed. On this stroll through memory lane, wizards and dark balls will pop up in a decidedly rotten coat of paint. Love to see that extra effort since their original textures would have fit just fine, and I especially like the stitched together look the wizards are rocking. Makes me glad we stopped by. It's also kinda chill. Guillotine Square is devoid of enemy spawns, so we can kinda kick back and take it in one last time. Jack, would you do us the honors?
Jack! Jack! Donald! Goofy! Sora! Thank you!
For his revival, it looks like he just starts belting out "What's this?"
This looks like fun. Oh, could it be? I got my wish.
Last on the second ring, of course, it's Neverland, and figures the Flying World's gummy missions would be on the meaty side, 2 of which task you with starting at Olympus. Just don't get twisted around on the map. That is a right turn out of the purple warp hole. The second mission's no problem. Just make sure one of those 100 gummies is a shield G and the rest is cake. But it gives us a functional gummy as a reward, the Drill G. This one's funny and leads me back to the subject of the difficulty select. It probably has a bigger bearing on gummy travel than it does on the base game. Compared to beginner mode, while on Proud, the gummy ship takes 8 times the damage and deals a 1/6, and still manages to be a cakewalk. But by far the funniest difference is the Drill Gummy. It deals a base 35 damage. Compare that to Thunder G's base 50, and you've got something pretty worthless on your hands. However, in beginner mode, it has a power of 9,999, and you still have no reason to use it because why would you want a melee weapon in a rail shooter? As for Mission 3, it turns out 10 blocks is still enough to put on the max number of meteor lasers and an Asunaji to effectively carpet bomb the route, and find out that these individual trackers for building score max out at 999. Everything still counts towards the total score though, so it's just a novelty to see the number turn red. Our prize is Gilgamesh, named after one of the most recurring characters in Final Fantasy, the only one who could give Sid a run for their money. This blueprint is evocative of his Final Fantasy VIII design specifically. Gonna start off with perhaps the strangest post-rescue change of all. There is a table in Hook's cabin featuring a big goblet and 2 little goblets. It wasn't there before, but it was in the movie, albeit without the cups. If anything, it reminds me of that one scene from Princess Bride, which had a pirate in it, but you know as much as I do now. No idea why it's here, or why it wasn't to begin with. Now, we already had the means to tear the jet balloon a new one, but for your consideration, Aroga does downright embarrassing things to its missile diver friends, becoming one of the easiest rare heartless to deal with. Now you may notice that the clock tower save point has been removed as a landing option. Especially interesting, if you completed this world such that the clock tower was your only option from the gummy ship, that has now been replaced with disembark, the same option that we get when reaching a world for the first time. And likewise, selecting it puts us in the hold we began in on our first visit, only this time, directly on the save point so our dumbasses can't get stuck again. All a bit strange that. Let's go to the clock tower and get that save point back on the menu, huh? Phantom, simply the most frightening heartless in the game. He is effectively the Grim Reaper, wielding death itself as easily as we do our Keyblade. He'll begin every fight by casting Doom, another unique status ailment hailing from Final Fantasy, but this time one of the most notorious. A 12-second countdown appears over the head of the afflicted, and when it reaches 0, this Phantom Thief will steal their heart. Unlike the incapacitation we've seen our party members weather time and time again, this is game over. their health bars disappear off screen. They're no longer targetable with cure or items. Phantom even drags the empty husks around with him so you know what he has in store for you. The only way to revive them is to take back the stolen hearts, a task which will be complicated significantly by the fact that Phantom doesn't take damage. He is an unprecedented opponent in the face of everything we've overcome, and requires an exacting approach. I swear, this asshole must have been working off commissions for the Player's Guide sales. It's not impossible to deduce what you need to do, but it was a lot more than I could handle as a kid. Phantom is only vulnerable to damage when his heart is exposed. The color of the heart is randomly selected every time it's struck. White, red, blue, and yellow. Each color indicates the only attribute it will take damage from: melee, fire, blizzard, and thunder respectively. The mercy here is that Phantom is not much of a hand-to-hand combatant. His one Dark Claw attack is extremely easy to fly away from, and he will stagger from every hit you land. His main strategy is to waste your precious time. He'll only take 3 hits before hiding his heart again, and after 2 cycles of that, he'll take his sweet time going through this whole song and dance in front of the clock tower, casting Dark Comet on Sora, then maybe getting in another slash or 2, and then revealing its heart again. His first victim will be long dead by the time you make it to that second cycle. If you're lucky, he'll wait another round before casting Doom again, and by the time he casts it on you, maybe you'll have depleted his first health bar. It seems impossible. We simply need more time that we don't have. Or do we? This is a really cool puzzle to put together yourself. I envy anyone who did, but we have all the time in the world. You can see the hands of Big Ben correspond to the Doom countdown. You can even target them, and if you cast Stop, this becomes a whole new fight. No matter your MP, you get 30 seconds before the clock starts ticking again. You'll need to refresh the timer in order to stave off the inevitable, but as long as you have the MP, no one's dying tonight. The trouble is, though our time may no longer be slipping away, our magic certainly is. You need to launch near constant spells at this guy to do any damage. The easiest way to block Dark Comet is with Aroga, and you definitely want to block Dark Comet as it has decent odds of depleting your entire HP bar. This fight is designed as a test of our magic, but in practice, it's a test of our resources. Do we have the MP to make it through the whole fight? Despite their inability to help you do damage in 3 out of 4 cases, your allies will be invaluable for the items you load them up with. Ethers are the obvious choice. Be sure to remove all of Peter Pan's skills which use MP so he doesn't waste it, and I recommend Goofy in the other slot both for MP gift and his larger inventory. You yourself should probably have a full cache of elixirs, and then comes the dilemma of your quick select. You need Stop, no question, and I recommend Fire and Blizzard. One nice thing about the magic menu is that it saves your cursor position on the last spell you had selected, so keeping it on Thunder isn't a problem, and that's only 1 click away from Cure should you need it. You really shouldn't end up taking much damage though. His attacks are predictable and straightforward. That's good news, since another property of Doom is that its target can't contribute to summons, so we can't fly with Tink this time. As for Arrow, it's easy to save the MP once you recognize that Phantom always heads to the clock face to use Dark Comet. When you see him head there, put the tower between you and him, and the projectile will have nowhere to go. Thankfully, he never targets your party members with it, so this will work every time. Mercifully, that is the whole fight. It's more of a puzzle to determine both your means of survival and your means of dealing damage, so once those are out of the way, it's a simple matter of how many ethers you packed. He's an amazingly intimidating adversary though, and probably the final Mixed Color I hear praised most often. He holds a special place in my heart because as a kid, I never wanted to fight any of these super bosses. They were all so plainly a cut above, I just figured I'd never be able to. But then, the first time I decided to try and find all the Dalmatians, something dreadful happened. I was looking through my player's guide, finding the chests, and there, on the clock tower, was a set I had missed. There was no way to retrieve them without defeating the Cloaked Nightmare. So, with no other options, I flipped to his page and learned how to take him down. After that, I beat him on the first try. I was thrilled to get the puppies, but the greater prize that day was learning how powerful knowledge can be in the face of a challenge that feels bigger than you. It seems I can trace back a lot of what I do here to this one enigmatic boss fight. For defeating him, we attain one more Power of Time, our final upgrade to our final spell. Stopka isn't the most glamorous upgrade. Once again, it's just a boost in range, and a much more incremental one than the first, but there is one new thing we can do now that we have it. If we speak to Merlin after mastering every form of magic, he'll give us the Dream Rod, a somewhat baffling reward. I think its only real value is sentimental, since I can't say I've ever gotten this staff before Save the Queen. You need to all but finish the Hades Cup to get the rest of the Magigas, and once you've done that, you've already cleared the way to doing the solo challenge. Going out of your way to get the Dream Rod first wouldn't even help because Donald can't join you. So while it pains me to say it as someone who picks it at the start of every playthrough, the Dream Rod is merely a novelty to be found here in the real world. Or if you just didn't want to do the Hades Cup solo, that's valid too, that's chill. The clock tower has been returned to its peaceful state, and that is all there is to Neverland. Peter, I know you especially don't like goodbyes, but nothing lasts forever, so if you will.
Peter Pan! Peter Pan! Donald! Goofy! Sora! Thanks!
His revival animation is when he tricks me into blasting Hook with a gun.
Hold it, you fool! No! No!
How appropriately effervescent of you, Pan. That leaves but one Disney Party member left, the Beast, still willing to help us out after reuniting with Belle because he's that much of a Giga Chad.
Beast! Beast! Beast!
Sora! Donald! Goofy! Keep fighting!
His revival animation is the only one without a perfect match to a movie moment. Instead, it's taken directly from one of this game's cutscenes, a lasting reminder of the only one who stood by us when we were at our lowest. For the moment, Hollow Bastion remains clear of anything more we can accomplish, at least inside. But it does have some gummy missions to do. These ones skew more cathartic than climactic, especially the second one. After everything else, it's nice to have no stipulations but get an extremely high score. Just set out with your best ship and rip the lanes apart. Mission 3 could be done through the Purple Warp if you wanted to play it safe, but it can easily be finished on the short trip from Neverland if you do everything you can to slow yourself down as much as possible. The not getting hit part isn't a problem as long as everything that can hit you is dead. And for that we get me! A recurring summon, though the design most lines up with the one from Final Fantasy VIII. But in a personal slight I shan't forgive easily, they got the cockpit sideways again. We also nabbed a pretty cool decorative block in there, the Angel G, and if I paint it black, it kinda reminds me of something. I'm not sure what, just can't quite put my finger on it. Sephiroth was the final boss of my childhood, the foe I thought I would never overcome, the most powerful I had ever faced, and he's still pretty high up there. Fighting Sephiroth is a truly humbling experience. In his first phase, he only has 3 attacks. He walks towards you in no hurry. He's not even trying, and yet, he will make you question how you ever got this far. There is no such thing as being over-prepared for Sephiroth. Grind to level 100, visit the last world, and synthesize everything the Moogles can cook up, and it will still not be enough. There is only one thing that works against him: math. Sephiroth's speed and unpredictability are his greatest assets, but he's working off of some pretty basic script, a flowchart of sorts. At the start of the fight, he's in his most basic state, and he can use only 2 attacks, Slash and Blade Dash. His sword, Masamune, has ludicrous reach, and he swings it faster than should be physically possible, which turns what should be pretty clear-cut hitboxes into these nebulous flashes, but they do leave a consistent opening to the upper right side of Sephiroth. If you jump or glide to this general position, his slashes can't hit you. You'll notice I'm using Lionheart here, not just because it's kinda apropos, but because reach really counts against such a small target. So far so good. The problems start arising pretty quickly when his third attack, Flare, rolls up to the party. These 3 columns of fire have no blind spot and virtually no telegraph. If you're in range when he uses it, you've already been hit. The key then is to know what causes him to use Flare in the first place. And here's where the numbers come in. Sephiroth has a retaliation counter similar to Riku Ansem, or rather, he has 3 separate retaliation counters all functioning in tandem with each other. His first is really simple. Anytime he takes damage and staggers, he gains the ability to cast Flare when next he has control. Depending on the state of his other counters, he won't always, but your first rule of thumb, after you've gotten any hits, just run. Now this doesn't mean you can only get 1 hit in at a time, no, Since he staggers when hit, you can get a few in with each opening. His second retaliation counter kicks in if he's ever caused to stumble 4 times in a row. When this counter is depleted, he'll either strike back with any of his available attacks immediately, or after teleporting a set distance away from you. Since this includes Flare, depleting this counter at close range may well guarantee you take damage. Still not so bad, just stick to 3-hit combos then, right? Well, his third retaliation counter can't be worked around. This one is a no-frills 7-hit counter that only resets to 7 when either it's depleted or his 4-stagger counter is depleted. This retaliation is identical to the prior one, and as such, there's no advantage to depleting one over the other. Now, those second 2 counters can interact with the first in one really deadly way. If you trigger the 4 or 7 count, it's possible that he'll use Flare as a result of the first retaliation, and then any of his 4 possible actions as a result of the others. This can even lead him to use Flare twice in a row, which is diabolical. This is all starting to sound pretty bad, but hey, maybe you can still get into a rhythm and just accept a hit now and then. Until he casts Flare anyway, because he has a 4th counter ticking down regardless of whether or not you hit him. He gains the ability to cast Flare after he's used 4 sword attacks, and he can do so within frames of his slashes. If you're noticing that he seems to be using this attack completely out of step with any of his retaliations, this is why. Now, don't feel the need to count his attacks. With everything else you have to keep track of, there's no need to melt your brain, and he's not consistent either. Sometimes he'll use it after 5 attacks, or 6, I've even seen 7. The important thing is that as long as he's used less than 4 attacks since the last time he used this counter to cast Flare, you're in the clear. This can be a little confusing, since this one functions independently of all his other counters, so he could very well use Flare from counter 1, then use it from counter 2, then after 1 sword attack, use it again because of counter 4. So I like to do what I call letting Sephiroth burn himself out. After getting a series of 7 hits, simply avoid all his attacks and don't close in until you see him use counter 4. Now he'll always follow up Flare with another attack, so let him and begin your combo. Ideally, you should get into a pattern of 1-2-3 retreat, 1-2-3 retreat, 1-2. This will give you the most hits and most combo finishers between retaliations, and if he doesn't retaliate with Flare, nearly assure you can parry. Then let him burn himself out and repeat. That's all well and good, but what about dodging Flare itself? Sephiroth, you've beaten me. I've tried with every boss to figure out how to win, at least in theory, without taking a hit. But the only option would be to get 2 3-hit combos in, then pop the counter and immediately follow up with Strike Rate or something similar for iframes. Keeping in mind, hits from limits don't deplete his counter. Given how expensive limits are, the only practical approach is to eat the hit and heal it off, effectively doing what Phantom did, putting a strict resource requirement on this fight. Every MP counts because you will take damage. Once again, I cannot recommend EXP0 highly enough. We can't take much advantage of damage storage since he's immune to everything, but it provides us with a damage cap that will prevent him from killing us in less than 3 hits. On a regular file, Leaf Bracer is your saving grace. Use it to phase directly through hits, really get a feel for the timing of its iframes. This is how you're going to survive when your entire screen is on fire. On level 1, while Leaf Bracer isn't available, you have the advantage of Cure restoring your entire HP bar. More to the point, you can heal off 2 hits instead of 1, so just take the 2 hits from fire, then jump over his head and cast Cure in relative safety. Repeat this process for 600 HP and congratulations, you've made it to the second phase. Sephiroth has put both hands on the controller. He'll always kick this phase off with a brand new attack, Heartless Angel. This inflicts a unique status on Sora that's similar to Doom, but with a much faster countdown. It won't kill us instantly, but it may as well. It depletes all of our MP and reduces our HP to 1. If you get hit by this move, the only reasonable response is to pop an elixir. You can prevent him from casting it simply by hitting him during its animation, which isn't too tough since he always appears within a certain distance before pulling this out. Simply dodge roll to close the space and you should be okay. If you're not, hit him anyway and retreat. This will lock him into using Flare and give you ample time to refill. That's his only new attack for the moment, and his counters all remain in place. The main difference is that he is now far more mobile, running and teleporting around the arena near constantly. Your openings for dealing damage haven't really changed, but you will be missing a lot of your shots from here on in. My first instinct was to hug the arena's edge to mess with his running, but that didn't pan out super well, as it turns out his teleports were actually easier to counter. They may psych you out at first, but luckily for us, Sephiroth is very anime, and he can't ignore his natural instincts to teleport behind you. If you jump backwards whenever you see him teleport, it should land you safely out of harm's way, and ideally in range to land a few more hits. The other supremely long wrench he throws into matters is Wild Dance, essentially Ars Arcanum but pointed at us. A 15-hit combo attack that pursues you relentlessly and leaves him invincible the entire time. You can block the entirety of this attack by spamming guard, which may save you some precious MP, but the surefire strategy is to use Strike Raid. Unfortunately, we're not dealing any damage here, but neither is he. Win-win. Whatever you do, do not try to heal or commit to a full combo after he's done, because he will always immediately follow up Wild Dance with Heartless Angel, and those precious moments you might have just spent on a combo finisher or cure will cost you dearly. Despite the danger, Heartless Angel is kinda nice. It's the only opportunity we get to do damage unimpeded before we have to go back to reverse mind gaming the teleports. It took me a few attempts to get a feel for his rhythm, but in time, this phase came to feel as easy as the first. Then comes Phase 3, at around 600 remaining HP, where Sephiroth realized he might actually lose if he doesn't start trying. So out come the big guns. He'll kick off this phase with his ultimate attack, Supernova. Don't bother trying to hit him for a while. He's invincible, and you have other things to focus on. He'll call down a barrage of meteors each with a shockwave on impact, cause them all to spin rapidly around the arena before they eventually explode, and then send this one last apocalyptic explosion down towards you. There are two decent means of avoiding this. One is to get as far from Sephiroth as possible, dodge roll through the outermost meteor, easy enough to do as it moves the quickest, and then roll forward the instant the big ball touches the ground. The other, a bit sillier, is to play Ring Around the Rosie with the innermost meteor and scoot behind Sephiroth to get away from the big explosion. That was the easy part. Phase 3 is a completely different fight from Phases 1 and 2, designed to make you panic and start flailing, and you know what? It works! Sephiroth will summon Dark Flares with nearly every action he takes, devastating hitboxes that will feel like they take up the entire battlefield. He has one attack, telegraphed by this voice line, Calm, which will summon a ring of them around Sora and then close in on him. But keep calm, none of these purple pimples moves that fast. And no matter how they're spawned, avoiding them is a simple matter of either jumping or moving the opposite direction. Don't let the shock and awe get to you. Sephiroth is still the only one you need to focus on. The really big jump in difficulty here comes from him replacing his regular slash with his spinning rising one. The hitbox is extremely hard to make sense of at full motion, but notice that he always ends this attack with a long vertical slice. The key here is to dodge sideways or diagonally, not directly away from, and here's your main opening for the rest of the fight. Not that it's gonna be easy, the window for punishment is claustrophobically tight, and I swear they made it drop him at the perfect height so that when Sora uses his uppercut, it whiffs every time. You want to pull off a short hop attack with such demanding timing that my thumb still hurts. Other openings include this Ring of Dark Flares. If you jump high enough in response to the voice cue, you can get them to spawn high enough overhead that you're free to whack away. And of course, Heartless Angel. He'll still use it pretty consistently after Wild Dance, but sometimes he'll use Wild Dance after Wild Dance, which is just plain rude. This guy wants your MP and he wants it bad. Also watch out for the fact that Heartless Angel is now among his retaliation options, leading to an occasional instance of using two of those in a row. I hope a couple elixirs made it this far into the fight. As for the rest, just stay alive. On a higher leveled file, this might not be so bad if you have MP Rage, as one of his slashes is probably enough to restore a full bar of MP. But without that crutch to lean on, I am at such a loss. I mean no exaggeration when I say fighting Sephiroth as level 1 Sora is the hardest thing I have ever put myself through, and could well be the toughest thing I ever accomplished for this channel. There's no cheese. Even brute forcing with strike rate doesn't do enough damage. There's no exploiting the numbers. It's just you and a world of pain. This took me 4 days of nearly non-stop attempts, and when I finally did it, it felt a lot more like luck than skill. I can confidently say, this was never designed with a level 1's lack of abilities in mind. But eventually, when the stars align, this is attainable. So, who is this guy and what is he doing here? Sephiroth likely needs just as little introduction as Cloud does, hailing from the same game that practically defined the international view of JRPGs. But that's about as far as I can get without a few spoilers, so skip ahead about 1 minute if you somehow know nothing about Final Fantasy VII but hope to change that someday. Sephiroth has quite possibly the most brutally edgy backstory I've ever heard, including prenatal human experimentation and a childhood fraught with ruthless training and torture, all to produce the ultimate super soldier to be deployed exploited by the military. Then, because obviously, he betrays almost every single character in the game, learns the truth of his existence, discovers the human race is killing the planet, and decides that the only real course of action he's got left is to wipe out humanity, which translates into using like a 50-stage final boss fight to deal with the protagonists. This fight was the clear inspiration for what we got here in Kingdom Hearts. Many of his moves transposed directly into real-time combat, with easily the most famous of them being Supernova, notorious in the original game for its 2-minute-long, supremely over-the-top animation. The context of that final boss also explains some of Sephiroth's voice lines. I'll be upfront, there's no reason for him to say these things in the context of Kingdom Hearts. This entire fight is more or less an Easter egg, something for Final Fantasy fans to justifiably cast Creamaga over. Not just over the amount of references, including a remastered version of his original boss theme and the visual parallels to the Bahamut summon from 10, but the fact that he holds his place in a pantheon of difficult bosses across the series. I want to briefly touch on his design, too. Despite being so iconic to his home series, this specific silhouette with the single wing on an otherwise humanoid Sephiroth originated here in Kingdom Hearts 1. It would go on to be his template in everything, from Advent Children to super goddamn Smash Bros, and he has Kingdom Hearts to thank for it. The idea was clearly a favorite of Nomura's, transposing it onto Cloud and Riku to an extent. I've given it some thought, and I think the idea is based in a sort of fallen angel motif, something typically pure, but corrupted. Another unique element here is his right-handed use of his sword, whereas he's pretty much always been a lefty. Possibly an oversight, but the popular headcanon is that, even with all this, he's still taking it easy on us. And after defeating him and exiting the lobby, we get this scene. Pure and utter fan service, yet so artfully done. Even as someone with no nostalgia for these characters, I can only appreciate it. I do want to mention, this line here seems to line up with one from our first visit to Olympus.
I'm looking for someone. Hades promised to help.
For defeating Sephiroth, we are awarded with a one-winged angel of our own, and Ansem Report 12. The one-winged angel is a very, very unfortunate Keyblade. Stat-wise, it'd make for a good joke weapon, like when other RPGs let you wield a squeaky hammer or something like that, but it seems like it was meant in earnest. The draw here is the absurd crit bonus. Critical hits landed by this Keyblade have the potential for obscene damage, which can theoretically synergize extremely well with Critical Plus and the variety of other combative abilities we've gained, but the problem is, by this point in the game, physical damage is already all or nothing. Bosses all have damage caps that would stop this thing in its tracks, and the enemies that'll die to it probably aren't worth the massive hit in MP. A difference of 5 from our most recent Keyblade. I love this thing's design. The particle effects on its swing giving the meteor up here a tail is kick-ass. The unique katana-inspired flourishes, it's a really cool weapon, but man, they did it dirty. If, on the extremely slim chance you fought your way all the way here on a level 1 file that, against the counsel of literally the entire internet, did not pick the Dream Rod on the outset, it is possible by equipping One-Winged Angel to bring Sora's max MP down to 0. A bizarre state which is just as bad as it sounds. The funniest thing about this is that your party members register you as being out of MP, and will mainline ethers into you in a desperate attempt to rectify this. Come on, Donald, he's fading fast. Just one more ether. Keep fighting, Sora. I can't lose you like I lost Maxie. Ansem Report 12 is a funny duck. Alongside 11, it was added into Final Mix, and therefore wasn't translated into English until many years later. It would seem the localizers weren't given the precise context to accurately translate this one, as the meaning got a little twisted. Given what we know about the events surrounding this report, this fan translation is probably a bit more accurate. I have transcended to an existence of only the heart. I should have come back as a Heartless, but there is no sign of such a transformation transformation. My body has surely perished. However, I am different from the other Heartless, keeping the memories of before, and I have not taken on the form of a Heartless. It is clear there are still many things to be studied. Cloaked Ansem is a peculiar being which defies a lot of what we know about how this world works, but don't let his own half-baked hypotheses twist things up. This is a Heartless in all but name, a heart consumed by darkness, wandering of his own free will. There may be a direct comparison to be made between the strength of a Heartless and the remnants of its old self. Sora held on to just enough of his memories to find his way back to Kairi, but was the weakest variety we know of. Ansem retained seemingly his entire mind, but took this feeble shell of a form that could just about mutter ominously until he took Riku's body to make up the difference. My own hypothesis is that this and the Phantom are a similar species. Heck, if you're familiar with later games in the series, the fact that Phantom has the ability to manipulate time may even be evidence of that. The rest of the report details a thing or two we're not super meant to know yet. I'll admit, I've done things a little out of sequence here. Though the fight against Sephiroth is available as soon as the Hades Cup is, we're not strictly meant to overcome it until we've done basically everything else in the game. And given just how thoroughly we've covered all of the worlds so far, that only leaves one place. Our final destination lies beyond Hollow Bastion, the end of the world. But before we reach it, there is one more gummy route to conquer. This one featuring the most powerful enemy ships in the game, Omegas. Unlike so many of these ships, they weren't changed in Final Mix to better reflect their origins, but I think it's because they made something weirdly iconic here. I feel like if you remember one enemy gummy ship, it's these guys. They're so weird, so geometrical, so final. That leaves just one blueprint left, and oh lord, do we ever have to earn it. Use just 2 gummy blocks to reach the world without taking a hit or using the brakes. This is a little easier than it sounds. It'll take some focus, but nothing is especially in your way. Mission 2 took some doing. Get a high score using only 5 gummy blocks. Honestly, getting the score isn't the issue. There's easily double the gold's worth of stuff on the way, it's just finding a ship strong enough to collect it. I tried a lot of combinations here, but ultimately, I landed on something really straightforward. You get 3 blocks of wiggle room, so I went with 2 basic Thunder Gummies and an Osmos. Destroying enough targets wasn't the problem, so I didn't need a Meteor. Collecting the blocks was the main hurdle, so Osmos was really important. There's a long stretch in the middle with no means of restoring power, so make careful use of the net on dense clusters. Don't let the opportunity to destroy things like these asteroids or these thin blocks pass you by, and that mission's behind us. Final stretch now, a score of 600 using anything you like. Make sure your ship is all the way tricked out. Favor using your power on lasers over your net, and unleash everything. It's far from the easiest mission, but it's also worlds away from the hardest. We earn Eden for that, the ultimate summon from Final Fantasy VIII, and for checking in on the missions, we get a glowing congratulation from Chip and Dale, and our final prize, the Crown Gummy and Bahamut Blueprint. There, see, Bahamut is in this game after all. God, what a weird mode. That was everything. Short of pursuing high scores, there's no reason to do anything but warp directly to every world we want to visit, and it's so backwards. Everything that makes gummy travel easier or more fun is found on foot. Stronger weapons, faster boosters, the Dalmatians that ultimately give us a full box of toys, all within chests inside the worlds. Everything we get out here is purely cosmetic, with the one baffling exception of that drill. Then, every genuinely difficult mission calls on you to strip your ship down to bare bolts and use the most brutally efficient design you can. The only reason to get creative is for its own sake. But I'm gonna be honest, they got me. Once I'd made something I was proud of, I couldn't wait to fly it again. It's so half-baked. As a starship shooter, as a sandbox, as an arcadey score attack, nothing feels totally realized. But I've never been of the opinion Kingdom Hearts would be better off without it. It's like a toy. One more relic of childhood that we'd lose by hastily trying to grow up. And you can still catch me putting together a Lego set anytime I'm given the opportunity. I'm going to touch down in the end of the world, but it's not quite yet time for the finale. We're going to leave just as quickly as we arrived and head back to Hollow Bastion. For reaching the last world and watching one cutscene, one final change has been enacted on this one. Within the chapel, the gate to the high tower where we slayed Maleficent has reappeared, and it's giving all the princesses the absolute heebie-jeebies. Many of them say they sense something other than darkness through it, something that may be even worse. Every line on screen here is one Sora has spoken throughout the game. No way anyone else was gonna do this. Let's match up literally all of them. Here we go.
No, this huge black thing swallowed me up. Palpu fruit? So you're from another world. There's no way you're getting this. I'm so glad that you're okay, Kairi. The Keyblade. The Heartless?
Second floor basement. Psycho Mantis.
I wonder if I could find Riku and Kairi. She's not the one you're looking for. That's the power of the Keyblade! Now I finally know what you mean about strength of heart. My friends. Sorry about what I said. I guess you don't get out much, huh? You're Sooner or later, they'll swallow your heart. Finally found her. I still can't believe it. No, not without Kairi. I know now I don't need the Keyblade. I don't need a weapon. My friends are my power. Give him back his heart. There's no way you're taking Kairi's heart. It's people's hearts. What's happening to me? Falling into Kairi. Thank you. Even if we're apart, we're not alone anymore. Don't worry. I will.
Promise?
Promise. Who are you?
In the original Japanese version of Kingdom Hearts, the only super boss was Phantom. Ice Titan, Kurt Zisa, and Sephiroth were all added in the international release. But this was not. Rumors crossed the ocean, though, after the release of Final Mix in Japan of one more edition, one enshrouded in mystery. This was before the days of YouTube. Footage was rare, and when it did eventually surface, it looked like this. All of that served to drive the mystique ever higher. Who was this hooded figure? What was he saying? Would we ever know?
What's that supposed to mean?
Unknown, for there truly is no better name. A foe from another side, another story. He is, by nearly every metric, the most powerful single opponent we can clash with. He fights with an effortless sort of brutality and a lethal sort of elegance, flowing and whirling around the arena, casting powerful spells that linger on the field as he overwhelms us with his twin laser blades. Yes, alright, get your Star Wars jokes out now. This guy in a black cloak wielding red lightsabers used Sith lightning on Sora years before Disney had the rights. Darth Geheimnis here would easily be a tougher fight than Sephiroth if not for one crucial detail. We have our friends. Goofy is here with his bottomless supply of MP, Beast is going nuts, we can load them up with 8 items apiece, and nothing is stopping us from summoning anything we want. Now Unknown is immune to most everything, so only Simba and Genie could hypothetically deal damage, but more importantly, we get Tink and Bambi for even more recovery options. Honestly, brute force can make some genuine headway on this guy. As long as you avoid the big blue things, the combination of Slapshot, Counterattack, and Leaf Bracer is essentially all you need to contend with his melee combos. Goofy will have your back with MP, Tink with an extra life, and when those run dry, summon Bambi to keep it up. The gist of the game plan is to roll in circles and bait out attacks, then close in whenever he throws up a wall. It seems to be the attack he's most willing to flinch when punished for. Whenever he starts in with his ballerina routine, just start mashing attack until he hits you. Cure and resume. He'll throw in some laser projectiles as we get deeper into his health bar, but the principle of dodging them goes unchanged. It's not until he pulls out his 2 most powerful attacks that things get stressful. This laser light show attack is a bit of a dilemma. It's really not bad if you can get behind him because the lasers rotate slowly enough that you can keep ahead of them, but you have to balance slipping away from the danger zone against being at full health. Once again, with EXP 0 on, he has the same 3-hit damage cap as Sephiroth, but it's a pretty steep risk to let yourself fall to that last hit threshold. His final attack, Invitation to Nothingness, is unlike anything we've ever dealt with, at least in this game. He takes control away from you and manipulates your command menu, changing every option into shock, which will damage you when selected. Then, the release command will begin to rapidly flicker in their place, and selecting it is the only way to break the curse. Until you do, the speed will slowly reduce, but so will your health bar, and Unknown won't wait around forever. Your quick select menu is also made useless, but thankfully, you can still jump and dodge roll. I like to focus on the triangle option, as the way it flickers is the most visually obvious, and there's something that feels very natural about using it reactively. Sort of like a reaction command or something. That's catchy, I like that. There are a few unconventional tools I can recommend here. Equip both Gravity Break and Zantetsuken. Unknown is vulnerable to gravity damage. Just barely, but he is. Now the damage itself isn't the goal here, it's the fact that he's stunned when hit by it. So if one of these comes out at the end of a combo, you get another one entirely free. It's also worth noting that nearly all of his attacks are Thunder Elemental, so throwing on a ton of Thunder resistance could make him a lot less threatening. All of that should be more than enough to carry you through on a fully leveled file. You could probably even make it through without using so much as one elixir, and I'm actually not too worried about the level 1 run either. It's that weakness to gravity that really does him in. What was the last boss that got stunned by a spell? Was it Trickmaster? A simple combo of Graviga, 1-2-3 Retreat is enough to make him seem borderline pathetic. The stun is time-based too, and can only be interrupted by a finisher. So if you're close enough and feeling confident, 1-2, 1-2-3 works even better. It'll be smooth sailing until he drops to his second phase. The most common advice I see for this guy is to dismiss Tinkerbell once you see any of his phase 2 moves. So that's the lasers or the lightsaber dance, and immediately summon Simba, Genie, or Bambi. The reason is, his Invitation to Nothingness attack is way more threatening with only 18 HP. You have almost no time to escape it, not to mention having her out removes your access to triangle commands. But Unknown basically forgets how to use it if you have a summon other than Tinkerbell present, so you don't even need to use Simba or Genie. They're just gonna glare at him and tell him to leave our command menu alone. But me, personally, I really like Tinkerbell, and ended up deciding it was more rewarding to roll the dice. You get enough invincibility frames after suffering a shock that by simply mashing X, you can escape the lock with surprising consistency. I'd say it was about 4 out of 5 as long as I was mashing fast enough, and if not, I could usually escape using the iframes granted by Tink's full heal. At which point, you can pivot to another summon all the same. But honestly, not a lot feels better in this fight than breaking free immediately. Get the hell out of my house with that, you enigmatic fop! Of course, that's not to say it'll be easy. Unknown's still in a league of his own, and you will need to be extremely precise in exploiting his openings from this point on. Waiting out your summon gauge is an art form for him. He loves this saber dance attack, he can't be interrupted throughout it, and there's nothing stopping him from doing it twice in a row. However, it's pretty simple to dodge. Roll in a circle around the arena for the first half of it, then when you see him twirl with his sword pointed upward, follow his implied directions and jump and glide away from the rest. Pay very close attention and watch for this swing where he spins around with both swords outstretched in the same direction. That indicates he's about to slide forward for the last time. When you see that, cast Gravity on him, and the hitbox should just catch him before he pulls anything else. He has other openings, but none of them are as consistent or safe. For example, whenever he enters this intangible cloud form and rushes towards you, you can jump over top of it and cast Gravity as you do. When he exits, he can use any of his attacks, so if it's the orbs or the wall, you'll catch him out and be able to follow up. I don't recommend going for this in Phase 3, as the red lasers he can do in this situation can be especially deadly. In general, you want to stay a good distance away from him, as all his lasers can be nearly impossible to dodge at close range, and that just leaves his nightclub light show. As overwhelming as it looks, you can basically stand still and heal if all else fails, but try your hand at threading the needle. It's easier than it looks, and it looks really cool. This took me a number of tries, but unlike Sephiroth, each failure felt like my fault. I took an unnecessary risk, I didn't realize my summon expired, I chose the wrong time to pop an elixir, but importantly, this one didn't feel like luck. Our mysterious foe came to test our skills, and it's extremely satisfying to prove them.
What are you talking about? Wait, what are you?
These scenes are the only ones added into Final Mix that got voiced. The reason none of the others were is that it'd be a whole thing to get all the voice actors back, and the original Final Mix had Japanese text but English audio, so they avoided the headache. This scene gets to sneak through though because all of its lines are reused from elsewhere in the game.
Who are you?
I am Sam?
What's that supposed to mean? What are you talking about? Wait, what are you?
Pretty thrifty if I do say so. I have some monumental news. I am out of save slots. I really have to give it up for this game's save system. Even the original game had 99 slots. You could drop one before every single boss and go back to duke it out with your favorites whenever you wanted, and even that would still fill less than half of these. But for footage gathering purposes, this is such a luxury as I'll rarely get from any other game. The ability to have this many backups in case I missed something at literally any point in the game has been incredible. Truly, bravo for this one, Square. Our prize for that duel was an EXP necklace, the equipment otherwise exclusive to beginner mode, and sort of one last gloved middle finger to anyone who grinded their way up to max level before taking him on. But more importantly, the final chapter in the Ansem report, 13 in all. Where does the body go when it separates from the heart? If the soul remains within the body, is it still considered to be deceased? When the heart returns to the heartless, the physical form disappears, but that is merely true in this world. Perhaps the body exists in another form, in another world. If that is the case, then it is possible for one to exist in two worlds, a being that is neither darkness nor light, belonging nowhere, abandoned by its heart, a mere shell of its former self. The relation between the heart and body is complex. However, I am certain that if your self exists here, then by definition, the other cannot truly exist. The other, the one which does not exist, shall be dubbed nobody. This is our first glimpse into the series Kingdom Hearts would become. Tetsuya Nomura loves the intrigue, the setups, and the payoffs, made all the sweeter by the tantalizing wait for answers. Here, within this journey, we know nothing about that character, and will understand nothing until the time is right. That's not everyone's cup of tea, and I respect that. There is a certain sanctity in a truly self-contained story. Personally, I really enjoy the scattered breadcrumbs approach here. Nothing directly in our way, hidden off to the side where only the most diligent would find it, and only the most proficient can earn it. I think it's a worthy tradition. By undertaking the greatest challenge on offer, you're given a glimpse at what's to come, in a way that I believe preserves the structure already in place. A beginning, a middle, and of course, in spite of the myriad collectibles, super bosses, side quests, and minigames, an end. I find that the ending of Kingdom Hearts manages to sneak up on me every time. As a child, this game felt massive compared to its peers. The scale of these worlds was simply grander. But it's all illusion. Each one no more than 10 compact rooms, a handful of characters, and 2 boss fights, 3 on the outside. How was it, despite the truly impressive 3D worlds I explored throughout my childhood, this baker's dozen of levels felt like the biggest game I had ever played? In recent years, I've seen the camera get a lot of credit for this phenomenon. While it may not exactly set you up for success on the occasions where some precision platforming is called for, the way it hugs Sora's shoulders keeps the player's perspective firmly rooted alongside his. You see these forests and cities the way he sees them, towering above, but more than that, it's the feeling of being lost. As an adult, that's not a terribly welcome sensation in a game. With 1,000 other obligations closing in on every side, there's a pressure to make every limited minute of playtime count for something. And wandering around and around Traverse Town with the nagging suspicion that you're doing something wrong might make you cry foul. But just as the camera tries to put you in Sora's big yellow galumphers, try to imagine yourself in a younger you's shoes. There's only one door in the corner of Agrabah that will lead you forward, and as you wind through the streets at the fabled bazaars, every cardamom-cluttered stall becomes more familiar. Each time you enter a room you've been to before, the little map in your head gets reinforced. You learn these mazes like the back of your hand. Except Monstro. That'd be like knowing the back of someone else's hand as it slaps you over and over. But with a few deliberate exceptions, every world is built with a similar catch to this one. At some point, the way forward isn't clearly signposted, and every time, the answer lies somewhere a little unconventional. You build up this palpable familiarity with each setting, and every time you touch down somewhere unfamiliar, you have to begin that process anew. Call it archaic, antiquated game design from a time when world maps and waypoints weren't so standardized, but this kind of cyclical disorientation is absolutely how you make a limited space feel expansive. And now, imagine that child's reaction reaching a world that looks like a galaxy. Welcome, everyone and everything, to the end of the world.
Gorge, is that all that's left of the worlds taken by the Heartless?
I posited that Hollow Bastion may have been a world succumbing to darkness, but this is unambiguously a heartless world. I love that you can see from the gummy ship the countless, limitless hearts flowing in from the darkness.
But if we do beat him, and all these worlds become restored and disconnected, what's gonna happen to this place? And to us?
This is a heartless world, so maybe it'll just disappear.
Huh?
But no worries. Even if this place goes poof, our hearts ain't going nowhere. I'm sure we'll find our pals again. Yep, I just know that we will.
Perhaps the most ironic fact of Kingdom Hearts is that Goofy is literally the smartest character. The average IQ of any given room drops significantly as soon as he leaves. He's got intelligence and street smarts, and empathy for days. I especially like the minor arc of Donald coming to recognize that over the course of the game, going from
What do you know, you big coyote?
to backing him up in these mad situations. Maybe he's talking out of his ass, but he's earned our trust in his words. It'll all be okay. The end of the world is such an incredible tonal shift. Hollow Bastion was grim and imposing, but it was still beautiful, meticulously designed. You felt like you were exploring it just by looking at it, but the end? A barren void, stretching in every direction. This first room, if we can even call it that, is named the Final Dimension, and is made up of a really interesting gimmick. The area is filled with invisible walls forming a maze that we have to navigate to reach the far side. Here's something clever. You may have noticed these little splashes of stardust we make with every step. It's a cool visual on its own, but with nothing else to orient around, it's also a great way to tell if we're hitting a wall or not. With no other direction to follow, we'll inevitably be drawn to one of these treasure chests, whereupon we'll be ambushed by waves of Heartless, the most powerful among them. Invisibles and Angel Stars make their proper debut, complete with their proper synthesis drops, finally giving us access to Gales. Additionally, Angel Stars have a unique ability here in their home turf that goes unused in the Coliseum. They can multiply whenever they use this big sphere attack, which can enable them to completely overrun you if you can't take them down fast enough. Invisibles, on the other hand, don't pack any new tricks, but my editor Eagerlith pointed out to me that the design of their swords, these extremely heavy, ridged frames, clearly ill-suited for stabbing, bills them as sword breakers, or perhaps, more to the point, keyblade breakers. After clearing out the Heartless, we'll be returned to the Void, and left once again to blindly navigate the maze. Now, the obvious path forwards is to follow the treasure. These shards of land form points that will direct us along the path of least resistance. But what's really cool are these bizarre falling pocket dimensions that contain the Heartless. These arenas both are and are not parts of this world. The entire final dimension is actually two areas overlapping one another, the vast empty skybox and this labyrinth of crystal walls. But in perhaps the most difficult to appreciate trick that the developers have played on us yet, they are but one area. This winding path is identical between both forms of the map, and if you pay attention to your surroundings while inside the combat zones, you may even find additional routes through to the far end. That's so artistic. The craftsmanship, a world on the boundary of existence that follows its own rules in this unique and intriguing way. And this is yet another means by which the worlds of Kingdom Hearts capture the feeling of vastness. Imagine if the game simply gave us the map of this room, letting us maneuver it without having to blindly prod at the walls or learn its rules by observing our surroundings. What's more, there's something weirdly anatomical about this place. Even the layout of the maze resembles a combination of a human digestive system and reproductive system. Stardust flows in veins down the walls, and strange tentacles or vines crest the tops of them. This world may be the end, but it's not dead, bone-chilling stuff. We are rapidly approaching the end of the road now, By simply touching down in this world, we have completed the Chronicles section of our journal, and in turn, earned an achievement. As we make our way across the final dimension, it's time I went over these in earnest. A great deal of KH1's trophies are for simply passing major story milestones. There's one for sealing each keyhole in the game, as well as clearing Monstro. One for clearing all gummy routes. This does not necessitate you travel each stretch of the space map, but merely reach every world. And one for obtaining the Oathkeeper from Kairi. Nearly every side challenge in the game has an associated trophy, including each of the 5 super bosses and all 4 Coliseum Cups. You don't need to do all 4 solo and time trials, but you do need to clear at least one each. And of course, there are the gummy mode achievements I've already touched on, in addition to a really simple one you'll get by proxy for simply designing and saving a blueprint. You're also challenged to shoot down over 2,500 total enemy ships, which goes hand in hand with the Heartless Hunter, Treasure Hunter, and Rags to Riches trophies, all of which you'll undoubtedly rack up over the course of the other challenges. Those are the last ones I'll hit for now. We've got 2 technically new Heartless to go over. This is an Arc Behemoth. Oddly enough, the weakest of the 3 we faced, and in the unique position of being a boss fight we can take on as many times as we want outside the Coliseum. He even has unique drops to farm, including the Omega Arts. We picked one up when we beat the Hollow Bastion Behemoth, and it's a pretty good accessory, so you may well want a second or third one, but there's a bit more to rematching this guy than we can do just now, so don't commit to the grind quite yet. The other Heartless is another iteration of a Shadow, whose post-rescue stat boost wasn't even its final form. A lot of people give Sora flack for being such a powerful character with such a piddly Heartless, but don't underestimate Shadows. They're the slimes of the Heartless world. They've got infinite upward mobility. Some of these chests contain pretty stones. Not a terribly helpful find at this point, but there are only 2 other worlds in the game where we've ever found these items, and only one of them is still standing. We can guess exactly where these treasures came from. After defeating the second Arc Behemoth guarding the exit of the maze, we'll be immediately transported to a new area, the Giant Crevasse. And I can already feel a lot of you doing a double take at how I'm pronouncing that, so brief vocab diatribe. A crevice is a small crack or gap, usually not even big enough to see into, but it can accurately describe a gap large enough to hide in, while a crevasse is a massive fissure, something large enough to be considered dangerous. Something like this. Right off the bat, extremely unique to this area, do you happen to see a way back? A cave entrance, a convenient ladder, any kind of loading zone at all? For the first time apart from boss battles, we are trapped with no way back, completely cut off from our last save point. Our only choice is to plunge deeper into danger. Thankfully, this ravine is almost completely lacking in Heartless, with the only 2 spawn locations being these odd cage matches. You'll be trapped in here, the only way down blocked by these large red stones until you defeat them all. But it's well worth the effort. Take your time descending these platforms. There are treasures to be found on every layer, and most of them are excellent. It's not impossible to make your way back up to the top if you miss your footing, but it will call upon some abilities we haven't made much use of since exploring the deep jungle.
What a thrill, what a thrill, what a thrill, dark silence.
And one I don't believe we've ever tried, chaining ledge grabs together. That's new. Some of these chests contain gummy blocks, but again, while not the most useful, think on it and you'll realize why they're here. This area is a gummy ship graveyard. These giant crystals, which I'm only just now noticing constantly change color, are raw gummy blocks. The end of the world is a spatial singularity, and it doesn't just pull in hearts. All matter of space debris ends up here. Really drives home the feeling of being in the universe's trash heap. Even still, there are subtle touches of life, like these veins of light at the base of the canyon. If Hollow Bastion was a dying world on life support, the end of the world is death, and yet it's made of life. The scattered remnants of it still glimmering in the dark. As I hop about grabbing all these treasures, have a listen to this place's theme. We've heard most every part of this before. The main choral track played in the Dive to the Heart, and these chimes are dearly beloved. Both echoes from the very start of our journey. The most noteworthy treasure to be found is a staff for Donald, Meteor Strike, one of only 2 staves added into Final Mix. And this one is very nearly a direct upgrade to Violetta. As ever, outside the Coliseum, a melee build on Donald is a tough sell, but this thing does make a compelling argument. There is a save point down at the bottom of the chasm, but we can't reach our ship from here. We'll have to keep going. Our next trial is the World Terminus, a downward spiral of these alien-looking platforms, each one with 3 gates, one leading us back, one forward, and an ominous purple one at the center. Step through the first one, and we'll find ourselves in Traverse Town. The next one, Wonderland, another to Olympus, every world we've been to save Monstro. I don't know what these are. For a long time, I entertained the notion that this is how the Heartless travel the worlds, that these are the gates that enable them to instantly appear anywhere in the universe, but it doesn't quite match up. Each of these areas have subtle details that don't align. Any treasures we left uncollected in these rooms aren't accounted for, but there is one new chest in each world. Odd walls and cave-ins prevent us from wandering out of these arenas, and the Halloween Town portal drops us in the Torture Chamber, a room which might still be intact, but is much more likely to be a pile of rubble. Another idea I've batted around is that, though mechanically we can still leave the end of the world and venture back to these worlds, canonically, perhaps they've all fallen to darkness at this point, and these are all that remains. But unless the Heartless have discovered some means which does not involve the keyhole to swallow the hearts of worlds, that wouldn't make much sense either, as at most, it's possible to reach this point with 3 keyholes unsealed. So my conclusion is that this is some sort of thank you from the worlds we have saved. One final abstract acknowledgement, more flickers of light cast into the darkness by the hearts of the grateful salvative. My only real grounds for this theory is that the portals are strictly optional. You can skip right past them all with only 2 potential exceptions. As I said, it's possible to reach this point having skipped a few keyholes, those being Olympus, either Atlantica or Halloween Town, and the 100-Acre Woods. If you did, the portal will be blue instead of purple, and you will have to enter it and defeat the Heartless inside before the warp to the next platform will appear. A peculiar property of these worlds, while battling the Heartless within, the screen will pulsate with color, a dark violet for Olympus and Halloween Town, and bright green for Atlantica. The screen will return to normal when you've cleared the enemies and unlocked the way forward. You can still turn a blue portal purple by leaving, sealing the keyhole, and returning, but otherwise it will remain blue. I'm not the first person to point this out, but I love the idea of someone entirely bypassing Atlantica on their very first playthrough, then getting to this point and being completely blindsided by Sora's merman form. It's happened to at least someone, and I envy them the surprise. Most stops on this little world tour have at least one interesting detail to note. The Traverse Town 3rd District is in the unique walled state it was when we first fought guard armor. It'd be completely impossible to escape these walls given the extremely tall invisible barriers above them, but if you could, you'd find an unusable blue trinity behind the fountain, regardless of if you've already found its real-world counterpart. I also checked every interactable and loading zone and found them all to be non-functional, with the delightful exception of this upper balcony door which normally leads to the 2nd District. It takes us back through the portal same as the District 1 gate. Despite the end of the world music prevailing in every location, you can still hear the array of clock noises in the rabbit hole. Fitting I noticed this here since Wonderland was the first world I pointed them out in, but all our foot sound effects are also universally set to an organically squishy sound that indicates that we may not be able to trust our eyes right now. Olympus has this dusky evening lighting, a state we've only seen the gates in during a cutscene. And what a shame it is, this is so moody. Nothing too noteworthy about Deep Jungle, though it is novel getting to see it accounted for in a retread of KH1's worlds. I half expected it to be dubiously absent. Agrabah is in the interconnected state it was in during the fight with the pot centipede, letting us wander the streets free of loading zones. Only now we have high jump and glide, so we can explore with even more freedom than we could the first time around. We can't get anywhere too exciting thanks to various crates and barrels, but this is the only world that makes us work to find its treasure chest, high above the palace gates. I did poke around out of bounds and found that most of the areas we can't reach are still here, but that's all I could find. Atlantica is probably the most noteworthy for its Heartless, given this is the only place most players are likely to see their post-rescue variants. Though I am quite sure the entire Undersea Valley is outside this cave, with the tools available to me, I can't escape an entirely enclosed room like this. Halloween Town affords us the opportunity to really appreciate all the details in the torture chamber without it raining scythes and explosives, which I do appreciate. I especially like this plaque by Oogie's healing machine, and the fact that its button is a little spider. Neverland's pretty weird. We're not given the ability to fly, and its map is in this completely unique state, kinda like Agrabah, where the loading zones have all been taken down. Even one of these wooden hatches is gone. There are only 2 areas with Heartless, and both seal the doors on you when you enter. Of all the portals you're guaranteed to be able to skip, this is the one you have a very good reason to visit, since its chest contains the Mighty Shield. Much like the meteor strike we found upstairs, this is Goofy's most physically powerful weapon, and was added into Final Mix. It's certainly not bad, but respectfully, Goofy knows his place by this point. Even if you have sealed every keyhole, this green portal necessitates your attention. The 100-Acre Wood, untouched by Heartless, yet still present in this terminal roll call. Mysteriously, this is the only world that feels right. The grass sounds like grass, the birds are singing. This is a welcome respite from the building tension, and yet, the music continues, turning this tranquil meadow into something bittersweet and temporary. It has a save point for us, one that will even let us leave this world, and make any preparations we might realize are necessary now that we've seen how tough it is out here. This also lets us traverse the final dimension again, and while nearly all of the Heartless encounters we triggered on our first pass were one time only, the Arc Behemoth guarding the way down will fight you as many times as you're willing to make this trip. For whatever reason, I suppose because he's technically a boss, his drop rates aren't affected by Lucky Strike. One more thing to keep in mind if you decide you've gotta have those Omega Arts. The final portal, markedly different from the others, takes us somewhere we haven't seen yet, but we can tell by the colors and architecture, marred by industrial machinery, this is a section of Hollow Bastion we never visited. And what's more, we can gather by this ominous machine concentrating what we can only assume to be darkness into this massive orb, hooked up to several human-sized pods, this is Ansem's lab, where he conducted his experiments with hearts, where he produced the first emblem Heartless, and where he cast both Kairi and himself into the ether in a desperate gambit to find the Hearts of Worlds. We can read some of his final research notes here, words that never made it into the Ansem report. It's a lot of flowery language, compounded by a sort of stream of consciousness style of writing, and the word darkness is used no less than 7 times, so allow me to interpret. Heartless consume entire worlds, and in doing so, collect and gather hearts innumerable. Gather enough, and they will create Kingdom Hearts, something that is both entity and realm. It contains the essence of all hearts, it rules them, and as there is darkness within every heart, within Kingdom Hearts, there is eternal darkness. By using the princesses to create and unlock the keyhole to darkness, Ansem unleashed a wave of unfeasibly powerful Heartless, strong enough to overwhelm untold worlds. Perhaps enough to create Kingdom Hearts and in turn, unleash the infinite well of darkness within. We can combine what we've learned here with the second half of Ansem Report 12, where he describes the realm of darkness, though only briefly, as he alludes to another report with more details. But to reach such a realm, you must go through the doors of Kingdom Hearts. In the report, he claims to be seeking Nirvana, or to become all-knowing, but once more, we can glean by the ramblings logged in this machine that the ends are simply to plunge the entire universe in darkness. All that went completely over my head as a kid, but getting our first name drop of Kingdom Hearts is a really cool moment. The name of this game was chosen carefully. While it was being pitched, it was actually called Kingdom of Hearts, and Nomura has stated in an interview that part of the inspiration came from the taxonomic kingdoms we use to classify life, like the Animal Kingdom, while other official statements, of course, cite Disney's Magic Kingdom as a major influence. Essentially, it's meant as a very emotionally charged title, that which encompasses all love, anguish, joy, and for that to be something tangible within the game, it grabs your mind and does not let go. You're not likely to miss it, given it's not at all hidden, but this chest is a rare missable treasure in the game, as once we leave this room, the red portal is replaced by a storming descent which leads somewhere else entirely. Head back to the save point and prepare, then take the leap. Chernabog, the final Disney villain to stand in our way. His origins are a bit muddied. The name Chernobog means black god in Russian and other Slavic languages, but whether or not he was actually a god in Slavic mythology is a subject of some academic debate. In either case, this adaptation comes to us from the finale of Disney's Fantasia, A Night on Bald Mountain, which combines elements from a few cultures and faiths, but broadly depicts Walpurgisnacht, a celebration similar to Hallows' Eve before the candy companies took over. Though the theological wire crossing is enough to make me grind my teeth, Chernobog is stated directly within Fantasia to be cast in the role of Satan. Yes, that one.
Bald Mountain, according to tradition, is the gathering place of Satan and his followers.
It's left deliberately ambiguous whether these demons he summons are celebrating or being tormented, a raw depiction of either hedonism or sadism. Perhaps both. Though he has no voice lines, nor really a world of his own, he's often considered alongside the pantheon of Disney baddies, and even joins forces with them in the likes of Fantasmic. He needs nothing more than what he has. The opening of Night on Bald Mountain and those iconic wings have solidified him as one of the greats, and I am extremely glad they adapted the song for this game. That almost didn't happen. In the original Japanese release, Chernobog was accompanied by Squirming Evil, same as many of the Disney bosses. I can't believe they didn't even give him the deep end. He deserves at least that much. What's playing now is slightly different from Stokowski's original song, an arrangement by Yoko Shimomura called Night on Bear Mountain, but it's essentially just a shorter loop of the beginning of the song. Right, this is a boss fight, and he's packing plenty of heat, what with a whole volcano at his disposal, but we get to fly in this arena. I often hear people describe this fight as the fun version of Giant Ursula, and you know what? They're right. We are effectively stuck without any of our ground combat abilities unless we're gutsy enough to stand on his shoulder or his glorious pectorals, but we can at least use the scant solid ground to summon. Of course, our furry friends will have to sit this one out, but that leaves us with more than enough options that you hardly need to learn this fight. Even on level 1, this guy falls near instantly to a simple damage storage setup in Mushu. However, he did end up giving me a lot of trouble on a different run. Right now, on my main file, I'm on track to obtain 3 achievements simply by rolling credits, one for beating the game on each difficulty or higher. In the PS3 version, each of these could only be gotten on their respective difficulties, the divas, but on every other platform, you can scoop up all 3 in one go by playing proud. However, there are 3 more beat the game achievements that you are extremely unlikely to be on course for at this point. One for beating the game in under 15 hours, one for beating it without ever using a continue, and one for beating it without ever changing equipment. There's really no reason to go for any of these on a proud run unless you gotta have that challenge, but I feel I've given this game enough of myself. So I decided to blast through on beginner and knock out all 3 of these in one fell swoop, which I highly recommend you do as well if you're going for every achievement. Juice up on all the stat ups they hand you at the beginning of the game, and teach everyone the meaning of caveman mode. I did, however, make a few tactical errors. I figured, it's beginner mode. You start with some of the best defensive equipment in the game. I'll just pick the sword and the dawn leveling rate and completely wear out the A button on my controller. Skip every cutscene, ignore every heartless encounter, only grab the treasure directly on the beaten path, cause it's not like I'm gonna use 99% of what I find. This certainly worked for a while. The first time I even had to use Cure was in Halloween Town. But apparently, despite all of what I've done here over the past 15 months of my life, I've learned nothing. Magic is king. And on a run where you're not allowed to equip anything but the Kingdom Key, every inch of MP makes an even bigger difference. Around Neverland, enemies started to get tanky enough that even with all the extra strength I'd started with, they were full-on endurance battles. Thankfully, Tinkerbell showed up right on time to make up the difference, but come Dragon Maleficent, I was starting to sweat a little, and my magic was not helping. Even with Mushu, I couldn't take out a single invisible, and Chernobog finally proved too great of a roadblock. Now thankfully, this was not the end of the run. This achievement isn't for going a whole run without dying, it's just for never using a continue. So by clicking load game on this screen, you never have to worry about it. I wasn't exactly knocking on the door of that 15-hour time limit either. So I fell back and regrouped, took on the Hercules Cup, grabbed Aurora from Neverland, and leveled up high enough to get second chance. But with hindsight, I would have picked the staff to begin with, and probably gone out of my way throughout the world to grab every puppy in aid of eventually getting Iroga. It'll definitely take a bit longer, but hey, settle in, throw on an especially long YouTube video with a sexy voice as background noise, and it'll be over before you know it. At the end of the day, there's no pressure to rush. Not just because 15 hours is way more than you need, but because this achievement is colorblind, and can't tell the difference between a file that actually made it this far in under 15 hours, and one that let the clock roll over from 100. If you've got a main file that you're willing to let sit for a day or two, you can always give the final boss a smackdown on that one. Regardless, You will still have to face down Chernobog with the Kingdom Key, and even on beginner, those are some tough odds, so let's do this again. Chernobog. Even with minimal magic, there's no downside to summoning Tinkerbell. In his first phase, he can just about do a couple basic fire attacks, with both of his breath attacks being really easy to ignore by hovering around the back of his head. He actually has no physical attacks, so you only have to worry about Flare in the first phase, a small enough hitbox that you barely need to back up before diving back in. But it won't be long before he starts using Mega Flare, a much wider hitbox which lasts long enough to hit 3 times if you don't clear the blast zone. If any attack is going to kill you, it's this one, especially as you can kinda get stuck between his head and this invisible wall he's backed up against, but it's nothing Leaf Bracer can't brute force. His last few attacks give him a lot of control over this whole expanse. Gale does no damage, but launches you clear across the sky, putting you exactly where he wants you for his 2 projectile attacks. Soul Missile summons a whole barrage of presumably the same spirits he summoned in Fantasia, but now they're aimed at you. They last a very long time and are extremely persistent, but are none too troublesome to bat away, especially with Aroga. Our Wind Barrier also has our back against Spectral Flames, a series of 6 rainbow fireballs, which is a reference to the many colors the flames take on in his musical number. Though personally, not the flames I would have liked to see adapted. Since Aroga does our job for us in this fight, Mega Flare remains the only threat. He's not as considerate as Ursula and doesn't call it out with a big, "This won't be pretty," but as long as you watch for these particles, you should be okay. That's the fight, but what is he doing here? He's no Heartless, that's for sure. Chernobog was one of the earliest characters planned to appear in this game. I've seen a variety of sources claim that he was originally intended to be the big twist baddie to usurp Maleficent before Ansem was created to fill that role, but none of them seem to have any information directly from the room where it happened. Rather, they extrapolate it based, as far as I can tell, on the castle imagery in this concept art. I'm not too sure, as they essentially would have had to invent an entire character for him when he works so well because he's this silent embodiment of evil. But perhaps it was that very realization that led to Ansem. I can't say for certain. What I can say is that he absolutely belongs here in the end of the world, surrounded by as much death and suffering as he can savor, perfectly in his element, and driving home the end of the world's parallels to hell. Given the implication that he is one of the only beings in the universe strong enough to thrive here, perhaps a tougher fight would have been more appropriate, but in this world, he's not the finale, merely the opening act. Okay, despite what all visual indicators would have you believe, you actually can backtrack from here. It's weirdly precise, but there is a loading zone at the top of this skybox that will get you back to the world terminus. From here, we can unleash our ultimate movement ability upon the world. Super Glide lets us zip across any map at ludicrous speed. It's a shame there's only like 6 rooms left in the game, but for any unfinished business in the other worlds, I'd rather have it too late than not at all. Here's a minuscule animation detail I can't believe they thought of. Sora's tiny little vampire cape will flap in the wind at different speeds depending on which glide ability you're using. The volcanic crater is a really strange map. It won't let you stop flying. It does this by giving the ground in here no surface detection, so even if I toggle the flight off directly, Sora still can't touch down. There's a peculiar sort of side shoot you can take if that whole thing stresses you out, but they both lead to the exact same place. Beneath the volcano are 3 of the smallest rooms in the game, each offering you no opposition as you move from one to the next, and making it far too easy to miss exactly what their deal is. We're getting close to the center of this world, so around us are the ruins of some of the first worlds lost to the Heartless, the very first movies I ever drew comparisons to. The Forest of Thorns that surrounded Maleficent's castle, fragments of architecture from Cinderella. These trees are highly evocative of Snow White's dark forest. These trees and bits of hill are from Sleeping Beauty. These clusters of gems may be from the dwarf's mines. And these silhouettes of a castle, almost like an afterimage, is the castle where Aurora was born. The rest is so mangled or obscure it's not as easy to place, but these pillars look like some of the Monopteros from the Roman segment of Fantasia, and this structure is, I believe, the gate to the Evil Queen's castle in Snow White? I looked at every door in these movies and couldn't find a solid match. Nothing with both this round arch and these lanterns, but these cornices above the door are a pretty good match for the castle's exterior wall. And though we don't get a better look at the gate than this, that's the best me and my sisters could come up with. And let me tell you, you don't get bigger classic Disney movie nerds than my sisters. Alright, this is it. Through this portal is the ultimate gauntlet of enemies standing between us and the final boss of this game, beginning with another Arc Behemoth. Defeating him will open a fragment of this far door, and then commence wave after wave of lethal Heartless. This gauntlet is rather similar to the penultimate round of the Hades Cup, Invisibles, Angel Stars, and Dark Balls in various combinations, but with one crucial difference. The EXP0 damage cap will only protect you from being killed in one hit, so the margin for error has become razor thin. On any other run, you'll blast through all these foes without batting an eye. As a kid, I always found it strange that this door opened in two chunks, one itty-bitty corner and one entire rest of it. But that was because these waves went down so fast that I didn't even register the intervening fragments. Alright, I'm actually watching the door for the first time in my life, and there is simply no rhyme or reason to when the fragments disappear. 2 go away after the first round, 1 in the middle of the second, and I thought I understood. I highly recommend throwing out Bambi to take advantage of the rare opportunity to nab some free Mithril. Keep Aroga up and spam whatever spells you like, you're gonna have a really good time. But on a level 1 run, this is an extremely appropriate final exam. It's almost like a puzzle. How do you stretch your limited resources across a boss fight and 7 waves of enemies, each more deadly than the last? You're gonna need at least 1 elixir, maybe 2 to be safe, and Donald and Goofy should have a full pouch of ethers. I recommend Stop, Arrow, and Gravity on your quick select. Yes, we're probably not even gonna need Cure, but you can swap it out for Arrow if that makes you nervous. As a final measure, spare an AP for Trinity Limit. The Behemoth kicks things off with a really cheap shot, launching a charge at you while your camera is more interested in this wall. The DGs are probably gonna go down right away, but not to worry, we know how to deal with these guys by now. Zantetsuken can do upwards of 200 damage, so I have it equipped, but I'm really fishing for a normal finisher to set up damage storage Aroga. Stand on his weak point while casting Gravity, don't use all your MP, you'll want to save 2 for a second wind barrier, and don't bother trying to dodge the Dark Thunder after his first stagger. You don't even need to worry about healing either, he's practically down already. Once he dies, book it over to the far door. Right before the transition to this cutscene, if you're positioned over here, there are a precious few frames where your command menu turns blue. These frames right here are a momentous occasion, as this is the very first time I can recommend with my whole chest using a cottage to heal the party from the menu. The timing's pretty tight, you'll have to spam pause to thread the needle, but if you miss it, don't worry. The cutscene automatically revives your fellas, and they'll be on the ball with all those ethers you packed. Now, this is it. For a long time, this was considered as tough as some of the super bosses on a level 1 run, so thankfully, the challenge run and speedrunning communities have optimized it to hell and back. Let's go. Our first round is a batch of 8 Dark Balls. Priority number 1 is keeping Dallas and Grumpy alive, so store them away while banking on some sweet iframes by summoning Dumbo. Dumbo can only hit a single foe so many times per second, but every enemy has their own cooldown, so float into their midst and hit them with the Sprinkler technique. With max MP and 3 cheers per summons, Dumbo should have no trouble washing them all away. Dismiss him as soon as the last dark balloon pops, use an elixir if you need, and head back to the center. The next round is against 6 Invisibles, and you want them all stopped. The range on Stopka is tremendous, but it still might take a couple spread out. Make sure not to lock on while you use it to keep the area of effect centered on Sora, and get to work with Graviga. This is honestly Gravity's coolest application. We're just barely shy of enough MP to break through their resistance to it and one-shot them, but by hitting them with multiple while frozen, every Gravity well is calculating damage based on their full pool of health. So even though each one is only doing 96% of their HP, when stop time runs out, well, 96 times 2 is a lot more than 100. Once they're down, scarf down another elixir and summon Simba as fast as you can. Wave 3 is a batch of Angel Stars, and we know how this goes. If we throw up an Aroga, the majority of their abilities are useless. Avoid their purple tornadoes at all costs, and as soon as the arena is clear of them, begin charging up Proud Roar. Proud Roar level 5 is strong enough to one-shot every regular enemy ignoring damage caps, and with so much base power, no gravity resistance is enough. With 5 rounds to go and enough juice for 5 blasts, it's already over as soon as you pull off the first one. Simba, I'm sorry I ever doubted you. If things go south, there is a lot of wiggle room here. It's not uncommon to miss an Invisible in round 2 who might sneak up and bash a boil, but you have enough breathing room in the Angel Star round to heal them. Prioritize Donald if both are down, since he'll usually wake up and instantly heal Goofy, and then you can store them in Simba's pocket dimension right away. If the Angel Stars manage to stall out the Lion King enough that you fall short of being able to obliterate the last round, we packed one last tool for the job. Trinity Limit. My friends are my power! On the other side of that door is the final rest. When I think point of no return, nothing is more iconic than this room. It's so small and serene, the pooling stardust, the music, the save point, and that door. So familiar, yet so out of place. If we approach, a voice Sora's heard but once before will alert us that beyond this point, there will be only darkness. And there is a surprising amount we can still accomplish on this side of it. First and foremost, if we head back into that last room, it's called Linked Worlds, by the way, some Angel Stars and Invisibles will be eager to let you relive a single wave of that whole gauntlet. Want as many Gales as you can possibly handle? Equip Encounter Plus and Trinity Limit, walk in and out of this door, nuke everything, grab any Gales that drop, and repeat. If you really want to guarantee you get all 5 of them and the Invisibles don't go invincible, just cast Stop on the one in the middle first. You'll get more than you'll ever need. For that matter, the various rooms in the World Terminus are some of the best farming spots in the game for nearly every material, each with multiple waves of that world's respective Heartless. Even white mushrooms have a chance of popping up in Linked Worlds, so Mystery Goo can also be acquired here, at least in theory. These mushrooms have all 7 charades and tend to be closer together than most of their encounters, so getting something specific from them is impractical. But it's nice of them to be here. The only material we haven't seen yet is held by the only Heartless missing from our journal, with their own chance of appearing in this room, Neo Shadows, the final enemy to be added to Final Mix. Perhaps the most dangerous pure-blooded Heartless of them all. Though they always appear in a group of 7, they function as one collective unit, very nearly a boss in their own right, progressing through phases based on how many are still alive. Each time one dies, it heals all the others, so focus your efforts on one Neo Shadow at a time. Otherwise, this is gonna be tedious. Their first phase is pretty straightforward. They can either slash or dive at you. They're invulnerable when revving up for a dive, but hey, you're invulnerable on Dumbo, so what have you got to worry about? After thinning their numbers a bit, phase 2 begins when there are 4 left. They'll switch to this weird kind of shell game sort of thing with 9 dark pools. They'll pop out, attack, and be vulnerable for a short period before doing it again. Once you've dealt with 2 more, the last 2 will start this interesting tag team routine. One will be out and about, attacking you as normal, while another will be slinking around at your feet, and will reach out to snare you by the ankle every few seconds. Focus the attacker while rapidly jumping, and you'll get to the last phase no issue, where the last man standing will do his best to resurrect all his fallen comrades. All you have to do is not stand there and let him. Dumbo isn't gonna make it through all 7, but once their numbers are more manageable, Mushu can step in and once again prove himself the rare Heartless killer. Only this final Neo Shadow has the proper drops complete with a chance at a Stormy Stone, but thankfully with all 3 lucky strikes, we're much more likely to get 1 than not. We'll need 4 of them to accomplish everything we need to do today. Beating these guys isn't too tough. Mostly it's just a matter of getting them to spawn. I had the most luck by leaving the world, landing in Terminus, running down here, then rapidly switching rooms until the shadows showed up. I don't know if that was all necessary, but these guys wouldn't appear for me otherwise. Perhaps more importantly, they represent a major milestone, arguably the biggest of all. Each category in Jiminy's journal has a trophy associated with it, and by adding Neo Shadows to the Heartless section of the character category, we have finally obtained them all, and gotten an even trophier trophy for that. Honestly, this is pretty straightforward. Complete the main story of every world, beat all the super bosses and grab the even reports from Aerith, defeat every Heartless at least once, get all the Dalmatians, use every Trinity, and set a score in every minigame. If you're missing anything, it's probably one of the 2 decently hidden green Trinities, but it is my very first time accomplishing this thanks to the fact that I just didn't know about vine swinging. There's no need to do every iteration of each of these minigames to get the completion mark. Like, you don't have to tackle the Hades Cup time trial if you did the Phil one, or any of the subsequent Slider courses. And this golden Mickey emblem will be stamped on our journal for all to see. Now, apart from those achievements for beating the game, that just leaves 9 trophies, and nearly all of them are tied up in Synthesis. So, mere feet from the game's finale, we embark on a brand new journey. One that is whispered of in quivering voices. None other than the Kingdom Hearts 1 Synthesis grind. I'm gonna come right out of the gates and say that the reason this grind has the reputation it does is because you were given bad advice. Technically, from a strict mathematical point of view, it is most efficient to wait until you have access to every tool and enemy before setting out for all the materials necessary to complete the Synthesis quest. If you do, you'll be taking down enemies fastest, Lucky Strike will be multiplying their drop rates, Super Glide will make reloading the spawns more efficient, all good stuff in theory. But my goodness, are you in for a tedious slog if you still have yet to give these Moogles the time of day. I think I've done a pretty good job of showing throughout this project the merits of checking in on the other worlds in between the major story chapters, and I suspect the game was built with this approach in mind. pacing makes all the difference here. Though you'll ultimately have more hours on your save file, you'll probably find that each of them felt quicker so long as you don't backload all the grinding. After crafting the rest of Group 5 using our end of the world spoils, we unlock the final set of recipes. Group 6 consists of a weapon each for the main trio, all 3 requiring swathes of the materials dropped by Rare Heartless. And also, Thunder Gems, because they knew Atlantica would be the only world you didn't need to visit for this otherwise. Now, say you did put this whole laundry list off until the last minute. Now you've got to bullshit your way through an essay on Sunday night again, but there are some fantastic resources I recommend making use of. KH Guides has a really sleek and easy to follow synthesis guide on their website, which includes the enemies that drop the materials and their drop rates. Then, once you know what you need to farm, my absolute boy, Regular Pat, has made a video series called The Heartless Compendium, where he goes over every species in the game, and the rooms in which they are most plentiful for grinding, both before and after rescue, the Madman. I also have to mention that in the original game, this whole affair was quite a bit different, since Rare Heartless didn't exist, and neither then did their materials. Dark matter also wasn't a thing, and though Orichalcum was, you couldn't buy it from the nephews. Instead, it was a 20% drop from the Arc Behemoths and a 1% drop from Invisibles. Though thankfully, you only needed 6, and there were plenty to be obtained from treasure chests and challenges. Every single item had a different recipe, and some were in wildly different positions on this list. Final Mix also added 8. The EXP earring, of course, no EXP accessories existed in the original release, the Moogle badge, Mithril, as once upon a time it was simply dropped by spiders, Dark Matter, Cosmic Arts, EXP bracelet, Donald's Ultimate Weapon Fantasista, and Goofy's 7 Elements. Naturally, this all adds up to making it much harder to synthesize everything in the remaster, and I know many people begrudge a lot of the Rare Heartless for complicating the process, but while I don't think most of their mechanics are brought across particularly well, I do admire them for the diversions they offer, each one a minigame built upon basic combat. I think the idea was that even if you did leave all your Christmas shopping to the last minute, you'll have options to shake up the gameplay from mashing attack or your favorite spell. Fantasista, the Italian word for fantasy, may be a reference to an obscure title developed by Square, World Fantasista. That is a soccer game though, so I'm not seeing the connection. Anyway, it gives Donald more MP than any other weapon, which makes it pretty definitively his best staff. Though I'd still bring a melee build if you haven't done the Hades time trial yet. It's easily the coolest design, wrapped in this runic language that goes for surprisingly long stretches without repeating itself. Some of the characters do bear resemblance to the markings on the fire door in the 3rd district, and while I've got no words to compare it to and therefore no way to attempt deciphering it, I don't think it's a stretch, given this staff is their creation, to assume that this is the language of the Moogles within this world, which would mean they also made this door. 7 Elements would be such a useless shield in real life, and credit where it's due, that is reflected in having the lowest possible recoil stat, the only shield with that property. It also has a smaller profile and lower strength than Save the King, and I don't care. Magic on Goofy really is that valuable. The design here, as structurally inept as it looks, is also pretty cool. I probably don't need to point it out, but each of these circles represents one of the spells we've learned throughout the game. The power of fire, ice, thunder, healing, wind, the stars, and time. One recipe left, and I guarantee you don't have enough dark matter. There are exactly 11 dark matters to be found throughout the worlds. Most in chests, 1 from the Pegasus Cup and 1 from the Jungle Slider game, but we need a total of 13 to craft everything. So at minimum, we'll have to make 2 extras with the Moogles. Not a huge deal, the real problem here is the cost of Mithril, but it's more than possible to make it this far by simply collecting enough of those from chests. And now, at last, we craft the Ultima weapon. This thing has a lot going on. The translucent edges, the latticework wings, the half gold, half silver blade, the crown. I love it! Perhaps coolest of all, though it's gotten a bit buried by the bourgeois, the core of this weapon is designed after the Dream Sword. I'm not sure I'd 100% believe that if it didn't come from Nomura himself, but I can definitely see the similarities. On a similar note, the Dream Sword itself may have borrowed several elements from another Disney blade, Durnwin, from the movie we don't talk about, The Black Cauldron. I really hope this was intentional, if only because it'd be a bit grimly hilarious for the second Disney cameo in this game to be from the movie they may well be most ashamed of, but that's neither here nor there. Ultima is the name of a recurring spell in the Final Fantasy series, no doubt named after the godfather of RPGs. It's frequently the most powerful attack of them all, and this weapon lives up to it. being Sora's very best weapon. Yep, nope, it doesn't give as much MP as Diamond Dust, don't worry, we'll talk about it later. Its supremely high strength stat, along with its excellent recoil, enhanced crit rate, and long reach are doing their very best to be a worthy sacrifice of that single point of MP. In fact, it's just taught me something. Despite every source, including the Ultimania, cataloging every weapon as falling under one of 3 size categories, the Ultima weapon has an even longer hitbox than the likes of Oblivion and Pumpkinhead. Upon further testing, I found that it shares this quality with One-Winged Angel and, of all things, Metal Chocobo. What do you know, it's the best at something. That is our grand prize for the Synthesis side quest. If I'm being honest, I find the accessories a bit more worthwhile, especially the Cosmic Arts, but this is a glorious trophy. Strictly speaking, there's really no better weapon with which to take on most of the super bosses either. It's on me for doing them first instead of saving them, but I do find there to be a certain irony in attaining the ultimate means of bashing Heartless now that we have no further need to hunt them. I was mainly doing it for completion's sake anyway. Talk to this Moogle in the corner, and he'll award you with the Master Synthesis title. Just kidding, there's no title system in this game. I do think that was a funnier joke in the time before trophies, as we actually did get the Synthesis Master achievement for crafting all 33, but I suppose there's still humor in the double reverse mind games. In addition to that, we got trophies along the way for crafting 1, 3, 15, and 30 recipes, as well as one each for completing Sora, Donald, and Goofy's weapon collections. Really weird choice not to make Sora's the Dream Sword or Ultima weapon. Seriously? If you're curious, you can make as many of Donald and Goofy's weapons as you want, but trying to craft a second Ultima weapon just results in the Moogle saying, nah, can't do it, mate. That leaves one final trophy to earn before we step through that last door, in addition to a certain opportunity afforded to us by these Moogles. Let's go over both at once, shall we? Our objective, Sora's maximum level. We already know the fastest way to get there, but it's possible to go even further. We have access to theoretically infinite stat ups through the use of synthesis. So, if instead of farming Rock Titan, we focus our efforts on Shadows, Green Requiem, Search Ghosts, Wyverns, Soldiers, Air Soldiers, Monkeys, Pirates, the stuff for Dark Matter, so more Shadows and the End of the World guys, the stuff for Mithril, so a lot of pots and mushrooms, as well as the money for Orichalcum, then by the time we reach max level, we'll be able to boost our stats beyond the limits of mortal flesh. Don't do this. But I'm gonna, here we go. Truly, I cannot stress this enough. Do not do this. But you can pretty efficiently hunt all these species between a few specific rooms. Traverse Town's 2nd District, a loop around the Lotus Forest and Bazaar Room in Wonderland, Hollow Bastion's High Tower, most of Monstro's chambers and bowels when he's got his Deep Jungle or Neverland spawns, Linked Worlds, and the various streets of Agrabah. You can use Bambi on the main street to try and nab a few extra bright shards or gems, and go after black fungi as your main source of goo to hopefully get some mold to sell, but don't do any of that, because that would mean you're doing this, and I mean it, don't! I have blasted through so many audiobooks over the course of this series. We made it! Here we are! 100! Woo! Okay, here's the deal. My Sora, who picked the rod at the start and gave up the sword, and has used no power or defense ups all game, has 46 strength and 48 defense. Now for the sake of example, let's take a look at 2 specific foes. Sephiroth with a defense of 46 and a damage cap of 25, and post-rescue large bodies with a defense stat of 27 and enough HP to call in the game's absolute damage cap of 270. Together, these two are the dual guardians of maximum damage. If we scrape together enough strength to hit both of these damage caps, then we know that our physical attacks will be doing as much damage as possible to every enemy in the entire game. If it were possible to attack these two with our wooden sword, we would currently do 57 damage to large bodies, and by extension most post-rescue Heartless, and 2 to Sephiroth thanks to the damage floor. However, we can't hit him bare-handed, and we're rather stuck with this whack keyblade, and by combining the 14 strength of Ultima with the exponential function that is the damage formula, we shoot straight past the large body damage cap, for which we would have only needed 56 strength. It's often said by fans of the series that 56 is effectively the max strength stat in Kingdom Hearts 1, but to hit Sephiroth's damage cap, and by extension that of Unknown, we actually need 61 strength. So, there we have it. Even when starting our adventure with the lowest possible strength, you need only use a single power-up to hit its cap by the end of the game. Defense is a similar story. It's calculated exactly the same coming in as it is going out, so we only need to find the strongest attack in the game, which is a tie between those of the Phantom and those of the Rock Titan, both with 42 base strength and attacks with a power bonus of 20, so the most power we could ever stand up to is 62, for which we'd only need 60 defense to bring down to the damage floor. In order to hit that without accessories, you'll only need to craft 2 extra defense ups, 4 if you gave up the shield at the start of the game. Or so I thought, anyway. Turns out most bosses apply unique damage floors to Sora, and, without factoring Arrow, can't possibly do less than 20 damage on Proud Mode, 10 on the other difficulties. Thanks again, Nick McSlighton, for pointing out this mechanic. I'm not mad at you, I swear. Since almost every endgame boss has a similar damage floor, the effective max defense stat was actually way back at like 53. So you see, the issue here is that the game will happily let us pour hours upon hours of resources into boosting these stats up to 100 for absolutely no reason. Kind of. If you really want to split hairs, Gravity Break is still hanging around making a fool of itself. It ignores the damage cap with gravity and is calculated with our strength stat. So with how many foes resist gravity, every strength point does continue to make a single percentage of difference, capping out at a base 139% of an enemy's health. Enough to one-shot most Heartless even with their post-rescue buffs. But they'd need to somehow survive the first few hits of your combo, so that's all moot anyway. The real reason to boost your strength now is so you can go all in on magic using Diamond Dust and its like, while still retaining the best possible physical attacks. I've also heard it said that magic caps out earlier than it would seem, most people citing the number 14 or 15 as the practical maximum. There is a kernel of truth to that, as I've been over extensively by now. Magic damage is calculated just like everything else, so to hit every regular enemy as hard as possible, we just need to hit that same 56 power, but plugging in magic. So for Thundaga, that's 15 MP to unlock Zeus's Lightning. But here's the thing, we can't hit that cap with any other spell. The most MP we can possibly have is 19. At that number, we fall just short with Thyraga, coming out at 269 damage, and decently far off with Blizzaga. That's not even to mention any of our weaker spells, like the damage from Iroga and the attacks fired off by our summons. But I've also heard people say that the durations of Stop, Arrow, and summons no longer scale upwards past MP, which kind of baffles me. Especially that last one, since you can literally see the difference with your naked eyeball. I guess it's a testament to how much KH1 players love Thunder that they based their assumptions on the entire magic system off of it, and, well, fair. But even if it were true, and we weren't boosting our cure and gravity damage against bosses and the nuclear power of Mushu, every point of MP still represents the number of spells we can cast, so every point is even more valuable than the last. Magic is king. Cry more if you didn't pick the rod. That also means that Diamond Dust is almost unequivocally the best weapon in the game, since it's not much trouble to hit just as hard with it physically. It's merely a question of melee range versus magic, and magic clears. That just leaves AP and HP. AP is extremely easy. All I have to do is count. Bam! We need 92 AP to equip literally every ability Sora can possibly have. So even if you're as insane as I am, only 8 points go to waste. Not bad. By the way, with so many abilities, it might start to drive you a little nuts scrolling through them trying to remember their position based on order obtained, but I have good news. In those 2 frames between selecting an ability and equipping it, we all missed this option right here, which lets you arrange these any way you wish. Yes, it was even there on the PS2. HP, like MP, can only be increased at level 100 by our equipment. Unlike MP, I've never heard any myths about superficial caps on this one. It's as easy as knowing which accessory gives the most and equipping 3 of them. Lucky us, it just so happens that it's the Cosmic Arts, which I already wanted for the MP anyway. That brings Sora's maximum HP up to 114, the most any character in the game can have. And that is every maximum stat, at least on Sora. I may be madder than a hatter, but even I'm not so far off the deep end that I'd grind the materials to max out all 8 party members, especially not when literally all of them reach the effective caps by themselves. Interestingly enough, the game has programming infrastructure to handle HP and MP slightly beyond what we can possibly achieve, and you can see the programmed caps of 120 HP and 20 MP by messing directly with the code. A thing of beauty to be certain, even if it is drastically overkill against what's to come. But I'll still be undertaking it as one who has learned nothing, so I think it balances out. This door, we've seen it twice before. Once in the Awakening and once on the Night of Fate. It's something of an enigma, looking so out of place both here and on the island. It's left a mystery to the player, but my theory is this. These doors are a defense mechanism created by the Hearts of Worlds. They appear when the heart is vulnerable and only open in response to a Keyblade, so we now know we're heading to the heart of the end of the world. When I first played this game, I wanted nothing more but to go back to Destiny Islands. As marvelous as the adventure has been, I always missed the home established in those opening hours. I wanted to go back and play with my friends, to explore for secrets, to perhaps try and finally beat Riku at his uncorrupted best. And seeing it now again was heartbreaking. It's wrong. The spring is dry, trees and other details are absent, and what few are left lie still, waiting for a breeze that will never come. Our footsteps are constant reminders of the hellscape we never truly left. And perhaps most disturbing of all, there's no sun. An elaborate illusion to play on our memories, nothing more. Welcome to Homecoming, where everything can end exactly where it began.
This world has been connected.
What was that?
Tied to the darkness. Soon to be completely eclipsed. There is so very much to learn. You understand so little. A meaningless effort. One who knows nothing can understand nothing.
The parallels don't stop. Here's Riku, his back once again turned to the island he was so trapped by. But at least he doesn't look like Ansem. Maybe he won the war for his body after all.
Take a look at this tiny place. To the heart-seeking freedom, this island is a prison, surrounded by water. And so this boy sought out to escape from his prison. He sought a way to cross over into other worlds, and he opened his heart to darkness.
Riku!
Don't bother. Your voice can no longer reach him where he is. His heart belongs again to darkness. All worlds begin in darkness, and all so end. The heart is no different. Darkness sprouts within it. It grows, consumes it. Such is its nature. In the end, every heart returns to the darkness whence it came. You see, darkness is the heart's true essence.
That's not true! The heart may be weak, and sometimes it may even give in. But I've learned that deep down there's a light that never goes out.
So you have come this far, and still you understand nothing. Every light must fade. Every heart return to darkness.
We've learned more than you could possibly imagine, Ansem. We commence our final battle against the Seeker of Darkness, taking us on with his own strength. Kind of. He's accompanied by a freaking heartless stand known either as the Dark Figure or the Guardian, and nearly all of the attacks come from his hands, including his primary melee and projectile attacks. He can also protect Ansem from almost all damage, as the Guardian himself is invincible, but you can pierce through the guard using limits. This is a great time to use Ragnarok, but you can also sneak around behind him and hit him that way. The only attack you really need to look out for is Possession. The tricky part being, it looks a lot like Dark Blow. If Ansem hits you with this, the Guardian will lurk in your shadow for an unfairly long time, attacking you periodically, and frequently swapping out your attack command for freeze. If you select it, he'll manhandle Sora in a way that makes me very uncomfortable. Bad touch. Bad touch. It only does psychological damage, but the entire time you're possessed, Ansem will be chasing you down using the only attack he can do without the Guardian's help, Barrier. Keeping your distance with dodge rolls while throwing out spells instead of attacks should see you through to the other side of this state, but the only way to truly deal with it is to not get hit by his initial attack. Staying high in the air while comboing Ansem, or else keeping your distance, should ensure as much. Honestly though, we have too many toys to play with for this guy to be much of a threat. Even on a level 1 run, we know exactly the dragon to ring this guy's gong, with no more trouble than we had against Chernobog. And on our maxed out file, forget it. Just put down the controller. Even without Tinkerbell, it has become an uphill battle to even get close to losing. Goofy's limitless MP fountain keeps Donald more than stocked enough to keep doling out the cures and Orogas, and they're doing so much damage. Your friends truly are your power. Ansem, you're horribly outmatched. But this is a final boss in a game designed by Squaresoft. To them, a single stage finale would be like hosting a dinner party and serving a single chocolate cookie. Nay, nay, have an 11-course banquet to sink your teeth into. This point right here is the final time in the game we'll have access to the menu. You may as well pop a cottage, I know you have extras, and restock everyone's items. You're gonna want Furiga and Eroga on your quick select, and I recommend either Ragnarok or Strike Raid just for fun. This is also our last slow moment for a while, so I want to use it to point out, for the last time, an interesting shadow detail. Ansem himself has no shadow, a pure-blooded Heartless in his own right, even while using Riku's body. This is at odds with his prior form, while Riku's heart was still knocking about making a fuss of things. Even more peculiar, the Guardian does cast a shadow, which indicates, despite the lack of an emblem, he may well be an artificial Heartless of some kind. Head into the crater at the center of the island, and Ansem will use his signature move to lock Dubagoof out of the fight, meaning we will at least have to touch the controller this time. Only a little bit though, as our next stage is the reappearance of Darkseid. No new tricks either, this one's identical to the one we fought on the Night of Fate with massively inflated stats. A lot of people really rag on this. Darkseid was a pushover even when we were still adjusting to jumping with the circle button, so without any way to mix things up, it's almost insulting to pit us against him now. But I see it as another how far we've come moment. With high jump we can reach his hands during nearly every attack, with Eroga we can deflect everything effortlessly, and with the rest of our magic, he doesn't stand a chance. One really weird detail about Darkseid is that he, like so many others, has an increased resistance to gravity post-rescue despite there being no way to cast it on him beforehand. These shadows he summons are the same as other end-of-the-world shadows, including their odds of dropping lucid shards, which are completely useless right now. There's no way to save any of our progress after these fights, so these are completely worthless. Destroy Darkseid using literally anything you want, he can't stop you, and the real fight begins. Ansem has about twice as many attacks, and without any backup, there'll be no cheesing this phase. The most annoying of his new attacks is Rush. With an extremely quick and dirty telegraph, it's sure to hit you at least once. There's no way to avoid it, you have to block or parry, but that does at least leave him wide open to a counter. He also has a new ranged attack that can't be deflected with wind, and a desperation move that comes out around half his HP and below. We've seen much worse though. Keep a cool head and roll with good timing, or else just super glide in a circle, then make sure you're in midair for the final barrage. What can really make this fight tricky is the lack of breathing room, especially if you don't have the luxury of Leaf Bracer. The opportunities to heal are pretty few and far between. We have the means to expedite the fight dramatically, but our current stash of items needs to last us for many phases to come, so spamming Ragnarok comes with a heavy cost. The entire Ansem gauntlet from this point on feels like it was designed with one thing in mind, countering the otherwise dominant strategy that most players will fall back on once their stats are high enough. Ansem uses large, close-ranged hitboxes with serious consequences if you're hit, so sticking in his face and alternating between spamming attack and curing will leave you pretty vulnerable. As such, the greatest advantage we can press is our ability to hit him while staying mobile. This phase especially has kind of a Hades thing going on, as his possession attack has an awkward blind spot right at his feet, so damage storage Eroga is once again coming in clutch. As long as this final gauntlet is, there's evidence it may once have been even longer. Apart from Disney Castle, the only unused room we know of is this one, called Crumbling Island. It appears as though it's positioned beneath the arena we were just fighting in. We have no idea what this stage of the fight might have involved, there's definitely a lot more verticality than what we've done so far, or maybe it would have been something less intensive, like a brief interlude of collecting items, maybe something to do with these odd star crystals, but it's impossible to know. In any case, after beating Ansem, everything is enveloped in darkness.
Behold the endless abyss. Within it lies the heart of all worlds. Kingdom Hearts. Look as hard as you are able. You'll not find even the smallest glimmer of light. From those dark depths are all hearts born. Even yours.
I hope you're both sitting and leaning against something because I'm about to blow your mind at the back of your skull. We'll come to learn in future games that Kingdom Hearts tends to take the form of a massive heart-shaped moon. Yeah, like the one on the front cover, exactly. So the question became, why is this Kingdom Hearts just a door? Well, take another look, maybe turn your brightness up, because it is there, it's just pitch black, like a new moon. The reason is, this is the culmination of every heart that's been swallowed by darkness over the course of Ansem's conquest. Essentially, a dark Kingdom Hearts. I really tried to say that with a straight face. This was there all along, but of course, much harder to see on the PS2 with a CRT screen. I only noticed it a few months ago. The door is similar to the one outside, but obviously much bigger because this isn't just one world's heart. It's all of them. As for where we actually are, I'm 90% sure we haven't moved. This is still the area where the Illusion of Destiny Islands was, but now it's deteriorated, leaving only these small scraps. Well, that, and...
Darkness conquers all worlds!
The World of Chaos, the true final boss of Kingdom Hearts. How appropriate that after all we've gone through, after every world we've traveled, our ultimate foe is one unto itself, with its own unique Heartless spawns, several locations, and about 1 million health bars.
Giving up already? Come on, Sora. I thought you were stronger than that.
But we brought our A game too. Here, we can fly. This shot of Sora readying his Keyblade is so freaking cool. He only does this animation here and now, and it hypes me up! Let's begin. Starting off against the World of Chaos, our first target is Ansem, interfaced directly with the ship. He is massive and completely unlike the fights that came before. He now prioritizes these massive melee attacks where he swings this Soul Eater glaive in every direction. If we're close enough to hit him, we're more than close enough to be hit by these attacks, and he leaves precious little space between them. If he's not swinging away, it's because he's readying his other main tool, Dark Lasers. These are weird. Between the way they move and the fact that the origins are two-dimensional, I feel like they were designed to play upon your lack of depth perception in this environment. It's basically impossible to tell how big they are or where they exist in 3D space. What I can tell you is that avoiding them is generally just a matter of not staying still, and not flying straight forward or straight back. Now in these opening moments of the fight, Ansem is completely predictable. He'll always begin with 4 melee attacks, then the Dark Laser barrage telegraphed by the voice line,
"Welcome to darkness."
At this stage of the fight, that is a pair of lasers and then a trio. He'll do a melee attack alongside the trio, one more, and then immediately summon another barrage, with
All shall be extinct.
This one is a series of 6 individual lasers, which he'll follow up by Dark Barrier, a large hitbox which surrounds him, and then summon Heartless. 3 will appear to aid him, and these are the most obscure Heartless in the game. They're a pure-blooded variety called Bit Snipers, and we only know their name because of the Brady Games Guide. They're fairly simple, little more than shadows with wings, and with their large HP drops, they're more or less here to help you. That sequence of attacks will remain consistent until he's down to about 600 HP, which gives us a pretty clear path to success. I'll let you know now, this phase is the final major hurdle when tackling a level 1 challenge. With no access to summons and the barest possible safety net protecting us from death, we have our work cut out for us. Immediately fly up to him at the start of the fight and set up damage storage. Ideally, time your combo so the finisher both hits him and parries his melee attack, but either way, set up shop right behind him in front of the mouth of the dark figure and start spamming. Mercifully, despite his new imposing form, the Guardian isn't up to much right now, and we're safe from all but the lasers in this spot. Keeping our back to his mouth will prevent the kickback from fire, so spam it as fast as you can. You want to do as much damage as possible before the Bit Snipers show up. Once they do, we're gonna switch to Aroga, and prioritize doing damage during the beginnings of his laser attacks. That'll protect us from the Heartless while letting us keep up damage on the move, something that becomes extremely important the moment he crosses that 600 HP threshold and kicks his Dark Lasers into high gear.
Still confused? Then perhaps this will enlighten.
He'll start out with a barrage that puts the prior ones to shame, and will continue to fire relentlessly during the rest of his attacks. The only safe approach here is to avoid all of the lasers for a full cycle of attacks until he does the still confused thing again, but the lasers are tough enough to get a read on that this might effectively starve you of your resources. However, if you space things out well enough and finish him, it is all downhill from here.
All shall be extinct.
Ansem goes into some kind of stasis to regenerate, no doubt feeding on the energy of the ship, so it's time to set about dismantling it. First, we'll enter one of its 3 core rooms. These dark spaces illuminated only by the giant Heartless emblem on the floor, and swarming with purebloods. This first one has shadows, and honestly, I feel like this is what the Heartless were always leading up to. Writhing shapes in the dark, only their eyes standing out. These ones even have unique Vanta Black textures to really sell the effect. But they're still just shadows. Once we defeat them, the first core is revealed, and we're back to the exterior. we begin the artillery phase, tasked with taking out the various weapons on the top of the ship. These disgusting little ovipositors will launch wave after wave of projectiles at you, and the dark figure will finally begin helping out a bit. He gains this heavy melee attack which will also knock you back no matter where you are, but the guns are our target. Two varieties, small and large. Simply throw up a barrier to protect yourself from every attack the small ones can launch, and the large ones can be focused down before you even have to worry about their projectiles. We're really tearing through it now, gaining access to the second core room wherein we find Goofy. Cool detail with this room, though I'm not sure if it was intended, if you die and hit continue, the first thing you hear before anything else loads in is Goofy's callout. Kinda gives me chills. It's almost like he's the one urging us back from the game over screen. This room's a little larger and populated by dark balls. I didn't mention it about the shadows, but every Heartless we'll fight in these rooms has revamped drop rates that will help us regain some of the resources we're likely to have expended by this point. Not to mention Goofy and everything we may have loaded him up with before we dove in. Things are really looking up from here. That's another core down. Our next target is the face, surrounded by more small artillery. This phase is quite a bit like Giant Ursula, with attacks almost identical to her lightning. However, it has a pretty small range of effect, so if we stay away, we can dismantle the weapons array with little issue. Given he's a somewhat passive target, this affords us an opportunity to really explore this disgusting amalgamation. There are a number of details I doubt most will have noticed, including a ton of spawn locations for additional artillery if you wander around, like on these lower wings, and even at the very back of the ship behind the Guardian. We can lock onto Ansem in his little cocoon and even try attacking, but despite the fact that we can see his health bar, he is perfectly protected. We can get a good look at the Guardian's bigger and badder form too. I especially like this crazy mouth with 3 sets of jaws he's rocking, how animated these sort of dragon-looking heads on his shoulders are, and this way too detailed spine and ribcage around back. Another easy to miss detail while we're here, we are actively damaging the ship as we destroy the cores. After destroying the second one with Goofy, we blasted basically the entire wing setup off the back here. We can also tackle the question of what the World of Chaos actually is. It has no journal entry, and by extension, all we can know about it is what we see, but even with just that to go on, I'm pretty confident in drawing some conclusions here. I believe this is some sort of congealed mass of Heartless, based primarily on the variety of faces, most with yellow eyes. Whether it is or not, it is certifiably nightmare fuel. I love the aesthetic of organic fleshy structures. It's always so unsettling, and nearly every take on it is unique. Our final core room is populated by Donald and a battalion of Invisibles, really living up to their namesake. Once again, if we die in here, we get a cool moment with Donald. This many Invisibles in a fairly tight and uncertain quarters can be threatening, but we've got the band back together. We can break out absolutely anything we like. They can also drop elixirs at a relatively generous rate, even more so if we still have our lucky strikes equipped, so go nuts. On level 1, I had the best luck with the same stop and gravity strategy we used on the ones in Linked Worlds, and that destroys the last of the rooms. The final component of the ship we need to go after is its heart, the main core, which is the weakest enemy in the game. It has no attacks of its own, relying solely on the surrounding artillery to defend it. And though it does have a damage cap keeping most attacks from defeating it too quickly, it has no significant resistance to gravity, so I know exactly who I want to blow it to smithereens. With the ship destroyed, Ansem's supply has been severed, and he is no doubt the last thing keeping this monstrosity afloat. In his final phase, Ansem picks up right where he left off, sending beam after beam at us. And the only reason he stops is to summon even more. That is until he pulls out the really big guns. His final 2 attacks are Drain, which doesn't damage us directly, but does something far worse, draining our MP 1 point at a time. He'll stop after depleting 6, or when we smash these orbs surrounding the Guardians' mouths. And Great Darkness, the only desperation attack to give Supernova a run for its money. He will summon a black hole in the sky above us, which will grow rapidly as it pulls you and the boys into it. The black hole itself does contact damage while emitting these small beams in every direction, going on for like 20 seconds until it finally explodes. The only surefire way to avoid this is to put something between you and the black hole. Behind the Guardian is probably your best bet, as you, or perhaps Genie, can even sneak in some damage with Thunder and Gravity while the light show is raging on. But of course, we're gonna use this window of opportunity to summon Mushu, the true ultimate weapon, able to decimate Ansem while we remain safely in motion. With our friends at our side, or indeed, standing on our head, we have nothing more to fear.
The darkness! Is this the answer? It can't be. It is futile. The Keyblade alone cannot seal the door to darkness. Kingdom Hearts! Fill me with the power of darkness! Supreme darkness!
I remember feeling as a child that the story of Kingdom Hearts was unfathomably deep. This epic struggle of light and darkness, with layers upon layers of foreshadowing and plot twists that I was simply too young to comprehend. But no story abjectly about light and darkness, good and evil, is that hard to grasp. There's no nuance here. Darkness is powerful, and one wielding its power might do great things, but it's ultimately destructive. I bet you can think of like 3 other properties with that exact same trope before I even finish this sentence. The ideas at play here are simple, and the resolution has been presented to us at nearly every turn.
You're wrong. I know now, without a doubt. Kingdom Hearts is light.
But why?
And yet, I wasn't necessarily wrong, because the emotions and questions this game evoked in me weren't simple. So often was I confused. For instance, if the essence, the core of Kingdom Hearts is light, then what is this on the other side of the door? We know this to be the realm of darkness, the birthplace of Heartless. If this door is left open, they will overrun the worlds beyond in a way that will make our journey so far look like child's play. But why was the first thing to burst forth from it a light so powerful it disintegrated Ansem? I could rationalize this, headcanon it, the door is a product of Kingdom Hearts' power. Sora may have been right, but so too was Ansem. There is both light and darkness in every heart, so Kingdom Hearts wields each in orders of magnitude. It sounds good, but I don't know. Knowledge is probably the biggest core theme of Kingdom Hearts that I have until now left mostly untouched. And yet, it's what everything seems to come down to. What you learn by traveling, meeting people, what you learn through study and experimentation, what it means to aspire to be wise, and the great contradiction that you can't teach fear. You can only learn it, and in trying to protect the ones we love, we end up shielding them from the knowledge that might save their lives one day. In this spiral, Kingdom Hearts, this one, not that one, represents the secrets of the universe. It symbolizes Ansem's goal to become all-knowing, and it can't be comprehended, especially from our perspective, still covered by Sora's naivete. We're not meant to understand it, and even if we could, learning all of its secrets, we would not gain an iota of meaning. What matters to us.
I can't.
Don't give up. Come on, Sora. Together we can do it.
Okay.
Imagining this whole journey from Riku's perspective makes it such a tragedy, but I've omitted a chapter. After obtaining the Oathkeeper from Kairi, we got one more scene following Riku. Unvoiced, as with his other final mix scene, we see him shambling through the realm of darkness. Whatever happened between there and here, Ansem managed to banish Riku here. As far as I know, in regards to the rules of this universe, if you lose your heart to darkness, it usually becomes a Heartless, but in extreme cases where your heart actually overcomes the darkness during that process, then it will wind up in another realm. In this case, where hearts are currently being gathered, in the realm of darkness on the other side of the door created by Kingdom Hearts. Ironic, considering this is where Ansem wanted to get in the first place. So what we're seeing now is Riku's heart, and a voice guiding him through the gloom. The owner of the voice seems to know a great deal about the door to darkness, including the fact that it can only be sealed when closed from both sides. Evidently, the reason Riku doesn't just come over here and help me push as opposed to risking his fingers. But I would like to address this voice. In the original Japanese version, it had a number of very different lines, starting with the opening. Instead of "so much to do, so little time," it said, "There's little time left, I can't go back now." The Japanese language also has like 60 variants of the pronoun I, which they can use to convey various feelings and identities. This one, boku, is typically used by young or immature boys. In fact, there's a lot of personality in these words that was either lost in translation or deliberately localized out to perpetuate the mystery of who he is. But one final thanks to the Ultimania, we know without any question.
Your Majesty!
Now, Sora, let's close this door for good!
Alright, so maybe I'm biased, maybe I'm a Disney adult, maybe the fact that I used to work at Disney World colors everything I could think or say about these games and movies, but I love Mickey Mouse, and saving him for this moment goes unnecessarily hard.
They're coming!
Donald? Goofy? Thank you.
The funny thing is that it wasn't even by choice. I alluded to it once before, but Square wasn't actually permitted to use Mickey in anything more than the most Easter egg cameo capacity. Disney told them they could have him waving from the back of a crowd or something because the rights to use him as a major character were tied up in another project at the time. Even showing him this clearly must have really towed the line, but God, it slays. This absolute icon of childlike whimsy and optimism, a relentless force for good, truly the brightest light we could have found in the darkness, and something that could only happen in this game. There's literally no one character more likely to have been part of your childhood, so him popping up and smiling at you is almost guaranteed to play on your nostalgia. A message loud and clear that even in the deepest darkness, you can still hold on to your inner child.
Don't worry. There will always be a door to the light.
Kinda weird he's not wearing a shirt though, isn't it?
Get out of here,
Whoa.
It's a moment. It's bittersweet, closing the door, separated from our friend yet again. This sequence of Sora's memories of Riku tells us something really wonderful. The way Sora, in this moment, chooses to remember Riku, the best of him, not even for a second blaming him for the harm he caused. We'll see him again, we'll make it happen, because he was always worth fighting for. Then there's Kairi.
Take care of her.
If Mickey represents our childhood, Riku everything we aspire to, then she represents home. That no matter what, no matter how much you grow up, no matter how mad everything has become, you can always go home. Even if you're not ready, the door will still be open.
Kairi!
Sora!
Kairi! Remember what you said before? I'm always with you too. I'll come back to you. I promise.
I know you will!
When you walk away, you don't hear me say, please.
And so, our journey comes to a close. The world saved, nearly everything restored, but the one thing we were after personally, to reunite with our friends, goes unfulfilled. A small price to pay in the grand scheme, especially when we got so much more of an adventure than we ever could have bargained for at the start. I'm not the first person to point out that if everything had gone according to plan, these three would probably have died in a matter of days, sharing one bottle of water between them on the open ocean. They've each had their share of suffering, but the Heartless may actually have saved their lives. A blessing in many, many layers of disguise, even if the path ahead still stretches beyond the horizon. This final scene gets me every time, especially when you stop and think about it. Kairi should have wound up back at Hollow Bastion. That was where she was born, but home is where the heart is. Watching her finally see the last addition we made to the secret place, and adding her own revision just hits me in the most vulnerable feels, and once again, I can absolutely hang the blame on the musical genius of Hikaru Utada. Unfortunately, I can't let it play uninterrupted, but I do want to talk about this song, a reprise of the opening theme, Simple and Clean. It's a curious choice. Lyrically, it tells a story of a very adult relationship. Not in a sexy way, just the emotional turmoil that inevitably arises when two complicated lives attempt to interweave. It questions the value of words over actions, of faith over experience, and doesn't exactly convey anything about the themes of the story we just went through. Though the game is largely about hearts, and there's plenty of strong feelings implied here, and perhaps even there, but relationships never really enter into it. The thing is, in the original Japanese, this song was rather different. It was called Hikari, and though some of the verses are similar, talking about living in the moment, not fearing for the future, others are about the power of a light in the darkness. There are still undertones of a relationship at play, but they're just as subtle in the lyrics as they are in the game. The changes almost certainly came about, like they so often do with localized songs, to prioritize things like cadence and rhyming over preserving the original meaning. But I find it reflects something interesting about the game itself. The two versions juxtapose two different views of the same thing. Hikari says maybe things are dark, maybe the future is bleak, but there's always a light, and if we try to stay happy now, then we will be. Simple and Clean contradicts itself. It paints a much muddier picture, tinged by maturity and objectivity. It's the Riku to Hikari's Sora, the cold adult world on the other side of the coin to a child's warm and optimistic one. I admit I could be reading too far into it, but the parallels are difficult to ignore. Another change made in the international release, perhaps the most major apart from the language itself, is a cut voice line from Kairi.
届いてるよ、空の気持ち。忘れないで。
It's nothing crucial. I felt that came across pretty well with I Know You Will, but something really interesting about this line is that they did record a localized version, only used in the Kingdom Hearts 1.5 2.5 Remix Collection trailer in 2016.
Don't forget, I have you in my thoughts.
The leading theory is that this goes unused in our version because Simple and Clean has lyrics in this segment where Hikari only has an instrumental, but it somehow feels fitting that the line itself still exists and hasn't been entirely forgotten either. The credits include a number of little epilogues for many of the characters we've encountered, including Huey, Dewey, and Louie being returned to their home at Disney Castle. This made me realize something kind of sad. I don't think Traverse Town exists anymore. It was effectively the lost and found of the universe, and now everything is found, its purpose carried out. Even if the world itself is still out there, it's empty, unneeded. The denizens of Hollow Bastion are all reunited, and it's implied, quite appropriately, that the one Cloud was looking for was Aerith. Shame Leon never mentioned her when the pair teamed up in the games, but I imagine the two communicated mostly by grunting. Pinocchio became a real boy, don't see how he earned it the way he did in the movie, but good for him. Aladdin and Jasmine finally get their happily ever after. The lesser Final Fantasy trio is reenacting Sora, Riku, and Kairi's race from the opening of the game, and the 5 other Princesses of Heart take a final bow. I get that none of their homes were, like, rendered for this game, but I demand justice for my boy Beast. He better get major focus in the sequel or something, I swear. The song that plays over the bulk of these credits is called March Caprice, and I adore it. I swear, the opening here is deliberately evoking Castle in the Sky. And the rest just feels like a full-fledged graduation. It's not curtains yet, though. We have one last group to check in on. We have no idea where this is. The 3 have landed outside the bounds of any established world, and I kid you not, the reason they weren't spaghettied back to their homes is because they didn't want to.
Now what do we do?
We've got to find Riku and King Mickey.
But, where do we start looking for that there door to the light?
They have unfinished business. They didn't check the box that said, yes, I would like to receive immediate transport back to where I came from. So the walls between worlds just didn't toss them back. Look, I'm not going to defend it, but a detail I do want to point out.
We've got to find Riku and King Mickey.
Sora's voice direction, or perhaps just a product of how long these games took to record, his voice drops noticeably between the beginning and the end of the game.
No, this huge black thing swallowed me up. I couldn't breathe, I couldn't...
A great way to reflect his growing maturity. Another cool thing, that is the very first time we heard it. Throughout the entire awakening sequence, he has no vocals whatsoever, something you're only likely to notice on a replay, but it adds to the subtle wrongness of that segment.
Huh? Huh?
Oh yeah, and Pluto, remember when he was in the game? Just fell off the face of the earth and pops back up seconds from the end. Honestly, I'm so here for it.
Huh?
Gosh, that's the king's seal!
Hey, have you seen King Mickey?
He can do no wrong, and thanks to him, we are off once again.
Guys, let's go!
And that would be the end, but we've gone the extra mile, took on the challenge of Proud Mode and completion, and we have earned a very special treat. One I would simply be remiss not to let play in full. And even those of you who have seen it 100 times aren't likely to skip it. That cutscene is called Another Side, Another Story Deep Dive. Effectively a trailer, a promise of what the future of the series has in store, and as such, I can't exactly dig into it without spoiling just that, but there is a curiosity or two I would like to share about this character dual-wielding Oathkeeper in Oblivion. Back in the infancy of the KH fandom, people called him Eros, and as dumb as that is, they weren't far off the mark. But after Eros hurls Oblivion up the tower, and he and this Riku-looking character careen towards each other, you can see Eros is still wielding two keyblades, and the second one appears to be Mickey's? This dark counterpart to the Kingdom Key doesn't have a very cool name. It's officially known as the Kingdom Key D, literally Kingdom Key Dark, but if you know anything about the games to come, you'll know this is an especially strange inclusion, as that keyblade is never wielded by anyone but Mickey outside this exact moment. I should also mention that this version of the scene is an extended version of the one that played at the end of the PS2 releases. The original Another Side, Another Story is quite a bit shorter, but it does give us a better look at one or two of these shots, specifically this one of Destiny Islands. Though it lacks the abject badassery of the rest, this is easily the most evocative scene for me, effortlessly bringing across a massive gap in time and the rush of emotions to match. On modern versions, you'll unlock the original cutscene by either completing the game on standard difficulty after sealing every keyhole and rescuing every puppy, or by simply completing the game on Proud. Deep Dive is unlocked by either completing Jiminy's Journal on standard, or sealing every keyhole and beating the Hades Cup on Proud. This bonus movie was a huge part of internet culture in its day. No exaggeration, some of the oldest videos on YouTube are grainy captures of this fight set to Linkin Park music. Everything about it was just pure rule of cool. I especially love that this was the proper first look at Neo Shadows. They didn't exist anywhere else in this game until Final Mix. They're a more mature opponent in a more mature setting, and we all wanted it injected directly to our veins. And at last, that is everything. Our final reward for completing the game on Proud is a battle report, with a few fun statistics to reminisce about. Evidently, each one caps out at 9,999, which is a bit of a shame. That was my main file, here's the one I cleared at level 1. I'm honestly pretty proud. I was expecting many more deaths, and you may notice the different images accompanying them. Which piece of art you get is determined similarly to Another Side, Another Story, with this image appearing on either beginner or standard mode, and the other 3 exclusive to Proud. One as a basic reward, one for completing every world's story as well as the Hades Cup, and the final one for fully completing Jiminy's Journal. I love each so dearly. These games have tragically little official artwork, and all of them capture such incredible empathy. One hell of a ride. I could go again, but I'd say I've just about covered it. I don't think I've ever played a game that celebrates childhood so earnestly. It's rated E, but I don't think it's accurate to describe it as a game for kids. Rather, as I've grown up, I've been delighted to see the ways this game grows with me. It calls to the child in all of us, and I've witnessed so many adults with no nostalgia for it coming away with something truly valuable. And more than that, it has a way of bringing people together. Indulge me one last time as I end this on a personal note. Creating videos about Kingdom Hearts intimidated me. These games are so beloved, so celebrated, and so documented. I feared I would have nothing new to say, that my perspective and insights would be seen as rote and played out by the established creators and audiences within the space. But I have been so welcomed by this community in a way that has nearly left me speechless. I have made lifelong friends by embarking on this journey. I have been made to feel like I belong in a way I can't properly describe. And I don't think it's a coincidence that following these games, growing up with them, created this kind of family. Say what you will, mock any part of it, I may even laugh with you, but this game has given me and so many others a place to belong, a place to come home to. I want to thank from the very depths of my heart the people who welcomed me into the fold. The Requiems, the many talented creators I've gotten to share this journey with over the last year, and everyone who helped me make this project what it is. Thank you David Russell for the use of your music, Mythology and Gaming for your insight, Rebellious Trico and Elbow Juice for your footage, PJ, Esper, and Icarus for your artwork, Samuel Camel and Nick McSlighton for your analyses of the numbers, and of course, the biggest goofball of them all, Regular Pat. You are actually my hero. In addition to them, thank you to my personal Princess of Heart, Igralith, who has become such a central part of my life and creative process, I can't imagine what these videos would look like without her. And of course, to you all, who have ensured that this, everything I've built, is not a dream, and that I get to keep going, wherever the path leads. Amiri the Grey, who drifted through space as an immortal for a little while before she came back and kickstarted that whole civilization thing we got going on. Andrew Minturn, who kicks ass and takes names. Almost got a full collection too, just needs to find a Hubert. Raven, the one Prometheus used as a reference when he molded humanity out of clay. Raisinbrand, who can only be described as extraordinary. RPG Grenade, who plays a hell of a Super Smash Bros. Game. That's not a joke, his Link scares me. Rockington can't even, but can odd, which some say is far superior. Alex, Seeker of Shine Sprites, found the Shine Sprites, and then the Pacific Garbage Patch disappeared. It was wild. Red Panda King can blue skidoo into most paintings, but not the blue ones. Shame, I bet Starry Night would be something to behold. Meryl Hainsworth is secretly Banksy. She didn't mean to be anonymous, but it's gotten out of hand, so she's rolling with it. Steve can control anything that begins with CH. He was having trouble finding a practical use for cheese and chairs, but then he remembered charisma. Sea Salt Trio can bowl a perfect game on any planet but Earth. Hard to prove, but also pretty hard to disprove. Lotta Otter puts the able in adorable, and thank God he did, or else way too many things would just be adore. Games Freak SA wasn't the first man to discover a continent, but he was the first man to pick one up and put it somewhere else, and anyway, that's what happened to West America. Erickson James actually has those 30 closest friends those old Facebook posts used to insist you forward. McGroovy Bear, a bird, a plane, and a Galaxy-class star cruiser, all at once. Staffrey, who picked up Thor's hammer first, but it wasn't his aesthetic. Orc Awesome, who can perform a jumping jack and push-ups simultaneously. It's hell on the shoulders, though. Riku Fox, who escaped the realm of darkness using nothing but a length of twine and a bubble wand. Endless, who can taste music. Luckily, rock doesn't taste like rock, but metal does for some reason. And Shy Comforter, who is abjectly unworthy of an over-the-top compliment thanks to my own personal biases and the popular demand of everyone in my Discord server. I further request that everyone who reaches this point in the video pings her and calls her a fetid moppet or something to that effect. More obsessive shoutouts to Assassinian98, Busy Town, Chico Mode, Chris Braydell, Doc Crimson, Emmy Grace, Eric Lee, Fundeldor, Green, J-Wibs, Juntin, Kane Lowwind, Mayday, Mr. Z, Pagagallo, Quoth, Remus, Rucksack 358-2, Sato DeSable, Silver 4560, Scar Million, 10-Beat, The Fantastic Mr. Fox, The Master FX, Tiny Magnus, Undead Crisis, and the one who just recently informed me I've been pronouncing it wrong this whole time, Zeri, as well as every single one of my incredible supporters. Thinking of you wherever you are. When next we meet, it will be on a new voyage. Until then, thank you, and I will see you in the next one.